massive in this round. But MKZ, it's not over just yet. The 1v1 situation. Can he take it all the way to the finish line? No, he can't. Starts to come through from Snake. Totson able to find one as well there. He's not going to be able to hold on to it. Totson, though, still able to find that impact from the bridge position. Gets a second kill onto HCZ. MKZ and Beck are also very, very low. Of course, has to be able to respond here from the GR spawn. He's been spotted out. Here comes the double swing. Totson, he needs the ace in order to close this one out. He spotted MKZ on the shoulder, be good for a third in this round. Can he do any more? The time is already ticking away from him. They know exactly where he is, but he catches Alucard as well. Surely not the ace. The one-on-one opportunity to win it all for Totson. Beck just definitely gonna dance this one around and try and run down the clock, but the backstab, Totson! You've got to be kidding! Ace clutch for the win here. Gets it done for 3BL.
He'll push his way forward, try and open the door up, find that space for HCZ, and he's done just that, and then some. Double kill.
Seven has got some utility to try and work with here. He's trying to hop his way in. It's a lovely shot on HCZ. It's now down to Alucard. You'd always want to rely on him in a clutch. There are 3 players in this position. That's going to get the plot down in the meantime, but they should just be able to swarm. Creeds finds his kill, but I'm not sure it's going to be enough until Awesome steps up.
Knights stand up to the pressure. Well, it's going to be a big fight in mid. There's 4 3BL members here, and that might actually work out for Untitled. That's a lot of players to kill.
Tot is in position, listening for everything, sees that his teammate has already delivered, and then he chooses to pounce. But perfect timing! Goodness gracious. Alucard's still playing with these angles. Beck gets his one, but unfortunately it's only one now. Alucard, so he's very stuck. One, Colt up for the second. And there's an opportunity. He's just wasting the clock. He's tacked down Slayer even lower. And Alucard takes it. So maybe they've got the bit between their teeth, as you can see here with some of these entries and the way they're playing. Look at Beck. He's on the high ground. He has no idea he's on the high ground. Sayer's going to try and take an advanced angle. Snake does trade it at least. 2 versus 2. Headshot angle being taken up by Kiko. It's a good reaction.
They play a push out the warehouse. Untitled have 3 to defend. Initially, that's not a bad setup. Numbers still favourable for 3BL, and the trades are as well for the moment until Kiko strikes. He's got a double and a triple onto Snake. Untitled are not going down without a fight. Kiko gets 4. His timing not so favourable. He didn't actually spot anything out, nor did Snare. This is going to allow Untitled to push their way forward. Snake might as well clean it up himself. He gets all 3, and that is that 3BL.
On LCK right now. They're going to be stuck in what seems like a sandwich, you'd think. It's absolutely going to work out that way. Slayer finds his top 1.
It's going to take a real mental battle actually to come back into it now. I'm not necessarily suggesting we're at that point yet for L, but it might actually continue to go by the wayside, right? This could be very quickly 3-0. It is going to be very quickly 3. Quickly into B. Flex is there ready and waiting for them. Snare will get the trade. Now here comes the swing from the rest of the LCK members, but 3BL are too sharp today.
Stuck with Spoxy. Snake has found Flex, and this round has turned on its head pretty quickly. 9 Claw and Raffin and Stark, they're going to try and launch their way through, and Raffin gets 2 from that. C4 is down in the midst of all of this, and to be fair to Snake, he's got a very favourable angle. He hits 1 more bullet, but this one could still go against him. It's a tough one to face.
So all's well that ends well for 3BL as they get their way onto the site. Snake wants to go forward and take some further fights. Doesn't know Raffin's close. He gets that information, but it's a little bit too little too late. Still, Slayer in there for the double. Now looking for the clutch, and he'll get it. Time being a factor, LCK are aware he's rotated through the lockers, or they thought they were, maybe. The same was kind of looking. Still, Snake gets a good shot, and it's on to Spoxy. He needs to save the day. Time's definitely still there for Snake to dance around, and he catches him out as well. A 3v1.
Unreal. Flex under pressure. There are 3 players they're about to spot though, and it's an absolute wipeout. LCK open to get the kill, and in the end he gets double peaked. Flex will take the frag. Snare, nice shot. 2 versus 2, has to try and catch them on the cross, and he's doing exactly that. And you'd want for the job. For this sort of situation, it would be him. Ladder he has to worry about though. Oh, he only hits a tag. Very close eye on by Flex. Snare will hop up. Great reaction as soon as he goes up, and Dezane is flanking. There's Lion Claw as well.
Really anything to get too excited about, so they're going to go back to basics and try to play aggressively. It will not work. Dezane lines up 3.
What?
They didn't even make it to the grand final. Now they get their chance against 3BL. That is looking very good indeed. Finally, it's locked in, and it's LCK that will take out the CFWL 2024 Season 2.
So here's where it starts to feel possible. All gamers, you just can't let this happen. 3-on-1 for Shell, and he makes it look easy. Every way, shape and form. That was the worst 3-on-1 I've seen from them in this event. 3 1v1s for a team that we said had the best team play.
是那个马尼拉 CFS 邀请赛嘛，这个大概是在2016年吧。然后那时候我还是在上小学，我也是刚接触 CF， 也是从来没有想过能跟这么顶尖的选手做队友吧。在巧合的情况下，我在打百城的时候被推荐到了 AG 试训嘛，然后后来通过了试训，来到了线下，成为了一名 AG 的青训选手。后来也是经过自己的不断努力，终于也是成为了一名首发的队员。 最困难的时候是去年发挥不好的时候吧，那时候微博也不敢看，然后直播也不敢开，然后那时候也一直被骂吧，然后我也比较在乎外界的舆论，然后后来也是通过自己慢慢的走了出来，通过大哥们的不断帮助、不断鼓励，让我从这个困难中走了出来。
DO 的加入作为一个新人，我觉得也是特别优秀的吧。但是裸装的比赛我们还需要更多的磨合，如果我们磨合的够好的话，我们很有机会冲击冠军。
哎，还行是吧？啊。
我对我的枪法和反应是不会质疑的，即使放在 CFS 世界舞台上，我对我的枪法和反应也是非常自信的。我的人生目标是成为世界顶尖选手，我不是下一个70，也不是下一个绿豆，我是唯一的 DO。
刚开始打比赛的时候，自己是个枪手嘛，然后因为自己是个新人，眼里只有准心，就是啥也不用想，只需要杀人就可以了。
Barbecue there, Snox has been called out. They're going to be pinched from outside, taken very low, and ends in still alive. That's a problem, don't you?
然后现在呢，就负责东西比较多，自己是个副指挥，在指挥没有思路的时候，我需要去给他们提供思路。然后干的工作呢，其实平时也会增加很大的一个工作量，因为平时需要多看录像，多看对手录像，也需要多看自己录像。这样的话，其实对我自己也是个提升嘛，因为多看录像对自己是有好处的嘛。这个玩意儿其实跟我杀不杀人没有什么关系，多看录像呢也是对自己的进步。其实，在比赛中也更有利于自己发挥，让自己变得更加稳定。参加这么多届 CFS 比赛，让我印象最深刻的就是去年 CFS 总决赛吧，因为我们被很多人不看好，很多人都觉得我们不能赢，但是我们最后拿下了冠军。我的目标其实也挺简单的，就是在自己能打的时候尽量多拿点成绩，在不能打的时候呢，也为电竞付出一些自己能做的事情。
Hello, I'm Aris Alde. I am an ex-professional CF player and now I'm a streamer. And this is my brother.
Ako nga pala si Aljan Alde, also known as team captain of Pacific Macta. Magkapatid nga pala kami. Tingin nyo, sino mas bata sa amin?
Hindi pala marunong talaga. Yan, si ZYK. Sobrang makulit at sobrang masayang bata.
Ayun, siya yung naging role model sa sa paglalaro ng CrossFire, sa pagpasok ko ng pro scene. Kasi siya talaga yung inspirasyon na nag-ano sa akin, na makapasok sa ganun. Nung panahon gusto kong maging siya. Tapos nung naging pro gamer ako, gusto kong marating yung narating niya.
Yun nga, masaya kasi sumunod siya sa yapak ko. And yun lang. Nakaka-proud kasi yung dalawa kami nagkukumpit. at nakikipaglaban sa international. Siguro parehas eh. Kasi parehas kami ng gameplay eh.
Parehas kami ng
Hello, welcome back. It is the CFS Summer Championship for 2024, day number 2. We're back for another big one. Yesterday night was a long night, I dare say, for you. Obviously, I got the half day. I got to go home early. How'd things go at the end of last night?
You know, honestly, it was a long day, but I think a lot of the games were quite interesting and they were action-packed, and they definitely delivered in a lot of different matches I never would have thought went the distance kind of like they did.
Couple of responses, I guess, from the Chinese region that we got at the back end of the day. We saw, obviously, Evolution Power dropping that matchup to Vasco 2-1, but then Baisha and All Gamers kind of swept the rest of the matches. So,
yeah,
you know, not too bad as far as the Chinese predictions are concerned. But end of the day, we've got more matches still to go as we jump into day number 2. And I guess we have to start to crack on into it and talk about how things are going at the moment. Obviously, a lot to sort of break down when it comes to these matches, because there's a lot of group stage games, right?
Yeah.
It is early days, obviously, when we talk about how things have been playing out, but you know, there's still a lot of opportunities for pretty much everyone involved. And speaking of, you know, if you're interested in maybe not watching the English broadcast because we suck, you can go and watch somewhere else. There's a couple of other language streams going on, as you can see there. Plenty of broadcasts for you to catch up with, but here we are into day 2. It is Monday the 26th today, so we've got 4 more days of the group stages, including today, and then jumping into playoffs, 3 days of playoffs as well. So lots more CrossFire action coming up for you guys.
Yeah, definitely a lot of games that are going to be happening, right? I mean, and let's, you know, a little bit about the teams. You can obviously see where every single team is from their domestic leagues and everything like that. And for us, we're going to have a bit of an interesting one, right? I mean, now we get the little bit of the biasness here for the CFWL, and it's going to be 3BL that is going to be fighting here today as well. And they're going to be taking on the team from the other side, from the CFBL, which is going to be Vasco. I was just about to say Vasco, but no. I mean, it's been a lot of, you know, good action. We got a glimpse of them yesterday, but now we finally get to see 3BL getting their first official underway.
Yeah, I mean, that'll be something. That'll definitely be something. And as is always the case, you know, with these pre-shows, we do have to sort of go through the nitty-gritty. We've got the map pool again. Hasn't changed since yesterday, believe it or not. Didn't get to see any Mexico, though. Didn't get to see Mexico. Didn't get to see Eagle Eye.
Yeah.
And thank God, as far as I'm concerned. I just don't want to see Mexico. Yeah. And to be honest, I'm not actually the biggest fan of Eagle Eye either. I like the other 5 maps in the pool. I just don't really like those 2. And I think that is kind of echoed by the teams and the players, because those do tend to be the maps that do get removed more often than not. Here's what we're playing for, $300,000 total prize pool. One thing that's not on this graphic, though, that I think is actually pretty important to mention is that the winning region gets an extra slot at the Grand Finals later on this year in China. Huge. So, you know, it's maybe not a direct advantage to the team that actually wins, but indirectly it benefits their region, and that's always something that I think these teams are going to be cognizant of. You know, there's a little bit of national pride from certain regions, and even for these weaker regions, the Philippines and the West League, for example, they would love to actually be able to send extra teams to those international competitions, because those opportunities are so few and far between. But probably looking at China or Brazil maybe to be picking up that extra slot. Anyway, we've got to talk about results from yesterday and how things did play out. We touched on Baisha doing pretty well there, getting themselves that win 2-0, although it was a very close 2-0, all things considered.
Yeah, it was not easy, right? And I mean, this was the thing that was really, really interesting. You know, Sneaky Frog and I that were talking a lot about them yesterday, and it was a grueling game for them. Like they honestly, yes, they got the win, but it was not the prettiest thing to see. And for a team that I arguably put as probably the number 1, if not number 2 team in this entire competition here, I thought they do quite well, but that's kind of the other side here for the other, you know, graphic we have as well for All Gamers. I mean, I definitely thought they had a bit of a struggle bus in the beginning, but then the second map was just, it was a sweep. It was something like they woke up, they got frustrated playing super late, and they were able to pack it in pretty quick.
Yeah, chance for Vasco to go 2-0 out of the first 2 days here, and that
it wouldn't necessarily lock you in second place, but it would put you in a good position for sure, knowing that, of course, they've been able to beat Evolution Power, who have some catching up to do in that group. Here we are going into day number 2. So the matches for you today. Vasco, 3BL to kick things off. Then we get LCK, Pacific Macta. So we do get to see 2 Western teams to start the day off. LCK suffered a bit of a loss yesterday against Wolf Empire. I would argue that was a somewhat close series, so I think they'll be able to get the job done against Pacific Macta personally. Then ranking Evolution Power, that'll be one where both teams are looking to bounce back. You lose that one, you're pretty much done as far as your opportunities of making it through to the playoffs. And then Wolf Empire with a bit of a difficult game against Imperial. They maybe have eased their way into the competition with that game against LCK, but I'd say Imperial's probably on a bit of another level.
Yeah, definitely it is. And I mean, for what we talked about yesterday, we were saying, like, look, a lot of these games, I think we all thought it was going to be a lot of 2-0s or like a little bit more of like blowouts in their own way. But surprisingly, like even with, the 2-1 victory for Wolf Empire, that was still a pretty tight series in my opinion. And we'll go in more to that a little bit later because we're going to be seeing LCK playing the second game of the day. But as you can see on the screen here, but a lot of the games, it really did kind of showcase that the competition is just, it's so fierce, and it's just coming down to these like mechanical or kind of these slight timing issues. It's not even like someone is clearly like the heavy favorite where, like I said, for Baisha, I thought they were definitely going to be that.
I would tend to agree with you as well. Let's have a look, though, at our first match up and start diving into that one, Vasco and 3BL. And I would echo your thoughts in that this, what we've seen so far from this event, there hasn't necessarily been a team that's kind of like run away with things. Obviously, again, we're always looking at the Chinese teams, Baisha and All Gamers, but that's going to be something that, we'll have to explore over the rest of the group. And so far, matches have been pretty close, so we'll welcome Vasco back to the stage and see how they go today. Yeah, well, Vasco, we got to see them on stage yesterday, and I thought that they played a pretty good game against LCK. Chances on the possibility of a 2-0 from them, I think, was there on port, but had to go to the third map in the end. Once they got on that third map, things looked pretty comfortable in the end, and so overall, I'd say a solid day at the office yesterday for Vasco.
Yeah, it definitely was, and I mean, I'm glad you bring it up because, again, I felt like, I don't like using the term like a throw, but it definitely felt like, for the second map, it really did feel like they kind of threw that one away where I thought they could have got it done yesterday in a 2-0. But you know what? They get the job done. They were able to, push themselves in the 2-1. It was, a pretty big dominant game for a 10-4 for the first one, which was on Ankara. Then they lost on port. And then in Black Widow, they were able to get, the 10-6 victory. So really, really impressed. And obviously, MG was somebody that was a big standout player. He was like that MVP that was able to grab it. But at the same time, Silva was a guy that, he didn't have the highest amount of frags, but at the same time, like getting that and finding that one engagement, maybe two, at different times of the game, definitely made a huge difference.
Yeah, well, they've already dispatched of one of those West teams. Can they do it again? They're up against 3BL today. Well, it could be a tough day at the office today for 3BL, but I think the hopes and dreams of the West League probably does lie with this roster on your screen. LCK and 3BL, they have a bit of a history, obviously, going back and forth in the West League, but my personal opinion is that this is the stronger of the two teams. So we'll see if they're going to be able to uphold that into the bargain today, right? If LCK can have a close game that they lose against Vasco, maybe 3BL can be the team that actually can get over the line.
Yeah, that's true. And it is a bit of an interesting point you bring up too, because in overall history and everything we do know about 3BL, like this is a team that has been together for long amount of time. Obviously, with the recent addition of Slayer coming in, he was from Anubis Gaming. He made the jump over, and that was actually my first take in CrossFire, and that was my first take with, like Slayer, and the guy was just a menace. As you can see, I mean, he's sitting on the second in terms of overall stats, but the guy, when he just gets like the leash off him, like he is a beast. Like he is somebody that can be the playmaker. He's going to open up everything for their team. So I would agree this team to me is probably more structured. They live in a LAN house together, or they're playing in a LAN house together. So they're doing all the right things to become a top contender, and they want to be. Like they truly want to be competing at the international level, and they want to get back and put CFWL on the landmark here.
Well, Eagle Eye in Mexico. Unlikely to be seeing those maps, I'd say, out of this series. But everything else seems like kind of fair game, honestly. I mean, Compound, both teams very happy to go toward that one. Black Widow as well. Statistically, those two, again, looking pretty good. Yesterday, Vasco found themselves on Compound, Ankara, and Subbase against LCK. Wait, I'm trolling. It was against Evolution Power.
Hang on, I was going to say.
I don't know why I'm bringing that up. I mean, LCK obviously played against Wolf Empire, so I'm...
You were there.
Yeah, I was there. Look, honestly, long days.
It was long days, yes,
we'll just,
we'll blow past that.
We'll just completely roll past that one. They did not play LCK for anyone playing along at home. They played Evolution Power. Anyway, Vasco did well yesterday. And we'll see how they go again today, obviously up against 3BL. Yeah. 2-0 in the CFS 22 Grand Finals, but lots of roster changes since then, so I don't think that's a super relevant result at this point in time.
Yeah, and I mean, I think this is a really important graphic because I think, we got to see MG playing a lot yesterday. He really was on fire. I think it was the second map where, it was a little bit quiet for him, but like him being quiet was still, pretty fierce and pretty dominant. So I think Snare is definitely going to have to really like show up here. I mean, again, we are talking about that international level, but I mean, in terms of overall, I'm still going to give that edge to MG here just because of what he was able to do yesterday against a pretty scary team. Like, I definitely didn't, have them in my prediction of getting the win. And, I mean, they took it to a 3-map series, but they did get the job done.
Yeah, most definitely. Obviously, an interesting matchup here. See how close this one ends up actually being. 3BL, for their own right, probably haven't had the most impressive of international runs. They would have wanted to do a little better than what they were able to do at the CFS Grand Finals last year. Have a look back at some of those results. They lost to Pacific Macta 2-0, which I don't think is a particularly threatening team. Lost to Kara House as well, which kind of has come on to be the Wolf Empire roster. And so a loss against Baisha expected. But yeah, the 3 losses that they had at the Grand Finals last year don't give me a huge amount of hope that they're going to get much done at the international stage. And so I've gone... For that Vasco prediction, you've gone for 3BL. Bit of the West bias, I suppose.
It is. And you know what? Honestly, it's because I think for me, like, I'm just really excited to see what they're going to be able to do, and the fact that they do have themselves a pretty good foundation. Like, I'm getting more and more excited about what they can do. Pretty disappointing in overall the league. I actually was surprised they weren't able to have themselves winning the playoffs and everything like that. But that's where we talked a lot about, for LCK and everything that was kind of going on. And that history of those two teams is always back-to-back.
All right, well, look, I mean, plenty to sort of chew the fat on, but hopefully we'll be jumping into games soon, and that'll be something that we kind of get our answers to, because at this point, there's only so much you can really say, like you come into these events, and very rarely do we end up really even seeing these teams getting to play internationally, let alone potentially against one another in this specific matchup or that specific matchup, X and Y, whatever. So it's all theory crafting at this point in time, and I guess the biggest question that we have to ask ourselves is, is 3BL ready to sort of turn up and play? Because we've already seen from Vasco that they are bringing a pretty good level to this event so far. They've already had one stage match under their belt. Maybe it's an advantage for them going into this one that they're playing their second and 3BL is playing their first, right? 3BL maybe have some stage nerves and whatnot, but see how 3BL goes as they, get ready to go into the server.
Yeah, and I kind of made this comment, I think to you a little bit in the green room yesterday, is like I was really surprised about like a team like LCK where they're really loose. Flex likes to run around the map. He likes to just kind of be a bit of a pest. Didn't get to see that. I felt like they probably did a lot of, demo review and anti-stranding and things like that, but they played a fully different, composition of what they normally do. So that's going to be my question here for this game, because for 3BL, this is going to be their opening debut here at the tournament, but are they going to play their normal game? Or have they, done just tons of review? They were here yesterday, and I mean, I was sitting with them in the stands, and they were watching intently. Like, they were watching Vasco, and they were just like, okay, we know what we need to watch for. So I'm actually wondering how much they were able to take away from yesterday, because I think even for them, like, they were shocked that that became a 2-1 victory against a pretty dominant, you know, or not dominant, but definitely a top, you know, Chinese team.
Looks like the veto's going on behind us. I don't know how your eyesight is, but mine's not
Okay, I'll
great.
tell you. So we got a ban of, I'm not going to look at the bans because that's really hard, but the first pick is going to be Compound. Port is going to be it, and then that's going to be, oh no. Please tell me no. Ankara, okay. Yeah, no, I was afraid of that. Okay, look, I'm going to be honest. I'm not, I don't love that. Okay, here we go. We finally got the videos. Thank you, production. So I was going to say, like, in terms of this, like, for a team like 3BL, my first thing was they want to play Compound. They want to play Black Widow. Probably would want to go to sub-base. These are maps where they're sitting over, well over 80% of a win rate. They're, like, essentially they have 1 loss, if not 2. So, and that's usually against a team like LCK, or maybe the odd, you know, team like Unknights, where they really are kind of a kryptonite for these guys. And that's kind of the same thing a little bit here for Vasco, where they also like to play Port and Black Widow and Compound. So it kind of makes sense. I was thinking Ankara needs to get out of this. I definitely would have thought they would have tried to ban it just because it's not 3BL's best map. But you know what? We'll wait and see. I mean, we're going to get right into it. First match of the day, game number 1, and 3BL, they're here for a debut.
Yeah, we'll jump on in, and yeah, I'd be looking at both these first 2 maps. It's been not too bad actually for 3BL. I know that they don't mind a little bit of Port here and there. We've got a tech pause to start things off, so I can see a black screen.
Yeah, he's
on the right there.
He's not seeing anything. A lot of smirks though. That's good. I mean, this is a good note, right? I mean, it's like you're a little bit, you know, the nerves are high. You know, you get a little bit, you know, frantic when you're trying to get in your game. But thankfully for them, they're just kind of like, okay, whatever, it's all good. You know, tech issues happen. Nothing impactful is occurring yet. The round was just starting. So
I think it's all good. It might have just been
maybe a loose cable.
Maybe, yeah, maybe a loose cable. Maybe you bumped something.
That's the worst. I remember I played in a tournament once, like many years ago.
Yeah.
And I was right beside the power bar. And my foot, I was so nervous, I was like shaking my leg, and then I accidentally kicked the power bar twice. So I had lost my computer twice. And this is back in the day of like no match medics, like nothing. Like it was just, you're going to have a bad time. And I really did. So that was, those were the grim days of, you know, competing. But thankfully now things have improved here in 2024.
Yeah, I suppose if we have to have a tech pause, why not have it in the first round?
Yeah.
Fair enough. Jump back straight in. So no dramas at all. Kick things off and
double on too.
On the way.
This makes sense though, right? I mean, we talked about Silva like putting himself with the AWM as well, so I do like this, and I'm wondering if 3BL are going to counter that at all.
It is something that we saw a lot from Vasco yesterday, so it's not a huge surprise to see them bringing it in. They had a lot of success on this map with that double AWM yesterday, so can't say that I'm too mad to see it. But 3BL tend to be a pretty decisive kind of a roster, right? They like to control the map early. We see in the West League, and I don't know how easy that's going to be to translate into the international competition. You know, are they going to get away with the same things that they do in their domestic matches here on the international stage?
Yeah, and they're doing a bit slow of a pace on this. And I mean, for 3BL, like they love this mid control. They love to go for the split. And actually, the first engagement is going to go for action. He's going to be able to find himself a bit of a nice start. But again, Slayer now finds himself a little bit of retaliation on this. And I'm looking, a lot of my sights are on Slayer. He's a guy that puts up some big numbers for this group, so he has to be able to frag out. Oh god, this is not good though.
Well, it's not going to be a good sign if Fei can put together a good day again today, and he's gotten away with 2. That was a bit of a messy spray. And Fei will punish for it, but time ticking away from Vasco. They do still have to make this retake happen. Snake and Tot to try to hold on, and time's working in their favor. VNC hasn't quite won that duel. He's actually not landed any shots. The grenade here might just be enough. He'll push in front of it. No, he won't. He'll wait it out. Snake stuck in the corner here. MG can't find him, and in the end, it'll be the first round on the board for the West League team, 3BL.
They get it done. They get the opener, and this is, you know, the thing about them, and, you know, you made a really good point at the beginning, which I was really happy about, is, you know, for us, we have that little bit of biasness for, you know, we get to watch 3BL and LCK play a lot, and obviously in our league. And I mean, for 3BL, they're always super exciting. They were pretty dominant in the league. They obviously had a couple losses, and they have had in the history where those playoffs seem to be, you know, a little bit of the Achilles heel for these guys. But that's, again, where we're still in the group stage. It's day only 2. So this is the thing about them. Like, if they can get themselves a good start, that's going to be good. I mean, historically in the league, they are a team that when they're down, they somehow bring it back.
Right. Well, it might be a little bit easier said than done against a team like Vasco. And that's a great shot from Silva to try to help Feifei out. It won't be enough to hold on to the B side, though. And so this ends up being a forced 3-on-3 retake. And as we know, B side retakes on compound tend to be a little difficult.
Yeah, not the easiest. But you know what? Honestly, from what I saw yesterday, I love what Vasco was able to do because their retakes looked really clean. I mean, they looked like they had a good system. Nice little bit of a pop flash, but Tot, he's going to be able to find that one, but it's only one. So Snare, once again, being the sniper, he's able to lock in, get the scope down, and now just MG, a highlighted player. Oh my God, it's like Neo in the Matrix, just dodging bullets. And the timer's already less than half now, so Snare's just kind of making noise. He's just kind of being a pest. He's just trying to be a little bit annoying. MG, he has no time at all in 3BL. They're going to gain this second round.
Yeah, a bit of a stat pad on the way out there for MG. Gets the 1 kill on in. In fact, gets both, but it's too little too late. And so 3BL up 2-0. No sign of stage fright, nerves, or anything like that for them so far.
No, not at all. And this is a really good thing because that's what I think we both were agreeing that was kind of the worrying factor, is being the first match of the day, your first time playing in the tournament. Is that anything to be really worried about? Like for them to have nerves? I don't know. I mean, there's a lot of experience for these guys, but again, it's as a roster, being a new roster with Slayer, could be a little bit different. But so far, everything's looking pretty good.
Working as intended. Take kills control pretty early on in the round, and now start to have a bit of a look in toward middle.
Yeah, and I mean, for anybody that's not familiar with, 3BL, this is a team that, I kind of always dread this a little bit, and I always feel like, on the broadcasts, for us, I'm always like, man, they love to run the clock low. They take their time. They will do the tiniest steps to get map control. They just will burn it down to that last, 30 seconds, even less than that sometimes. But now they're being a little bit more in the decision-making, but they get punished with it. And Feifei, once again, someone being the IGL, he's able to get a good opener. And Horus, he's this guy that's the entry. He's the guy that goes in, guns blazing, and he's the one that's just trying to create some space. A shot missed here from Silva, and that's going to be punishing. But look at BNC! He just comes in with a dagger, and they're going to be able to get themselves back in this game with 1 round.
Yeah, Vasco trying to hype themselves up a little bit. Few screams, few shouts, as is warranted.
That's just Brazil, man. These guys are, that is the thing I love about, like, Brazilian teams, is just the passion you see, right? Like, loud and super excited. They're very momentum-based, you know. They're riding on the good vibes, man. That's, that can be a good thing and a bad thing, but as, like, a fan, it's always fun to see, a Brazil team competing.
Yeah, it is very much their style. Feifei having another good map here, 5-2. Hasn't necessarily been rewarded for it thus far, but I'm sure that will come. Slower progress in this round, actually, out from both teams. No contest for middle on the behalf of Vasco. They have Feifei in a bit of a more extended position out on the early side of the map. He's just jump spotting. Hasn't spotted anything, so not a huge amount of info being gathered by Vasco, but in that lack of info, they're getting a bit of an understanding that, okay, maybe we don't see them on A side of the map, we don't see them on the B side of the map. Chances are, especially with this util getting tossed in, that they're hanging around in mid. So putting those sort of pieces together and understanding, roughly speaking, what 3BL are up to.
Yeah, this is the bread and butter, though, for 3BL, right? Like, they just kind of sit in mid. They just kind of make sure nobody's going to push through, like, long A, and just there's always having one lurk. Essentially a default, right? Like, these guys just kind of cement themselves in mid, kind of make a little bit of a, a line here, and then they just wait it out. And slowly, like I said, now we're finally starting to see, someone like Snare creeping himself to maybe find a little bit of maybe something, and he's burning good utility right now. But they're under a minute remaining. They finally get in this bracket control, so it's a question about what do they want to do with this? Do they want to go left or do they want to go right? And it looks like they want to try to contest against Action, but it's looking like it's the wrong door they might have picked here. Totson does finally put him down, but can they be able to find a little bit more? They have 30 seconds. They should be able to get this plant, and that is going to happen now.
I'm still impressed by what's being put on offer here by 3BL so far. They're looking really competitive. Against a team which yesterday down a Chinese squad, so that's a pretty positive sign. Nice decisive moves from Slayer. We'll take down one more. There goes MG as well, so Fei left to try to clutch it out, and he was pretty solid in the clutch yesterday, but this is too much to ask, and 3BL bounce back.
Okay, and you know, honestly, the one thing that we get to see in this round that I really liked is, you know, I didn't get a chance to really talk much about him, but man, Totson, or just Tot that he's using right now in game, this is a guy that's been around for a little bit of time, but he really can make a difference. Like I talk so much about Slayer and just how much he's a you know, just a menace on the rifle. Totson is one of those guys that he is that, plus he's a clutch factor. So I love when I get to see him play and when he's, you know, kind of firing on all his cylinders. Oh, wow, Slayer, I was thinking he's got a full read on this somehow, but it's good to see Totson in this position because I've unfortunately seen him in games where he's been quiet and pretty much non-existent, but when he comes back, man, he will make a comeback.
You can see Vasco making some change-ups as well with how they're playing this GR side, right? It's whatever they've been doing up to this point hasn't really been working necessarily, so going to try to put a bit more of a front foot kind of mentality into this round and take mid control, push out on A-Long. After 3BL going to have to fight for their territory a little bit more, so they managed to dislodge a couple of clean openers, but the response is so good from Vasco. They had the numbers there to fight, and fight they did. So Slayer and Snare now at a pretty significant deficit.
And again, it's, you know, the thing that's so cool about this team, like I always talk about how ICLs are not really known to get big, you know, big frags, is the fact of someone like Fei, like he's sitting himself in an 8-3 right now, and he single-handedly just kind of found that, you know, opening duels for the 2 kills, and then, you know, Silva able to come in as well and find himself that extra double. So it is the thing that's really exciting about this team as well. And, you know, Fei is running the ship right now. He's been a pro for a long time, but he's been nothing but impressive so far. I mean, we're only 2 days in, but I mean, he seems to be just finding the right moments.
I mean, it looked like it was going to do some damage to Slayer. Didn't in the end. Here's a bit of a response, though, as Vasco, they're not prepared to let this one slip too early by the wayside. And so throwing a bit of a curveball into the 6th round, they're taking the previous one and starting to put that pressure back on to 3BL.
Look at the stack we see from Vasco as well. Like, I mean, there's 3 players just kind of committed in the speed. Finally having to rotate a little bit here from VNC, which makes a lot of sense. That's normally what you would see, but now they're really turtled up on this. I mean, they pushed deep in mid. They threw a lot of utility. They were just, again, trying to find that opening. They do. Silva actually does get caught here in the kneecaps, so 20 HP. Snare, I mean, I'm glad to see him, you know, really trying to pack a punch a bit here. I mean, he's only sitting himself, you know, in a position of 1-4, but he's doing damage, and he's still making a lot of commotion. He did get that one round, you know, just, you know, making noise, essentially. He didn't even need to get a kill. Wish I could do that. Good position from Fei, though. Or reposition, I should say.
A lot of territory now being taken by 3BL, but they've got to bust their way in with a player deficit. Might be able to do it. Only 2 players defending this B side at the moment, though there will be a fast rotate in from VNC. If he has to go through that smoke to help out, he will. And Silva having already claimed the first is a good sign. Decent damage from the side defenders, but no real inroads actually being made. Has now eventuated with a numbers advantage on the behalf of 3BL, and they'll double down on that as they get themselves one more. This will be a plant territory, and MG, he's like, how am I all of a sudden on my own having to make this retake happen? That should have been a better hold from Vasco, but 3BL get away with one.
Yeah, and there it is, right? I mean, I talked a lot about Snare, and I know probably people are like, look, Laz, like he's 1-4. He wasn't really doing anything at all. And look at that round alone. Like, he was able to find multi-kills, putting the running around, just doing what he needs to do. So I love the fact that, I mean, actually, to be honest, I feel like that round fell apart where Fei was tucked away in the corner. He had a really good position. It was a complete whiff. He wasn't able to find anything. Okay, I'm going to, you know, talk about Beetlejuice here because Snare, you know, I keep talking a lot about him, and look at him go again. Now he's putting himself in a dead even of 4-4. So these last 2 rounds, he's been able to find 3 kills.
It's a really good looking 3BL at the moment. I mean, he's definitely causing problems, and that's a concern or a factor, but beyond that, it doesn't really seem like Vasco have a whole lot going on for them at the moment. Tot.
Ooh.
Probably a little bit unnecessary to be dying there.
Yeah, I don't love that idea. I mean, now Snare has the information, so...
You don't peek this.
Yeah, he needs to fall back. Like, you just play it smart. And this is a team where you and I both know, but like for anybody unsure, this is a team where like the discipline is... Oh God. Usually it's there, but okay. Snare's trying to make things a little bit more interesting. And now it's down to the 1v1.
This would be a brutal one to lose for 3BL, right when they're on the precipice of really sinking the boot in. Slayer watching on the other side of that smoke. He'll spot VNC out, and luckily for 3BL, he will save the day. Because that was starting to get a bit awkward.
Yeah. Well, and again, I was like praising them for being disciplined, and that's really uncharacteristic for them. Like normally you see them play the better system, they fall back, they play as a unit. I don't know, maybe Snare was like, I'm feeling it, I'm gonna swing this and do it. And that's the thing, like I think there's a lot of trust on this team, but that was a situation where Slayer should have never been in a 1v1 like that. But, you know, thankfully Slayer, you know, being as a monstrosity as he is with the AK as his primary, saves the day.
Well, timeout for Vasco. Bit of conversing to do. Don't know that they would have expected to be at a deficit at this point. I think they would have really come into this matchup prepared to be the favorites.
I know I predicted as 3BL being my prediction, but I definitely didn't think that this would be a situation where Vasco is going to be in the deficit. I thought normally what we've seen is 3BL starts really slow and then they make this comeback. That's normally what they do. That's kind of like their thing. I don't know why, but instead it's kind of the opposite where they're like, you know what, we're going to take a lead. We're gonna get ourselves a good kickstart, and now Vasco suddenly is in a deficit situation I never would have thought of. But that's okay. There's still lots of action to commence, and this was the other thing too. Like when we saw, you know, the previous game where Vasco was playing, you know, against a team like, you know, Evolution Power. I mean, EP was literally calling timeouts within the first 3 rounds. Like it was just madness. I could not fathom what was going on. So this one happening right now, I don't hate it at all because the rounds are getting close. It's just something's disconnected with the Vasco.
I've got to hope that they can figure that out pretty quickly. 5-2 on Compound is not a pretty great spot to be in. It's a bit more than a 50-50 kind of a map. A little bit of damage out of the nades in mid there. It's not a bad start to the round for Vasco, but it doesn't give them anything substantial. And at this point, they don't really necessarily even know that they've done that damage, so might be a moot point still.
Yeah, and again, I think, you know, for 3BL, I mean, I think it's an obvious thing to say, like any team wants to get a 2-0, but I think in general of just the maps and the vetoes, they really do need this one. And I think for them, like going to Ankara would be not a good situation. Like this is a map where that's like a 7-7 record. It's a bit of a coin flip. It's 50%. Like we don't know what we're going to get from them. There's a lot riding on this one, Jordan.
Yeah. Right on the shoulders of Silva. Secondary arm. But 3BL are smoked off, so maybe Silva won't come into play just yet. Or maybe he will as they decide to push in through that smoke. Feifei's going to play anti-flash. 3BL hole up for the moment. Reed is definitely in there from Vasco, though. They've got the members over on this B side. I'm surprised that 3BL even commit to that. They've got a lot of time. Feifei is making them look a little bit silly for it. Good response from Todd. I don't know if it's enough to win this round yet. The C4 is dropped behind him. And yeah, with that extra plane being picked up in middle, then pretty much seals the deal. Yeah, really surprising to see 3BL go for that because it felt pretty telegraphed. And Vasco were very prepared for it.
Yeah, it just seemed weird that they did every single player through the doorway. Like, why not put somebody through the little window there? Like the Cubby, I was kind of surprised. I know that's a bit of an awkward fight, but I think that could have been a little bit better. Just having that little bit of a potential of a one-in-one trade. But, I mean, look, Totson is somebody that can put himself in clutch scenarios. But, I mean, this is not good. It's 14 seconds remaining. He has to be able to find 3 kills. not going to happen. Vasco, they do respond nicely here with the timeout. And I mean, I know, I think that was a pretty big common thing we talked about yesterday is the fact of, look, like, when you have those timeouts and you're the one that called it, like, you really do need to get that round in. I just think it mentally will feel better. So for Vasco to call it that early when it was, 5-2, they do become successful with it. So it's not a bad thing. And Feifei now leading the chart here with 13-6. So he is definitely top rank, and he's the only player on Vasco right now with the double digits. Everybody else kind of sitting at that 5 and 4, as you can see. But man, he is just on a different level right now.
One more round here for 3BL would be fantastic. A 6-3 lead at the end of the half. It definitely, is a pretty sizable advantage on a map like Compound. I don't know. I have this element of doubt in the back of my mind when it comes to the West teams that I'm not sure they're going to be able to get it over the line, but 3BL are doing a good job of changing that narrative at the moment. It's 2 for 2. MG needs more to hold on to this side, and that's difficult, but he's got one, which makes it at least doable for Silver in the 2v1. If this was a 3v1, it feels a bit too much to ask, but 2v1, especially with a couple of low HP players, this might actually still be a round which he can swindle. He's now been spotted out, and I wasn't expecting Slayer. So 3BL, lots of noise being made. They recognize how important that round is. Get their 6th.
Yeah, really impressive Blacklist side that we saw from 3BL. The side switch is going to happen, so that's going to be the 6-3 that we have. And, I mean, for them, being on a map like this, I mean, I don't even think, like, historically, this is a stronger, the stronger side. Like, I guess it is. It is by 1%. What am I saying? It's just under 60% that they normally can win on this. So this map, they're a pretty efficient, Blacklist team, but also a GR-sided team. But it's good to see them getting a little bit of that buffer here with the 3 rounds. That's going to, I talk about, boosting confidence, and I know you have a little bit of doubt in your mind about the West teams right now, and I don't blame you. I'm very close behind that too, but that's going to make them feel a lot better.
Now it's their job to finish the map off, right? Like, you can't have a 6-3 lead and then let it slip and try to sort of reshape that narrative. If they end up losing this map, then that's kind of like reinforcing what we're saying a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
So you need to be the change that you want to see for the West League. This is an opportunity to do it. They are generally pretty proficient on this map, so the way things are going so far, you'd have to back 3BL to close it.
Yeah, but I mean, for a team like Vasco, I mean, the moneymaker is on their defensive side. Like, they do have that 71% win rate, comparable to 56, so that's a pretty big difference, right? So, but right now, I mean, they're just fragging out. They're just getting duels. They're going to win these duels, and they've already taken down, Slayer, which is one of the players that is top fragging on this 3BL team. But now there needs to be a little bit more. But these guys are being a little bit quiet. They don't really have any sort of an answer. And now they have to be able to find it, and he catches a kneecap too. So this might even be a flawless round potentially for Vasco, and indeed it is.
Okay. That's the start to the second half that Vasco would definitely be quite eager to see.
Damn.
Yeah, I get the sense this is going to be a pretty back and forth matchup. There's no team running away with things yet. I mean, really, of all the maps that we saw yesterday, the most one-sided was a 10-4, so nothing like super clean. Certainly not in the same vein as what we might have been used to seeing at international events. And this one doesn't look like it's going to be a clean one either side, either way. Another big day ahead of us, I dare say.
Yeah, definitely possible. And that's it. That was something that I think we, the consensus of yesterday is the fact of just the competition is just that high, right? And it really is like any team can beat any team. Like when we talk about, the teams that qualify, these are teams that are essentially like, essentially the top 2. I mean, I think EP was kind of a different exception in their overall league, but these are teams that essentially won their leagues and, got themselves a spot here. But yeah, I mean, this is where it gets interesting to see how different regions are going to be able to play against each other and how they compete. But I don't disagree. I don't think 3BL are a team in this kind of a state where they're just going to run away with it. If it's going to be a win, it's going to be grindy. It's going to be a little grueling, to say it the least, Jordan.
Not a whole lot going on for Vasco right now.
Yeah, like surprisingly very quiet. Like they seem very, you know, reserved right now. They're not poking around. They're just kind of really just waiting it out.
Classic of the Brazilian region and of Feifei especially as well as an IGL. Teams often sort of play like this. As the timer ticks away, they do eventually get to force their hand. Has resulted in an opening kill in this round for 3BL. Vasco still not sure where they really want to end up by the looks of things. They've smoked off the B side, which doesn't necessarily mean that they're not going there, but they need to do some real work here, and they won't be able to. Horus lining a couple up. It is just MG once again. And he'll be dealt with, and that'll be 3BL up to 7. Good response.
That's a great response. And look, like, you know, Horus has been around for quite some time too, so it's good to see him, you know, find himself a little bit of a groove there. They needed that, man, and I was thinking Slayer, that was really cheeky, like you said, smoking off the B main like that. He went for a swing. He was like, yeah, I'm gonna pop this. I'm gonna see if I can be the element of surprise. It wasn't one and done, but it was something. But then Horus, you know, thankfully was able to get that big double kill that trade things off. So this is changing it up, and now 3BL, they're gonna be the ones that are regressing onto this, but can they be able to win this engagement? My God, it's just the gloves are off. Everybody's just in a full bar fight on this one, and MG, he's going to be the one that's made this in the advantage situation despite his HP.
Super winnable though for Horus, especially if he goes mid. C4's been dropped over there, so he'll be able to cut the rotation off, and he even finds the timing. He might be able to grab Action for free. See where he goes and has a look. Action watching towards pillars instead. Ball.
Yeah, he's got the info.
I don't know. Does he? Yeah, MG seems to be waiting for the push from Horus. I don't think Action knows, because he wouldn't be watching pillars if he would have heard that step behind him. So I actually don't think that Horus made any noise. That was just a coverage from Vasco. Good coverage, it has to be said.
Yeah, I was a little bit curious about that too, because I wasn't sure if Action did here, because I was thinking he did. I'm glad you said that too, because I was like, well, I don't know if he did, but it was weird that he was just kind of watching that position. But Horus, unfortunately, you know, the difficulty of this map as well, being long range, is that you have to go against the and that was MG being alive. He was the one that was able to get that last rule, right? So it's never easy. So you're definitely at a disadvantage in terms of the range fights, but nonetheless, I mean, still 3BL, you know, I do like their creativity. You know, they tune it up a little bit. They push in B main. They tried to go through pillars. They were trying to do something different. Now they're right back to the old bread and butter. The old default.
The old play slow. That's the Vasco way, mate.
Yeah, it definitely is.
Minute and a half left on the clock. I'm going to have a bit of a look here. That's actually a little bit faster tempo than what we're used to seeing. And I wonder if that may have caught 3BL off guard a little bit. First kill and the second both going the way of Vasco. They're not done yet on Compound. Trying to take control of that A site. Looks like they've got it. 3BL, those last remaining 3 members are kind of locked out.
Yeah, now for the 3v5, I should say, it's not going to be good. And even Watson, he's going to get flanked. Oh, man. Yeah, this thing is really just falling apart here. It is Snake and Slayer, the last two. Snake, the IGL, going to be throwing some utility, hoping that he can find something, but it's going to be VNC, just sprays them on down. And okay, Vasco now making this right into the interesting conversation, like we said. Like, this is becoming a one-round differential in this situation, and not surprising to say the least. Like we said, look, like Vasco, a bit of a slower start than we thought, but despite that being a 6-3 first half for 3BL, it's only been one round they've been able to find them the second, and now it's been, you know, Vasco that have been able to find 3.
Dangerous day to be a CrossFire caster, though, if the first map is going to be this close of the day. We've got 4 best of 3s. So, finished at around midnight last night. After a 2 p.m. start. On for another day like that one. Snare and Horus, though, have other ideas here for 3BL. They're not too keen to see Vasco catching up, so back to the drawing board maybe for Vasco. Down 8-6 if they were not able to close this round out would be a bit of a hefty comeback required. And the way things are looking, they're not going to be winning this round. 3BL kind of have it on lock. It's only the one kill so far for Vasco, and again, it will be MG that finds himself alive last.
Yeah, and I think Snare's even coming through onto window, so he should be able to find this, and he does. So nice composure that we see from 3BL, and they are staying true to their their compound game right now. Like I said, a very scary team. Whenever I got to watch some of the CFWL, it was like, if compound was in the rotation, I was like, well, I don't think the team that they're playing is gonna, really enjoy this, because, like I said, 3BL have only lost one time. They're 14-1 on a map like this, and you don't really get a lot of stats like that, I feel like.
No. Vasco with another very similar approach, prioritizing that mid control. Hasn't honestly worked out too well for them on this Blacklist side.
Yeah, there's definitely some repositions happening as well. So I think, if I'm not mistaken, I think that's Horus. Yeah, so he's actually put himself deep in on Jenny right now, so he's just kind of waiting things out. The first duel is going to go in favor for 3BL. Horus does make some noise, but oh man, that pre-shot just gave it away. So they knew 100% he was there, and look at how fast they were able to get that double kill. So now they put themselves in advantage.
Yeah, flash came in a little bit too early there. Kind of gave the game away. Vasco, as soon as they hear that flash, they recognize, okay, that's someone being flashed in, but they were, 2 steps back. They didn't actually get blind from it. So they were actually able to swing. Whew. But I like that. Pretty intelligent push from Tot. And a nice shot as well from Slayer. Brings it back into control for 3BL. It's looking scary for a moment. We've got a timeout call. Again, presuming that's probably from 3BL. I mean, it should be. They're the only one that's allowed to call it. They'd love it to be on map point, which is what it will be.
Wow, that got loud. It was really loud to hear in the background, but okay, the timeout, and this was, I think you and I were the ones that were kind of talking a lot about this, is like, I'm still pretty indifferent about this, because we're in a position now where they're on map point. They need one more round to get the job done. I'm not against them calling it, but I'm kind of also in this point where things are really working out for them. So I'm a little bit curious why, but maybe they just feel like they need to clear something up.
Well, if you notice that call came in when the round was sort of still 50-50, kind of hanging in the balance. They weren't sure who was going to win. In fact, it might have even looked at one point like Vasco was going to be able to win that and sort of close the gap again. So maybe that was the pressure sort of moment where someone just said, all right, well, we need to call the timeout for next round because we're going to lose this round. Instead, they actually go on to win the round. So the situation's not quite as dire as what it potentially could have been, and I think that might be what it might have influenced the timeout call.
Yeah.
Either way, they've got to make use of it, and it's not a bad place to be, when you've got one round to go to win the game.
Yeah, no, it's no doubt. I mean, this gives, like we said, this also gives a bit of a boost here for Vasco to be able to figure out what they need to do. I mean, this is now a moment where it's make it or break it, and otherwise Compound's going to be over, and we're going to be moving things over to the second map where, yeah, not going to be ideal. So, I mean, you could even see the screen before, like Totson was like leaned back, like he was full lounge, like he was just eyes closed, and I don't know if he's meditating or something, but yeah, he was just trying to, stay calm, and it's always interesting watching players and what they utilize their timeouts for. It's always different. It's always unique.
Could this be the final round of Compound? That's what 3BL will be looking for. It's been a big game from Slayer. And you highlighted him at the start of the map, Tot as well. Stepping up nicely. Smash bows for 3BL at the moment. They're feeling confident. They do get aggressive in toward middle. Slayer. It's not going to work out for them this time around. 3BL have been dismantled by Feifei. A couple of trades back do go in response for 3BL, but numbers are better for Vasco. And I'm sure the round will slow down from here.
Yeah, a lot of decisions here to be made because, even despite being the man advantage right now for Vasco, like they do need to make sure that they kind of clear their options. They're going to make sure they just kind of fully scope out what they can, need to do in this, because you do have Snake that's still alive. I mean, he is the IGL, so I mean, for him, like he's had some good mentorship with like someone like Penguin, where he's definitely got a lot of history with the game as well, and he's been successful in the past with 3BL. So it's a good player to have alive here. And Snare is, despite him being 9 and 10, I mean, I still do think he's playing his role well. It is only the one and done though here, so he actually gets overwhelmed by 3 players down long. So now they're going to get this C4 down, but it's a question about Snake. Okay, that looked a little weird, but I was wondering what happened. But what is he going to be doing now?
Try and go for it. Oh, good damage onto Action, but he's trying to draw out the peek from VNC. He doesn't know exactly where this second player is, and that's the real problem for him. Exactly there, as you can see. So Vasco get themselves one more, keep themselves in the conversation for now.
Yeah, not a bad effort, though, because you could see that, like you said, it was he really had no idea where that second player was, but he was kind of just doing a little bit of a bait and switch. He was just like, hey, I'm going to tenderize the planter.
Yeah, it was well played.
It definitely was well played. It was just he really had no idea. Oh, God,
3BL trying to get aggressive again. This time almost works out. But Vasco recognizing the stack into pillars, and so they'll decide to move away, not take the fight. 2 minutes left on the clock, and they're back into the BL spawn. So they'll take their sweet time about going through the map here. And 3BL are going to give them a good reason to do that as well. Util getting tossed on in. Smokes to keep them at bay.
Yeah, this is when you have a strat like that for 3BL, and they were able to run away with that with no cost of a life. This is good now because for Vasco, like Feifei essentially is going to be a little bit extra cautious, wondering, are they going to try to have somebody else kind of pressing a little bit more on a pressure point maybe, and all those questions start to seep in. So it just burns time, and that's what 3BL want. They want that clock to get as low as possible, just so that maybe there's a chance that it's a time management round. I doubt it, but it definitely makes it more of an issue.
Yeah, 3BL will be happy with this.
Yeah.
Vasco being very tentative in mid, aren't they? I'm starting to get a bit worried. Like, they don't actually have a huge amount of map control. They haven't pushed into pillars. They don't have much on A long either. So it's going to have to happen through mid. But then you're all funneling in from one direction. And 40 seconds left on the clock. This is where things often can go wrong, right? You just lose one player at an inopportune time, or C4 gets dropped at the wrong time, and that can be your round over. Look at this counter Util coming out from 3BL. They have lined this up really nicely, and it should be a 3BL round off the back of it. Horus has already struck for a couple. The numbers advantage there, and 3BL, they are locking it down. 20 seconds to go. C4 has to be retrieved, and that'll give time for 3BL to come across. It's just BNC, and that is done. 3BL will take map 1.
Woo-wee, okay. Things are definitely getting a little spicy and a little bit more interesting here. The West team, able to find themselves an opener and get the map win, and I love that because, like I said, the fact that Vasco had to really evaluate everything, and they were trying to figure out, okay, what do we do? And the time was running low. Then you saw 3BL, instead of just playing passive, they actually reaggressed, and it worked out perfectly. So that was a big statement, and this is where we talked a lot about the structure. This is where we talked a lot about 3BL as an Egyptian team, like really trying to make a scene now and really trying to, showcase what they can do. And I definitely was very, very pleased to see what we saw from them here on Compound.
Big high fives going on in the 3BL camp, but it has to be said, job's not yet done, right? No. It's always a good feeling to get off with the opening game under your belt, the opening map under your belt, but you definitely still have to kind of look at this one as 3BL and say, well, they've won their map pick, and that's good, that's well and good, but we go on to Port, which, maybe Vasco feel a little bit more comfortable on. I will mention, I guess, we do see 3BL play Port quite a bit, and they have some success domestically, but it's not their best map per se.
No.
So, yeah, I mean, I'm not sold necessarily that this is going to be a win for 3BL just yet, but I'd like to see it.
Not on the copium, eh? I know I'm probably going to get flamed for it because I'm a little bit biased, but at the same time, I was definitely giving a lot of praise here for Vasco. I still think they played not a bad game here, but I just think that, 3BL, they definitely have the leg up in the sense that we didn't see Vasco playing Compound yesterday, but I think 3BL were able to watch a lot of gimmicks that Vasco does have in the arsenal. So that does give you the advantage. When you're a team that starts on day 2, you're able to kind of sit back, study, watch what's going on. Like I said, when I was hanging out with these guys, just sitting in the stands, like they weren't talking much. Like they were definitely focused. They were watching the games, and it seemed like they were taking a ton of mental notes about, okay, I'm going to counter that some way.
Yeah, definitely good signs for 3BL. They didn't win a single map at the CFS Grand Finals 2023. So last year in China, they rocked up to that event, got 0-2, 0-2, 0-2. And you know, it's much better to start a tournament with a map win under your belt. So maybe that brings with it some sort of worlds of change or winds of change and whatever. But yeah, we'll see obviously how this one continues to play. I think Vasco are one of those teams that, I don't know, I don't get the sense that they sort of leave it all on the table in every single map. Do you get my meaning?
Yeah.
Like, they had some good maps yesterday against Evolution Power, but sort of a little bit slow on Ankara, for example. Maybe they take a little bit to wake up as well, and I don't think we've seen the best of Vasco so far today is kind of what I'm trying to get at.
Yeah, no, and I agree. Like I said, I don't think Vasco played their best game on this map, but I don't think it was like they played their worst. It felt like it was just kind of this, like, I don't know, maybe like a 60%, 70%, but that's kind of what, you know, I was getting very critical about on yesterday's game when they played, you know, EP, is the fact that they kind of threw away their second map where they should have got it done. And this is maybe kind of that same, you know, kind of synergy that we had from the first one, right? I mean, this is maybe where they just really weren't able to find too much, but they made a comeback, right? I mean, this is where, you know, Vasco's very much into this game. So I think for 3BL, let's hope they don't get in their own heads and get too amped. They realize like they got a little bit of a buffer with a map win, but the job ain't done yet. You got to get that. You got to get that 2-0, that 2-1.
Yep, indeed. And as was the case in the first couple of games yesterday, that's an easier said than done kind of a task. A couple of close affairs between LCK and by Evolution Power up against Vasco. I mean, I think you look at this one as 3BL, and you look at what happened to LCK yesterday, and you've got to think like, okay, we now are the front-running representatives for our region. It seems at this point unlikely maybe that LCK is going to make it out of their group. I know that's wild to say off of one game, but that is a very important game for them up against Wolf Empire, unless they can potentially find an upset against Baisha, for example. So if I'm 3BL, I'm thinking, okay, if we want to get an extra slot for, you know, the West League going into the CFS Grand Finals, well, we probably have to be the ones to do that, because we at the moment are the ones that are still in a pretty good spot to run into those playoffs. But either way, take a look at the scoreboard, and it's actually pretty even sort of in terms of how things played out. You know, you have Feifei and Tot sort of towards the top end, MG and Slayer, nice little cameo. Then you've got your middle of the road player in Snare and VNC. Horus and Action kind of mirroring themselves, and Silver and Snake also kind of mirroring things there just in terms of the overall KD. But at the end of the day, 10-7, it tells a bit of a different tale. And, you know, your KD is all well and good, but it's the rounds that actually matter.
Yeah.
No matter how they come.
Exactly. It's all about, you know, getting those rounds and converting. You know, the KD ratio is only one thing, right? I mean, I think there was a good point you brought up, like where I think it was the second round in, like MG, he wasn't able to get the defuse, but he was able to find 2 kills, right? So it's just kind of like those kind of things play a factor into this. So like, yeah, him putting it at 1.2, it doesn't mean it has the impact that costs the round or got them the round, whereas 3BL, you can see it did. And like, you look at someone like Horus, just for anybody that's kind of, you know, a little bit new to the game and understanding, he was only under a 1.0, but the guy still was able to have some massive impact with good swings. He's doing damage. He is kind of the playmaker to, you know, sacrifice himself here for his teammates to kind of excel more. So not surprising to see him sitting under a 1.0, because we know that he can do a lot.
Yeah, well, you know, there's a lot to sort of break down, I guess, about that one, but hopefully we'll jump into map 2 pretty shortly here, because I think that's what we're all waiting for. You know, it's one of those series where, is there a lot to really say about this? Maybe not until we've actually seen it play out. Again, we don't get to see 3BL at these kinds of competitions too often, and Vasco, you know, they've done well domestically. They've even done pretty well internationally this year. So I think if we get to a point where 3BL actually wins this series, that's where we're now like, okay, we actually have a lot to say here, because that is a real barometer for where maybe 3BL is sitting at the moment as a team, and Vasco, are they looking potentially a little bit shaky in that case, even though yesterday they had a good result? I don't know. I feel like those are still things that are maybe a little bit too preemptive at this point in time, because we have yet to see map 2. I would be very, very surprised to see Vasco lose in a 0-2 fashion personally.
Yes.
So I think they've got, you know, the ability to come back into this one. I'm not counting them out just yet.
Yeah, and I think for me, like, you know, I was just kind of taking a look at the notes, and like this map of Port is definitely a heavy favorite for Vasco. Like they're domestically 6-0, and where for 3BL it's a situation where they are like their 4th best map. So it's not like it's the best one. It's not a top 3.
Yeah, I know we've seen Port kind of a lot actually from 3BL, so there's that at least that you can go, okay, they do play it a fair bit. It's just that sometimes it looks a little bit neither here nor there from them. So
yeah.
I don't know. I mean, again, not to say that there's no world where 3BL could win this one. You look towards individuals on that roster, and pretty much anyone can show up. And if someone has a banger game, you know, that's just enough to get you over the line today against Vasco 2-0. But 9 times out of 10, it's not going to come down to that. So you're kind of like putting your fingers together and praying if that's what you're relying on to get this win.
Yeah, like honestly, as much as I know I'm probably seeing a little bias here for 3BL, I just don't think it's a world where it is going to be the 2-0. If they do, I'm going to buy you dinner or something. Because like, look, like I just don't think that's possible. In a map like this, it's going to be tough. And if they do get it, I wouldn't even be surprised if it goes to a golden round. Like I do think if it's going to be a win, it's going to be the longest stretch to getting there, because it's just a map where Vasco, they're scary, man.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, I would be wondering, okay, first of all, who's starting on GR side? I know that was on the veto graphic, but I didn't write it down, so I don't remember. But I assume, given that it is Vasco's map choice, that 3BL would choose to start on GR side. Yeah. And if that's the case and they got off to a good start, like let's aim for something like a 7-2 first half here.
Sure.
Put that pressure onto Vasco and really test their mettle as to whether or not they can make that comeback happen. Because, look, we saw yesterday as well for Vasco, they do crumble a little bit under the pressure. When that comeback was happening for Evolution Power on Ankara, Vasco ended up losing that map 10-8 despite having a really big start on the map. So they are a team that maybe can be affected mentally. And if you were 3BL right now and you got off to a good start on map 2, that definitely will get into the mental of this Vasco roster, who, for them, expectation at this event is we definitely have to qualify for playoffs. Like, we definitely have to be a top 4 team. Otherwise, we've underperformed. We ideally, if we want to be progressing, want to make it to the final. So there's a lot to lose for Vasco. Whereas for 3BL, it's like there's no real expectations. Like, well, people are probably just thinking, okay, well, they just get knocked out in groups. Like, if they get a map win, that's kind of good compared to the last time we saw them in China.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
they've already sort of exceeded that. So lots to lose for Vasco. I don't know if the pressure is necessarily there in the same way for 3BL. And if they can start well on this map, put those thoughts into Vasco's heads, then yeah, things will get interesting. Timing for the push here from Vasco. It's looking not too bad, but the shots are even better from 3BL, and that's what really matters at the end of the day. Feifei in through middle should be traded here. Best case scenario. So we're back to 2-on-2.
Yeah, the 2-2, and now it's the double S is here for 3BL to see if they're going to have enough oomph here to get the first round. You got BNC. This is, oh my god. Oh, snare! That's just filthy. And that's good too. I mean, that's a good player to take out. So now you still have MG. I mean, this is the guy, like I said, he was an MVP yesterday for day number 1 for his team. You can never count him out. Oh god. Oh god. He's looking for the 3-1. Yeah, now snare, it's a question. And look at MG. He's already pre-firing. He has a good idea. Like, yeah, he's going to be right on my left. So it's down to the 1v1, and MG, he will be able to get it. Like we said, man, this is why the guy is putting up big numbers. He is so lethal.
It's a painful one for 3BL. You know, talk about the ripple effect or the butterfly effect. How much of a factor does that one round play in how the rest of this map now starts to sort of shape up? Right, if that goes the way of 3BL, does the next round, does the momentum, does the game? But if it goes the way of Vasco, which we now see it has, is that, okay, well, we're back. Don't worry about it, boys. MG, nice clutch, we're back in the game. It's a nice round on the blacklist side as well. It's just a bit of a confidence settler for Vasco.
Yeah, much needed. Really, really much needed. Because, I think if 3BL would have been able to find that round, yeah, that mental hurdle might be a bit bigger than just a hurdle, right? I mean, there might be a bit of a mountain here for Vasco. So I think they needed it. And, I mean, we'll see if they can capitalize with that. But They are just going to play true to the old port way, and they're going to be slow, but oh my god, Totson! Oh man, he was almost able to find himself a double. Look at how much damage he's able to inflict, but can't get it done, but at least his life is still intact. So now they can kind of reset. They can kind of calm things down a little bit here with that minute and 20 remaining.
Vasco saved by that flash, for sure. They're going to set themselves up at the warehouse. Hasn't prompted too much of a response by 3BL. There's no moves being made. You've just got Snake watching middle. And then you've got the 2-2 split of the remaining defenders. Don't know that Vasco's super keen to commit to anything at the moment. C4's in mid, so it can be picked back up, and it's very much in that transitionary position. Could still go one way or the other. But back to B seems to be the name of the game. That might be the slightly more favorable of the two for 3BL right now, given that Snake is on the left side of mid rather than the right side of mid. But instead, it actually is going to be that push in through mid. And it is Snake that has to try to challenge. He'll lose his life straight away on the reswing. And now the sights are cut in half. Slayer tries to get ahead of the player, can't do it. It is Vasco that have come rampaging back into port.
Yeah, things are starting to look a lot better now, and this is where we were saying, you know, for this map, I mean, 3BL on a map like this, their stronger side is that GR side, over 63% that they, you know, historically have had, you know, some pretty good numbers on, and then the other side of it is, for a map like this for Vasco is, I mean, they are a more defensive-heavy team too, but they're you know, their BL side is still well over a good 50% here, so definitely a good percentage on this, but now 3BL down by 2. They haven't been able to find too much. It was a close round in the first, but this one was a lot more convincing of a win here for Vasco. So they do a good job just to kind of rebound from the loss here in the first. So now 3BL, they're starting to get a little taste of their own medicine.
Yep. Yep, indeed. And you don't want to let this go for too long. You're on the GR side. Like, this is already starting to get a bit out of hand with only those 2 rounds, especially with how decisive that previous one there just looked for Vasco. Snare going to be tested in this one by the looks of things. I think it's good to test the A side early just to get a bit of an idea of how strong the defense is going to look there. If it's weak, if it's looking vulnerable, then it really opens up a lot more options on that BL side. Nicely timed nade though onto action will soften him up, but here comes the push, and the coverage of the utils looking pretty damn good so far from Vasco, but again, shots in there from 3BL are not looking too shabby either. It's a favorable enough trade. C4 is in an awful position for Vasco. They now have to commit to the A bomb site, and this should be 3BL's first round on the board now.
Yeah, should be is a key word on that, right? I mean, the whole Snare, I think maybe he was going to be able to find that little bit of a quick duel, and now they're starting to get a little bit more hungry for it. Okay, Slayer's going to get the Colt into action, leaving it down to MG by himself. In a situation here for the 1-on-3. He's been able to do it before with the 1-on-2, but now he's got a little bit more of a difficulty added onto this because you still have Slayer to go against. It was before where it actually was Snake and Snare that he was able to eradicate. So can he do it again with a minute remaining?
Against 3? With a bomb in a really awkward spot. Making some noise now. I am not going to be counting my chickens before they hatch here for MG. It would be a miracle clutch. Hasn't landed that shot, and that was the opportunity. If there were one there, to be honest, the trade was likely to come through from 3BL anyway. The positioning was so good. So not the end of the world for 3BL, all right? Now it's like, okay, we didn't maybe make this as easy for ourselves as we could have, but we're in the contest. So let's just take it one round at a time, put one foot in front of the other, and start to build on this.
Yeah, and again, like, you know, I kind of, you know, briefly mentioned this before, but for anybody that's not familiar with a team like 3BL, this is a team that, oh my god, Slayer's able to find a double to start things off. Okay, hold on to your hat, folks. Things are looking pretty good here at 3BL. I don't know what's changed here, but now going in first gear to second gear, they found themselves an advantage here, which we haven't been able to see too much of that lately, but even Thompson getting aggressive. He's had enough. That meditation he was doing in the timeout looks like it's going to pan out nicely, and now putting MG once again is the LMS.
This is something that you see a lot though from the Brazilian snipers.
I
I feel like I don't know if it's something that comes from the sniper player themselves, as in it's just a tendency of those individuals in that region and they play that way and it results in those kind of outcomes, or if it's a setup that the team is trying to create in that, yeah, we'll have the riflers kind of be a little bit more of a sacrificial player and allow the sniper to be in that clutch position more often than not. Because, you know, when you look at teams that have done really well from Brazil, Gokun was very much one of the forefront sort of members in that respect in previous iterations of like Imperial, for example. And he very much had that style. He was very often the last player alive, clutching things out. And it seems like MG's kind of following in those footsteps. Whether that's by design or whether it's just an accident, I'm not sure, but it happens a lot more for the Brazilian teams that you'll see the sniper player alive as the last member as opposed to any other teams. So something to kind of consider. Either way, Snake this time is going to give control of mid. Need some more trades to come back on through here. Snake's done really well. How's he gotten 3 there? That's unbelievable. A 4th from Snake. He's just popped off in the round. And that might be what his default choice is going to have to be for the rest of this defensive half, because he looked a lot better stepping back, taking another angle than he did trying to challenge the initial push. That was brilliant.
That was absolutely brilliant, yeah. And again, like, you know, the IGL, and that seems to just be the thing now. Like, these guys, they're still able to frag out, and he's able to, you know, put this round potentially into 3BL's hand and giving them the lead, which is going to be the first time they've been able to do in this map of Port. So, and it is going to be solidified here. So it's going to be a 3-2. Snare's going to be able to put the nail to the coffin, and this is a good comeback. And like I said, 3BL are definitely that team that when their backs are on the board, I don't know what it is, they love that pressure, and then the dream could be a reality. I mean, this is what they do in the West League, but now you're at the big stage. This is where you're at the Summer Invitational. This is not, the same as playing your competitors in the West League. Now things are elevated to a whole different level, but so far, so good.
So far, so good indeed. I don't know about Horus's position here. He's being covered off by Snare, to be fair, but just deciding to back it up. Don't necessarily want to see a big change up from 3BL just yet. I think it's, in this particular round, now you've won a few in a row, it would be the kind of time where Vasco's thinking, okay, they might actually throw a spanner in the works here, so let's just be prepared for something. I'm kind of glad that Vasco haven't actually been given anything too early on in this round by 3BL. I think it's much better that they do play a little passive again. Save it in the back pocket for a bit later on.
Yeah, normally what we see from like a team like 3BL on this map as well is like when they're on this defensive side, like they do like to have a player, Slayer typically likes to play the drop down spot. He likes to be aggressive and kind of leaving him very exposed on long. But that is usually with Snare to, utilize the OM. Okay. Well, good night, Snake. I mean, that's a little awkward, a little weird, but okay. We're going to give a man advantage Vasco out of nowhere.
They need all the help that they can get at this point, it seems like, so see if it brings 3BL undone. They've got to be disappointed, but it might not be the end of the round just yet. Slayer does get the 1-for-1. It's probably not quite enough. We'll need to see something from Tot. He'll fall. And so, in the end, seems like it might just be a doomed round for 3BL now that they've been locked out of the B site by the smokes.
No plant yet, though.
Yeah, it should be okay. It's going down. Get a pause after this round. Sort things out on the stage.
Yeah, it's going to be 3BL. I mean, and maybe it was like an issue, like a tech issue. I have no idea, but yeah, clearly something happened. So if 3BL do lose this round, that's going to be a really frustrating one because everything happened. So it's not like you could even restart the round, I don't think. So
no, there won't be a restart. And Snare, I don't think there'll be a 1v3 either. So 3-3 is the score. We'll get a tech pause in here to just make sure everything's in tip-top shape in the server. It happens.
It does happen,
It's important here for 3BL to not let that affect them because they're still in a position where this map is very much winnable on either side. And that can be a bit of a triggering little issue for them, but you've got to sort of just go, okay, what's in the past? We need to move forward. Let's figure out what it is that we need to do to still win this map. Look, I got a lot of life experience, I'm 30 years old now almost.
Wow, okay.
Yep. And so sometimes bad things happen in life.
That's true.
And you have two options in that case. You can either ruminate on the bad thing, be angry at the world, think, why did this happen to me? And that's fair. That's all valid.
Yeah.
You know what? Go off.
Yeah. Go off, King.
But does that let you achieve your goals?
Exactly.
No.
Yeah, that is true.
You're just going to be in your bedroom, kicking and screaming, punching the pillows, slamming the wall. I don't know, whatever it is the kids do these days. Instead, yep, you recognize it happened. You recognize it sucks.
Yes.
But let's move forward, because that's the only thing you can do. And that's my wisdom and advice for today.
Hey, that is really good. You know what? If we can impart some wisdom as, boomers, I think that's really important. And I think that's a really good piece of advice, because that is true. You have two different roads you can go down, the high road or the low, and it's really up to you to make that decision. But like you said, kind of converting this back into this situation is 3BL. Let's just make sure they take the high road.
Correct. Look, they don't seem to be too affected by it at the moment. They've been around a long time. They're experienced. They've dealt with situations like this before.
It's better earlier in the game, too. Like, we kind of made that comment in the beginning where they just started map 1. They had to pause right away because I think it was Snare, like his monitor turned off. But thankfully, it's in the beginning. There was nothing to really impact anything. Yeah. This is the same situation, too, where we're not like in a situation of like 8-8, and it's the game could go either way. It still is like that, but there's still plenty of rounds to happen.
Bro, MG is just locked in. He's not even looking anywhere but his monitor.
Yeah, he's gaming.
Hand on his mouse. Where do you sit in terms of the keyboard positioning? Are you a horizontal or a vertical gamer?
No, I'm never going to understand the full tilt.
Yeah,
I never will understand that. Maybe like a slight one, maybe. But that is all, like, maybe what MG's doing, I would maybe do, maybe a bit less than that, personally.
Yeah.
But, I mean, back in the day, when I used to play, it's like your desks were very small. You had no room, so the vertical thing was a thing. You had to do it. And that is kind of why we see a lot of players doing that. So I hated it. But I always try to find a way of how do I make it not just a full line, how do I make it kind of like an angle?
Yep.
Yeah, so.
Did you go for the 10 keyless?
Oh, of course.
Yeah?
Yeah, of course. You got to. I don't know why. I'm just not a fan of minis. I don't like it. I got big fingers. I'm a big guy. I feel like I'm just slamming, all the buttons. So it's just, I like the 10 keyless. It feels always good. It's still light. You're not hitting your mouse on it. And things look pretty good. What about you? What are we rocking here?
I was always someone who did have the numpad up till my most recent keyboard purchase. And then I went 10 keyless. And I did miss it a little bit. Like I had the numpad for, the Excel spreadsheet, doing my invoices and whatnot, did that. But got used to it eventually. And definitely appreciate the extra mouse space.
Yes.
When I'm playing games. So it's a bit of column A, bit of column B. You know what they need is like one which has a removable numpad. That you can just
that's next
like
level.
Snap on. That would be pretty cool.
Yeah, any peripheral companies that are listening, look, we just gave you a really good business idea here, so you are welcome. So
we'll call it the elfish guy. That's so cringe.
Hey, I like it though. Good product placement right there.
All right, well, we'll jump back in game here. Obviously, everything's all sorted. We're at 3-3. And another important round ahead for both teams can really swing the rest of this half. It's kind of hanging in the balance. Could go either way.
Yeah, I'm going to get this short control a little bit. BNC just throwing some flashes, some nades. And like I said, this is where Slayer normally likes to be underneath there. Like he likes to play the very close angle. He likes to be able to find somebody off guard. So that might even be some good preparation here from Vasco, just realizing what they've done in the CFWL. But now things are nice and slow and steady here, which is not unexpected here for both these teams. But it does look like Vasco want to go for this B main control. They are going to try to fight for it. And Slayer is, instead of being very aggressive on the angle, he's going to be very passive on this. So this is a new position for him. A switcheroo, if you will.
Well, good start for 3BL. I like the high-low setup. Where's the swing here from Snake? The flash, was it a flash that got tossed in? Maybe a nade might have even done the damage. Either way, there's just numbers there for 3BL. They've got it done. Decisive approach, and again, MG, the last man standing. I don't really want to be seeing Tot kind of jiggle this. if I'm being honest. Just keep your head down. Don't give up the body. Make life even more difficult for MG. So 20 seconds left to play. It feels like a pretty impossible clutch, but why is it always MG?
Yeah, I mean, maybe he is a clutch factor. I'm definitely going to have to do some homework after about, you know, his clutch abilities. I mean, he's shown that he can do it. I mean, that's the thing, but I mean, now he might get a free plant. 3BL, I don't know if I love this. They let it happen.
I agree.
Could have been preventable, but instead they're like, yeah, okay, we'll just retake, and this gives more options now. If MG can find a duel, this is bad. Snare, he's by himself, but okay, whatever, that's fine. It's gonna, you know, he'll sacrifice himself for the greater good, and 3BL will be able to get it. I was a bit scary about that. I'm gonna ask them that later, but you know what? Crisis averted. It's all good.
So the next thing I wanted to know is, what does MG stand for? Like, why has he chosen MG of anything? And I thought it might be like his name, you know? But his name is Rodrigo Mejinos dos Santos Alves.
Wow.
So there's no G.
Tried that. I never would have attempted that. I just would never. I know the chat would just be blaming me if I did that. They'd be like, wow.
It's going to have a bit of fun sometimes, just like 3BL is at the moment. That's a 1-for-1 only, though, so does raise some concerns as that's going to open up the defense a little bit. But, man, Horus is doing a bit of a number there onto Feifei, and this round starts to swing back in the favor of 3BL again, and with it, the half starts to look pretty solid so far. MG catches a floating player wrapping around through A long, and that may have been a little bit unnecessary from 3BL when they've got the numbers advantage. Do you really need to be pushing that far?
Yeah, I don't know if I love that play. And this is the thing, it was probably really, really unnecessary. The risk wasn't worth the reward, but now Snake is playing on the top of the tower with an M4. Not really the position you want to be in. Look at action. Yeah, he's staying true to his name right now. That flash is going to put, you know, perfectly placed here, allowing for 3BL.
What?
Oh my god, okay. He's going to get a little bit more aggro with the Colt, and now these players are wounded, but MG, he's also wounded down to 13.
It's MG again.
Why not?
This might be like the 4th or 5th round in a row that he's had the chance to try and clutch. This one, though, does feel very doable. He's got C4 in hand. He's got 2 low HP players. He's going to get a safe plan on B. Excuse me if I'm a little bit concerned about this one for 3BL.
I think it's warranted, and I don't disagree with you at all, because this is, you know, if there's going to be a round that he's going to clutch, it definitely will. It should be this one, just considering the position he's going to be in. And now he can get the post plan. He's got some time here to go for a position that he chooses. Oh, and he's, ooh, a little cheeky devil.
Oh, this might work out very well for him. If the retake would have come in through GR side, it could have been a bad choice, but seeing as it's coming from Warehouse, as long as he hits the first shot, which he has, trade hasn't quite come through there from Snake. It's a favorable duel still. Rifle versus Orm, and the shot missed. He got the shot off, but that's why it's more favorable to have a rifle in that situation when both players are low. Defuse through for 3BL. They are on their way to a very solid first half, but they do still need this 6th. I think a 6-3, that's acceptable on port. 5-4. I don't know. That one's still sort of teetering on the precipice of maybe not quite being enough, in my opinion.
Yeah, and I mean, I actually just was looking back because, I mean, we were in the bird's eye view here for Vasco, and you could see, you know, just the body language of MG, like he was kind of shaking around in his chair, and you could tell he was just kind of boiling from that, knowing he should have had it, right? And that's the thing where it was just right there in the palm of his hand, but not able to be true. But 3BL, like you said, this is, you know, we talk about rounds needed. This one is definitely it, giving them that little bit of comfort going in for the BL side, where that's going to be more difficult against a team like Vasco. So we will have to see if that is going to be true. But and 3BL switching things up a little bit now, like the 2 players playing on bridge a little bit, now just kind of pressing differently. I don't mind this though, and here we go.
Putting a lot of faith in the shot from Snare. If it doesn't connect, Horus is just a dead man in a position like this. But it can be a really valuable position where you can double down. It's not likely to necessarily be checked by the players dropping out from connector, but in the end it might not come into play as rotation's gone back over toward B. Very much hanging in the balance at the moment. The information is somewhat lacking for 3BL, and Slayer's kind of the only one here on B. It's perhaps even a little bit of an over-rotation from 3BL into mid. Horus Does win his duel over on A-Long, and he sees that there's nothing else there, so that's going to start to inform the rotates of 3BL. Now Slayer taking some contact. He's going to wrap back into the site. And all of a sudden, 3BL have a very good understanding of where the majority of Vasco are standing.
Yeah,
look at that from top. That's a great position as well.
Strong reposition from him. They might not even clear that. Like, they might not even expect that. They're going to, like, look just the close corner like that. They're never going to expect him to be this far deep.
I mean, with 40 seconds on the clock, it's going to be hard to clear out angles like that one, but VNC might have his spider sense tingling, and he does indeed clear it. Brings it back to 4-on-4, but time now a factor for Vasco. He's going to go hunting for information. Bit of an overstep in that situation, but at least it sets Snake up for success. He needs the help. Horus has come across. Bomb is committed to B. This is going to be a B hit. Somehow Snake alive. The spam through the box not connecting. Feifei down. Horus doubling down. And 3BL are pulling off a miracle round. This one looked like an absolute disaster, but they've won it. There's no way for VNC to win it from here. And 3BL get the 6-3 lead at the half. That one was a very spicy round.
Wow, it really, really was. And again, it's these situations where, you know, it just seems so questionable about, you know, Slayer was going for that big swing. I was thinking, oh goodness, that nerve is kicking in, where we talked about it for these guys playing on an international level. I was thinking this might fall apart really quickly, but thank goodness, you know, for 3BL fans, and, you know, Horus was able to just lock it down when needed, and they do get that 6-3. It was a bit more of an effort they needed to put into that, but the time does go against Vasco. But now things are switched. Now 3BL are going to be on the attack, and Horus, once again, he's going to gallop his way into the site, but they don't check! They don't check the damn corner, and VNC takes him down with the bomb.
Yeah, critical mistake from 3BL. They just got a little bit too early. Oh, no. It was the perfect start, but it's fallen apart. And Slayer, well, he won't clutch that one, so good response from Vasco. Horus, he wanted to pick the pace up, but the spacing from 3BL just wasn't really there for it. It needed to be a 1-for-1 trade, worst case scenario. Ended up being 2-for-0. If there was a third player there, it might have been okay for 3BL, but that third player was way too slow coming in through the warehouse, so 3BL gave up that first round pretty damn quickly in the end.
Yeah, it was just, I think they got a little bit too excited on that, right? Winning that first fight, they were able to get themselves a little bit of something, but I would have liked them just to slow it down a bit more, but, you know, it is them kind of switching things up. Well, we'll see if that's going to go against them later into this game, but a very, very well, you know, hold here from Vasco, the fact they were able to just put up the barricade, not letting anybody through. But we will see what will change up onto this one. Vasco playing a very similar setup that we saw from 3BL. Just having the one player here in B main, just kind of going for the jiggles. And I believe that's Silva that actually is just kind of on the outskirts of Bridge. So MG playing on the railing this time, on the far deep left-hand side. And Feifei close on by as well. So he's going to be that first point of contact here to support the sniper.
Chance this goes wrong for MG with an angle held like that. If there's going to be a big wide swing, maybe someone gets out in front of him. 1-for-1 on Feifei. Not too bad on either side, but MG's the one that they really need to try to find a way to dislodge, and they have not been able to do so. Up onto the site now goes Snake. He can't get it done. Up the stairs is Snare, but it's too little too late. There's way too many members to deal with, and Vasco are looking very decisive on this GR side. That's why I'm saying, like, you know, you need to get 6 rounds. You need to get 7 rounds on the GR side of Port, because the tables do turn when you head into the second half, and you can already tell that they have.
Yeah, you definitely can. And I mean, that was the thing. Like, 3BL were able to throw some really, really good utility into that. Everybody was flashed, and they had that moment, but they had to capitalize on it, and they didn't. And that was the problem there. But that's on the other side of the coin. That's where Vasco were able to, you know, despite all that pressure, despite all the nuisance that was occurring, they were able to keep themselves well composed in a very, you know, awful situation. So 1 round of a differential here for them to bring things back to a tie game, which would be huge for Vasco, just because this GR side for them is obviously the, you know, the breadwinner. This is the one that they like. So it's about 3BL, you know, seeing what they can push the boundary on their BL side.
I think it very much puts the ball back into Vasco's court if they end up at 6-6 here. You were saying 3BL, if they're going to get it done, it's going to be a close game. It's going to be, you know, maybe even into Golden Point on Port, and getting that sense as well that getting rounds in this second half for 3BL is going to be a bit of a grind. So I think if they can get this one here, maintain the lead, that's obviously really going to keep them in the discussion. But as soon as this flips, I don't know if I see them coming back from a deficit on this half. Sort of spotted a couple out, but not too many connections.
Yeah, 2 players on the GR spawn right now, just kind of putting a little bit more focus here from Vasco watching in the mid. 3BL now with under that minute. Like I said, this is a team that likes to really think about their options. Snake is trying to think what's the best course of action here. What would Penguin do? He's probably thinking.
Yeah, what kind of tricks have they got up their sleeve here? Is there anything that you can pull out as 3BL to just steal around away and put the pressure back onto Vasco? That's a great shot. Horus has been an absolute menace in the last couple of rounds, but where's the trade there onto MG? Flashes are good. How are they still alive? How is Silver still alive? How is he getting away with this? There's a player in mid. It's a mess. It's a madness. It's 2-on-2. The plan's gone down. Horus in a forward position. Snare up on the top. If they swing together, it could work out, but if they go one by one, this could be dangerous. Snare, he spotted the info. Where's Horus? There he is for the frag, and one more from Snare. 3BL will maintain the lead.
Oh my god. Okay, this is where, you know, again, like I know it sounds like fanboying a little bit, but this is where, like for somebody like Horus, like you can either get this this beautiful little bit of lullaby for him just to put people to sleep, or sometimes he's the one that's just kind of asleep at the wheel. And right now,
he's on.
He's on. Like he is playing his role perfectly. He is the one that's going in. He's putting the pressure points. You love to see it. Now they're going to try to see if they can put that pressure point against MG. And now he's realizing he's getting a little bit overwhelmed with some utility. He's blind again.
He's spotted though.
He is definitely spotted, but look at Slayer. Oh my god, Horus, he misses on it. Oh no, he fumbles the bag. Not like this, surely not.
Do they know there's another player up on the side? Top thinks he's cleared out the stairs. In the end, they spot the player on the side. That should be the crisis averted. The treacherous waters navigated, and 3BL, they're not guaranteed the round, but they're very much on their way to it. An 8th, and that was a decisive round. I like that one from 3BL. You know, you throw a faster round in there, and all of a sudden it's now Vasco again very much on the back foot. The roller coaster of this storyline has been a bit back and forth, and in the sense that Vasco maybe 2 rounds ago looked like they might be in a position to win this map if they just got one more round. But now, this is 3BL's game to lose. Not just map, but game. And it's something that, you know, LCK maybe didn't quite have the luxury of yesterday. They never really got into a game-winning position because they had to come back on map 2, and then in map 3 they didn't really show up. But this is map 2. You've won map 1. Don't throw this one away, because you're not going to get that many chances against a team like Vasco. This is a really talented squad. A lot of experience on the stage, internationally as well. And this would be a huge upset from 3BL to start their campaign at the Summer Championship if they could get the win here. So they've got to lock this in.
They really do. And it's getting closer and closer to that, you know, point. And then the one thing I do like that I wasn't expecting to see this from 3BL is the fact of they are really mixing the playbook right now. Like, I mean, I said, you know, they are a team that they like to play slow. They like to, you know, default. They like to just find a pick sometimes. They're mixing it up, man. I mean, this last round we just saw, they're like, you know, we know MG likes to play tower. Let's get rid of him. Let's just remove the problem. Let's solve for X. And let's figure out this equation pretty quickly here. And once they got rid of him, I mean, they were able to get the round in their favor. And that's a way to make a statement. And that's a way to just get in the head here for the IGL of Feifei. Again, very experienced guy. You know, but again, that is going to be very nerve-wracking for this kind of a situation. But I couldn't agree with you more here, Jordan. I mean, this is a situation for 3BL. Like, they really are on the cusp of finding the 2-0. It's absolutely critical in this. So it's their game to lose if they fumble this. But this is where Vasco, I dear hope that there was a good conversation in this.
Well, 8-5. Next round would all but seal the deal for 3BL if they got this one over the line. I think that would just tilt Vasco off the face of the earth. But it's not done yet. Vasco, they're not a team to be trifled with, so 3BL cannot afford to get ahead of themselves.
Yeah, that's, you know, those were things we were kind of saying for, you know, Vasco even yesterday. A lot of them, they were in the lead at times. Like, you got to make sure you're not getting in your own head. And I mean, there was a point where they lost, and they lost that one map to EP. But yes, they were able to bring things back in their favor in the series overall. But that's what we say for any team is like, look, when you're in the lead position, you got to just make sure you're playing 0-0. You're just ignoring the fact of how close you can be, because it does add so much pressure to all the players. And oh my God, this is gonna be interesting. 3BL with a 4-player on drop, and they're gonna just swing.
Back themselves. MG flashed off of the line already. Horus is able to clear the cutout, but getting onto the site might be a bit more of a difficult task. MG chiming in with one. Feifei another. Here comes the frags, though, from 3BL. They have the site. It's not an unwinnable round when you have control of the site, but they've got to get that plan down. Tot going to try to push his way forward, get into a decent post-plant position, maybe even go for a big old wrap. That would be a crazy game-winning play if he wraps in behind through mid and makes that work. Instead, he just decides to hold on to long, and 3BL will pause for the moment, not committing to this plant just yet. They want another frag.
You can even see action, like he was spotting in the deep end of mid there. Like he was expecting somebody to go for a flank, so I think that time was dwindling just a bit too much. Now the plant's going to come through. They get it down at the 39-second mark, so they knew, like Vasco knew that, 3BL were looking for a little bit of a hunt, trying to see if they can find some extra food on their plate. And now Horus holding the tight angle. Can he find himself the second? He will not, but Dotson, that's huge. But now it's all down to him.
Time of factor. He needs to find a way to stop them from crossing. The flash will be a problem. It's made him fully blind, and Feifei's now up onto the site, which forces him forward to take another challenge. It will be not quite the successful round that 3BL were looking for this time.
Yeah, definitely a lot of good thoughts in the right idea that was from 3BL in that. Like I like the idea of like looking for a duel, just looking for somebody from Vasco, but that's the thing is Vasco's not going to do that. That was something that I had to learn from yesterday is this team is very composed. Like they are very disciplined, and Feifei, he's running a good ship over here. And he's got everybody locked in, so they just kind of held their positions when they needed to. Now 3BL are going to switch things up just a little bit more. They're going to try to fight for this, mid, going on to side hall. Slayer's trying to see if he's going to be able to find some sort of an entry, but the utility's going to block him off. And look at Vasco right now. They had 3 players that were committed to this, and now they're going to have to turtle up in this B site.
Action slows down. We're in the eye of the storm now.
Yeah, just hit the E-brake, man. They all stopped.
3BL have warehouse control, so hitting the B site definitely an option at this point. Actually have some pretty nice map control. A lot of options as to where they want to go. If they want to push in through mid, if they want to go B. Rotation over to A is definitely open as well. I haven't really made any inroads just yet. Oh, Vasco thinking about getting aggressive potentially over the mid-bridge there, but they weren't spotted out. It's going to be a mid-push. Oh, already losing 2 players like that's not a good sign at all. Where's the trade packs through from 3BL? Absolutely nowhere. Vasco locking it down, and Feifei around behind should be grabbing snare here quite comfortably. So the wheels have sort of fallen off a little bit for 3BL. These last couple of rounds haven't looked too amazing.
Well, and again, just assuming, Snake's not going to be able to find a clutch on this. I mean, the timeout was called on the first map at 5-2, and then this one was an 8-5, and now this would be, if Vasco does find this round, it's going to be, 2 that they've been able to build off of it. We can see the pause was called here from 3BL, which makes sense because now this momentum's building up. Now there's a little bit more steam that's happening, and things are slow cooking over here for the Vasco side, and they're making their comeback, a bit of a big conversation on this one. So they're using this a little bit extra, where Snake's just going to burn the time as much as possible. Not a bad thing, but at the same time here, we're going to have to see something different. But again, I'm really impressed with how Vasco have just really changed up what they needed to. Silva was able to find himself, I believe that was a triple in that round. Again, just a little peekaboo from him, and really just coming alive when he needs to.
All right, big moment now for 3BL. Timeout comes through. It's got to be the difference maker. Last couple of rounds have looked good for Vasco, and I don't know about you, but I I just think on the eye test that this half has looked a little bit easier on Vasco. The rounds which 3BL are getting are a little bit streakier, a little bit more down to their individuals. Whereas the rounds that Vasco have been like really decisive rounds, you know. A couple of early kills in the round or just a huge crossfire established that 3BL can't seem to find a way to break. So I'm worried for 3BL, even though they still have at least a one-round lead. I think if they don't get this next round, we might be going on a map 3, would be my prediction.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, and things are starting to get a little bit closer and closer, like I was making that prediction, but we'll see. 3BL, some deep talks that have to happen here with the coach. And I think, you know, a little bit of I don't know if people are aware of this, but you know, the coaches do have the ability to have those conversations directly with the players as well now in those timeouts, which is always a really good thing. I like that initiative. I think that makes a lot of sense because, I mean, it's a nice value to have, especially with like the one timeout you're going to get. You might as well be able to have that moment where the coach can just add any extra things they're watching, because as an IGL, you notice things that are happening. It's also difficult, but when you have someone behind you kind of watching all 5 screens, or at least 4 to 5 of the screens, they can notice like, hey, you're not watching this, you're not doing this, clean that up. So it is really important. So I do like that that's been changed here for this Invitational.
Wonder if 3BL just decided to throw a faster round in again here. It worked pretty nicely for them, and that's great. Well done from Snare. It is indeed going to be that faster approach to A. There's a few members of Vasco on this side of the map. I don't know that they're expecting Feifei over toward the ladder as well. He'll jump on out. The spam is so crazy on both sides, but somehow 3BL come away with the lead. Snare will miss a shot, but it is 4-on-3. What a mess.
What an absolute mess, too. I don't even understand how Slayer was able to find that duel, because I was thinking that Vasco were doing such a good job just going for the spam damage. They were just trying to everything to stump them a little bit here. But, you know, a really good thing that I like in this is the fact that 3BL, they pull back on the plan. They're like, you know what? No, put the parachute out. We're not doing this. Like, we got to reset. And I like that they do this. They get, you know, really aggro. They win 2 duels. And arguably, I do think this is actually huge in the sense they got rid of MG right away, take down Feifei. So now Feifei can't really do anything. Like, he can't offer any support, you know, with any, you know, insight in the game right now, because he's dead. He's got nothing to add. So this is really, really good in terms of players you had to take down. I definitely think these are the 2 you should go against.
Just action on this side of the map. Maybe a bit of an unorthodox position to be holding in a circumstance like this, but if 3BL can at least clear him 1-for-1, which they don't, it's a 2-for-1, so he's done really well. Again, a little bit of an off angle, right? So as long as you can hit your first shot cleanly, you're actually in with a pretty good chance there. Maybe swings the round back in the favor of Vasco just a little bit. The walk into B is definitely an option for 3BL, but they seem hesitant to do it, and instead they're pausing up, and Vasco's rotating over B. The call is go A. That is a very good call to be making right now as 3BL, but they have to go quickly because Vasco are in B and they're already clearing it out. So they're going to be recognizing that there's nothing actually happening over here. So they're going to be on their way back to A, perhaps a little earlier than 3BL might be expecting. Timing looks okay for 3BL, though, to get that plant down and find themselves in a post-plant position. Snake's going to be the big player here. He's the guy with HP. So where does he end up deciding to set up? They have managed to get Slayer off the site onto long. And again, I wouldn't really half mind seeing him go for a big flank here, but because he certainly had the time. But instead, he's just going to watch the cross, all with a long angle. Fair enough. First shots are going to come through from Snake. One player has crossed. Information maybe came through a little bit too late, but a good shot in from Slayer. Problem is, C4 is not planted for him. He's going to have to get up the boxes quickly, and he doesn't get there in time. Just a bit too deep, and the little tiny moments are becoming big problems for 3BL. Action not getting traded.
Oh, man.
Snake playing a little too far away. And 3BL, they're having their moments slip through their fingers. This could have been a 2-0, and now it's starting to look like map 3.
Yeah, it's starting to look like in the tea leaf now, right? And there it is, action. He's able to find that double. It's a big bite for him. So now that's a good kickstart for them to put themselves in a potential lead here for the 9. 3BL being down, Horus and Snake. now they have to make some other decisions here. They have to figure out what do we need to do. 2 minutes left on the clock, so this is a tough one for them. We haven't really been able to see them really go through this position right now, what Snare's about to do.
I like it though. Like, you kind of got to do something a bit unorthodox in a round like this, right? You're down 3-on-4. Great little pick from Snare. Gets it back to the 3-on-3. Salvages it somewhat. Round's very much hanging in the balance again. It's a risk. It's a big risk in a round like that, but trying to play it standard and trying to play out the 4-on-3 is just not going to work. So that's good.
Back to the even Stevens here with a 3-and-3. So, oh man, this thing is so much tension on this, man. You can just cut it with a damn knife. But MG playing the off angle on the low end of the ground here. So or actually on the top of the box, my apologies. And actually, oh my God, Snare actually is able to win this fight. So now Feifei's taking critical damage too. I mean, he's got to be less than 50. He's pretty sitting at that 30. And look at Slayer. Slayer's still just trying to press forward onto this.
It's a huge round by Snare so far. Just got to make sure it's locked in. Don't give up this free kill onto VNC, who now has a difficult task ahead of him. But 2 critical frags from Snare might just give 3BL the opportunity at a 10-8 victory on Port. Nade over the top. Is it going to be enough to deal with Snare? Oh, not quite. He's still alive, and that is the saving grace for 3BL. Meanwhile, Tot has pushed his way forward, but he's been spotted out, I think, by VNC. Either way, another kill for Snare, and they know how big that is. What a huge round from Snare.
Man, this guy's like a cat. He's got 9 lives. Like he's getting spammed, and then he was running away, and then the nade just came right at his feet. 2 HP, and he readjusts for the swing. Oh my goodness. Okay, well, now the series point on their hands, or potentially the overtime. And now we have to see if Vasco is going to be able to dig deep onto this, and anything they add up their sleeves, they're going to have to use it now if they want to keep themselves into this game. Otherwise, I would probably say this is a big upset. I mean, I never would have put myself, you know, on the bingo card for a 2-0 for 3BL in their favor.
No, I mean, I would not have either. I obviously predicted for Vasco. I thought, if anything, it's going to be Vasco 2-0 today, but 3BL been putting in the work by the looks of things, and see if they can be rewarded for it. It's a heavy A setup from 3BL and from Vasco. You'd say that's beneficial, of course, for Vasco if this ends up being the push from 3BL. The call could be ill-fated, but if they decide to go B, they've got the time to do it. C4's not committed, though Tot kind of is. I don't think going A works out well for 3BL here. It's a gamble stack from Vasco for sure.
Yeah, still a minute and 10 remain now. Very hesitant on this. And I agree. Vasco have themselves in a really good position on this. Oh,
they're going
man,
A.
yeah, they're going A. They're going to send this. They're going to go for it. Oh, man, Feifei. Oh, no, that might have been maybe a little bit the loose end here. So MG now on the top tower. A hero needed. He needs to be able to showcase he's able to find something, but it's going to be action instead. Horus getting aggressive. It's the rifles that are ones that are prevailing. But no, it's going to be Vasco. They're going to be able to pull this through, and we're going to overtime for the first game of the damn day.
Just took them too long to get rid of VNC, didn't it? The
Yeah.
fact that he's able to survive there. Okay.
Woo-wee.
That was a close one. I mean, Feifei, I guess he gives up his life, but the early information is what actually informs those early rotates, and that may have been the saving grace in the end for Vasco. It's 3BL back onto the GR side here. Vasco with another crack at Blacklist. Vasco are hanging on for dear life to this series. Tell you that.
Yeah.
15 kills for Action, MG, and Silva. Very across-the-board performance from this Vasco roster again today. Everybody showing up.
Yeah, with the side switch here too. So for 3BL, they definitely going to be able to have to do a little bit better. I mean, they had a 6-3 in the first half originally. I mean, which isn't bad. There was some rounds that were very labored, so we'll have to see if it can be a little bit different. And now we can see that for Vasco, they're looking like they want to go for the A-pop. Utility just now going to fly, and actually that is going to be BNC. His knees just get bruised here by the Ulm, but 3BL do win the first engagement. Flashes galore, Snare just waiting, patiently waiting. He's blind as a bat. He can't see a damn thing, and he's going to get punished for it, so he's into the grave. But look at 3BL. They're bouncing back again, Jordan. I don't know how they do this in this most chaotic situation.
Well, Slayer around the back has been spotted out, but he gets that shot onto MG. 2-on-1 for Feifei. He's been the clutch master for Vasco at this event so far, but can he get this one over the line? Somehow he's managed to wrap around. I think he's been spotted out now by Snake. Do you have Tot starting to look back in that direction as well? And oh, the spacing was maybe not quite there for 3BL, but the shots were. Oh, every single one of these rounds is so tight.
Oh my God! And I wish we were able to catch it. You could just see it on the player cam, like Totson just belting. Like you could just see the veins in his neck, man. Like this guy, he's feeling it, and that's a clutch. That's what they needed. So now they put themselves for the opening round here in overtime. Vasco, what are they going to do differently? Look at 3BL. They're going to push down on this. They want to try to see if they can just deathmatch their way into this round. They're going to see if they can just be able to out-frag. Now they're going to have to go back. They have to get out of this situation. Vasco do a good job bringing it back to the 4-on-4. And they're just going to hold ground now, not move a muscle. 3BL, we're trying to get a little bit cheeky. They're a little bit amped. Really mixing it up. But what do we see differently now here from Vasco? Still, now Feifei finally making his way a little bit slowly and surely here through mid. Lots of deep smokes here from the defensive side of 3BL. That C4 just on the outskirts of B main. And we'll see what happens a little bit more.
4-on-4. Minute and a half still yet to play. Vasco definitely have their options open to them. Starting to look for some control of that warehouse, and they'll be getting that for free. There's no one pushing forward from 3BL, on that side of the map at least. Defense a little bit spread. We actually have two players focused on mid from 3BL, and only the one over toward B, so B looking a little bit weak right now. The only caveat being that it is Slayer that's holding on to the B side of the map. Vasco still not sure where they want to end up. Looks like it might be back toward the A side of the map where Snare is going to be waiting. And his numbers aren't fantastic for this map, but his impact has been good. Here's another round where he's going to be asked for a lot of impact.
Yeah, let's see if we get the litter. Okay. Okay, now he's looking for a little bit more, maybe a little overzealous on that one. And that might bite them now. You can't do that against a team like Vasco. And it's all down to Slayer. A guy that's lethal with the rifle. Now he puts himself in a situation of a 1v1. Action is able to get the C4 down. Look at him. He's going to go toe-to-toe with him with a pistol. And right back at it again for a tie game.
Yeah, very much an overextension from Snare on top of the site. He could have just waited patiently. He got that numbers advantage. Play for your teammates to come across and help you out. Was there no util that could have been tossed in to help him? He wanted to make the hero play and just got his head bobbed off. Better to just keep it down and play the 4-on-3. In the end, not the end of the world, but again, bearing in mind 3BL are on the GR side, so you do want to be seeing them get the advantage out of this half. So they want to be going 2-on-1, getting this last round of the first half of OT. Snake, he's going to be in a dangerous position here. Head down for a second there, but in the end, Vasco don't push their way forward.
Yeah, and I think it's a little bit of that, you know, I think that inexperience, you know, from somebody like Snare that kind of was just over-peaking when he probably shouldn't have, but that's a team like Vasco where they're going to be able to capitalize on those kind of things because, like you said, they've been to the big stages, they've been able to do big things as well. So, but we'll have to see if they can make the big comeback right now. I mean, it is back to the 10-10, but this thing is still wide open. I can't even tell you what I'm leaning on right now.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It feels like it's possible to go either way for sure. Slayer with a big job to do this time around. And MG will lose his life early on in the piece. Another opening kill. But again, another bit of an overextension. I don't know that you need to be challenging that a second time when you've got two players so close by. Could you not just fall back off of that opening pick, call a rotator across the beat, bolster that defense? Instead, you give up the advantage now, and it's actually 4-on-3 favoring Vasco, who are playing just a little bit more patiently. But Snake's position might not have been expected. Still, the duel will be won by Silver, and just like the sand in the hourglass, it is sifting away from 3BL. It was another good start to a round, and they've let it slip.
They really did, and I think that's where, you know, I just kind of made that previous comment about, you know, Vasco are a team that they're not going to make a lot of those big mistakes, and they're going to take full advantage of it, and they do. And 3BL were trying to get a little bit, you know, more fraggy. They were just trying to look for duels. Pretty unnecessary, I think, in that round, but Vasco, you know, react, and that's something I've been really happy to see with this group so far, is like through all the adversity they have, they really are maintaining, you know, I say composure a lot, but I think it is. Like, I mean, that round, they only lost one player. They kept 4 alive, for goodness sakes.
Not well, important for 3BL to start it on the front foot here in the second half. MG does go low. He got wall banked by Snare. Not enough for the killing blow. Yeah, if SV get this first round, then they get 2 bites of the cherry to close out the map. 3BL gave up 1 in regulation. Don't know that Vasco will give up 2 in the overtime.
Yeah, it's hard to say, because, I mean, even, you know, Vasco now have themselves in this 1-round lead, and, you know, I was hoping, you know, for 3BL, like, it's, you know, we were saying, you know, on the GR side, they needed to put themselves in a lead going into the blacklist side, so making themselves a little harder, and that's something I talked about in the pre-show, where I said, you know, 3BL are a team where it's never an easy road. Sometimes it's the most grueling way to get a victory, but if they find it, I mean, man, oh man, that's going to be a sweet victory for them. Okay, down to B main. And I believe that's MG. Yeah, he's the anchor. He's switched his position. So normally he likes to play at the A tower. This is where, you know, Vasco have now put a heavy lean on this. So MG, you want to be one of the greatest. You want to be arguably the best sniper. Prove it now.
Well, flashed off the line, but turns around and grabs himself that opening pick. Can he get more than that? No, low on HP. And again, it's Horus that will make the difference for 3BL. 2 banger entries. Straight into that B bomb site. He's a bit of a blacklist-sided demon at the moment, isn't he?
He really is. He really, really is. And I mean, what a read. What an absolute read right now from 3BL. But look, it ain't over yet. You still have Feifei. You still have action to go against here. Snake, he's just kind of jump spotting here. He's just looking for the information. He over-peaks it. But oh, how does he win that? How does he able to get that shot through the window crack like that? Slayer able to get everything done here. The newest addition to this team delivers in the critical moments of this game.
Still 2 to go in the half, though. Both teams on even footing at this point in time. If they go 1-1 from here, then golden point. 2-0, of course, puts us out of map victory one way or the other. Can make the argument that the road ahead is still a little bit more difficult for 3BL. They're on that blacklist side. It's never easy to get done unless Horus is finding 2 kills on the entry. That'll do it.
Yeah, that will do it. That will definitely do it. But we are getting to see a different side here for Vasco. I mean, we're now this game, the game of their lives here, to keep themselves in this winning contention potentially. Now it's come down to this. What is going to happen differently? Snare poking and prodding a little bit in mid right now. Putting that on to find something. He's got some good control. Silva just on the other side. Oh, he spots barrel. He's going to have that information. Snare realizing somebody's behind him on 6.
Not too afraid of it in the end.
Yeah, he didn't look phased at all. He was just like, whatever. Try me. Uh-oh, this might be the wrong read, though. Vasco, perfect read, though. You got 2 players in B. You have 1 quick rotate on this. Oh, no. That's a bit of a blunder on the nade.
Not going to be the end of the world, but 1 minute left on the clock and not a whole lot of control here for 3BL into either side of the map just yet. They've got a lot of presence at the warehouse. Looks like they might want to set themselves up for another B take, but this one will be a little more difficult. Action and VNC there as opposed to just MG. Tough nut to crack. Action was a real thorn in the side of 3BL. Finding a lot of multi-frags in regulation on the GR side, so he's going to have another crack here. Flash over the top. 3BL looking for those entries. Haven't found him just yet. Action gets 1. VNC another. They need another clean trade. Horus will get it. Why is it always Horus that's having to do the job? C4, though, has been dropped in a forward position. 3BL need to get that plant down ASAP. The rotation is still coming in from Vasco, and Tot has the chance to do something ballsy. Push through that smoke could be a big one, but decides better of it. They're going to re-aggress into the warehouse together. They need clean shots in, and they don't quite get them. Top 1-for-1. He needs more. Gets Silver, and now expecting MG round the corner has spotted him out, and this is now favorable for Tot. He's gone for the swing. He's crossed. MG's got no idea. Tot wins the round from here if he does not move. MG has no idea. Look, it's a free round for Tot. No way 3BL get away with that.
No shot at all, man. Tot coming alive when he needs to. This is what you want to see, 3BL fans. The fact that he repositions, doesn't go in the spam area, and just hides and tucks away behind the box. Patience is a virtue, and puts the pistol to work, and now on the brink of being able to get this game done and over with. Let's see if they can control themselves and put that adrenaline into use to close things off, or if Vasco can, find their way through this, through all the adversity of this game and all the annoyances that 3BL's able to bring into this. Can they keep themselves into a golden round conversation, Jordan?
Well, just don't let this go to one more round, really, because 3BL, if they would let 2 regulation map points slip, have it go into golden point, and then lose the map, oh, that would be painful. This is the chance for 3BL that they let slip in regulation. Are they going to let it slip in the OT as well? Silva is watching that cross. He's got the information, but no more than that. No real damage even being done. And 3BL, I wonder if they just default back to this B site again. It's been successful twice. Why not give it another crack? 3rd time's the charm, possibly, but it's a big call to make because I think that's what Vasco are expecting or anticipating. They've got 2 players there. They've got a 3rd sort of trending on that side of the map as well. It's a very weak A hold from Vasco, actually.
Yeah, with a minute remaining, though, I mean, this is where 3BL, they got to make some kind of a choice here. I mean, they were kind of burning some utility here for the defensive side, which is good because that just means that they don't have to worry as much about the flashes. I mean, there still is some in the pockets here for these guys, but they're trying to deplete as much as possible. The smokes were definitely getting thrown. They've now been extinguished. They're gone. But now time is ticking. They have to go. This is where you have to account for problems, and Vasco is full of them. They can definitely do that. And now can they be able to find something here? Action. He gets overwhelmed, and Horus once again. A Knight in Shining Armor to start something here. Slayer right behind them. Watson and Slayer! They're able to just annihilate them, and MG now needs to do something big for a clutch on a 1-on-3 to put themselves in this game.
It's impossible. Look at his HP, man. There's just no way. How many times has MG had a chance at a clutch in this game, and how many times has he failed it?
Yeah, it's...
Now, that's not to be BM, 1vx's, they're not easy. But what I'm saying is, if he hasn't done it before, why is he going to do it now in the most high-pressure situation with no HP to play with, time ticking away? Oh my god, those 2 shots almost made it possible, but it's not. And it will be 3BL to take the map and take the series 2-0. The first win on the board at the event for the West League.
My god, just when we were saying MG, there was no chance for it. Even with a 1-on-3, brought it down to the 1v1, but 3BL, they're definitely going to get the job done. You can see the frustration here from Vasco. It was right there. It was right there for them to push this to a 3 map. But 3BL, a team from the West, they come in with the upset so far in the tournament on day number 2. I never would have predicted this. I said that I had it in my prediction for them to get the win, but never, ever in my life did I think it was going to be this way in a 2-0.
Yeah, I mean, you can see the devastation on the faces of Vasco even. Man, like, it is only one loss, to be fair. Like, you've still got a lot of games yet to play here in the group stage, but just when you think about the context of that loss, Vasco, they do the hard work yesterday. They get the win over Evolution Power. Then 3BL knocks them back down. I mean, I think Vasco would have probably thought after yesterday's game, we're actually on for a bit of a straight shot into second place. We expect to beat 3BL. We expect to beat ranking. Maybe we're expecting to drop to all gamers, but that'll be good enough. That'll be enough to get us through in second place. Instead, now, either you have to beat all gamers or you have to hope 3BL potentially maybe loses to Evolution Power. There's a lot of sort of intricacies that we're going to have to go through when we get deeper into this group stage, but it's gone from being a pretty routine group stage for Vasco, which is what they would expect given their previous performances at international events over the last 6-12 months, to actually now a lot of things do have to go our way to guarantee that we go through in seconds. So that's why they look a bit devastated. You know, a loss is a loss. That you're never going to be happy about it, but it's the context of what that loss actually means for them going forward now.
Yeah, honestly, that's a really good summary, Jordan, because it's, they still have their tournament life. That they're still in this. It's not like they're out. It just means that the path is going to be a lot harder. But again, you have to put a note here that they probably were, putting in their heads like, yeah, we're gonna probably run over this team. We're probably gonna get this win. We're gonna be able to have ourselves the 2-0. We're gonna be sitting very pretty on top of the throne here for the group stage. But 3BL, a very different plan. And honestly, just to recap from what we talked about in the pre-show, I was a bit skeptical. Like, I was still very much in the favor. I wanted them to get this win, but I was nervous just considering how the season ended for them. They didn't do the greatest in playoffs. They kind of fumbled the bag a little bit. But I love that, with that time that they had from then to now, it looks like there's so much improvements. They've been in the workshop, and they've just been sharpening all the tools here.
Yeah, be a big win, of course, for the fans from the CFWL who aren't necessarily used to seeing successes on international stages. I go back to the CFS Grand Finals. I'm pretty sure none of the West teams got themselves a win at that event. Kungana, I know, did get themselves a win, but they came through from the North America qualifier rather than from the West qualifier. But more importantly, kind of looking back at the Invitational last year, the Summer Championship, it was pretty dire. It was GV back then that were playing. They lost to Baisha. They lost to Ranking. No, they beat Ranking. So they did actually have some success there. Again, there's fair enough. There have been some smatterings of victories here and there at the international events that we've seen the West League team play at, but that one honestly feels like kind of the biggest one to me. I think at the Grand Finals, probably not much to really speak to there. A win against Ranking last year at the Summer Invitational. Look, I don't put a whole lot of stock in that personally. I think GV were okay at that event, but Ranking didn't really seem like a particularly competitive team, to be quite honest with you, at that event. I don't think they had a great run. They didn't do very well for themselves at all. Bit of a disappointment, actually. But this one, like Vasco they're a bloody seasoned team. Like, they top 3 recently at the Invitational. They did reasonably okay at the Summer Championship last year as well. Top 3 there, if I'm remembering right. So, top 1 in Brazil. Like, this is a good squad. This is a seasoned squad. There's veterans on this roster, and 3BL have just sort of wiped the floor with them 2-0. And it wasn't easy, but they've got the win.
Yeah, they really did, and I mean, that was the thing, is like, out of this whole series too, is the fact that someone like that, or a team like Vasco, it's not even like they played bad. It's not even like there was people that were underperforming. Like, these guys were playing their game, and it came right down to the grind. And and that's the thing that we can see the summary here, where, I mean, Snake is an IGL, actually, so, surprisingly, was actually leading, the top fragging in terms of the KD ratio. Everybody else, pretty much sitting themselves, the 1.0, 1.0. I'm a little bit surprised about Tot. Like, I really do think, again, that whole conversation about he might not have been just popping off, but he definitely got those moments when he needed to. He came in with that big clutch against MG. Those kind of rounds can just be pivotal. That can change everything around, and it completely did. But look at how well everybody played from Vasco. Every single player, or 4 to 5 players, I should say, were at a 1.0 or plus. Feifei a little bit more quieter in terms of his fragging abilities, but I think the calling was immenseful. I think he was able to still do his role, and unfortunately, it just wasn't enough here, where they just lost it near the end there on Port. But Man, that might be game of the day. The game of the day, I don't know. I mean, this is only the first one, Jordan, so that's kind of the crazy part here too.
Yeah, I mean, great map actually on both sides. Like, no one really went missing for Vasco either, to be fair. Everybody sort of showed up in that game, and what I appreciated about that one was it didn't really feel like it was a map that was dictated by mistakes on either side. It just felt like both teams were kind of throwing it all at the wall and hoping something stuck. There wasn't. Okay, there was a couple of moments for sure, but at least, especially when we got deep into the map, when we got into the OT, it really felt like it was all guns blazing, everyone doing everything right, and it was just a true battle of who's better at this point in time, not who's making more mistakes. And in the end today, that was 3BL, which leaves Vasco a little bit stunned, I dare say, and the Brazilian CrossFire community are certainly going to be left reeling. I mean, you just have to go back and look at the prediction graphic that we had at the start of that, and I think there was 2, maybe 3 predictions for 3BL, and then everybody else from the commentary team globally predicted for Vasco. So yeah, pat yourself on the back for that one. You got that one right, but got to give a shout out to Slayer for the MVP performance as well.
Yeah, and I think rightfully so. I mean, Slayer, on map 1, he was putting himself on his KD ratio where he was at the 1.31, and actually it was Tot that was actually leading that before. But I think when we talk about fragging, we talk about getting the space, we talk about finding trades, Slayer played what he had to do. And this is the thing, what I said this when I first started in Crossfire, and I said for 3BL, they were missing a piece, all respect. They found Slayer from a team like Anubis. They get him, they poach him, they take him, they groom him, and look at what he's done. He comes in, international, MVP, and what a way to do it against the best Brazilian team in the world, or in their domestic area, I should say. But I mean, again, still a top team in the world, and that is a great way for him to get himself feeling pretty good moving forward in this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, great stuff on the stage, but it's only the first port of call for 3BL. Like it's a great result. There's no doubt about that. I don't want to take anything away from that, diminish it, but you get 1 or 2 wins on the international stage, and that's one thing, and that's a success for the West League. But is there a world where we now start to think about a West League team actually making it into the top 4, into the playoffs, and is that a realistic conversation at this point in time? I mean, I will say, if you can beat Vasco on the stage and you can do it 2-0, you can pretty much beat anyone in this group.
Yes.
Maybe the exception being all gamers, but I think anything else is on the table here for 3BL. That's a great showing. It's just a case of whether or not they're going to be able to do it on a consistent basis. And you can see down there behind us, an interview getting set up on the stage. Very, very interested to actually see what is going to be said in that interview, because I want to know what the goal is for 3BL at this event. I'm sure it's not just, hey, let's go and win one game. Winning one game, that's better than what that is better than what they got done at the grand finals last year. So credit where it's due. It's already a good start, but that's not the ultimate goal for them. So
yeah, well, we're about to find out. The interview is just about to commence here very, very shortly. But we'll hear, I think that's actually Slayer that's on the stage right now, so he's going to have that interview. So him being the MVP, and that's going to be a good way for him just to explain as a new player and seeing what he's going to be able to bring and what they're looking forward to, as you kind of alluded to already. So
yeah, most definitely. I mean, at this point, obviously looking forward to seeing what's going to happen down on the stage. So I think that's where we're headed. Let's have a little bit of a look in and see how things go.
Bên cạnh tôi đây đang là anh chàng Slayer, người nắm giữ danh hiệu MVP trong cặp trận đấu giữa bên phía của đội tuyển 3BL và các thành viên bên phía của đội tuyển Vasco. Lần đầu tiên thì xin chúc mừng bên phía của đội tuyển 3BL, các bạn đã giành được một chiến thắng rất quan trọng. Thì cho mình hỏi là cảm xúc của các bạn ra sao khi mà kết thúc trận đấu vừa rồi với một chiến thắng 2-0?
So how do you feel about the match?
I feel like I'm so happy. It's an important win for us to start the tournament, and it's encouraging us to focus more in the next matches.
Thì chúng mình cảm thấy rất là tuyệt vời và mãn nguyện với cái trận đấu vừa rồi của chúng mình.
Và không biết được là sau khi chiến thắng được bên phía của tuyển Vasco rồi thì ở trong khuôn khổ bảng B thì có đối thủ nào tiếp theo mà các bạn cảm thấy là sẽ là đối thủ khó khăn nhất mà các bạn cần phải vượt qua?
So after playing over the team like Vasco. So which team of table B you find the most struggling?
I think it's EG because it's a big Chinese team already, and I think we're gonna prepare ourselves for this match.
Thì chúng mình cảm thấy là đội mà chúng mình sẽ cảm thấy khó khăn khi mà đấu đó là đội AG On Gamer.
Và nếu như mà có một kịch bản đẹp nhất là các bạn là có thể chiến thắng được bên phía On Gamer và sau đó vượt qua được giai đoạn vòng bảng này, thì bước tới vòng đấu playoff, đâu là đội tuyển ở bảng A mà các bạn muốn đối đầu nhất ở vòng đấu playoff?
So if we can come into playoff round, which team you want to play against?
It's Vaisha because I like this team and how they play, and I wanna see how my team will perform against them.
Thì đó là đội Baisha. Thì là đội mà chúng mình sẽ muốn gặp ở trong bảng A.
Và một lần nữa thì xin cảm ơn bên phía của Trivial cũng như là Slayer đã chiến thắng ở trong các trận đấu này, và chúc cho bên phía team của bạn cũng như cá nhân của bạn sẽ có thêm được những cái thành tích tốt hơn trong các cặp trận đấu sắp tới.
So congratulations on a victory. So hope we can have a good result to play next match.
Thank you.
Cảm ơn rất nhiều.
Và bây giờ thì có lẽ là chúng ta đã kết thúc được cặp trận đấu đầu tiên trong ngày thi đấu hôm nay. Các bạn khán giả, các bạn cũng đừng đi đâu cả khi mà chúng tôi cũng sẽ tạm thời nghỉ cho ít phút chuẩn bị, và chúng ta cùng nhau chuẩn bị đến với cả những diễn biến tại cặp trận đấu thứ hai trong ngày hôm nay.
后来也是通过自己慢慢的走了出来，通过大哥们的不断帮助、不断鼓励，让我从这个困难中走了出来。
DO 的加入作为一个新人，我觉得也是特别优秀的吧。但是裸装的比赛我们还需要更多的磨合，如果我们磨合的够好的话，我们很有机会冲击冠军。
哎，还行是吧？啊。
我对我的枪法和反应是不会质疑的，即使放在 CFS 世界舞台上，我对我的枪法和反应也是非常自信的。我的人生目标是成为世界顶尖选手，我不是下一个70，也不是下一个绿豆，我是唯一的 DO。
刚开始打比赛的时候，自己是个枪手嘛，然后因为自己是个新人，眼里只有准心，就是啥也不用想，只需要杀人就可以了。
WQ there, Snox has been called out. They're going to be pinched from outside, taken very low, and ends in still alive. That's a problem, don't you?
然后现在呢，就负责东西比较多，自己是个副指挥，在指挥没有思路的时候，我需要去给他们提供思路，然后干的工作呢，其实平时也会增加很大的一个工作量，因为平时需要多看录像，多看对手录像，也需要多看自己录像。这样的话，其实对我自己也是个提升嘛，因为多看录像对自己是有好处的嘛。这个玩意儿其实跟我杀不杀人没有什么关系，多看录像呢也是对自己的进步。其实，在比赛中也更有利于自己发挥，让自己变得更加稳定。参加这么多届 CFS 比赛，让我印象最深刻的就是去年 CFS 总决赛吧，因为我们被很多人不看好，很多人都觉得我们不能赢，但是我们最后拿下了冠军。我的目标其实也挺简单的，就是在自己能打的时候尽量多拿点成绩，在不能打的时候呢，也为电竞付出一些自己能做的事情。
Hello, I am Aris Alde. I am an ex-professional CF player, and now I am a streamer. And this is my brother.
Ako nga pala si Aljan Alde, also known as team captain of Pacific Macta. Magkapatid nga pala kami. Tingin nyo, sino mas bata sa amin?
Hindi pa na marunong talaga. Yun, si GYK. Sobrang makulit at sobrang masayang bata.
Ayun, siya yung naging role model sa sa paglalaro ko ng CrossFire, sa pagpasok ko ng pro scene. Kasi siya talaga yung inspirasyon na nag-ano sa akin, na makapasok sa ganun. Nung panahon gusto kong maging siya. Tapos nung naging pro gamer ako, gusto kong marating yung narating niya.
Yun nga, masaya kasi sumunod siya sa yapak ko. And yun lang. Nakaka-proud kasi yung dalawa kami nagkukumpit at nakikipaglaban sa international. Siguro parehas kasi parehas kami ng gameplay
Parehas kami naging professional crossfire player. Kaya feeling ko parehas lang. Reason kaya gusto kong maging professional gamer kasi gusto kong ipagmalaki ako ng mga kaibigan ko, pamilya ko, na may kilala silang professional gamer sa crossfire.
Sobrang napamahal na kasi sa akin yung crossfire. And ayun nga, ang hirap iwan ng isang bagay lalo na kapag napamahal na sa'yo eh. And gusto ko rin kasi talagang matulungan yung ibang mga kapwa ko crossfire player na
sa mga sumusuporta sa amin sa team ko, maraming salamat. Pagpatuloy nyo lang na suportahan kami, mas gagalingan pa namin sa mga susunod na laban namin sa international o dito sa Pinas.
Hello CrossFire Esports fans, this is the CFS HQ. I am here to introduce the point system that will be newly applied in 2024. We will dive deep into the detailed structure of this new system. The CFS 2024 point system. We are very pleased to introduce the new point system, which has been designed to invite competitive teams to the major CFS tournaments. Regions with professional leagues will decide the teams that will advance to the CFS Summer Championship and the Grand Finals based on the team points earned in each season. The points will be distributed differently according to the team's final standing of each season. In other words, teams will obtain their opportunities for the major CFS tournaments by summing up the points they earned in each season. We expect this structure to give more solid motivation to all the teams participating in the professional league. In addition, considering that each region has a different league structure, the point system will be suitably modified according to each regional league circumstances. Next, let's find out how the CFS 2024 point system is applied in each regional professional league. First, let's check the system for China. The 10 esports organizations affiliated with the CFPL will receive different points based on their regular league standings of the 2 seasons in 2024 and their final playoff standings. After the end of both seasons, we will calculate each organization's accumulated points to select the teams that advanced to the major tournaments. Firstly, the teams ranked 1st to 3rd in the point system will be invited to the CFS Summer Championship 2024. After the Summer Championship ends, the teams will be divided into 2 groups based on their point standings for the CFS 2024 Regional Finals, China. The teams in the same group will compete each other to survive, or not to be eliminated. The teams will compete for the final seeds of the CFS 2024 Grand Finals through the Regional Finals playoffs. Next, let's check the system in EU MENA and Brazil. Both regions will have the same point system structure. The point distribution table based on the final league standings will be the same as that of other regions. However, it makes a clear distinction between the other regions by applying the same point system to the CFOL, the regional 2nd division league. Of course, the amount of points that can be earned in CFOL is insufficient compared to the 1st division league. It means the teams in the 2nd division league need to maintain a very good performance throughout the year to get a chance to advance to the CFS major tournaments. After the end of both seasons in 2024, the teams ranked from 1st to 4th in the accumulated point system will advance directly to the regional final. The teams ranked from 5th to 12th place will advance to the regional qualifiers, the sub-qualifiers of the regional finals. In addition, teams ranked 1st and 2nd in the CFS 2024 point system will be invited to the CFS Summer Championship. Finally, let's look at the system structure for Vietnam. Vietnam region's point system also has the same structure as the other regions. Teams will receive different points based on their final standings of the 2 seasons in 2024. However, the point system will not apply to the CSC, the 2nd division league in Vietnam. Same as the other regions, ranked 1st and 2nd teams in the CFS point system will be invited to the CFS Summer Championship. Teams ranked from 1st to 4th in the accumulated point system will directly advance to the CFS 2024 Regional Finals. And the teams ranked from 5th to 12th will begin their journey to the Grand Finals from the subordinate tournament, Regional Qualifier. So far, we have briefly explained the CFS 2024 point system. Please keep an eye out for which teams from each region will make it to the CFS Major Tournament with the CFS 2024 point system.
正面走了，大坑没有人 ，A1 两个人正好是贴墙的。有人动钳子，能拆得掉吗？嘉伟单局5杀。三杀到手，正面自己抬上来，脚下球到了4个。
All right, welcome back, everybody. We're ready to go for game number 2. And we just finished things off with the first game of the day, where 3BL caused probably one of the upsets of the day, in my opinion. But before I go into that too much far deep, it's myself, Laz, and of course, Mr. Seeking Frog here, join with me for game number 2.
Yep. This surprise to almost everyone. I mean, you're the only one who actually predicted. I think you were the only one on the entire broadcast who actually predicted 3BL who is going to win. And I think there's one more Vietnamese caster who went for it.
Yeah.
You know, must be nice.
It must be, yeah.
Must be nice having your prediction win.
You know, I mean, look, you know, it was a grueling fight. It was a lot for the boys, but yeah, no, I feel really good about it. It feels nice to beat Elvish Guy in a prediction. You know, the guy to me is like the top tier about predictions, so it feels a little nice that I can rub that in his face just a bit. But either way, it's I don't want to get ahead of myself here, because I'm probably going to be wrong for a lot of other games.
Yeah, and I think this is going to be one of the series where I think we're going to go up against each other's predictions, because I have a feeling that you predicted LCK and I predicted Macta.
Yeah.
And speaking of those two teams, we are going to have them for match number 2. Going to be an interesting time, in all honesty. Yesterday's games didn't really bode too well for the side of Pacific Macta, despite how close it was. And yeah, to be honest, I think for the expectation that everyone had for Pacific Macta going into this tournament, I think it wasn't really that high. I think they really brought the fight to Baisha in that map number 1. Map number 2, less than stellar, but I think I had the discussion with the team that it was less about the macro. I think Baisha just hit better shots that day.
Yeah. And, you know, I'm glad you bring that up, because that was something I definitely wanted to get your intake on. Because for people that aren't aware, you bring up, you briefly touched about it, but I'm gonna kind of pry this open a little bit. Yes, you are right. We'll have those predictions up later on today, but yes, I'm a little biased because the next game we do have, as we saw on the previous screen, it is going to be LCK taking on Pacific Macta, whereas LCK is in my area where they play in the CFWL, where your group is, you know, in the Philippines, right? And this is the team where I get it. Like, we both have a little bit of the biasness on this, but that's not a bad thing, because that's just going to add a little bit more to this game, and we know that Pacific Macta really were doing quite well yesterday. It just, they couldn't get across the finish line. But I want to ask you, you were with them yesterday a little bit, you were with them today. What was kind of the mood? I mean, is things looking like it's progressing, or do they realize that there's room to be made here, or were they really defeated about that?
Yeah, I think there was room for improvement. I think they really got into their own heads a bit after that Black Widow loss, because they're really that close. But I think after a bit of discussion, they realized that the group stage is still quite the long format, so there's still plenty of matches to be played. There's still, you know, the other teams to worry about. You still have Imperial, and you still have LCK, of course, and you still have Wolf Empire. So there's still plenty of chances for Pacific Macta to at least do some damage in the group stage. But yeah, I think the overall mood is way better now, that's for sure.
Yeah, and I mean, this is the thing, like, they, you know, this is a group for, I'll let you talk more about them, obviously, for Pacific Macta, but you know, we are going to talk a little bit about these teams. We do have a couple of videos just to kind of showcase who these teams are. We're going to have that in about just a few seconds here to highlight a little bit about this group and who they are and what they bring. Well, I guess it's my turn to talk a little bit about LCK. I mean, I'm going to let you get your intake on this too, because we were both actually sitting in the stands yesterday watching them play their first game. But, you know, for people that aren't aware, this was a team that did win the league here for the CFWL. This is a newly constructed team in the sense of, you know, kind of taking different players from different teams in the sense. And they have had some mixed results, you know, historically with different rosters. But more recently, this is where they have had, just this last season, in the second season here for 2024, they came first place, where in the first season they came third. So this is where we've seen pretty good leaps of improvement already.
Yeah, for sure. I was actually a little bit less hype about LCK, considering I was actually a huge fan of the two players from the old roster, Dane and Real.
Yeah.
And Dane had a really good showing in last year's tournament, despite placing 10th in CFS 2023. He really showed what he was made of. But I think maybe the formula wasn't right for LCK. Maybe they wanted to see if they can do something different, maybe with Raffin and Spoxy here coming into the roster. And yeah, it resulted in a first-place finish in CFWL. So that's already a step in the right direction for a team that has had not the best results in the other seasons. They're 5th in CFWL Season 2, last year 6th, 4th. And yeah, I guess the team has found their stride in this one. But yeah, we're going to have the team introductions here for Pacific Macta now. Sweep from yesterday's games, but it was a really, really close sweep. An overtime finish here in Black Widow, resulting in a 13-9, very similar to their last showing against Baisha Gaming in last year's tournament, and 10-5 on Ankara. It was an unfortunate result for Pacific Macta, but at the same time, I think they can only look forward from here, considering they went up against Baisha before any other team in the group stage. So I think, that could be a sign for good times for the side of Pacific Macta, but at the same time, I'm also thinking Baisha could have been cold in that first game, and then they kind of warmed up in the second one. So I think we haven't seen Baisha's true strength just yet. But Pacific Macta, you could, if you look at the series positively, I think they've definitely done some damage in this one.
No, and I couldn't agree with you more. They may not be in my region. I haven't been able to cover a lot of their games, except for these ones, obviously. But I've become a fan. I get it. These guys, they are the only Filipino team here. They are this. I would call them the dark horse in the sense that it is the one team to represent their region. But look, let's not forget, from day one yesterday, in case people missed it, is they, like you said, they kind of got the draw against Baisha, which is honestly probably the most unlucky draw. If it would have been my team or whatever, it'd be yeah, I don't want to play one of the best teams in Chinese region. So I think for them to lose that to a 13-9 was still very commendable. They were doing a really good job. There was just some of those mechanical and quick decision mistakes that they made that cost them the game, which they could have maybe had that, quote unquote, a bit of an upset. But, they were able to, kind of showcase not bad against a pretty dominant force of Baisha.
Yeah, for sure. I think I've gotten some confidence in this series, especially up against LCK. I think LCK, yeah, for sure, they're a really good team. But at the same time, I think I do see some holes in their play that Pacific Macta can definitely exploit. But at the same time, it is day-to-day here for some of the teams. For example, we already saw 3BL with the upset against Vasco Esports, where we all expected Vasco to win, but then 3BL pulled it out in map 1 and 2. The one that I'm most surprised about is 3BL winning Port, because that's a map that Vasco really loves back home, and surprisingly, they just outplayed them, especially in overtime, just surprising the team. I mean, Action was distraught after the game. He wasn't even plugging out his mouse or keyboard. He was looking at the ceiling, thinking about what happened, and VNC not having the best of games as well. So maybe there's hope for the side of LCK that one of the players on Pacific Macta is going to have a bad day, and maybe if they can do something from there. But we're going to have the map comparisons, of course, and I would say it's not pretty much the same. I think the one thing that LCK is way better at, despite the win rate that we do have, I think LCK definitely does have a better eagle line than Pacific Macta.
Yeah, and I mean, look, I think I want to go back a little bit about what you said, because I mean, I know I'm probably going to get chirped about it because everyone's like, Laz is all about the West teams. And look, I like a lot of these teams, and but the thing is I got to be a little bit of a realist. The fact of LCK yesterday, and I said this a bit earlier to Jordan, and I was saying, I do think I agree with you on the point of they weren't really playing very well. There was a lot of holes in their game yesterday. I think for a team like this where they haven't really been able to have a lot of international experience as a group here, adding like EsportsE, you know, from different teams. I think that did cost them, and I think we got to see a lot of those nerves, a lot of mistakes that they probably shouldn't have had. But I mean, let's not also forget that against a team like Wolf Empire, they did go the distance. They went to a 3-map series, which, I mean, you could argue about that too, because Ice Cube was just,
yeah, he backed off.
God, man, he was just a truck. Like, he was just bulldozing everybody. So, I mean, they were able to push through that and go to a 3rd map. Not bad, but I mean, I really hope today this will be a refresh for these guys.
Yeah, you can kind of use the same logic from Ice Cube with Revenge as well, right? They're 2 players who really heavily rely on momentum. I mean, you give Ice Cube, you know, an inch, he goes a mile. That could be the same on for a Revenge as well. But I think LCK is going to look to deny them some early momentum in this series, and it's going to try and see if they can bog them down at the beginning of this one. But we do have the key players, of course, Aldrin and Design, the riflers for both teams, and I've been actually impressed by Design's play in the CFWL finals especially. And Aldrin, you know, he's that good old solid rock for the side of Pacific Macta.
Yeah, no, and I'm glad that we kind of switched things up in terms of, like, you know, some of the riflers, right? I mean, this is a nice little bit of a change in pace, just because, you know, for LCK, like, I mean, it's easy to pick EsportsE as like the best player, one of the most impactful players, but he's that sniper role. Then we move over to Design, where he is kind of that guy where he really is clutch factor. He is able to put up some multi-kill rounds with a rifle, so it's very, very important for him. And then Flex is kind of that 3rd point of, you know, a player that I would look at that can put up some really good numbers as an IGL. He's normally a very good lurk. He likes to, you know, kind of exploit, you know, any sort of a gap that he might be able to find. But we did notice that was a bit of a flaw yesterday in their game plan. But we'll see if they're able to watch, you know, what happened yesterday, because I think for them, like, they're probably realizing, you know what, Pacific Macta is definitely, you know, going to pack a really big punch. And if they're going to play remotely the same way they did yesterday, I mean, this could be a short road here for LCK potentially.
Yeah, for sure. I think LCK just got to keep their heads together in this one. And of course, I think the predictions are pretty much predictable for us here.
Yeah.
Neo, who is unfortunately at the hotel suffering at the moment, he did predict the boys on Pacific Macta to win. Hope you get better soon, buddy. I know you're watching right now. Yeah, kind of expected all of the Filipino casters going Pacific Macta, but yeah, I can't really blame for the other casters picking LCK in this series, because I think after seeing yesterday and LCK, I don't think we have seen their full strength after the first day, so I think it's more of a 50-50 in this series.
Yeah, it is, and I think, you know, the cliche line about the veto, I think that is going to be a bit of a factor in this one too, because like I can pinpoint some of the maps that I think are better for LCK, but I think it's going to be very similar in some regard here to what Pacific Macta like to do. So that's definitely something that I'm a little bit nervous for. But if we see Revenge play the way he did yesterday, or even a little bit better, like, this is going to be a bumpy ride.
Yeah, for sure, especially in the maps that the side of LCK does want to play. I mean, yeah, you do have the port. I mean, that is a big threat. I think Pacific Macta does play port in their scrims from time to time, but it's not their main go at, or it's not their main map that they go for in the first round of the veto. So I think they can definitely pick that and try and see if they can outplay the exact same way that 3BL did earlier. And I guess the rest of the maps is pretty much the same. I guess I mean, it's pretty equal in Compound. Black Widow is going to be interesting if ever it does come out in this series. And yeah, the biggest thing that I'm worried about is that Eagle Eye, man, because Pacific Macta, despite the 33% win rate, them losing twice in the CFS PH Masters on Eagle Eye is not a good sign for them going into this series. And especially, they still have a permaban in this veto, so they still have to ban Mexico, and LCK plays Mexico. So yeah, I think that could be one thing that LCK will target in this veto. But yeah, any other map, I think Pacific Macta would be pretty much fine.
Yeah, no, and I'm going to be really, really curious about how this veto is about to pan out. We don't have it yet. It's coming up pretty soon here, but you know, I think for both these teams, there's obviously a lot to prove here, because they both are sitting at that 0-1 loss right now, and very different storylines, right? I mean, we kind of already talked about this, but the fact that LCK not really playing the way they normally played, and I couldn't stress that enough yesterday, just because that's something that I was worried about for a new team like this. But at the same, or on the other side of the coin, is where Pacific Macta, they were the team that played really well. They just didn't have enough oomph to get it done. But we are going to have these vetoes, and Ankara actually is going to be banned right away. So that That's very surprising because for a team like LCK, they sit at a 7-1 record. Pacific Macta, from what I was able to find, I mean, they sit at a 4-1. And Eagle Eye is going to be on the docket. Yes, yes, yes.
I think everyone on the stream heard my reaction.
And heard mine, man.
Yeah. All right. I guess I already know that Ankara is going to be banned out for the side of LCK. I think they just want to respect the Pacific Macta's Ankara. I think they played that map a ton, especially. And of course, Pacific Macta going for the ban on port. The interesting thing here is on Eagle Eye 2.0 is they're actually starting on GR side first. So they want to gain the momentum in the first half and try and finish it on the second. But I think it is more of a fair shot for the side of Pacific Macta if they do go into Compound. And Black Widow for the last map. That is a map that I love, and that is a map that we're going to have so many fights. I think we're probably going to have the closest map if ever we do have a map 3 in this series. But Eagle Eye, I mean, I hoped that they did practice that map, especially because Eagle Eye is very setup heavy. There is the line smokes that you have to do on the A site. B site is very hard to get into. Some teams, even in China, they just ignore B long entirely and they just go through mid and try and see if they can get it to the site as fast as possible. And getting B long control as a BL is just, it's a nightmare, man. But we're going to start immediately in this one. LTK on the BL side, Pacific Macta on that GR side, and Justin already making his presence known in the B long, but MBA is going to be the one getting the kill, and MBA on the sniper this time?
Yeah, things are getting a little bit mixed up here, and double here for Pacific Macta, and that's not something we always got to see with them. Like, I mean, I think maybe the odd time we got like flirted with the idea of it, but this is interesting. And I mean, LCK in the CFWL region for us is they are a team that they do like to run the double on. Like it is normally we like to see Svoxy run it. He's like full time, and then Flex does like to kind of hybrid it. But right now he's going to decide not to. So this is a big change. I mean, this is where we don't get to see them play it very often. But this is going to be interesting because I feel like Pacific Macta must have predicted that this could have been in the veto. So for a team like this that doesn't have the best win rate on it,
yeah,
they must have been cooking up something. But I guess we're about to find out.
Yeah, that's why I'm a big fan of Baisha. They don't have any weak map, so they can just ban the strong map of your enemy, and you can just pick whatever map that you want, and they're just going to win anyways. That is just the logic right then and there. Revenge in the A long side on towards top A. There's a bit of changes now. It's a handrail on the top, but at the bottom, it's going to be Revenge with the AWM. He gets to Lex and Spoxy stuck in A long, and Spoxy the only one left alive with the sniper, and Revenge with a 3K on the A site, making his presence known at the start of the game.
Yeah, and I mean, this is the thing. Like you were mentioning this before. I mean, for a map like this, despite the record here for Pacific Macta, like overall their history, I mean, this is their better side. So the fact that they get to be on the GR side, they need to get as many rounds as possible so they can feel comfortable. But that's a good way to do it. LCK just kind of ran into the mousetrap here, and that mousetrap was Revenge on the other side of it, snapping their neck with that arm. And man, oh man, he's still trying to just pop off. Here with the double, looking for a little bit more. Finally gets put down here from Dezane, but my God, we're already at the 3-3.
3 versus 3. Flex still having a sniper in his hands, but Spoxy is already out of the picture. And Design trying to peek on the A-long side, and Justin is going to find him out, and they already have control of the behind of LCK. Raffin still has control of House A, though, and top A is still occupied, but the nades are going to start to fly in. Taking stock of the nades on both sides. There is still an HE in the hands of Justin, a flash on MBA, and another nade on Aldrin, and they're going to start throwing it onto the side. Raffin still crawling inside, but it gets cleared on House A anyways, and there it is. Justin wanting a good start in this map, and especially Justin. When you let this kid get all the frags, he's going to heat up so well, and as an attacker, he's going to be a threat, especially on that B-long side, and if there's no presence on B-long, he's going to push that every time.
Oh, yeah. Bet your bottom dollar he is. And, I mean, this is already a really, really good start for them. And I felt like, I don't know if this is going to be the wrong take, but I'll ask you. I mean, it kind of feels like, I don't want to say they're streaky, Pacific Macta, but it kind of feels like they really do run on that momentum pretty hard. Like, if the rounds are starting to go in their favor, it feels like the freight train is just going to make the one-way express, to get themselves a done and dusted map. I don't know. Is that too far-fetched to say?
Not really.
Okay, good.
It's realistic.
Okay, well, just making sure.
Just making sure.
Look, you're the inside guy. You know everything. Like,
The insider.
He's the insider. He knows all the secrets.
Yeah. Oh, but I kind of like this defense from the side of Pacific Macta. If you don't want to give B side, you just kind of try and see if you can reinforce mid, and Flex is looking at the wrong direction. Aldrin face-to-face with the enemy, and he also gets Lion Claw design. And he already knows that Justin is going to go for the push, but Justin wins anyways. The M4 through the box. That's what I was talking about. The M4 with the wall bangs, and MBA, look at this momentum from the side of Pacific Macta. They're just rolling and rolling and rolling.
Yeah, they really are. And it is going to be the first time out going to be called, and actually very early on, but it is going to be LCK. And honestly, I think, I criticized this a lot on day one with, a team like, EP, but I think in this kind of a situation where it's 3 rounds that have been going for Pacific Macta the way they are, like it's been dominant. Like they're not even close. They're not even 1v1s. They're not 2v2s. It is Pacific Macta just taking them out. Like they're taking names, kicking down the damn door. They're not invited to the party. They don't care. But LCK, they got to clean it up now. And this is where we were saying both these teams are on 2 sides of the coin, because LCK, they had a devastating loss yesterday, whereas Pacific Macta, despite everything, they played really, really good CrossFire. So I think for these guys on, transitioning that into this game, it's going to feel really good for them. And that mental is probably even more strong considering we're at a 3-0 already.
Yeah, and I think LCK is kind of used to the CFWL pace of things. I don't think they actually hold mid like Aldrin did earlier, where he's just face-to-face on door. That's not a normal thing in CFWL, I think. So, yeah, I think they're kind of got caught off guard by the pace of Pacific Macta and how aggressive they're holding their angles in this map. And yeah, I mean, Pacific Macta with a good start, but I think the biggest problem for Pacific Macta is if they don't get a big lead in the first half, because they kind of struggle on BL on this map. So the objective of picking GR in the first half is them just trying to see if they can gain the advantage first, and then they're going to try to see if they can spot the mistake from LCK. It's more about LCK messing up that second half more than them having a strat going into this BL side. Now, I'm surprised that a timeout has actually been put out by the side of LCK, because they haven't tried any executes yet.
No, and they haven't, but I kind of wonder if they realize, like, look, we just gonna, like, it could just be slowing the momentum down, right? I mean, these guys from Pacific Macta really are just coming in, they're winning the fights, they're getting really fraggy, and it might just be a good way to cool things off. It could be as simple as that, or it could be even more complicated. We have no idea, but speculation can just really seep in when you talk about timeouts, but we'll see if it pans out. A lot of the teams so far, from day one into so far now to day 2, timeouts have been good, but it's Revenge once again, man. He's sitting at a 7-1 scoreline right now, and he's closer and closer to dropping into double digits.
Yeah, he's been enjoying his position here in top 8. It's very similar to the PH Masters when they actually played Eagle Eye. He was just absolutely wrecking everyone from that top side. And this actually gives the opportunity for Pacific Macta to stack B more, because they're so confident that Revenge can just hold A by himself, maybe with a bit of help from ZYK's already all the way pushed up on A long. So they kind of have a rough idea of what LCK wants to do as the nades finally rain in on the B side, and someone is in cable car. One person is right next to the metal pole, and Justin is going to climb up. Spoxy with the angle, but does not spot Aldrin on the bridge side. And LCK is going to slow down once again. They're going to retreat from this position, and it's not looking good. They're going to try and see if they can circle back on the A side, but look at ZYK's position, man. He can catch someone off guard, but no. Aldrin is like, nah, I'm going to follow you guys.
Yeah, and Aldrin was one of those guys, that, in overall stats, like he was one of the top, KD ratio guys. Like I think he was sitting at a 2-0 before yesterday. So to see him just kind of doing what he was doing, the glimpse of it from yesterday right now is great. And now it's going to be a 4-0. Revenge he's on a tear, man. He really is. Like the Band-Aid's not even on. He just ripped that damn thing off, and he's coming for blood.
Yeah, for sure. And just like how I said earlier, I mean, Revenge is a very momentum-heavy player. And once you give him like 8 or 9 kills, especially in the first 4 rounds, he's probably going to try and build for bigger plays in this map to further dominate LCK's BL side. And I think LCK, yeah, this is the right move to do. I mean, you're going to have to change up the pace, but 3 people hurt by the nade, and Justin is going to get first blood in this one. Revenge with the cold. He gets 2 anyways, and LCK, they're getting absolutely mowed down on this BL side. They are not enjoying this first half. Revenge is spotted, but Spoxy doesn't hit the shot, and you already know Revenge is calling for his teammates, and he does finally go down, and here comes the rest of Pacific Macta. Colt is out of ammo. He has 2 bullets. That's already 1 wasted. Aldrin is right behind him, and Pacific Macta with just pure dominance in this first half. And yeah, that timeout didn't really do anything.
Yeah, I didn't do anything at all. And actually, I think this is one of the first times, if I'm not mistaken, where the timeout is kind of just backfired. So this is a tough pill to swallow right now for LCK fans. I mean, this is where they're down by 5 now. They haven't been able to have any sort of a close round. That maybe this last round we just saw with Spoxy just kind of running around, maybe. But that was Pacific Macta just being cheeky and just trying to, you know, frag out a little bit. And this is where we talk about confidence builds up. You know, you start to just, you know, really feel it. We are starting to see them really, really feel it right now. So it was a good question. We talked about if they're going to be able to transition what they did yesterday with EP into this game, and so far, so good.
Yeah, this is Justin's favorite thing to do in Eagle Eye as well. Just keep on harassing the players in the bypass side, and especially with the changes on Eagle Eye 2.0 with that double box being metal instead of wood, you can just stay there the entire time and just apply pressure on the LCK side, and now they have cut off the B site. And the rest of Pacific Macta can apply pressure on other sides of the map as well. But they do not have to. I think they want them to go on the A side. But no. Justin, he's just going to keep on going. Flex is on 1 HP. No help just yet from the teammates. And that is the M4 through the box and into the head of the enemy. And it's a 4v4. It's a better situation than LCK had in that last one with MVA. Is getting a bit frisky, and they really want to destroy whatever confidence LCK has, but it might actually be Pacific Macta being overconfident.
It might be, and this is where, you know, I talk about, I think I brought this up on yesterday, and the very early part of it is like, when you have a team that starts to really build these rounds and your opponents don't even get anything on the scoreboard, that's when you have to make sure that discipline still remains intact, right? I mean, it's a hard thing to do, because if you're feeling it, you're like, look, let me just go around, let me frag, let me just take him out, I'm better, I know I'm better. But we've seen all in the history books of CrossFire where that can be a problem. It is a thing where teams have lost games where they kind of do that. We'll have to see if that's going to be the case. LCK going to test Revenge now.
Oh, Spoxy.
Oh, God, Spoxy. I was thinking maybe he's going to get the shot. Revenge, look at this. He's just having a field day right now. He only gets himself this one, but now Aldrin, okay, hang on. Now ZYK, the IGL, he's up for the task of the clutch.
Yeah, and he's already wrapped around in towards the long side. He can actually climb up on tower if he does want to try and deny this plant, but I don't think you can deny this type of plant from tower, as he can just crouch down. ZYK already finding himself in the A-long position on towards Metal Box, but he has to worry about spawn. Wrap in, got the damage in, 1v1. Spoxy, low HP as well, and I think he has a rough idea of where Spoxy is, but he's just spotting just in case. Spoxy doesn't have to move, and he peeks wide anyways, and LCK finally around on the board for the boys from Turkey. Oh. And there we go, 1-5, and I feel you, brother. That was me yesterday.
You know, the thing I always get like concerned with no matter what the team is like you have the 2-on-1 advantage, and Raffin was just still committed to the fight. Like there was no reason for him to do that. So I think that's where, you know, the frustration might be built up a little bit here, and those decision-making things could be a little bit lackluster right now. But now they're going to be able to find themselves 3. There we go. Okay, maybe they just needed to get around to the board to start really, you know, feel a little bit better about something here.
Yeah, 1 round. There's plenty of momentum to get back into this game. It's that type of game. But LCK just going to go for the full plant on the inside. I like that they finally start to use the smokes, because the line smoke has got to be one of the most important smokes that you have to put down, especially on Eagle Eye. Flex, spotting a player in towards tower, and MVA can only get an accessory kill here on design. So 2-5, LCK. All right, they're getting back into the game. It's getting interesting.
Yeah, it is. And I mean, the one thing we didn't get to touch base on too is, like I was saying, you know, that typically LCK for the CFWL, like this team they normally like to run the double on, but actually in that round, Flex was the one that did pick it up. This round, he's going to go back to the AK. So now you can just see Pacific Macta. They're starting to put a little bit more pressure on this. They're going to have mid control for theirs, but it's a question of LCK. You can already see now they're going towards B. They're going to be committed to this. But this is all about timing, because right now I think ZYK, he's in the back lines right now. He might be able to find something through the trenches. Oh my God, they walk past each other, and ZYK, he's not able to get this double. A trade is there, but now it's just Trade City, man. This is back at 2 at 3 and 3.
Yeah, and look at who is right behind enemy lines here. Flex can catch Revenge off guard, and that he does. And now it is Pacific Macta in a sandwich. Aldrin is just going to clear the back line to take off that top red, and Justin's going to go down in cable car. Aldrin is going to go the route of second mid instead, in towards bridge, in towards hotel. But if he can catch Raffin first, he can make it an even 1v1 here.
Yeah, and Raffin's low. Like, he's really, really low in the HP. So, I mean, if he overextends this is going to be a problem. He is just kind of going for the plant right now. A little bit of a jiggle. Spoxy getting spotted, but Raffin going to be able to help his buddy. So, okay, look, I talked about the timeout. Didn't work out very well, but something happened after losing a couple more. And here we are. We're talking about a 5-3 that is on the board, and I don't know how we're here. I really don't, but...
Maybe the timeout buff kicked in late.
Yeah, maybe it was just a delayed reaction. I'm not sure.
Yeah. But to be fair, Macta was just trying to apply pressure at the start of the round. It's a classic thing to do in Eagle Eye back home, where you just push out in towards mid as you flash, whoever is on that side. But I think they expected that LCK was actually going to stay in position in tower to wait for anyone to go for the push, and that flash would have been really good if they were there, but unfortunately, LCK was looking somewhere else.
Yeah, and it actually looks like Justin might be the one player that might potentially have some problems on his plate here. He's got a lot of LCK members just on the other side of him here, waiting things out. But if he's in the position that he could find a duel, maybe fall back, maybe get even two. I mean, he's already done his job, right? But it looks like it's just one other player. It is, I believe that's Raffin just on the other side of him here. So things are different afoot here for LCK. NBA, he's not able to find that spray. Justin will get himself a little consolation prize. He's going to get that one, but now LCK, they got to do something big. Flex being that lurk, being that pest, but it's only a one and done.
Yeah, Justin's still alive, so he's still applying pressure in towards the B long side. And Aldrin already tagged down to low HP. Justin is going to get Design in the back. So it's going to open things up for the side of Pacific Macta. But Lionclaw is finally going to type the magical numbers on that C4 to gain that timer. Problem is, Justin is going to start to apply the pressure in towards the B long side, so Spoxy is going to have to look in that direction very, very soon. And Revenge is actually going to get Lionclaw. How did that happen? I think Lionclaw maybe overextended from the cable car side, and Aldrin going to get the last kill. So it's a 6-3. Could have been better from the side of Pacific Macta. I was expecting maybe a 7-2. That would have been playable for them. But yeah, I mean, it's a good half for the side of Macta, but still, just like how I said it, it doesn't really instill confidence in me because their BL side didn't really look too good back home, especially on this map.
Well, you know, I'm glad you said that because I really didn't want to be the bearer of bad news. But, you know, if I want to play the stats game, their BL side is a whopping 42.3% win rate. So you're right. It's not the best. But you know what? That's only one factor. So we can consider other factors. We're on LAN. They've been crushing it. They've been doing good despite them being 0-1. So things can change. Maybe turn a new leaf.
But Revenge getting punished for a hubris there. Trying to peek out in towards A long, no flash, no nothing, and just trying to punish Spoxy here with just pure mechanics, but he was already posted up in that position near the window on room A. So there's still plenty of space to work with here for the side of Pacific Macta, but losing your sniper at the start of the round is not really good news.
No, this is definitely not good news here for Pacific Macta fans because he really was doing some good picks, opening duels in the first half. But him going down early is not going to be any icing on the cake here for them, but we'll see. Maybe they're able to fast-track something here being down a player like that. They do have Aldrin still alive, and that was somebody that put up some good numbers, but to Zane, he's able to find himself this double. The headshots are getting cracked, but Aldrin doing the exact same thing. Who other than him? He's just trying to do everything by himself right now. On a 1-on-3, finds it down to the 1v2. With critical HP already down to 40, but still, this is open for him, especially if he can find this duel, and he does! But is he going to expect another one? My God, Flex comes in clutch for LCK.
Man, the bad habit of pressing QQ after getting such a shot, and he just sees the last guy in the last second. Great attempt from the side of Aldrin, who's had a great start in this game, going 12-3. But Pacific Macta, just like how I said it, man, they struggle on BL side on this map specifically, so they're going to need to see, or they're going to need to maybe force an opportunity on their side. But Revenge already dead at the start of the round, and I mean, Design and Lionclaw doing the exact same thing that Justin and MVA did in the hotel side in B long, and now they're answering the aggression from that last half with their own aggression this time.
Yeah, this is becoming, you know, a bit of a potential comeback. I mean, it is that 6-4. That's going to really ensue some, you know, confidence here for LCK. They're definitely going to be happy about this. And again, we're in a deja vu. Revenge is down early in the round. He's gone. How are we here again? I don't know. We're doing a repeat, apparently.
Yeah, and ZYK is going to pick up the slack here for Revenge on that sniper. He's not too bad of a sniper, honestly. He was going toe-to-toe with the best yesterday, but can he be the one to open things up for the side of Pacific? Especially LCK, they're playing a pretty passive defense here. Spoxy in a really nice position.
Oh, and into the jump. Oh, that's really, really awful. That's just really unfortunate. Yeah, if he could have got that jump, that really could have created some good space. But that's where we talked about some of those, mechanical issues that were happening yesterday and some of the, decision making. I wouldn't say that's a bad decision. I think it was just really unfortunate on the mechanical side here to cost him his life. And luckily, Justin, though, okay, he's going to find a little bit of retaliation on this.
I don't think they're going to go A. I don't think A is the move. Ooh. Unless Design not looking behind them. Spoxy's going to go down. Design and Raffin is already spotted on the side. And look at the pressure that Aldrin is going at. Another headshot for the man himself on the AK-47. Raffin trying to chase ZYK out. But Raffin is already out in the open, and Aldrin is trying to look for him. But they're both on low HP, so that's why Raffin is going for the chase. But it's a ring around the rosy. And ZYK finally can get the bomb plant down. However, there is an angle that Lion Claw can play that ZYK can potentially die in, but he's not in B site. Instead, he's in spawn.
Yeah, so the bomb's going to go down. So now, again, with Lion Claw being, pretty low in the HP, this is not going to make it easy. But both these players from Pacific Macta, the exact same situation. 22 here for ZYK. Not going to be good, but he does have the arm in his hands. Now Raffin spots Aldrin, needing to remove it. Now Lion Claw's gone. So Raffin, a moment for him to come alive, showcase something here on land to be able to prove why he was put onto this team.
Oh, the time.
Now he has to just go for it, but the time is just dwindling. He's just going to commit it, and yeah, he's a dead man. It's going to be over. Pacific Macta, through everything, through the thick and thin, they're going to be able to get that round.
Yeah, Pacific going to be pulling a timeout. I don't think Buku likes how dirty the play is at the moment. I mean, despite Aldrin being on fire, he got to save the round here for the side of Pacific Macta, finally giving them 7 on the board. And it's not really that clean. It's a bit of a hectic fight all over the place here for the side of Pacific Macta. MVA failing the jump to get into respawn, but Aldrin was right there to try and see if he can do the exact same thing, and he was successful that time, catching Spoxy off guard and even getting another player on towards that A site. And it's a timeout for them. I think LCK has, it's fortunate that they do have time to discuss because, just a bit of fixing on the GR side that they can be back in the picture.
Yeah, and I mean, I don't mind them, even with getting that round win, calling the timeout. You're right. It probably is a good moment for them just to have some good chats and, kind of clean things up. And I know you were, mentioning before for Pacific Macta, like, this is a group that, like, yeah, the conversations can be a bit intense at times, right? Like, the coach definitely, did you say he was a perfectionist? Is that what I heard yesterday? Yeah, I mean,
it's very detailed. He's very in the details.
Yeah, okay, yeah. I mean, that's the thing too, right? And things are starting to get, I don't want to say sloppy, but I think it's getting loose, right? So maybe just this is now a good moment where I talked about this in game 1 for anybody that's not aware. The coaches do have the ability to have this conversation with the teams to talk about what they need to. Now they can be directly in the game during these moments, which I think is a big impact. I love it.
Yeah, it's very obvious that they don't play this map.
Yeah.
That's for sure. I think I was with them earlier, right? I was downstairs. I was watching the game prior, and they were watching like videos. Like I think they were watching Unites actually.
Oh, okay.
I think it was Unites versus LCK when they were playing Eagle Eye. They were like, "Whoa, this works."
This is a thing.
This is a thing, and I'm like, "Yes."
Yeah. No.
Do exactly that.
Oh dear.
And especially, shout out to Unites, man. If we win this first map, then you guys can win Unites, man. No problem.
Well, I'll definitely keep that in mind here, but we'll see what can happen a little bit differently here. The score is still in favor for Pacific Macta, but it's more if they can keep that happening or if things are going to hit a bit of a halt is the bigger question. And double OMS here for the defensive side of LCK. Flex is going to equip that as the hybrid like I talked about. And he also is someone like you were talking about ZYK. He can go toe-to-toe. I would say the same thing with Flex. Like he was able to, he's been able to outsnipe people like Snare from 3BL, which is, one of the best teams in the CFWL, which is always a good thing to see, right? So we will have to see what's going to happen. But Pacific Macta, since this timeout, the coach having the conversation, these guys have pumped the brakes. These guys ain't moving.
For sure. And oh, this is the lineups that I was actually talking about. The wall swings on the A side. Finally, someone's using it, but no, they're going to go into B side instead. Justin, can he get into spawn. Flex is getting chased down, and that is one of the snipers finally down, and this is what MBA was trying earlier. And now it looks good this time, but no, it's not a B site. It's actually going back into A. Raffin is still inside of the house, and he's just tucked in there.
Yeah, Lucas Boxy, oh, he finally gets taken out. He was able to get himself at least that double kill, so now it is to the 2-2. Raffin, a tap away here with the AK, leaving it just down to Revenge by himself. Okay, he's been able to have himself a good one, but oh man, a labored spray from Lion Claw, but yes, that will leave a mark.
Yeah, good execution, but just couldn't find the targets in time. I think Raffin just being alive in House A has got to be, you know, very important for their defense, especially. That's a spot where you could just crouch again, just so you could see if there's any information coming out from mid and or spawn. So yeah, that's one of the harder positions to clear, and Raffin did a good job of just holding it.
Well, 2-round differential into this one. Opening duel is going to go favor for Justin, and that's actually going to be with a nade, so some utility work that lands him the key of success here in the opener. But I mean, I feel like there's been some games we saw so far from day one with different teams where you're down the man, it really does just catapult the percentage here for that other team like to win if you have the 5-on-4 advantage. But I don't think that's really the case here for both these teams. I think we've seen it kind of in the sense that they are able to call their way back into this.
That's true. But I mean, I think Pacific Macta is kind of anticipating that LCK is going to try to make a play to equalize the numbers for their side, so that's why Design is in such a forward position, but they were expecting it. Justin fully knowing what could come from the hotel side, and ZYK holding the other side, but he does get spotted on towards that long A side, then LCK can just back off, but still the numbers disadvantage and is in towards their side. So what is Pacific Macta going to do? They're just staying put for now.
Yeah, and Aldrin looks like he's ready to throw a piece of utility here, which is going to be the smoke. That's just going to block off a little bit of a connector, but okay, with a minute remaining, Raffin, okay, yeah, Revenge is actually able to get himself tucked away nicely, but Raffin now realizing, okay, hang on, this is not working out. He's still going to press forward. He's still going to commit to this. I was thinking, no way he will, but okay. He's going to be able to find himself Revenge, take down his head. So right back to an equal situation of the 3-3.
Yeah, and oh, someone, Flex? Flex? Yo, Flex!
Oh,
no one called it?
Oh, that might be a miscomm, and that's he's gonna be pissed. He's gonna be so mad right now.
He's wishing he has a timeout so he can cuss his teammate out there, but nope. Spoxy is gonna get one in return, so is it all forgiven for the boys over at LCK? A 2v2 retake in the works. Justin holding that spawn side. Aldrin coming in from Hotel, and he just tanks the bullets of Raffin there from the backside, and he is gonna possibly wrap all the way around in bridge, and oh, there we go. That's that Eagle Eye 2.0, baby. There's a window there now. There is a window there now, my friend. And 8-5. And if Pacific Macta can close this out, that is them dodging a bullet in this first map.
Yeah, and honestly, you know, I think it's easy to kind of pinpoint on this, but I'm not saying Flex would have been able to necessarily do anything in that situation. Maybe he could have. But the fact that somebody clearly didn't communicate, hey, this is open, this is a gap right now, maybe that changes something. But OMs are just going to be galore here. They're going to go back and forth for both these sides.
Oh, Flex. No one saw Raffin.
Oh, look at Raffin. Hello, peekaboo. Raffin, please. Okay, yeah, he's going to get that one too. I like this. He's kicking it up a notch.
He is stuck though. So Aldrin's just going to hold this for now. Nah, they're just going to leave him probably. This is rough by Pacific Macta. I think being in a 3v4 on Eagle Eye is not really it. So I think NDA is going to try to go aggressive, maybe get some spawn control, get it off the hands of Design, and try and see if they can pinch one of the players out.
Yeah, look at Lion Claw too, just playing the bridge, and Design still trying to see what he can do with this. He's in a bit of a tight spot, but I think he spots it now. Now they're just kind of doing a ring around the rosy. He will be the one that wins it. So now down to Justin and Aldrin. So Justin needs to do something big here for a big spray, not able to make this connection. Lion Claw now gets himself a bit of a field day with a multi-kill. He was a little bit quiet here from day one, but now we're starting to see him picking up a little bit of slack, and that's what we wanted to see from a player like him.
Yeah, I mean, Lion Claw is going to be one of those key players that can really bring you back in Eagle Eye especially. And if he can, you know, kind of work this hotel side with Flex, and they can definitely gain some distance. So Revenge already spot one, so they already know that they're going to go aggressive. But ZYK getting punished again the exact same way. Someone just peeked mid, and he's dead once again. So someone has to keep a mental reminder that LCK is now starting to get a bit more confident. They're now peeking through that door in towards that mid side. And maybe they can punish it in the next few rounds. But, oh, triple nade. Lion Claw getting absolutely nuked in the hotel side. And is it going to do anything realistically? It's still hard to get hotel control in a 4v4, but hey, it's something.
Man, it really is something, and I like that coordination from them, like simple yet super effective, because we have seen that LCK have really pushed themselves, you know, deep in that position before. So I like that they're just like, hey, you know what? Let's make a quick decision on this. Just burn our utility and get this easy frag, and they do. So now we're, instead of it being a man advantage for LCK, we're right back to, like you said, the 4-4. Just kidding. Flux is going to get a little connection here with the Yom. Now he's getting a little bit more on his own adventure.
Man, it's a battle of the Omni IGLs in Eagle Eye at the moment. So it's ZYK Flex, but oh, MVA. Okay, that's a good opening just to equalize things up. And Revenge is in a really good position. So if they can enter the B side, they already know that cable car is clear because of that tower. But can they get into the site quicker, though? They might need Revenge to come with them here. But Rapid is going to get killed instead. So they're going to wrap back down on towards site. What a miss by Flex. If that hit, they could confirm this B site, but Flex might be a little too late, and Flex is forced to go on the A site because of that pickoff by Revenge, and Revenge instead just filing through mid, and there's still a player on towards second mid. Spoxy goes down.
Yeah, same thing we've seen before, and it's Revenge that's able to come around, get the double, the boomstick, just taking down their heads. So, okay, through all that adversity now, Pacific Macta are putting themselves, you know, in now this great position where they're up 9. They just need one more to get done. If you know, for LCK, it's
there we go.
It's about 3.
But they finally crouch, or they finally put their heads down so they don't get sniped right out the window. Yeah, same old default.
Same old default. Yeah, really nothing changed. And I think you were kind of mentioning this, like, you know, the fact that, you know, for Pacific Macta, like, they're watching old games of, you know, LCK taking on Untitled is like, that's kind of their review of this is like, yeah, like they're obviously going to be a bit lacked on this considering their record on it is not the greatest for them. But hey, I mean, despite that, I mean, they're in a great position here to find themselves the opening map win.
Yeah. But can they gain any distance? They're taking it really slow in this round, and I think this is going to play into the kind of the mind games that we were seeing from some of the other maps from Pacific Macta. And Revenge back to his sniper tower. He really wants to go right back up to try and see if he can pick anyone off on the A site. But I don't think there's any sightlines available at the moment because everyone's playing, you know, bottom side of A, so no one's really spotted.
Yeah, it's such a powerful position, but obviously you're so exposed when you're up there too. But you really do get bird's eye view of everything. So wrap in. Okay, he's going to be the one that gets that opener. Gets a little bit excited, but he'll get punished for it. But Dezane's going to be able to find this trade back. And now they're going to actually re-aggress through this doorway. Oh my god, Flexo! No! He's trying everything, but Aldrin just eradicates them all. Now Lion Claw needing everything desperately to find this 1-on-2 to keep them alive in this game. Otherwise, this thing is going to be done and dusted, and we are going to be moving things over to Compound. Does Lion Claw have it in him? He has so many angles to clear, so many different things of information he has to look for. And Pacific Macta, all they have to do is just be composed and wait things out, and that's exactly what they're going to do.
Thanks, Pietro. Thank you, Pietro. Oy, oy, oy. And that was a map that I'm actually nervous about for Pacific Macta. But they played it really well. I think it was better than what they showed in CFS PH Masters. Maybe would also want to have a quick shout out to SGJ for kind of bringing it to Pacific Macta back in CFS PH Masters, where they were the best team back home on that map. So I think they kind of learned a thing or two from that team as well. So they dodged a bullet. They dodged a bullet for now. Eagle Eye, the map that I'm most nervous about, other than Mexico, honestly. But, I mean, yeah, I mean, that's a good start to the series, man.
It's a really, really good start. Look, and I mean, this was the thing we were saying about for Pacific Macta and, you know, a lot of the fans is that it was nothing but a big opening show here against our top team yesterday. They weren't able to get the victory, but they were able to find themselves in some really good notes. For potentially getting, you know, an upset on that, but they weren't able to. But in here, at least they can kind of use that, convert it with a win here, take down LCK. I feel like it was pretty dominant. I feel like there was a couple rounds that felt a bit, tight, but I really do think they were really in control of this, and they were kind of on the smooth waters.
Yeah, starting GR was worth it, I think, for the side of Pacific Mount. They usually see teams start on BL and then they're going to try to finish off on the second half, but I think Macta was like, all right, we need to get some early momentum here on the Eagle Eye. We don't really play this map a lot, and once we get into BL, we have some confidence here, and despite Zeke getting picked off by Spoxy like 2 rounds in a row, they still got the job done.
Yeah, and I mean, again, the thing we talked about in the bit of the pre-show is that I personally wanted to see Revenge kind of putting it up, from the scale where he was at, maybe like a 4 to 10, I would say, and I mean that in the nicest way. I wanted to see him go up another 1 or 2. I think we got that. I think we got to see him probably even more than that. I would say he was probably pushing, in the near that, 8 or 9. Like, the guy was able to find a lot of openers with the AWM. He was allowed to get multi-kills. It was an AWM paradise. Like, the guy was just, he was enjoying himself for it.
Yeah, as much as we love to talk about Revenge, man, let's talk about Aldrin.
Yeah.
that he was on demon time in the Eagle Eye, especially. I mean, 16 kills the last time I saw him, and I think 13 of those were headshots. So he was definitely on fire on that AK-47, and especially when Aldrin has that AK-47 and he's rolling, he's got the momentum going, he's gonna just hit headshots left and right. He's a scary sight to see. He's a scary man to fight against. And LCK, they just couldn't keep up.
Yeah, and I'm going to be curious once we kind of get the stats up in a bit here, because I do think that was a really tight race, because you have the one hand where Revenge was able to get a lot of impact in the first half, with the AWM playing on the GR side, and then it was Aldrin that I feel like more the Blacklist side was more where he could showcase himself better. He was able to put that AK to work. He was able to just kind of run around, get these multi-kills. So, yeah, the two of them hand in hand were definitely a lethal team. These guys were the 1-2 combination you need, and I mean, that's where Revenge is typically statistically one of those guys that has better stats, but Aldrin is a close behind, and this is some of the highlights that we get to see, and this is what I was just talking about, is Revenge is just look at him, like he's just running around, he's getting, at least 2 around. That's everything you could ask for in your sniper.
And LCK realized 5 rounds later, hey guys, we can take B site, and everything started working for them. And yeah, I mean, Revenge absolutely dominant in the first half. He's defending A almost by himself. He does have a bit of help here from ZYK from time to time, but Aldrin was also starting to heat up in the second half this time. If Revenge was actually on fire in the first half, Aldrin kind of picked up the slack here on the second. And it was a nice attempt from the side of LCK to kind of come back in this game. Flex was hitting some shots. Spoxy was spotting out some players, but unfortunately, I think Pacific Mount, has got the handle of things after this particular round.
Yeah, and I mean, it definitely was, one of those things where I think Aldrin, if I'm not mistaken, like he was one point, he was sitting at like 21. Here we go, we're finally going to get it. And okay, yeah, holy Murphy, yeah, 3.14. Okay, so clearly took the throne. He said, look, Revenge, you're a beast with the sniper, but I'm even more nasty with the rifle. Yeah. And I think that is the highest stats that we have seen, I think, so far here for the 2 days we've been here. So that was against a team like LCK, I think this couldn't have been a better showcase for a team like Pacific Manta, just because I was a little bit worried for this map for them, but honestly, I think their preparation and studying did really well.
Yeah, I think they're in a bit of a hurry as well, because I kind of heard from their conversation, they're like, yo, let's hit the pool later.
Yeah, so the motivation's there, right? I think you were talking about going in the jacuzzi or whatever. You're like, these guys want to get back. They want to, get into the pool, everything. And now they're like, you know what? We're the second game of the day. We can probably get this thing done. Let's just get a quick 2-0. Let's go celebrate, have some food, and do whatever you need to do. And they're definitely on the road to it now, because the next map is going to be Compound, which,
That's a Macta special. That's a Macta special, my friend. So, yeah, Pacific Macta is definitely going to enjoy that particular map. I mean, Compound from time and time again has proven that Pacific Macta, they defend really well on this map. I think BL could have had some better looks from their side, but I think if they can get the handle on BL early, they can definitely just dominate the rest of the GR side. So, LCK definitely at a disadvantage in map number 2. I'm not counting them out just yet. And especially with the experience that LCK has on Compound, considering how often they do play Compound in CFWL, I think they do still have a fair shot in map number 2, but all signs point to Macta for now.
Yeah, and honestly, the thing for me that I'm trying to look down at this, because the part of me is just, I'm in disbelief, because for Compound, for LCK, their season record really was a 7-7. So it's not like it's like a big win factor for them. I've seen them in games where they've had some decent wins. I've seen them a lot of games where it goes right to the end when it probably shouldn't have against some of the teams in the division or in that league where it really shouldn't as well. So this is where I'm really, really hoping these guys did a lot of preparation for this, because they must have expected this, because when we flip on the other side here for Pacific Macta, this is a team that is at 5-1, and that's a good record. Like, this is that is a good statistic to have, because these guys clearly don't lose. They only lost once.
I'm trying to remember who did they lose to. Oh yeah, they lost to Ubek, I think, on Compound, and that's a team that's really really emphasizes teamwork, which is really needed when it comes to Compound, especially on that BL side. But the rest of the teams couldn't really handle whatever Macta was throwing at them in this Compound map, and straight into Compound. No breaks, all gas here for map number 2. Pacific Macta on the BL side, LCK on the GR side, and let's see what's about to happen. Raffin being on his own in storage B, and instead LCK is going to look to get some mid control.
Yeah, and I mean, at least now this could be a bit of a reset for a map that, you know, like we were saying, Eagle Eye is not very common here for the West League. It's something we don't get to see very often. It's a bit of a treat for me. I know Jordan would disagree, but now we're on a map where everybody plays this one, so it looks like it's a little bit of a back and forth, but the edge is going to go Justin Slight here for LCK. ZYK is low on the HP, but it is going to be Justin that does take down Dezane. So now Flex and Lionclaw, the last 2 remaining players here, double AKs, a little bit of utility remaining here for the defensive side, but this is a lot of options that are available for Pacific Macta.
Yeah, I mean, being in a 2v3 on Compound is a living nightmare, because you're going to have to cover both sides, but you're also going to have to worry about mid. You're also having to worry about A entrance from the long side. So Pacific Macta can just slow down and try and see if they can play a bit of mind games here to get, you know, to force LCK to play some positions that are pretty passive. And as soon as they just, I don't know, swing as 3 people onto 1 person, they definitely can get the handle on the site. So I think B could be their worst option here, because Flex, this is one of the best angles that you can hold in Compound in the bottom side of B. And yeah, if you don't spot that guy immediately, you are just going to get shot in the head like a human landmine. Flex is doing it right now, but Revenge is inching ever so closer. So everyone is looking for opportunities at the moment.
Yeah, and I mean, the thing is, they're, you know, for the defensive side here, they're kind of split apart, like with the 1-on-1. So it is kind of add a little bit more pressure here to play that anchor role. And it is Flex that, you know, is going to get tested here. Like, he does expect somebody to come through mid. He's waiting for that. Lionclaw now in the back of mid, or in the front of mid, I should say. Oh, and he gets taken out. His back turned. You can see it now. Flex realizing, okay, look, I got to switch something up here. Pacific Macta doesn't have to commit to this necessarily. That flash is going to be nice, but Flex is able to find the second. Justin, thankfully, can be the hero they need for Pacific Macta to find themselves an opening round.
Yeah, it's that flash that ZYK threw in the long side that kind of forced Lionclaw to react back on the A side. And I think Lionclaw was trying to hold mid because he really doesn't want to give respawn control to the side of Pacific Macta, because that means Flex is going to have to fight 2 angles at the same time. So it's a good idea from the side of LCK. They just, Macta just had the handle of the round, though, because of that 2v3.
Yeah, definitely right down to the wire. I thought in that kind of a situation, Flex was a dead man, but he almost made that interesting, and he just couldn't get the recoil control after doing the switchback on the second player, but we'll see. Now, Pacific Macta, like, again, this is where, you know, I don't think we've been able to see them on Compound yet, if I'm not mistaken, unless I'm completely delusional, but I'm pretty sure this is the first time we've seen them on this tournament, so we'll have to see, you know, a little bit of what they can showcase with their strong record on this. And already now a 4-1 split that is coming through. Raffin does love to play this position. There is times where they like the setup of the double player on this. And now he's actually going to pull a little bit back. Him and Flex together holding hands. But is Justin going to get taken out?
Ooh, bit of damage. I mean, Flex, they forced Raffin off of a really good position, but still so many players inside of storage. But Raffin in the corner. How is this man alive, by the way?
No, honestly, this is like classic Raffin in this spot. Like, there's so many times when fights are happening. Oh, that nade. It actually didn't do as much as I thought it would have.
That would have been funny if they killed both of them, but oh, well, oh no, NBA trying to go in, but Design and Flex at the same time holding some really good angles in storage. Justin, I think he needs to get this kill on Flex just to get the numbers right back on him, but he might have to back off because there's still 2 people right in front of him, and Spoxy spots out Revenge on tower. And it went from bad to worse for the side of Pacific Macta. Now they have to face a 2v4.
Yeah, this is a good note here for any LCK fans, and I mean, this is where they might be able to find themselves a bounce back. But again, let's not forget who's alive right now. We have Justin, that's been clutch from yesterday. We have Aldrin that put up monstrosity of numbers. And, okay, there he is. He's going to be able to get a trade. Now he's got 3 more to go. 17 seconds. Not liking these odds, but these are nice headshots he's going to be able to find, but he can get this plant down. The question is LCK going to swing this? Yeah, they're going to definitely do that. And okay, good move from them. They don't let the plant happen. I like that they make the quick decision and they pounce on it.
Yeah, no time for Aldrin to put that C4 down. And that's a really good response for Pacific Macta, who's been hitting that B site again and again and again to just put 3 people there. And yeah, just force the fight into war storage. And Raffin doing a really good job of just living. He was just dodging everything from the side of Pacific Macta, and with the help of Flex and Design in the B site, they just cleared absolutely everyone, and that turned into a 2v3 real quick. And Spoxy, I mean, Spoxy was confident from that last game. He was hitting his fair share of shots, and the victim once again is ZYK.
Yeah, no, it is a really good thing to see for Spoxy because, you know, like, again, for anybody that missed this from yesterday, I mean, in case they're not aware of this team and just giving you the quick breakdown is the fact of Spoxy is the new addition of this group. He came from a different team, but I'm gonna come back to that story later. Who cares? But, I mean, right now, Pacific Macta are doing a good job. Despite losing the first engagements, they bring things back to a 3-3. And there is a player deep, and I think that's Dezane, if I'm not mistaken. He's actually pushed all the way through mid. They might pull back on this. This is good info, though. I mean, at least that pressure is there, but Pacific Macta, they still have C4 control. They can have a little bit of a reset.
Yeah, for sure. I think going into Catwalk B is not really the move, considering multiple Macta members were already spotted in the B site. But they're going to have to spread out because they have 0 information whether or not they're going to go back into A. But it's a really good hold, though, for now, at least on the A site. But I don't think A site is going to be the one hit. So if Flex misses, especially in this position, this is a B site wide open.
Yeah, and Flex does like to put himself in some really, really interesting positions at times. So we'll see if that's going to pan out for him. 56 seconds remaining here on the timer. So Pacific Macta really, really, really evaluating their options, kind of going, you know what do I want to do here? Which door do I want to pick? And now Lion Claw, a good play from him, good discipline that we see on this defensive side, not overextending, just going to play a little bit more passive. Look at how fast they rotate too. They've already put 2 players into the A site. Flex is posted up and he gets punished for it.
Never child revenge in that spot, man. I learned the hard way.
There you go.
That one.
First-hand experience.
Yep. Oh, they can go B. Oh, no, they're going to challenge A instead. Lion Claw with the spray. Can he get 3? MBA is low. Design on a 1v1. But MBA was looking at Z, but the man was in C3 the entire time. And LCK, all right, they're getting back into this game. I'm kind of feeling them now in Compound. And, I mean, CFWL, they're kind of known for how good their defenses are and how good their setups are. And Pacific Macta, I mean, you do get some pickoffs in and around the map, but the adjustments here, the calls from Flex are really doing a great job of just denying Macta these rounds.
Yeah, and I mean, even for a team like for Pacific Macta, like, I mean, their BL side is still like about a 62% win rate on it. So, I mean, it is very strong, like comparable to like LCK. I feel like it's kind of like a just over 50% on each side. Like, I've seen them have really strong games where the BL side was the name of the game. The exact same thing here for the GR side. So it really is depending on who they play. I think they really are kind of that team that rides a lot of momentum, and that, I don't want to say streak, but they definitely kind of are like that in comparison to like a team like 3BL, where it's a very different group where they play very methodical and slow. So we'll see. But I think, if I'm not mistaken, yeah, the opening engagement once again for LCK. So this was something I think you and I actually got to see a lot of yesterday with different teams, but that's a good way to get yourself on that GR side feeling a little bit better.
Yeah, for sure. And I think one of the better comparisons, if you're going to compare Pacific Macta to any region, especially on this map, they play very similar to CFBL with their aggression, just like this. But Lion Claw and Design, the crossfire in mid, and Macta cannot enter. And Lion Claw in the bottom side of tower. Design is just going to fall back, knowing that they have the numbers advantage in this situation. But they know exactly where Lion Claw is. Doesn't get the first frag, but cannot get the second one. And Revenge, the only one left alive, cannot get the snipe. And LCK, all right, a 2-point lead. Now it's a great start for them this time.
Yeah, look, it's about time. Like, because like I said a lot about this on the pre-show about if there was players to look out for, The first obvious one, like I was going into that little bit of a story time with Laz, was talking about Spoxy, but Zane is definitely that guy where he is a multi-fragger, he is a clutcher, he is the man to watch, a spotlight player. So now we're starting to see him feeling way better. 5-1 is his score line. He's tied with Flex, but he's pretty much only been taken out once. And now Lion Claw's like, you know what, man? I want to get a little bit of action here too. I want to do something differently. We see Zane get a little bit over-aggressive on that, but at least they find themselves 2. They take down Aldrin, ZYK, NBA, they're gone. They're finito. Now leaving it Revenge to Justin, and it's just Revenge! Oh my god! He takes out 3! Taparinos, and now this table has completely been flipped over, and Raffin has to come up clutch.
And that's why the Colt in the hands of Revenge is so dangerous, especially 2 headshots instantly just like that. And I was thinking that, okay, LCK is just going to take this round. They're committing the rest of the players in the B side so they can just get the numbers back in their way. But Raffin is going to take out Revenge, who's just trying to cross back in towards the mid side. But Raffin does have the read of where Justin is going, though. 1v1 situation. Raffin cannot get the last player. Justin already having his crosshair on the angle. And Macta finally getting around on the board.
Oh man, it's times like this that I wish we had like a quick replay that we could just showcase this again, because I mean now we have to wait until the end of the game, but man, that's the thing about Revenge that like man, I'm gonna get him to sign like my mouse pad or something, because like he is so scary. Like the fact that in that position against the pillars, he's just running around one-tapping people with a Colt like that. Like it's just, oh man, that is just chaotic.
Yeah, you're definitely not going to be the first guy getting his mousepad signed by Revenge. I mean,
rightfully so, man.
Yeah, if you get your mousepad signed by Revenge, the value of that mousepad does go up.
Oh man, it's what a cool thing to see from a player like that. And we talked about him a lot in the beginning, where we said it's obvious we want to see him be able to run around and do what he can do and feel comfortable. That is, I think that's just going to help them, you know, kind of continue on in this game, just considering how close it is, right? And that's why the timeout was called. And this is where the conversation's already happening, because I think things are getting a little bit too tight here for Pacific Macta.
Yeah, and I think, Buku is just trying to see if he can iron out some mistakes from the side of Macta. I think that last round could have easily been a disaster for them, considering, that LB fight, they didn't really expect it to happen. I think Revenge just so happened to hit 3 headshots, but I think any other round that would actually result in a loss for the side of Macta. So I think Buku is just trying to see if he can kind of fix the default a bit for the side of Macta at the start of the round at least. And they're going to try to predict whatever LCK is trying to do, especially Raffin, man. I think Raffin's got to be the most annoying player for the side of Macta at the moment, because he's just keeping the pressure here on towards the lower B side.
Well, at least for Pacific Macta, they're only down by 1 right now, so 3-2 is going to be the scoreline in this second game. And like we said, Pacific Macta were able to have a pretty dominant win here with a 10-6 on Eagle Eye. But it's going to be a big thing to see. Is it a 2-0 here today, or does it go to the ultimate distance of 3? And that is kind of the benefit of this. And oh my word! Okay, Justin with a nice little one tap, but no.
Well, Revenge looks back.
It looks back. I don't know why. And
oh my god!
Are you kidding?
The turnaround.
Oh my god!
Oh my god.
Man.
Revenge is head on a swivel.
It really is. He's everywhere. He's got eyes on the front, the sides, and the back of his head, man. Like, he knows all right now. He's the Oracle, if anybody knows about the Matrix.
Damn, I'm just surprised how quick he turned around, not gonna lie. I mean, that's that high sense player. I mean, you do have to play high sense when you're playing the sniper, of course. But they're just gonna, play the safe route. This is play B-side, guys. One player is gonna go in towards batteries, and ZYK is just gonna be staying. MVA almost gets tagged by the AWM. Spoxy, definitely a person that could hit that type of shot. MVA just trying to gain some information as they do smoke the entrance. But ZYK, he's just staying there. He is the insurance policy of this one, and MVA, he's like, yep, I'm gonna just peek it.
Yeah, and I think, if I'm not mistaken, I think actually it was, this obviously is going to be LCK calling this timeout, folks, but I was going to say, I think Spoxy purposely made that noise cue. Like, I think he was trying to make it sound like, oh, I'm going to run in now. and he was hoping that he was able to find that duel, maybe NBA going for a swing, but instead NBA's like, no, dog, you ain't doing that. I'm just gonna take your head. So I'm gonna give you a fresh haircut. So now with that, LCK, they're like, okay, we need to have a long talk, and we need to figure out what the heck we have to do. And both these teams now have respectfully used those timeouts in the first half.
Yeah, so no more timeouts in the rest of the game. It's all going to be the teams and the IGLs just on their own for the rest of Compound. And it's going to be interesting to see, considering LCK used their timeout super early. So if they start kind of slumping on the BL side, they don't really have anything to kind of stop the momentum for a bit and try and see if they can rest. So they better play a perfect game right after this. But that goes for Pacific Macta as well. They get caught from time to time in this first half. And I like what LCK is doing, though. They're trying to go for some proactive plays, especially that mid push. Once again, it just so happened that Revenge is insane. And yeah, I mean, that's just the difference maker for the side of Pacific Macta for now. But, you know, just like how I said it, man, easily the strategies that LCK is pulling out, they could have easily worked if anyone missed on the side of Macta.
Yeah, and I mean, this is, like you said, I mean, thankfully for this timeout, it allows, you know, Pacific Macta to also just kind of talk about any last, you know, little bit of things they need to. And like you said, I mean, it's kind of interesting because I don't think we've seen it where both teams use their timeouts within that, you know, couple round range. I think it's only been like 2, if I'm not mistaken here. Like it's a pretty short turnaround.
Yeah, but 3-3. The objective here for the side of LCK is to actually get more rounds on this GR side, but it is not working at the moment. I think if we go 5-4, I would say that still is a good half for the side of Pacific Macta. But you know, considering the stats that we saw on their BL side specifically, like that 60% is not no joke. Flex. I'm surprised no one's punishing Flex for this certain peak in con mid. And ZYK getting the jab out treatment at the moment, dying at the start of the round, and he's going to be watching his teammates' screens for now, but yeah, that's his role anyways. He's the IPL. He's just going to direct whatever happens here.
Yeah, and anybody that, you know, is in the West League around, they know that this is just some gimmicks, and that gimmick is not really much of a thing here because Pacific Macta now they're just going to come to the safe site. Lion Claw by himself. He's trying to MacGyver his way through these smokes. Okay, hang on. That's going to do. He's going to be able to find the double, take down the bomb carrier. Now Revenge on a 1-on-3. Rapid just on the other side, and Revenge, he surprisingly doesn't check on the right-hand side. So LCK, they find a gifted round, and I think it just comes down to the site anchor.
Yeah, I think they couldn't find Lion Claw at all. I think MVA probably assumed that he already went out on long and is going to go all the way around in mid to try and help the retake happen, but no. Lion Claw stayed on the site, waiting for the perfect opportunity to strike, and MVA and Justin were not even looking in his direction at all. And what a play there from Lion Claw. And that results in a win for the side of LCK. They get the lead back in this game, but can they get 2 in a row? Because they need to break the monotony here in this map. It cannot be a back and forth.
No, it definitely can't be. And I mean, this is the thing where, you know, we were talking a lot about, you know, in the sense of this is LCK, like statistically, this is their better side. So for them to, they need the buffer. Like they absolutely do. We talk about some teams, they can get away with being in a deficit. I don't think that's going to be the case here for them. Pacific Macta, when they switch over to the GR side, I think it's like 71% or something they have on this. So it's going to be a bumpy road. I'm gonna be honest.
All right, then before chat gets mad, especially the Macta chat gets mad at that round, they removed the names in the smokes.
They did, yeah. Actually, I'm really glad you brought that up.
There is no spotting in the smoke anymore in this one, to be specific. So it is actually pretty interesting because the gameplay is so different now compared to what we saw from the previous years. More about that tacticalness. You can only see the name if they're at the edge of the smoke or the smoke is about to run out. So it's not the same as we saw or what we were used to back at home. But I mean, Macta's holding up just fine, but they still need to go through this LCK defense, which is placed pretty well. I mean, 2 in B, 2 in spawn. No one was spotting long?
That is a gap. Again, like just some really, really weird decisions and kind of lack of communication here from LCK. And like someone like Spoxy just his 6 just gets taken out here. So now we see the man advantage for Pacific Macta. They're actually just going to use that as a little bit of a ruse. And now we need to see this crossfire, and it's not looking good. And now Flex, a tough position to be in. He needs to be able to find this, and it is 1 kill, but now he's just trying to buy some time, and his teammates are thankfully able to help him. They got his back, but it's down to the 2v2 here. Is it going to be enough? Does Pacific Macta have the time? And there's only 20 seconds. And Dezane with a run and gun, and yes, indeed, they will. I don't know how they did it. It's a rabbit out of the hat, and Pacific Macta are going to be able to find another round.
That's classic ZYK right there. He's like a berserker, man. He just taunts. He just taunts as much as possible to give Aldrin some space to work with in this site. And Pacific Macta, I mean, the back and forth benefits them more than it benefits LCK. And whoever gets this last round is going to be a happy man, that is for sure. I wouldn't say LCK is too happy about this one. Spoxy now got the mid side. ZYK finally getting some revenge, but it's not going to be Flex. Instead, it's Design. And I think LCK has to back off here. This is not the safe position to play in. And Spoxy just going on forward, but he has to be careful from that room A position that is on his left side.
Yeah, and this is one of those things where LCK, they just got to let it go. Like, I mean, they're still really trying to press on the pressure point right now, and I do agree with you. I think this is a moment where you're on that defense, you got to reset, because now you can see Flex, he's going to anchor in this A site, but you already have two players from Pacific Macta that are coming onto the long A side. Bomb's not committed to it yet, but, I mean, we saw before, like, they got a free kill. Like, they just walked and took down Spoxy, so we need to see LCK kind of reset here. Otherwise, Pacific Macta, they're just going to have a bit of an opening that is just too easy.
Yeah, I felt a disappointment in ZYK, though, that he didn't get the kill on Flex. That would have been, he would have been like, yes, finally. But the head-to-head record at the moment is 0-2.
Yeah.
Between them both, but Spoxy in a really good position here on the second floor of A site. Justin waiting for the swing, and Spoxy, I think he missed, but he does get the second shot on the board. Justin getting the sniper, Aldrin getting another one. There is still one player in towards the Z side, and Flex still having some presence here. ZYK trying to see if he can gain some damage in mid. They finally spot Flex in towards Z, and Raffin goes down. Flex on his own, the IGL of LCK. Can he save his team from being at a disadvantage in the second half?
Yeah, and now ZYK is just there, and I was going to say, I mean, if Flex can be able to find that duel, maybe that can be a small opening, but first half's going to be done, and it is going to be Pacific Macta that will prevail. They will put themselves in a lead, so, you know, I think you made a really good point in the beginning about, you know, these rounds that are going back and forth were favoring Pacific Macta. They were not doing any favors here for LCK, and I couldn't agree with you more, and now, I mean, we're going to see Pacific Macta showcase a little bit of that Filipino GR side, which I'm more than excited to see.
Oh, this is they're doing the exact same thing. Spoxy kind of expecting it though at this point that Pacific Macta is going to try to hit them with their own moves. But Justin, of course, he's going to check SD this time, but no, Lion Claw is just going to back off. And it is still a 2v2. I think someone just needs to cover mid here for the side of Pacific Macta, and they could still have a really good defense, but numbers are not in their way, that's for sure, especially with Revenge down at the start of the round.
Yeah, and I kind of felt like, you know, from experience of seeing these guys on this map, it felt like almost like a one-trick pony at one point, where they would just go up to mid, in bracket, and it was just like, oh, we're going to split into B, or oh, we're just going to all go into the GR spawn and decide if we're going to go left or right here. So I'm hoping that things have changed a little bit. I'm not saying that's the only thing they do, but it kind of felt like it was just the same track that was being repeated a lot on the Blacklist side. But we'll see if things have been evolved here for the preparation here for the CFS Summer Championship.
Yeah, but the tower control is in the hands of Flex, though. So if anyone does pass by his sightlines, this could be very dangerous. But I think he's just trying to spot out whoever is rotating from the A side. Flex, the timing, he can see his head through the window, so I think Aldrin already called it. But look at ZYK, you can see him in the background. He's just walking forward. He's like, all right, guys, Cat A is clear. And he's going to go for mid, but no, Design turning around just in time.
Yeah, good read on him. Big brain, and now Aldrin just locked in. He's one of the anchor players. And now that smoke, they're just going to run out of it like members out of a clown car, but he's only able to get this one. So now LCK giving themselves a little bit of a chance, maybe.
Oh,
but
Justin!
No! Justin! He just comes in for a full spray, just takes them around, and now it's just down to the 1v1. Lion Claw 16 HP with time limited here with 15 remaining. This is just going to be a gunfight, and MVA might be in the better position. Lion Claw looking everywhere. This might be a little too late. Oh! Time is going to run out, but MVA is going to be able to find the duel, and they're going to be able to get this round.
That's the thing about Justin, man. He can pop out at any moment, and LCK did not expect it at all. As soon as that take was happening in mid, he just popped out of that Z position, and everyone was preparing to just defend the site, but the flank was there just in time. The double spray on the AK-47. And this kid is just that good with the rifles, and MVA just in time to get the trade and also the clutch. And Pacific Macta, that's definitely an injection for their confidence in this GR side. And LCK, they're going to have to recover quickly here.
Yeah, man, what a tough pill to swallow for these guys. I mean, it's just these rounds where, like, they get the site control, but then it's just, you know, somebody from Pacific Macta is like, you know what? Hold my drink. I'm about to show something real pretty here, boys. And, yeah, I mean, the fact of multi-kills just after multi-kills of someone running in and spraying, oh boy. Either way, but you gotta love it for Pacific Macta fans right now. That is something you want to see, because these guys are, both these teams are fighting for their lives, you know, despite being the 0-1s, and one of them is just trying to get the taste of victory here.
Yeah, ZYK. Oh, he has to be careful. Cat B. Oh, good thing the player from the backside of LB actually peeked first, so he has a clue, and he could get out just in time. But this could be similar to what Vasco's doing, where they just fake a bit of that LB control and get back into curve to try and get that A site again, which it did work the first day. But the second day, 3BL was like, we watched your back. So we know what's happening here. So we know how to counter it. And one push from Horus later, and they did win the entire series. But Pacific Macta just try and see if they can just hold for now. Spoxy in that tower position. But look at the position from the side of Pacific Macta. They're on full defense mode.
Yeah, they really are. They're just kind of tucked in, you know, very nicely here in these sites. They're really not exploring too much. Now NBA might be the one player. Oh, actually, surprisingly, a shot missed here from ZYK. And, okay, Justin does get himself that too. Justin still posted up in the site, just trying to tuck himself in. He's just trying to make sure he can stay alive. Flex is trying to have a hard time finding these shots, but he will finally get it. Now Revenge. Look, I'm never going to count him out. Despite this site being one of the hardest to retake on, I mean, it's Revenge.
That's true. Does spot Flex. He sees the hand. Right side of Valkyrie's flash is going to be on his face. He doesn't have any nades to get back into. Or actually, he does have 2 nades, so he has a flash, I think, and that is a nade. Design is just going to be jump spotting for now. So if he can punish one of these jump spots that LCK is doing, then this could be a possibility. But they're playing the best angles to go up against a 1v2 from a sniper. Flash is going to go through. Where is the Colt going to go? That's a headshot, but he runs out of bullets just in time, and LCK finally around on the board for their BL side, and very well played going through curve. NBA was caught off guard. Justin was trying to defend it, but he was trying to dance in the B site right below, but unfortunately he gets shot in the back of the head. And 6-5, LCK back in the picture.
Yeah, it's still in contention here. It's only a 1-round differential, and now we're going to see Macta. They're going to put their foot on the gas now. They're going to go through mid. They're going to push onto pillars a little bit. They want to just see what they can get away with. And I mean, look, they're going to take down the IGL. They're going to take down Raffin. So, yeah, they kind of got themselves a little bit of a good win on the raffle in the sense that now they can reset. You know, ZYK, he's like, I ain't done yet. I want to find myself a little bit of action too. And they want to keep this 2-round lead in their hands.
Yeah, and the Vasco B-side crunch, I've seen that strat before. So they kind of just did the exact same thing. Revenge is just going to stay on towards tower. So that means he can also cut off long A if ever Lion Claw does overextend from this position. And they have the handle of the round. So Design and Lion Claw has to sneak around and try and see if they can gain any kills. Aldrin spotting on the player in Cat B, and I think Lion Claw is going to try to help from the Cat A side. Revenge missing a shot. Don't see that often, but does he miss twice? Never mind, NBA is just going to finish it for him. 7-5 Pacific Macta, 3 rounds away from closing this one out. And there is still a chance for LCK. It's still a pretty close competition between these two teams. So one round from LCK can just get back into this game, that is for sure. But I mean, they used their timeouts in the first half, both of them actually. So if LCK loses control, they can't really have like a mental reset whatsoever.
No, not at all. They just kind of have to roll with the punches and just see what they can do with it. And that's a very, very good point you bring up. And I mean, you know, it's funny because LCK are, you know, a team that they're going to have to figure out something differently now. Being down by 2. Oh my God, Dezane, I was surprised he survived that. But this is definitely becoming one of those things where MVA is really showing up a lot differently than he did before. Like I know he's only 10-9 right now, but I think he's still finding some really good impact in this game.
Look at the score though. Oh, everyone's on 10. That is.
That's good. I mean, to me, that shows that
great.
everybody's contributing equally, and that's kind of what I was going to is like MVA. I feel like it was a little bit quiet yesterday, but now we're really starting to see him just putting in that extra 20%, which that was something I really wanted to find out of this.
I mean, to be fair, N9 is not on the other side of the barrel this time.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Kind of easier to move around himself, but Flex, all right, he's going to try to go around. What kind of take is this? So they're going to take... Oh, I think I know why they want to go for this take, because you know what happened to Justin in that last round. So instead, Aldrin going to be the first fight in this ace site, and that is 2 players down already. And what a hold from Flex. Gets a double kill. And what a well-played round for the side of LCK, but Revenge... Is he going to get anything here? The Colt is already out, and Flex with the last bullet of the AK-47 spray gets the headshot. And that is such a smart play from the side of LCK. That was a problem with their prior A-side take. They couldn't really clear. We call it CR, bathroom, even though there's no toilet in it for some reason. But yeah, they cleared CR, and then... Yeah, I mean, the Justin problem just suddenly disappears for them, and Flex just holding the spawn side, making sure no one rotate from B. And LCK just have it handled, and there we go. They're back in the picture, man. And after that last round, they're going to go passive this time, so Pacific Macta is going to go for to look for some players here in Lion Claw in a prime position to punish Justin here, man.
Yeah, this is a good little bit of a boost. Oh, no, he drops down! Oh, no! I don't know if that's a misclick or a misplay from him, but...
He got greedy.
Oh, God, I thought he was going to have that dead to rights.
He got greedy. He saw the tip of the AK, and he thought he had to jump there.
I mean, I feel like that's not always common to check.
Yeah, that's for sure.
Oh,
what?
And the bomb is in the back of spawn, and oh, now it's in possession here for Pacific Macta. A molding. Oh, no. And even Revenge now gets a little taste of something, but look at this position they're in.
Oh, you don't have to peek, Justin. You just chill on the inside of spawn.
Yeah, no need to overextend. But now look at what, this is the thing, like LCK now have to refight to go back into spawn, where they started.
They're using so much nades too.
Yeah, and that's the problem. Light utilities being dispensed of, and okay, there's ZYK, at least that trade. And he's done a little bit of damage against the Zane, but these guys are stuck. These guys are absolutely stuck. Spoxy, though, I don't know what's going on with him. He's just finding some kills out of nowhere.
Yeah, but does he know that there's someone that's going to pop out of Catwalk B? No, MVA is going to slip on by. He's going to spot Spoxy. And that is a kill. Last one left alive is in spawn. So he does pick up the C4, but look at where Pacific Macta is. They want to greet them at the gate and say hello to Design at the entrance. And it is an 8-6 Pacific Macta, 2 points away from closing out Compound. And what a surprise, man. I mean, I really thought that LCK had the handle of that round, considering I think they kind of knew that Pacific Macta was going to go aggressive, but Lion Claw, I think that he got a bit too frisky. He saw the tip of the AK going down on the box. I think he should have just stayed there, man. That's the advantageous angle. But I think he was worried that Justin was going to check that one, and he does have the pre-aim to actually clear that. But yeah, I think that's the one mess up that kind of just made the house of cards fall for the side of LCK.
Yeah, I couldn't agree with you more, and I think this is where that inexperience as a group here from LCK is starting to kind of show its bruises a little bit here. So, I mean, for Pacific Macta, like, let's not forget, like, I mean, I would let you just go off about this because I know you would, is the fact of these guys have domestically been on top for a very long time, like that. But also, I mean, they've had some really good international experience with their roster and obviously little mixtures here and there, but as a group, as a core, they've been there. They've done this this rodeo a few times.
Yeah, for sure. I think the one who's the most green on the team is Justin, but he's been here for a while now. So he went from that young star, and now he's young vet. He's now on the young vet status at the moment, and he's handling his performance really well here up against LCK. And LCK now, this time, it is a 5 versus 4. Flex did die at the start of the round because of Revenge's shot in towards Storage A. But it is going to be a mid-take. MVA going to be the sole person defending this, but this is the perfect angle to hold it from as well.
Yeah, and Olgin just kind of still stuck in spawn here, waiting for any bit of the crossover. And this is a good read because this is what LCK like to do. Revenge.
Oh, the timing.
That timing was everything, man. Oh, Aldrin. You need get these shots. And okay, Raffin's going to be the one that does it. Okay, here we go. Things are a little bit on swivel on this one. And okay, Raffin putting himself at 3, if I'm not mistaken. And now ZYK kind of going, you know what? I don't know what just happened here, guys. Everything just kind of collapsed.
Yeah, really good recovery from the side of LCK, and ZYK, he's just going to save the time of the round to talk to his teammates there.
May as well.
Yeah, Raffin is trying to look for him so they don't get a free timeout. But I don't think it's going to happen. They're just going to play it safe for now. I think LCK is going to use this round to kind of talk to their team as well. But yeah, kind of just fell apart. One missed shot later, and they're inside of the A site. And that's just how close the margins here for the side of Macta and LCK are. So, yeah, I mean, one missed shot. The entire site just goes in the way of LCK, and it was just only damage from some of the other players. No kills whatsoever for their side.
Yeah, and even I think that timing, I think that was Revenge, if I'm not mistaken. Like, he kind of turned at the wrong second, and that's where we talked about some of the missed timings, and those are kind of the differences at this level, right? Like, playing in the Summer Championship, like, all these teams can definitely beat each other. It's just, it comes down to mechanical things, or it can be timing things, and that was a situation where LCK, they count their lucky stars, man, because that gave them a round to be 1-round differential.
I feel like they expected the rest of the squad from LCK to go from the entrance from mid on towards that A site instead of long. But the thing is with taking this A site, you can just leave someone on the long side, then they can punish whoever is on that second floor. But yeah, I mean, I think Pacific Macta might have just had the wrong read in that round, which kind of sucks for them because they had a 5v4 at the start of the round, but you know, LCK, they found their way back just in time with a few missed shots from the side of Macta. But I think they're going to change it up this time. Not much focus in towards this A site. Instead, they're actually going to try and see if Revenge can spot someone in towards long. He already tried to kill Design from this exact angle, but if he can kill Flex again and just back off, that's another 5v4 for them.
Man, he's hungry for it. You can just see him. He's like, I want to find that name. Where's that name? But like you said, it's been updated. It's been changed. It's a good change. I think I might get a lot of flame for that, but
it's a good change.
Okay, good. I was gonna say I really think that's.
I'm just saying some clans in PH are gonna get a lot weaker.
Oh no, yeah,
that's for sure.
It's gonna be a big adjustment for sure for a lot of teams. So
you guys know who you are.
Yeah, we're not gonna say names here, but you know who you are. Okay, 1:05. LCK. Ooh. Damn, what? Oh, wow.
Uh-oh.
Wow. That's a hold if I've seen one.
Yeah, it's a 2v1 though. NBA with the 8K. Oh, it's a 2v2. Not tall enough to see the bottom of the screen at the moment, but Revenge, he is going to take that storage B control for now. Design has to be careful if he pops his head at the wrong time. And this is going to be bad news for him, that's for sure. But for now, I think he's just going to switch to the AK-47. So both of them are going to run rifles for now. NBA has the flash. Revenge has the smoke. So let's see what they can do.
Yeah, I mean, this is both of them doing this together. Some good nades. Zane's going to be blind. Flex now trying to see what he can do. And okay, it is going to work out nicely. That nice little bit of a combination from these two guys. They give themselves a lifeline, and they're still in this game. But man, just when you think Pacific Macta have it down, it just feels like something kind of slips underneath them, right? Like the rug is just pulled, and now all of a sudden we're having a 2-round lead. We're talking about a tie game at 8-8.
Yeah, that just getting grip control despite having a crossfire there. Both ZYK and Aldrin going down, and that opens up the rest of the site for the side of LCK. And just like how I said it, B site is one of the most difficult sites to retake, especially when the enemy has that batteries control, or whatever you call it, servers?
Yeah, servers, batteries. Yeah, we usually say servers, yeah. Hey, look, it's okay.
I just noticed that. Why do we call that batteries? Those are really big batteries, man. I don't know why.
There's always like names for certain spots and maps where you're like, why is this the thing? Like, why do we call it that? And it just sticks, you know? It's just something that is memorable. I don't know. You gotta love it.
I think the funniest call out that we do have back home, I think it's on Ankara. It's called Kuya Will.
Oh.
And he's like a game show guy back home. And I don't know why it's called that, but it's just so happy to call that. It's a stone right next to, or it's that little gap right next to spawn near the GR side that you can just tuck yourself into and try to see if you can catch anyone off guard. So Revenge, though, in a prime position, but he has to be careful just in case anyone surprises him from that side, but I don't think he's going to be surprised. He's just looking straight in towards that Cat B side. Problem is, the rest of LCK is coming from long. The problem with taking long is you have to go through this very tiny entrance, and a single rifle could end this entire execute.
Yeah, it really could. And I mean, this is the thing, is like, it is a bit of a choke point because you also have all these players that are here. Revenge is close on by for the rotate, like you said, so this is not good. This is not a good thing, but they have never done this yet. And yeah, it's collapsing. It's collapsing, and Pacific Macta just put up the defensive wall and say, not today, LCK. They should be able to find themselves this 9th round unless we see the impossible here of a Lion Claw at minimal HP. And it's not meant to be. And now we see map and series point in the docket here.
Yeah, really good call from ZYK. He's like, all right, they went B last time. All right, they're probably going to go A. So let's just stack A this time. And just like I was said, even if you have like only 2 people on the A side, if you go through that entrance and you don't get 2 kills immediately, you're not going to get A side, that's for sure. So LCK, a bit of a risky play, especially knowing how important the last round is. Yeah, I mean, it's a risk that has to be taken, I guess, but it's called a risk for a reason.
It definitely is, but now it's all down to this. The 1 round to get this thing done with the first 2-0 of the day. Oh, wait. No, just kidding. 2nd of the day. Wow, I just almost played myself there. But okay, let's reset that. 1 round to get another 2-0, or maybe we push to overtime. There, much better, right?
It is the last one for you.
It is. That is technically true, yes.
Jordan's going to join me the next 2 series.
Yes.
As we do grind it out, but Revenge, I have no idea how Revenge gets into tower again and again here.
I wanted to ask you that, but I was like, I'm going to wait until after the game.
Oh, he unscoped. Oh, that hurts.
Uh-oh.
I felt the pain.
Oh, boy. Okay. Who's going to step up now? Who is going to deliver?
Macta's going to play the guessing game this time. They're just like, all right, we're going to keep stacking A, I guess. But I think Justin is just going to go back in towards spawn to make sure that other entrance in B side is not going to be available for the side of LCK. But I like what LCK is doing. They're slowing down. They got the first pick. That means, you know, the defense is kind of spread compared to the usual. And they're going to go for long once again. So it's an A split, I think.
Yeah, looking like they're going to do the 3-2 on this. And not a bad idea. A has not really been that great for them, but they seem like they want to go for it. That's what they want to do. MBA's got a pretty good read on this. You can see him. His spotty senses are tingling. It's a matter if he's going to be able to hit these shots, though. This is going to be really, really important. His teammates are close. They have to get these shots. Oh, they're going for a full retake.
Well, I mean, if it's any chance, I mean, it's better than a 3v5.
Okay. Post-plan situation here for LCK. They got to make sure they don't overextend on themselves. They have the number advantage, though. This is the good thing for them. But Pacific Macta have been able to prove that they don't really care what the number is.
Yeah, they're waiting for ZYK, I think. Oh, the flash is going to go through. C4 is on halftime, but let's see if Pacific Macta gets back into the side. They're going to need to hit some really nice shots. Flex in towards the long side. Aldrin is the first one down. ZYK gets some kills. Lion Claw getting just in, but ZYK coming from the long side. He does get Spoxy. ZYK, can he do anything about it? Nope. It is going to be overtime here on Compound. Might have stood up a bit too early. I had hope. That would have been nice.
Oh, that's, you know, those. I'm glad you said it, because I was like, I was gonna call you and be like, yeah, he was expecting this to go for Pacific Macta, and he was ready to go. He was standing up.
My inner bias showed for a second there, man.
And that's okay. Look, we said that in the beginning. We were both like, hey, look, we're both on different sides here, because it's from our different areas. So, I mean, look, I get it. I would have done the exact same thing. I was trying so hard to contain myself. I was like, okay, let's see.
Guys, you're going to see the less bias later. Oh my god, NBA.
That's a way to get it.
Yep. Revenge gets legged, I think. So, I don't know. Spoxy got some damage, but still not a kill just yet. And despite being on low HP, as long as you have that sniper, it's going to be fine. No, NBA picked up the sniper as well. He's like, all right, I'm low HP. Shout out to Bogdan.
Oh, man.
The cultural impact, even in CrossFire.
Yeah.
His presence is known.
His presence is known. I can't wait to read the chat later, and someone's going to be like, yeah, I know what you're talking about.
I know that reference.
I know that reference. Oh, boy. Wow, I never would have thought with, you know, I got to give some kudos. Like, look, I know we talk about bias, but I was really thinking Pacific Macta were really going to have themselves a pretty dominant game on this one, honestly, like when I look on paper. So I got to say, LCK, I am happy and impressed to see what they're doing, but the job ain't done yet. And that's the thing here for Pacific Macta. Now it just means they got a little bit more that they got to do to get this thing done.
Yeah, Design is having such a good game as well. So he's denying so much of Pacific Macta and their game plans here. And Spoxy, man. Spoxy has been spotting out ZYK and Revenge. And he did get caught from time to time, but he was getting some important kills, trying to shave off some numbers here from the side of Macta. But ZYK behind enemy lines, and that's what I was talking about, man. The Spoxy impact for LCK, but Justin is going to get Lion Claw, and he does know that there is still a sniper in towards the second floor, and I think they're going to try to see if they can attack this A side. They're going to try and see if they can force a miss out towards Spoxy. Spoxy with the Colt, but he runs out of ammo just in time. But are they just going to walk around? They're going to try to bait out whoever is on that B side. MVA with the most important hold of his life. But oh, Spoxy lives in the pillar. And MVA dies as well. Revenge is going to have to get designed. They're slowly losing control of this round. And someone has to be the hero for the side of Pacific Macta. And Revenge goes down. It has to be Justin. It has to be the AK with the headshot. He gets 2, but he cannot get 3. The kid almost does it again, but LCK, they draw first blood in overtime.
Oh, man. And this is what you were saying. What'd you say? It was he's you said the vet. The young vet?
The young vet.
Yeah, the young vet. And, oh, man, he almost made that happen. And I can't even believe. Okay, for me, I think the difference in that for LCK was the fact that Spoxy pushed out and won that pistol fight when he shouldn't have. Like, there was a flank coming in, and he took down a rifler. Like, that never should happen 9 times out of 10.
For sure. Spoxy is making all the difference now for the side of LCK. Design is having himself a field day as well, just like how I said earlier. And Flex, man, stepping up to the plate, 15 and 14. He's been sniping from time to time, and he's been getting ZYK, I think, like 3 times. And just like how I said it, ZYK is getting the jab out treatment at the start of the game. So if we can see the exact same thing, LCK might just pull through, especially if they have the more favorable side in this second half, or rather in this overtime in the first half. So LCK, if they want to have a big chance of winning this map, maybe they want to get a clean overtime, but still, in the Macta BL side is pretty hard to predict. Oh, that flash is not in.
Yeah, it didn't work at all. Now it's a double bit of a player here. There's a nice little bit of a crossfire they got. But now, do they want to commit it? Oh, that nade. Oh, that's going to open it up.
They know where Rapid is.
Yeah, they definitely do. Now he needs to come alive. No, not at all. He's going to get swallowed up.
And they don't have to commit. Honestly, there's still a minute on the clock. So Aldrin is going to do a bit of exploring in the map. So he's going to go long A this time. And look at the rotations from the side of LCK. They're going to double up in the B side, and I think they're just going to leave reliable. Spoxy here, ZYK, how did you find that? That man was in the smoke, and I think that was just pure game knowledge, pure game sense. Spoxy stuck in the middle of nowhere, and Lion Claw, the only one left alive, finally getting ZYK, and the information is theirs. And I can feel the greed from the side of Pacific Macta. You can already see Aldrin Revenge trying to see who can get the last kill in this one, and it seems like Aldrin has his name written on it. And 10-10 Pacific Macta. It's a 1-1 in overtime for now.
Holy, and again, you know, the thing I love about when we see this level here at the CFS, you know, Summer Championship is like these teams are doing such a good job about realizing, you know what, let's not commit to this. Let's just go back, reset, and go for a new plan. And I think Pacific Macta, that it lined up perfectly for them, right? I mean, they were able to get themselves in a readjustment. In LCK, they overextended themselves on the rotate, rightfully so. Now, back to 1-1, Rapid, a 1.5, you know, incentive his kill, but
oh, Aldrin.
Okay, ooh, Aldrin. Oh, did he not spot him? Oh my God, these guys have no idea where they are.
Oh, Spoxy.
No. Oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no, Spoxy!
Aw.
He's done.
I felt that too, not gonna lie. That could have gone either way, honestly, but oh, one more player died, so NBA going down as well. So I think they might have were a bit in a hurry to get into this B site since they got mid control, but yeah, it's time to think about what you guys need to do again if you're Pacific Macta here. It is a 3v3. So if you guys stick together, so you do have the numbers advantage going into the site. Problem is, for Compound, the GR side does have better angles to play at, so they're going to need to be careful about it. No, wait, this side is peaking that late, man.
Yeah, no, you're not.
He's brave.
Yeah.
I'll give him that.
Please don't do it.
He does get some information. He knows where Revenge is.
Yeah, Line Claw, air shine, but no.
Big miss.
He just trips over it. Now Revenge. He's exposed. Lane, are you going to be able to find this? Flex, he does get the spray down. Okay, so 2 versus 2. HP's low, HP's critical. Flex is leading internally on this one, and Dezane might be the one that has to just utilize Flex to kind of be the sacrificial lamb on this one. I don't know, but I don't think they have any. Oh, they do have utility. I was a little bit worried about that.
Yeah, but this close in the fight, I don't think they get to use any of it. Flex is going to go down. Design is spotted. And Justin trying to get some damage with the wall bangs. Design gets tapped instead, and Aldrin finishes things off. What a tense round for both sides, and we do have the side switch. I could have easily went in the way of LCK if Lion Claw hit the shot in long and took down both players. That would have been easily them, considering the C4 was in the hands of the long players.
Yeah, and that's, you know, one of those when you're playing that position and that aggressive, you have to get one. Like, it's just, you're putting such a big risk on it. So for him to go down like that and not finding really anything in there, that was just so costly. And it's just, it's really unfortunate. But you do see teams that do that, right? I mean, you gotta mix things up. You gotta make a bit of a play here. But yeah, you could see he was a bit, you know, a little bit jittery, and I think that was realizing that was a big deal. ZYK again, man, he's having himself a great game right now. 21-16. He's finding some good success, but now that success is going to cost Aldrin's life here.
Yeah, ZYK battling his inner N9. But this man can also snipe at the same time. The IGL leading the charge for the side of Pacific Macta. It isn't equal 4v4, but an important player is already down for the side of LCK. That's Spoxy. I think Pacific Macta can operate with these 4 players, but LCK definitely going to have a bit of trouble with the firepower. But ZYK is going to pick up the slack with the AWM, and Revenge is still live and alive in this one. So LCK is going to have another go at the exit side, or the entrance side of A. But ZYK is going to check it, I think. Damn, that one flash made him back off immediately. They really want the most quiet side possible, but I think that's not what you want for LCK, because it's probably one guy hiding somewhere.
Yeah, they seem really spooked on that. So now they're going to make the path here to B. Justin is going to be able to tuck his tail, get out of here. This is good for him. Again, just important for him to stay alive. Not worth the fight. Maybe to get a kill, maybe to not. This is really good discipline from him. And now ZYK, already in mid, might be able to find this. Or these guys going to expect it. Okay, no, he will go into a bit of a lion's trap. And now LCK put themselves in an advantage, but is it going to be long?
I think they're still a bit paranoid that they cannot go out of the mid side, especially if there's an angle that you can hold from the A side to kind of punish the players from Catwalk B, trying to cross, and MVA just going to circle right back on the A side, checking long and tower at the same time. But Revenge is going to go down, and so it's all on MVA. And Justin again, it's the 2 attackers, the 2 riflers with the AK-47. MVA expecting that there's going to be a long push. What a turnaround! 7 seconds left on the clock before the plant finally goes down. But will the C4? The C4 design! Oh, he gets it in time. No freaking way!
I can't believe it. I can't believe he gets away with that. I thought they were going to lose that to time management. I mean, there's that. It's kind of that weird, like, is it a bug? Like, because I feel like right at the end there, you get this, like, extra little time.
Extra little seconds. It takes 4 seconds to plant. In the Philippines, when you do have certain achievements, it takes 2 seconds. So, yeah, I think the 0 does count as, like, a second.
Oh, okay. Because I was going to say, like, that seemed like it was over.
I was like, why is he still, like, putting down the smoke? Just have the magical numbers, man. But I think he's got the time down.
That was way too close for comfort, though. I'm going to be honest. It always makes me nervous. Wow, wow, here we go. And a spam away from the defensive side of Pacific Macta. They're trying to, you know, just use that M4 to see what they can find through the box. And some good tenderizing against the IGL Flex. This nade might be able to find the job done. Yeah, there it is. Yeah, it's nice and placed.
Flex just watched that nade come to him. That was weird. Oh, ZYK gets another one. I like this though from Pacific Macta. They're getting a bit frisky. They're getting a bit disrespectful. And this plays into the hands of their playstyle and the playstyle that they do prefer. And 4v3, Raffin's barely breathing as well. This is not good news for the side of LCK, so I think for Pacific Macta, they can just safely back off, back into the sides with the numbers advantage that they do have, and they can just play this one standard.
Yeah, that was a big switch up that we saw from Pacific Macta. Like, we haven't ever seen them like utilize the M4 like that to go for a spam through the box. Like, I did like that. That was actually a bit cheeky. It's been a long time since I've seen a team actually just do something as basic as that, but it was super effective, right? So,
oh, quick scope?
That's effective. Yeah.
Yep, that's revenge.
Yeah, that's revenge for you.
Yep. I think if he gets a positive KD, because there's two modes of revenge. There's uncle revenge, and then there's daddy revenge, man. Oh my god, this is such a dangerous angle to hold. Spoxy on 1 HP. Can he survive this? No, he cannot. Aldrin is already in the B site, so good delay from the side of revenge. But Aldrin, can he hold this? One tap Spoxy! No freaking way, and Lion Claw stuck fighting two players. He does get the player on the entrance side, and the Pacific Macta finally get 12 on the board. And one more point, then Macta can go swimming right after this.
Yeah, they definitely can, but they can't get their hopes up yet. I mean, this is where we saw that LCK, man, they're clawing they always claw themselves back in this game, and it's been proven a couple times here now, right? I mean, Pacific Macta have been on the brink of ending this, but they fall short. But maybe not now. Look at what they're doing. Look at what they're doing. And it's just a blender. It's a full fight. Everybody's just looking for the knockout punch, and it's going to be Pacific Macta that comes out on top in that engagement.
And look at MVA. He's holding this. He knows that Flex is going to do something dangerous, and just like that, it's a 1v3. Pacific Macta borrowing the strats from CFBL with that LB take. Shout out to Vasco for that one, but Design, the only one left alive, 24 and 13, 16 headshots. If it's anyone to do it for the side of LCK, it is going to be him, but it's a double swing from the side of Pacific Macta, and they get the 2-0 in this one. LCK finally falls on compound after such a good fight, and Pacific Macta are finally on the board in the group stage.
Yeah, they are. They finally get the taste of victory, and now they're going to have themselves at a 1-1 record, and you can see here LCK, disappointment now, putting themselves at a 0-2, but look, we can talk about everything about this, but there's been a lot of good things, and the one good thing is the Philippines now are back on the winning column here. They are at a 1-1, and that's going to be a massive movement here for them to get themselves through the group stage.
Yeah, I mean, 2-0 is going to have to be taken when you're going to have to recover back in this game, but I'm just so happy that they finally close out Compound after such a tense game between them and LCK. But still, props to LCK, man. I mean, Spoxy played super freaking well, and there is also some moments that Design was also just denying everything from the side of Pacific Macta, but Pacific Macta kind of crawled their way back in this game, made sure that they still get their control aggressively in this one, and I think LCK kind of got surprised by the pace, especially Justin. He kept on pushing LB. He was pressuring them all the way to their spawn, and I think LCK just got overwhelmed in this game. And Compound, man, just like how I said it, shout outs to CFBL, because they've kind of borrowed for some of their strats, especially that LB take, and yeah, and the boys pulled through.
Yeah, the boys definitely pulled through here. So I mean, for all the fans here for Pacific Macta, they're definitely going to be cheering. And I mean, the job's not done yet, but at least in this moment, they can have that taste of victory. They can have themselves feeling a lot better as they progress through here in the tournament. But man, oh man, I mean, again, like it was a tough fight. I didn't think Compound would go into that deep of an overtime situation, but I think we're starting to see more of the elevation here for Pacific Macta, right? I mean, they were able to push through on day one. They almost, had that overtime, and things fell apart. But now things are just looking like it's getting better, better, and better. And this only just adds better for a team when they get later in the group stage, because now they can feel a little bit better about themselves. That obviously the conversations they had from yesterday today, it panned out well for them.
Yeah, definitely. And yeah, still props to LCK, man. Gave them trouble in Compound. Had some moments in the first map as well. So I think, some of the other teams cannot look over LCK in this group stage, especially, I mean, if you're Wolf Empire and Imperial, you still have to be careful, because especially for Imperial, they also play Compound. And since, they kind of got a preview of what a CFBL Compound looks like, maybe they can use what they learned from Pacific Macta against the Imperial squad. Problem is, It's a different IGL. It's the Animals. It's called the Animal for a reason. And this guy can, I don't know, he's a macro master, man. His mind is just an enigma, just like N9. So I wish LCK can recover in this group because they're such an interesting team, man. For a team that is as new as them, especially Spoxy, this is his first international tournament, if I'm not mistaken, and he's performing really, really well.
Yeah, he is, and I'm glad you bring it up, right? Because I think that was the biggest thing for LCK, where coming into this, like, you know, a lot of us here for CFWL, like the, you know, call the commentators and the talent, we were all saying, like, look, they were able to win the league. Yes, they came first, but they are a new team. They have a lot of history of being in like 4th, 5th, 3rd place in the previous season, came first last season here. So for them to be a new team like this, coming to an international stage like this with their new reformed roster of someone like Spoxy, it is good things we're seeing. They obviously just have the inexperience as a group. So these are all learning things. These are all the stepping stones they need to be competing. But that's where you said, look, like they really gave the money and the run for the money here for Pacific Macta on a map that they are good on. Like this is a winning column map for them. Yes, they got the win, but it was not easy.
Yeah, I think I would recommend for the side of LCK, if ever they go back to the hotel and go back into their practice rooms and they start scrimming again, I think they should scrim PBL. I think that's the perfect like comparison that we could have here, because Vasco, yeah, they did get beat on compound, but you know, 3BL is having better sets, better defenses. Their offense is also pretty impressive as well. So I think if they do, you know, get some reps in with their fellow CFWLC, they could definitely get some experience and maybe try and see if they can gain compound from the other teams. But at the same time, it's just heroic performances for some of the other players. MBA, Justin, and Revenge going on in. It did not really tell the numbers for Revenge because he was dying a lot, because he was taking a lot of risks for the team. But the rest of the team finally stepped up from the side of Pacific Macta. And you know, Aldrin, he kind of tapered off a bit in this game, but then by the time that the OT has come, this is what happened. They were put in a blender in LB.
Yeah, ain't that the truth? And look, we're going to get these stats that are going to be pulled up here. So 13-11 in victory for Pacific Macta for anybody that just got here. But yeah, ZYK.
Oh, his ego is going to be so huge.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I'll see him in the hotel room. Yeah, he's going to pop in the champagne, maybe, in the pool, like you said. But, you know, look at him. He's the only guy on this team that had a well-established number over the 1.46. Everybody else under 1.0. So this is really interesting. But that's where we were saying these guys really, really did play a good system together. I think there was one point they all had like 10 kills. Everybody was pretty much neck and neck. That's kind of the cohesion we want to see from an experienced team like these guys, where they've been to many international tournaments. They've been on top of their league for God knows how long. So a very different side here.
Yeah, that's kind of the ideal scoreboard that you want to see if you are ZYK. Everyone is fragging out at the same time. You know, everyone's on 10. That means everyone is in the same picture. And yeah, it was just overall a really good game. It's a pretty grindy game for both sides. Yeah, this could have easily went in the way of LCK, in all honesty, especially with how good Design actually played. And 1.90 KD with 68% on that headshot, so it's a pretty impressive performance from him. But, you know, Lionclaw and Raffin kind of lagging behind in the team, especially that one round where Raffin actually missed both Pacific Macta members. That could have actually got them back in the game. But, yeah, Pacific Macta, they edged it out. In Compound, Eagle Eye was a bit easier, surprisingly, for the side of Pacific Macta. And it was actually Compound, one of the maps that they do play very often, that they had a hard time. So maybe Pacific Macta, yeah, you can walk away 2-0 and, you know, you can go swimming after this, but it's back to the practice room right after that and try and see if they can improve their Compound. Especially, if I'm not mistaken, if I heard it as well, Vasco's trying to release some steam after their 0-2 earlier. So I think Macta's definitely going to be probably suffering, because they've been losing a lot of scrims to Vasco, in all honesty, because I think Vasco's just taking out their anger on Pacific Macta, but they don't mind. They're learning a lot. But Aldrin is the MVP in this one. 1.94 KD in both games, 1.6k damage. And look at that headshot, 80% headshot.
Yeah, that's not a bad stat at all. He's definitely the headhunter. And yeah, I mean, honestly, from what we saw yesterday and just how well he was playing, I think he just kind of stepped up his game when he needed to here. Obviously, being the MVP is kind of that, you know, a little bit of a trophy for him to recognize that he did, because he was somebody that put up some really, really big numbers yesterday. Today, maybe not in terms of like skyrocketing in the frag department, but he was getting a 1.94 KD overall, which is that's a really impressive number against a team like LCK.
Yeah, I mean, if Aldrin's on fire, just like Howard said it, you give him a bit of momentum, he can definitely take the next level for his squad. And the statistic that I'm impressed the most is 1 kill per round. So he's killing at least 1 player from the side of LCK every single time. And we're going to see some highlights from the man himself. And look at the precision from Aldrin on that AK-47, especially on Eagle Eye, man.
Yeah.
He was on fire.
Yeah, this was the map where, like you said, it was, this was definitely an easier one for them. I was kind of hopeful for LCK that the limited amount of games they've had on it, they were 4-0, in CFWL. And, but it just clearly wasn't enough. But I think for Pacific Macta, they definitely looked like they had the right game plan, the right execution, and they definitely were very, very scared to play against. And they just made it like a walk in the park, no doubt.
As much as I was scared of it, that Compound was that close, I'm just happy that I think everyone in the group is pretty, it's pretty competitive in CFS Summer. It's not like last year when one team just destroys the other and, the Chinese teams are just going to dominate all the way. It's actually, the other teams actually competing pretty equal for both sides. So I'm pretty happy how the competition's turning out because we're really having some good games and, maybe the crowd is enjoying it at the moment.
Yeah, definitely. And look, we are just getting ready to go here for an interview, so we are going to let them have a conversation with the winners, and we will see you later here for that 3rd game in the series. We'll see you in a bit.
Andrin và Andrin, bạn có thể cho tôi biết được bạn đang có những cái biểu cảm nghĩ như thế nào về trận thắng đầu tiên của mình không? Andrin, can you expand your feeling about your first win? Can I ask you?
Masaya syempre kasi nanalo rin kami.
We feel happy because we got our first win here at this tournament.
Trả lời rất nhanh gọn đến từ Andrin đó là Andrin đang cảm thấy rất vui vì đã thắng được một trận đầu tiên. Và Andrin nghĩ cái phần trăm cơ hội của Pacific Macta đến được vòng playoff là bao nhiêu phần trăm? And how many percent Pacific Macta can join into the playoff?
Tingin ko siguro mga 70% na makapasok sa playoffs.
I'd say that we had a 70% chance to go to the playoffs.
Vâng, rất tự tin Andrin đã trả lời là 70% Pacific Macta sẽ tham gia được vòng phỏng vấn playoff. Và một câu hỏi cuối cùng là Andrin có lời nào muốn nhắn nhủ cho các khán giả Philippines đang theo dõi mình ở quê nhà được không? Do you have any word for Philippine viewer now watching you in Vietnam?
Hello sa mga viewers namin dyan sa Pilipinas, sa mga sumusuporta sa Pacific Macta, pati kay Ma'am Bunch. Hello po sa inyo. Nood lang kayo, gagawin namin lahat para manalo.
We would like to say hi to our fans back in the Philippines, especially to Miss Bunch of Pacific, and just watch us as we go to this tournament.
Vâng, gửi lời chào đến, chỉ đơn giản là một gửi lời chào đến các fan của Pacific Macta tại khu nước nhà Philippines thôi. Cùng với đấy là sẽ tiếp tục tin tưởng và cổ vũ Pacific Macta trên những chặng đường tiếp theo. Đó là một câu trả lời màn phỏng vấn phải nói là rất là gọn gàng đến từ Andrin, MVP của trận đấu thứ 2 chúng ta. Và màn phỏng vấn đã kết thúc, chúng ta hãy cùng nghỉ ngơi ít phút trước khi trận đấu thứ 3 có tín hiệu được bắt đầu.
是那个马尼拉 CFS 邀请赛嘛，这个大概是在2016年吧。然后那时候我还是在上小学，我也是刚接触 CF， 也是从来没有想过能跟这么顶尖的选手做队友吧。在巧合的情况下，我在打百城的时候被推荐到了 AG 试训嘛，然后后来通过了试训，来到了线下，成为了一名 AG 的青训选手。后来也是经过自己的不断努力，终于也是成为了一名首发的队员。最困难的时候是去年发育不好的时候吧，那时候微博也不敢看，然后直播也不敢开。然后那时候也是一直被骂吧，然后我也比较在乎外界的舆论，然 后来也是通过自己慢慢的走了出来，通过大哥们的不断帮助、不断鼓励，让我从这个困难中走了出来。
DO 的加入，作为一个新人，我觉得也是特别优秀的吧。但是裸装的比赛，我们还需要更多的磨合。如果我们磨合的够好的话，我们很有机会冲击冠军。
哎，还行是吧？啊？
我对我的枪法和反应是不会质疑的，即使放在 CFS 世界舞台上，我对我的枪法和反应也是非常自信的。我的人生目标是成为世界顶尖选手，我不是下一个70，也不是下一个绿豆，我是唯一的 DO。
刚开始打比赛的时候，自己是个枪手嘛，然后因为自己是个新人，眼里只有准心，就是啥也不用想，只需要杀人就可以了。
Barbecue there, Snox has been called out. They're going to be pinched from outside, taken very low, and ends in alive. That's a problem, don't you?
然后现在呢，就负责东西比较多，自己是个副指挥，在指挥没有思路的时候，我需要去给他们提供思路，然后干的工作呢，其实平时也会增加很大的一个工作量，因为平时需要多看录像，多看对手录像，也需要多看自己录像。这样的话，其实对我自己也是个提升嘛，因为多看录像对自己是有好处的嘛。这个玩意儿其实跟我杀不杀人没有什么关系，多看录像呢也是对自己的进步。其实，在比赛中也更有利于自己发挥，让自己变得更加稳定。参加这么多届 CFS 比赛，让我印象最深刻的就是去年 CFS 总决赛吧，因为我们被很多人不看好，很多人都觉得我们不能赢，但是我们最后拿下了冠军。我的目标其实也挺简单的，就是在自己能打的时候尽量多拿点成绩，在不能打的时候呢，也为电竞付出一些自己能做的事情。
Hello, I'm Aris Alde. I am an ex-professional CF player and now I'm a streamer. And this is my brother.
Ako nga pala si Arjan Alde, also known as team captain of Pacific Macta. Magkapatid nga pala kami. Tingin nyo, sino mas bata sa amin?
Hindi pala marunong talaga. Ayun, si GYK. Sobrang makulit at sobrang masayang bata.
Ayun, siya yung naging role model sa sa paglalaro ko ng CrossFire, sa pagpasok ko ng pro scene. Kasi siya talaga yung inspirasyon na nag-ano sa akin, na makapasok sa ganun. Nung panahon gusto kong maging siya. Tapos yung naging pro gamer ako, gusto kong marating yung narating niya.
Yun nga, masaya kasi sumunod siya sa yapak ko. And yun lang. Nakaka-proud kasi yung dalawa kami nagkukumpit at nakikipaglaban sa international. Siguro parehas eh. Kasi halos parehas kami ng gameplay eh.
Parehas kami naging professional crossfire player. Kaya feeling ko parehas lang. Reason kaya gusto kong maging professional gamer kasi gusto kong ipagmalaki ako ng mga kaibigan ko, pamilya ko, na may kilala silang professional gamer sa CrossFire.
Sobrang napamahal na kasi sa akin yung CrossFire. And ang hirap iwan ng isang bagay lalo na kapag napamahal na sa'yo eh. And gusto ko rin kasi talagang matulungan yung ibang mga kapwa ko CrossFire player na
sa mga sumusuporta sa amin sa team ko, maraming salamat. Pagpatuloy nyo lang na suportahan kami. Mas gagalingan pa namin sa mga susunod na laban namin sa international o dito sa Pinas.
Hello Crossfire Esports fans, this is the CFS HQ. I am here to introduce the point system that will be newly applied in 2024. We will dive deep into the detailed structure of this new system. The CFS 2024 point system. We are very pleased to introduce the new point system, which has been designed to invite competitive teams to the major CFS tournaments. Regions with professional leagues will decide the teams that will advance to the CFS Summer Championship and the Grand Finals based on the team points earned in each season. The points will be distributed differently according to the team's final standing of each season. In other words, teams will obtain their opportunities for the major CFS tournaments by summing up the points they earned in each season. We expect this structure to give more solid motivation to all the teams participating in the professional league. In addition, considering that each region has a different league structure, the point system will be suitably modified according to each regional league circumstances. Next, let's find out how the CFS 2024 point system is applied in each regional professional league. First, let's check the system for China. The 10 esports organizations affiliated with the CFPL will receive different points based on their regular league standings of the 2 seasons in 2024 and their final playoff standings. After the end of both seasons, we will calculate each organization's accumulated points to select the teams that advanced to the major tournaments. Firstly, the teams ranked 1st to 3rd in the point system will be invited to the CFS Summer Championship 2024. After the Summer Championship ends, the teams will be divided into 2 groups based on their point standings for the CFS 2024 Regional Finals, China. The teams in the same group will compete each other to survive, or not to be eliminated. The teams will compete for the final seeds of the CFS 2024 Grand Finals through the Regional Finals playoffs. Next, let's check the system in EU MENA and Brazil. Both regions will have the same point system structure. The point distribution table based on the final league standings will be the same as that of other regions. However, it makes a clear distinction between the other regions by applying the same point system to the CFOL, the regional 2nd division league. Of course, the amount of points that can be earned in CFOL is insufficient compared to the 1st division league. It means the teams in the 2nd division league need to maintain a very good performance throughout the year to get a chance to advance to the CFS major tournaments. After the end of both seasons in 2024, the teams ranked from 1st to 4th in the accumulated point system will advance directly to the regional final. The teams ranked from 5th to 12th place will advance to the regional qualifiers, the sub-qualifiers of the regional finals. In addition, teams ranked 1st and 2nd in the CFS 2024 point system will be invited to the CFS Summer Championship. Finally, let's look at the system structure for Vietnam. Vietnam region's point system also has the same structure as the other regions. Teams will receive different points based on their final standings of the 2 seasons in 2024. However, the point system will not apply to the CSC, the 2nd division league in Vietnam. Same as the other regions, ranked 1st and 2nd teams in the CFS point system will be invited to the CFS Summer Championship. Teams ranked from 1st to 4th in the accumulated point system will directly advance to the CFS 2024 Regional Finals. And the teams ranked from 5th to 12th will begin their journey to the Grand Finals from the subordinate tournament, Regional Qualifier. So far, we have briefly explained the CFS 2024 point system. Please keep an eye out for which teams from each region will make it to the CFS Major Tournament with the CFS 2024 point system.
Oh, hello, welcome back. Wow, didn't expect that one, but here we are. It's CFS Summer Championship 2024. That's Sneaky Frog, I'm Elfish Guy. We're getting ready for game number 3 of the day. You must be pretty happy, though, with how things have just gone. Obviously, the Pac-Mac boys, I like to call them Pac-Mac. That goes back all the way to 2015 when I first started casting CrossFire. We called them Pac-Mac back then. But
Yeah.
you must be happy with how they've done today. 2-0, pretty good stuff.
Yeah, I think I was a bit nervous in Compound, not gonna lie, because I was like, damn, why are we losing on the map that we're actually good at after destroying them on a map that is not really known for the side of Macta. They actually lost to 2 teams back home on Eagle Eye, so I was like, I wasn't too positive in map 1. So after map 1, I was like, all right, this is a quick 2-0, but no, Sproxy made it different.
Yeah, indeed. All right, well, time for us to sort of move on from that. Obviously, we've got to start looking forward to some of the rest of the competition, ranking and Evolution Power coming up here for game number 3 of the evening. And given the fact that both of those teams have now already struggled a little bit in the competition, this is kind of a must-win game.
Yeah, for sure. And I think for ranking especially, I mean, what they showed yesterday, despite having a 2-0, they had some close calls with AG, and just having close calls with AG is already like good enough for me, in all honesty, just to prove how strong you guys are as a team. They just couldn't close it out at the end because, you know, it's AG, man. So, you know, it's pretty tough. It's a pretty tough cookie to crumble, in all honesty. So, yeah, I mean, ranking made it pretty close. So after that first series that they had, I had a bit more hope because they could compete with the Chinese teams, but it's another Chinese team that they have to go through, and that's EP.
Yeah, I mean, that's the difficult thing about this group, right? When you look at it, you've got AG and EP, which are already two pretty scary prospects, given that, you know, Chinese teams in CrossFire tend to be the best teams in the world. And, you know, maybe the second and third best teams in the world as well. Like, you sort of get that sometimes from the Brazilian teams, but no one else really seems to be able to compete in general. So I kind of look at the Chinese teams with a degree of reverence, even regardless of whether or not they've been on an international stage before. I think you just sort of give that credit to the region as a whole. And then on top of that, there's another couple of decent teams in this group. We're looking obviously at Vasco. We thought that they were going to do pretty well based on how things went for them yesterday. They lost now to 3BL, which sort of throws another spanner in the works. So for ranking and for EP having now both lost a game, you actually have a really difficult run going forward. You have to beat the likes of Vasco, 3BL. And even if you then do that, having already lost that one game that you've lost earlier yesterday, it is no guarantee that you're going to make it through, because these groups are pretty cutthroat. 2 slots, 5 teams. It really gives you barely any wiggle room. You basically can be afforded maybe 1 loss in the group stage. If you do any further than that, then you're probably going to be in pretty big trouble. So
yeah, especially like some of the other teams that we didn't really expect to be that explosive. Like, no offense to 3BL, but I didn't think that they would actually win.
No, I mean, I agree.
Win in that first series, and I was like, all right, I guess the competition, it just gets better and better for their group especially. So it's going to be quite the close game between them if ever we are going to see that squad once again playing. But we're going to shift focus again back into Evolution Power. Not going to lie, Evolution Power, man, just like how I predicted yesterday, I kind of predicted that Vasco was going to win that series, just because Vasco, I think that they've had experience with the top 2 the top 2 Chinese teams, Baisha and AG. And what I said yesterday, I was like, there's such a huge gap between Baisha and AG and the rest of the CFPL teams that it's not really a surefire win for the EP squad if ever they go up against one of these teams, man.
Yeah, I mean, I'm starting to come around to that as an argument as well. You know, like I said, I typically come into these kinds of events with a degree of reverence for the Chinese teams, but I watched X-Rock last year at the CFS Grand Finals, and now from what I've seen from Evolution Power, I don't know, like that, like you say, I think there maybe is a bit of a gap that does form between number 1, number 2, and then the rest of the competition. But that's something for Evolution Power now to try to make amends for. You know, the loss yesterday, I think, against Vasco, maybe that could have been predictable. Brazil, quite a solid region, generally speaking, but a loss today against ranking would really, that would be bad news, definitely. I mean, I already was having a bit of a chat to some of the guys out the back there, and they were telling me that, yeah, the Chinese community a bit up in arms about how things have gone for Evolution Power. There's this, you know, sort of chain logic going on right now on the Chinese community forums. We'll talk about that in just a little bit, of course, but Evolution Power, we've got to welcome them over into the stage. All right, ranking back once again at a CFS Summer Championship. Bit of a different roster, obviously. Some big changes coming through for these guys. We haven't really touched on ranking all that much yet, but for me, Humio, I feel like he's the guy. I see him doing a lot of good work personally, but yesterday's game against All Gamers, you did sort of mention it was a pretty close one, 10-8, 10-7. Has that given you enough faith that they can actually be a contestant in this game today?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's given me some faith that Ranking Esports can go somewhat deep in some of these series, especially up against a team like EP, who obviously has struggled against AG back in the CFPL. But yeah, Ranking Esports, I mean, despite the new roster that they had, yesterday's games, I was actually impressed Yeah, Himeo had a good game, but he wasn't really the explosive Himeo that we're kind of used to seeing
Sure.
in the international tournament. It was actually Ductuan and PM, the two new members for the side of ranking. PM, who was replacing Ice Cube from last year, and Ductuan just being the sixth man, and he just got slotted into ranking because they just needed another player. So both of them are performing really impressive. But problem is, I mean, can they keep it consistent going into this game? And also LDX is having a better year considering, I think it was kind of forced on the old Carrot House roster, his position, because I think Carrot House has run out of players and there's just like, all right, LDX, you go play.
Right.
And it wasn't really his position. I mean, him being in ranking and him being in his more natural position of IGL, I think he's gotten a lot more better results for ranking, but it still couldn't result in a first place finish because, of course, you know, Wolf Empire and CFEL is so hard to beat.
Yeah, indeed. Well, on the other side of the coin, we've already touched on it a little bit, but Evolution Power coming in with a lot to speak to, and they've got a big job to do today. All right, well, obviously we touched on Evolution Power a fair bit, you know, in that pre-match already, but what I was going to say about these guys was that, you know, there's a bit of outcry, obviously, on the Chinese forums and discussions happening because, again, when it comes to CrossFire, that region, very passionate. They're expecting big things from the CFPL rosters, and having seen Evolution Power lose yesterday to Vasco, that's already not good. And then obviously what happened earlier on today was 3BL then went on to beat Vasco, so Chinese fans are kind of looking at that and going, well, is Evolution Power now going to lose to 3BL as well, potentially in the future in this group? And that would be a really big surprise, a negative surprise, obviously, for the fans of CFPL. That'll be a conversation for another day. I think that matchup may be tomorrow, but speaking to Evolution Power coming into this matchup, you know, even considering ranking was able to push AG, and Evolution Power are looking a bit spotty at the moment. YH especially went completely missing in that game yesterday.
Yeah.
I mean, is there a world where we have to be a little bit worried about Evolution Power today?
Yeah, for sure. I think there's a lot of pressure on Emzin, man, considering he's replacing like their support player, which is YZK, and he's done. YZK has done a really good job in CFPL, just trying to keep up with the greats here. And Mino coming in as a sub-in, so I think YZK probably watching back home. I don't know the reason why Mino is actually playing today. Maybe YZK is sick or something, but that's additional pressure for Mino to perform in this specific one. And YH, man, yeah, I mean expectations are pretty high here for YH, considering how well he performed in CFPL, the amount of MVPs that he gotten from the MVP of the weeks he gotten from that league. You just expect him to just come into this tournament and just destroy every single attacker that he goes up against. But unfortunately, we did not see that yesterday up against Vasco. Maybe it's the different pace that CFPL plays at. We already know that CFPL, they love the faster way of things compared to the rest of the world, and maybe they just got surprised.
Yeah, look, I think for me personally, I would definitely be expecting a bit of a bounce back from Evolution Power. I know that they'll be aware that those kinds of results are not really going to be tolerated. They're not going to be acceptable. So expecting a bit of a better level from them, and kind of hoping that maybe ranking can maintain their level. I thought that their level was actually not terrible. Honestly, kind of coming into this event, my expectations as far as ranking were concerned were not super duper high, personally. Yeah. So for them to actually take a game against Evolution Power, that would be a massive win as far as I'm concerned. Even getting close against all gamers is a really good result as well. So we'll see how that one plays out. I mean, as far as the map pool is concerned here, I assume you've maybe got something to comment on really, but like I think at this point, you know, we're just looking to see Mexico out of the picture as usual, get rid of that one, and that's going to be then the way forward.
Yeah, the problem with ranking having Mexico as their permaban, that means it opened things up for Evolution Power to get that Eagle Eye first pick, and we already know, as the kids say, Evolution Power is an Eagle Eye merchant, so they do love going back to that map. It is where their comfort lies, and especially with key players like this, you know, Nevis actually performed really well yesterday, but Zay, of course, one of the most aggressive players in the entirety of CFPL. He goes forward no matter what, and I think it kind of resulted in him getting the spotlight instead of YH, because they're also kind of playing the same role, but Zay got more positive results compared to his friend on the other side of the PC. But you know, Evolution Power, I mean, today is a new day. Maybe they kind of talked it out, maybe played some scrims, maybe saw what was wrong from yesterday. And I think the benefit of having Mino, despite his less than stellar performance yesterday, is he's also another brain that they could go to. It's not just, it's not just Mino who's kind of leading the charge. They can also go to Emzin. And Emzin's role in CFPL is like when EP just starts like heavily losing their games, they just slot Emzin in and they're like, all right,
do your thing.
Do your thing. Fix the thing.
Honestly, we saw a little bit of that actually yesterday as well. There was a couple of rounds where Emzin was like, well, I'm just going to take this round and do what I want.
That's true.
And hope that it works. And sometimes it did work. But anyway, look, predictions still looking pretty favorable for Evolution Power. It doesn't look like the loss yesterday has really convinced too many people that they're going to drop here today against ranking. And again, when we look at the Vietnamese predictions, there may be some inherent bias involved there. So let's just
hey man, I predicted Macta, so
well, yeah, again, that would be your bias, and that's your prerogative. And to be fair, they did uphold their end of the bargain. Whereas for me, I've actually had a shocking run. I think I've only got a couple of predictions right so far. The last two of yesterday evening, I got 3BL wrong, I got Pacific Macta wrong, so I'm 0 for 2 today.
Yep.
See if ranking gets the upset here as well. I would consider ranking winning here an upset. Is that fair?
Yeah, I think that's fair. I mean, being the second seed of CFBL, a region that's really not known for their international results, with the exception of last year's CFS where they got top 4, but you know, the expectations are at an all-time low here for ranking, considering, you know, the status of the team playing in the shadow of Wolf Empire, who went 32-0 in CFBL. And yeah, I can't really blame everyone for having low expectations for the side of ranking. That's why we were really surprised on yesterday's games. I mean, when the expectations are at an all-time low, anything can surprise us at this point.
Here's the thing, though. I've seen Vietnamese teams for a while now, and I don't know if you get this same vibe from them, but I do think, just in general, the region itself sort of breeds some pretty sharp players. Like, they're always pretty switched on in the individual aim department, the clutch department, that kind of thing. I personally don't feel that they play a particularly... I don't want to word this in a very negative way, but I don't think that they're thinking about the game quite as much as some of the other regions are. I think their style, personally, relies a little bit too much on individuals having good form, having good results, and that might work when you have a team like Wolf Empire, for example, or when you have Humio and Ice Cube in the previous iterations of this roster, and Ice Cube's kind of popping off and hard carrying games individually. But when I look at this ranking now, am I going to see someone that's going to be able to do that on a consistent enough basis, especially against Chinese teams, for example? I don't know necessarily. Or is there a fallback from ranking? So where are we sitting with that? I mean, are you on the same train of thought as me? Do you sort of get that same vibe from the Vietnamese region?
Yeah, I would say this is probably... Maybe Wolf Empire, I do have a less of a vibe from them. I think they're definitely one of the more, you know, elite teams coming out of CFBL. But ranking, yeah, I could definitely... get on that vibe as well, because I think ranking really relies on just outnumbering whoever's in the side. They love doing the 5-man plays for some reason, and it really showed on Ankara yesterday, which worked against the AG, but the AG kind of slowly adjusted accordingly, and it started to not work. And I think when all things fails, they go back to the individuals, and that's the matter of consistency for the side of ranking. It's not going to be every time that Doktuan is going to have 20 kills. It's not going to be every time that PM is going to be getting some important pickoffs, especially with a sniper like First, who is not really similar to the snipers like Du and Xiao. He's not much of an ego-y kind of guy. He's more of the guy that is in the backline most of the time, guarding the flank for the side of EP. So and maybe it is going to be a different puzzle to solve for the side of ranking esports, but yeah, I mean, I really just don't see them fully taking over this series. I think they're going to be playing catch-up the entire time.
Yeah, I mean, look, I would tend to agree. Obviously, I've lent towards Evolution Power, but my vibe for, like, even for the rest of this evening is that we could actually get some pretty close games. I'm looking at the matches that we had across the board today, and I was actually thinking, like, every single one of these matches could be pretty close. We were, I would say, actually quite lucky to even have 2-0 so far, because both of those second maps have gone to OT. Even the first maps in both series, respectively, were, like, reasonably close, reasonably competitive. Honestly, the event so far, there hasn't... I don't think there's really been a blowout, you know? And if you would compare that to previous Summer Champs events, like... I was telling you guys...
Summer Champs last year.
Summer Champs last year. Every single group stage match was a 2-0, and some of them were, like, incredibly one-sided. I'll go back and have a look. Like, there's a 10-5, 10-2, Baisha versus GV. I mean, it's Baisha at their best. Baisha versus ranking was 10-5, 10-1. You know, there's those kinds of results. 10-1 again in there for AG. Like, where are these kinds of games? Where are these kinds of results? We're not really kind of getting that.
I think that was the year when Gokun was still actually
Correct.
in Imperial, and they had that really close series against Baisha Gaming.
That's right, yeah.
And yeah, as much as I'm kind of sad that we don't see Gokun in the Summer Championship, I think this is one of the better Summer Championships in terms of the level of competition.
For sure,
everyone is almost at that level. They're just right outside the range of AG and Baisha at the moment.
Right, and I mean, I think that's a testament to some of the quote-unquote maybe weaker regions, like consolidating talent or building talent up a little bit.
That's true.
I would say in the case of Vietnam, it's about consolidating talent. Like, this is the first time that we've seen a team where they've really had all of their top-level players on the same team as opposed to sort of spread over a couple of teams. And there's obviously a lot of excitement around Wolf Empire. I would say as well, coming from the West League, you know, I obviously cover West League quite a lot. There's been some consistency now starting to come through from that region as well in the cases of obviously 3BL and LCK winning a couple of seasons or top 2ing a couple of seasons back to back. And there's even still a couple of teams beyond that are able to sort of challenge. Unknights are doing pretty well for themselves. Yep. Obviously GV/Encore, whatever that core you want to call them. They're always a reasonable shout in terms of being a competitive team that can challenge you. So I think you look at that and say, well, at least now the West region is starting to go from almost irrelevant in some previous years, like they were always just a bit of a write-off, to, yeah, I mean, the result that we saw from 3BL today is kind of like a gauntlet being thrown down at the rest of the regions. Pacific Macta as well. Look, for me personally, I've never really felt in the modern era of CrossFire that they've been a super big threat. I've sort of considered them maybe best case scenario to be like an upset team, if you will. Like, they'll take a series here or there, or take a map here or there, but I don't necessarily see them going like super deep in a tournament. But to see them, you know, kind of at their best today, a lot of good clutches coming out from a couple of the individuals there. You know, we know what that team can do. So I would agree with you in the sense that we've got a lot of actually kind of decent teams, and there's no team that you can just go, these guys are not going to get anything done in the group stage.
Yeah.
For me, I don't know if we've got a bit of time to fill right here, actually, because there's a tech issue on the stage. We could have a little bit of a game of power ranking these groups if you want to, and we can like maybe give our prediction as to which teams we think are going to make it through from each group. So, you know, where do we sit from that perspective? We haven't looked. Is this the groups on the?
Yeah,
it is.
Group
So,
A and Group B.
so Baisha, Wolf Empire, Imperial, LCK, Pacific Macta. I mean, I'll lock in Baisha number 1. I think that one's just easy. That's an easy pick. At this point, Wolf Empire versus Imperial, that's the matchup coming up next. That, to me, kind of feels like it could be the battle for second in this group.
That's true. I can't really blame you for thinking that, considering how impressive the Animals was in last year's CFS. They got third, man.
Right.
With the Vincent Gaming roster, that was everyone was expecting they're going to be less than stellar, but they were the second seed coming in against a team who was number 1 in Brazil. They have Gokun, they have LKK, all these legendary members, but still Vincent somehow still came out on top. I would say, if I was thinking with my heart, I'd obviously say Pacific Macta is going to go second, but if I was thinking with my with my brain, I would say Imperial is going to go in, considering I really just trust the Animals and his IGLing prowess and the way that he directs his teammates in the right direction. As much as I do believe in Wolf Empire that they can pull out a second place finish here in Group A, it's just that, yeah, Imperial is just so hard to beat. I mean, that's really a task for the IGL of Wolf Empire to try and figure out the Animals.
I mean, I think we can obviously write off LCK at this point. They've lost 2 games. You're not. Is there a mathematical world where potentially you could still end up in second, having lost 2?
If they 2-0 the rest of the
I think there is technically, yeah, but it would mean you'd have to beat Baisha, and Baisha would have to lose a couple of games, and it's just not going to happen.
Yeah,
you know, let's be real.
It's not set in reality.
So if we go Baisha 1, you've got Imperial 2. I can get behind that. Obviously, we'll see at the end of tonight how that goes. Wolf Empire, I think, slots in third there, personally, above Pacific Macta and LCK at the bottom, I would say. So for me, that's like how that would rank out for that group.
I think for Group B, I would actually go AG. Obviously, AG is going to be first place, as much as they do love to mess around in the group stage.
Yeah.
But despite the loss today, I still think Vasco is going to get the second seed.
Right.
I think they just really got complacent against 3BL, because I really feel like they were trying to still do the exact same stuff as they did yesterday in their prior games of Compound, but I think 3BL was definitely in the lab studying every single move that they had in Compound especially, and they couldn't do the exact same things as we saw from yesterday's games. For example, the ace split that they usually love to do that worked 4 times in a row, and they just kept doing it and it worked. And I think the mindset of 3BL there is we need to be more aggressive when it comes to taking map space, especially that mid side before they can even cross. Let's kill them. So I think 3BL has got them figured out, but I feel like Vasco, if, you know, it's kind of an ego death for them after that loss against 3BL, and if they lock in for the rest of the group, I think they can still get second. But I don't know, man. My belief in EP is actually not that high if you're going up against the other teams. But yeah, it's actually quite the battle royale for second place here in Group B.
It is. I think a lot will come down to the 3BL EP game. If 3BL gets up over EP, then then I think they're on for a run into second, because you'd expect that they would beat Ranking. Obviously, they'd be expecting to lose to AG. Everyone's expecting to lose to AG. There's some intricacies there, obviously, for Vasco and for EP. If 3BL loses to EP, then it's kind of like that 3-way tie. Assuming they all lose to AG and all beat Ranking, it's possible. Then it will come down to like round differential and whatever the tiebreakers end up being. So in that sense, getting the 2-0 for 3BL is actually a very good sign as well. Although it was a close 2-0, you know, at least it didn't go to a third map, so that should benefit them. But we'll have to find out, obviously. I don't know. For me, yeah, I've obviously got AG in number 1. I think based on what we've seen so far,
if Ranking go through, man,
oh no way!
I'd be like, my mouth would be open just from being surprised. I was like,
that would be a crazy one.
Through. And it's just like last year, I'll be like, oh, it's just like CFS 2023 where they somehow got forward.
That was pretty crazy. That was pretty crazy.
But to be fair, now they don't have Ice Cube. Now they don't have their main star. So my belief in Ranking is still not that high. And I think teams should really stop looking at the long term, because everyone is like, oh, the group is gonna be so long. We can drop some maps. We can drop some 2-in-1s up until the tiebreaker, and you're 1 game or AP away from a tiebreaker, and you somehow end up in third, and you go back home with some regrets. So I think all of the teams should try and really get that 2-0 really quickly, especially 3BL here, who I think they have a fair shot of getting that second place. And it would be nice if we can get 2 Chinese teams, maybe a Brazilian team, and a CFW team, which we haven't really seen in a while in the playoff stage.
I can't remember the last time that a West League team would have made a playoffs.
GV, most likely, when they had 7.
Yeah, but that's a long,
ancient,
long time ago.
Ancient history.
Yeah. No, I mean, I think I would go AG1. I can definitely get behind Vasco too.
That's true.
But mathematically, it seems like more likely that it would actually be 3BL, given that of those teams, they're the one that hasn't lost a game yet.
That's true.
Interested to see how this game between Evolution Power and Ranking go. If Evolution Power kind of smashes Ranking, maybe that restores a bit of confidence there, and they can still kind of go on and beat 3BL and, you know, have a competitive game against AG, and that could throw a spanner in the works. But AG1, let's say Vasco 2, that would, for me, put 3BL, then 3BL versus Evolution Power 3-4. Questions around that one, and I think we've all got Ranking as number 5. So it's pretty early days, obviously, still to be kind of like having this conversation.
I don't want to be mean to Ranking, but that was also my prediction as well when I was writing out my... I think we had a podcast and we were actually talking about who's going to end up where. And I think me and my friend, shout out to Salvatore, who's on the Filipino broadcast, I think we also mentioned that Ranking is most likely going to get last place because the confidence is not that high. But I mean, yeah, when the expectation's at an all-time low, and just like how we said earlier, maybe Evolution Power, hopefully they learned from yesterday's games to not underestimate any of the teams outside of China. Maybe now they're going to try to lock in against Ranking, but if they get caught with the exact same problem today, then yeah, they're going to catch more heat from the community, man. I mean, I kind of feel bad, but that's just the standard that they have in China.
Yeah, most definitely. Things still getting underway on stage. Hopefully we'll be ready to go soon.
Raining.
It is raining. We heard a bit of thunder. I don't know if that came through in the microphones for you guys at home, but it's interesting weather. I mean, I suppose is it that much different over in the Philippines? You guys are not that far geographically from Vietnam, at least in comparison to me.
Yeah, it's either hot or just straight up close to a typhoon
at
this point.
Yeah.
Oh wow, they're not messing around. They're just like, all right, let's ban Mexico. Just like, oh what? Wait. EP banned Mexico, but they have maps on CFPL in that one. Okay, I guess they don't want to risk it.
Yeah, fair enough. Black Widow will be the choice of Evolution Power. Pretty standard stuff. Chinese region loves Black Widow.
All right, not bad. Sub-base. I think Evolution Power is... They do have experience on sub-base, but I don't think it's not like Baisha level of sub-base. I think Ranking can definitely do some damage in that specific map. Considering the way that they play the game, the way that they play together most of the time, I think sub-base is a map where they can definitely surprise Evolution Power in. Ankara and Port is not a surprise. Ankara is like the national map of this of Vietnam, so they do want to avoid that as much as possible. And we are going to end up on Compound for map number 3, a map where Emzin is very familiar with. So yeah, I would say a pretty good veto, but that Black Widow is going to set the tone for the rest of the series.
Yeah, I mean, if we even get to Compound at this point, is it 2-0 on the cards? Evolution Power looking locked in and ready.
Yep, with their nondescript energy drinks.
They've got some amends to make for yesterday. I think that's kind of going to be the big storyline for us today. We'll jump into map 1, Black Widow. Taking a little while to get here, but off the races now. And
Mayo sniping. Don't see that a lot. No, he switches back to the AK. I think he was just trying to spot from the frame side, just in case that Emzin or First gets a bit frisky and is going to try to see if they can gain an early pickoff. But it's just good old standard default from the side of Ranking Esports. They are just going to be staying outside the means, outside of their less advantageous timings going into this one. So yeah, it's just going to be the good old Ranking default of just waiting around until someone from EP overextends. But Ranking couldn't get that long control, unfortunately, so that means they're either going to have to go from the short side and or mid and or B house. So that's 3 spots where it's really difficult to go through if you don't get that first kill immediately.
And if there's any noise coming through the microphones, that is because it is absolutely bucketing down right now here in Hanoi. And there's a tin roof on the stadium, so we can hear the rain.
Sounds like home.
It does. Actually, I really like that sound, quite honestly. It's very nice to go to sleep to when the rain's hitting a tin roof, but...
Not now, Vietnam. I'm trying to stay awake.
Correct.
Well, 1 minute and 15. Not much time for the side of Ranking to try and see if they can get into the side. All right, it is going to be not even an ace split. It's just respawn. Actually, one person is coming in from the short side. Nevis is going to get the kill. And that is A side clear. Humeo even getting one more. And Evolution Power blindsided by a mid-doors and short push. And YH, the only one left alive, and Nevis just taps him in the head. And Ranking Esports says hello in Black Widow with their first round.
Could be a fun night if Ranking actually do manage to win this series, right? Like, go against all of our expectations, go against the odds, and that would probably seal the deal, unfortunately, for Evolution Power, that they are in no way, shape, or form going to be able to make it into the playoffs. You could almost consider this somewhat of an elimination game for both teams.
That's true. I mean, if EP goes 0-2, it's you're basically here for a vacation at this point. But Ranking Esports not going to get too frisky once again. They're just going to go full default. LDX is actually going to be the one checking these corners, especially the short side, but he has to be careful. Emzin is holding that bridge side, but he does cross very safely. But most likely EP has got them, has probably communicated that he's already pushed up all the way in short, and they're going to back off because of it.
It's been a pretty slow-paced Blacklist side from Ranking so far. I wonder if they're expecting some kind of aggression from Evolution Power. Not getting it.
They're doing the opposite of yesterday. They started off pretty fast, and then they went slow against AG. So I think now they're going to go slow, and then they're going to go fast right after. Just to try and offset whatever EP studied from yesterday's games.
Another minute 15 left on the clock, and that's when we'll start to see some moving and shaking happening. Seems like that's kind of like the point that Ranking have decided is the go signal. And once again, back up in towards the A site.
Not much time for the side of Ranking to get into this, but 50 seconds. I mean, YH, if he can get the handle of it, but he's going to be fully blind. The sniper not going to hit twice for First. And Humeo, Nevis, LDX ducks one into the site immediately. And Ranking Esports, another A control. And this is just classic Ranking. This is not like unfamiliar territory that they're pulling out in Black Widow. They're just going in as 5. even pulling out some splits from time to time, and they're just outnumbering whoever's on site.
Gotta say, that is some very disappointing looking stuff from Evolution Power, like some just egregious missed shots that you need to be hitting if you're going to be competitive at an event like this. Like, I know we come into this one without huge expectations necessarily for ranking, but like these guys are still sharp, they're still good players, so you give them an opportunity to crack a shot or two, and they're going to do that. Evolution Power kind of need to have a long, hard look at themselves. It's not looking like they've showed up to this game thus far, and that nade stack just didn't quite go deep enough, but a bit of a tickle on the Zay. Maybe a faster round out here from ranking so far, at least in terms of the map control that they've taken. And it looks like they'll want to charge their way into the box room. This time, Emerson's going to be tested, but did not expect Humio out through the doorway. Trades in at least from Zay. A little bit of better stuff from Evolution Power, but LDX off the bridge catches another. YH goes down. Evolution Power just don't seem to be getting themselves in a great read, and they're just not winning their duels.
Yep, and Zay, the only one left alive for the squad at this very moment. PM gonna get that shot with the AWM, and once again, another disappointing round for the side of Evolution Power. And Nevis, oh, that's an instant timeout. That's a really early timeout. The only timeout that EP is gonna have this entire Black Widow as well.
The same thing we saw them doing yesterday when they were playing against Vasco. When they would go down early in rounds, it was like 3-0 every time. They would call the TAC timeout. So that seems to be their game plan, whatever. But as you say, it is very early, and it doesn't leave you with anything deeper into the game. So sure, you might make a bit of a comeback here.
Something's leaking?
Yeah, I was going to say, is there a bit of rain dripping on the table? Seems to be okay, at least on the Evolution Power side of the coin.
Yeah,
lots of conversations to be had.
Coach is not happy at all. He's like, he has not seen the improvement from yesterday's games that we expected.
Is it even more of a regression, if anything?
Yeah. And since ranking had such an impressive showing against AG, maybe this is the level that we were looking for the side of ranking esports. I mean, they did have a competitive game twice against AG, and now they're showing how good they are up against EP, who's kind of struggling at the moment at the start of Black Widow. And I mean, since Eagle Eye is no longer in the picture, EP is going to have to struggle if ever they do lose this first map going into the second one. I mean, ranking esports, they're going to have all the confidence, but fortunately for the side of EP, I mean, good thing Ankara is gone, because I feel like if this went to Ankara and EP is playing like this, I think it's going to be a team getting possibly swept, unfortunately.
Man, Coach is really going in.
Yeah, he is. He's not seeing the results that he expected here from the side of Evolution Power. He's having the exact same expectations as the community is, and I can't blame him.
Yeah.
I mean, you got third in CFPL, and I mean, it was a competitive series with them and Q9 back in the series back home. But yeah, I mean, EP, they're gonna need to lock in. I mean, here we go. It's the classic move from YH and Nino trying to take the hut in towards alongside. YH is just gonna keep on going and try to occupy that position, and they're just gonna back off right then and there. And fortunately for the side of EP, most of the ranking members are on the A side, and look at the numbers for their side.
Honestly, it seems as though for ranking, the mentality here is kind of, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. See if we can put some pressure back on the A side again. That's worked out every single round so far. Change up from Evolution Power with that control over towards long early in the round hasn't necessarily translated into an opening pick or an advantage in this round. So attack timeout hasn't been successful. Well, 1.5 minutes left to see.
Yeah. I mean, 0-3 on first at the start of the game, and you really want this particular player to start to heat up, because he's going to be the one holding your entire backline for you, while the rest of the Evolution Power side is just trying to get some control onto the site itself. But I mean, if he cannot, you know, show up in this game, then Humeo is going to have a field day flanking this team every time.
Most definitely. I would argue that this has actually ended up being probably the slowest round out of ranking thus far. They had a little bit of early aggression up towards A short, but besides that, really waiting patiently. Down below a minute now. Normally they've been moving at about a minute 15, minute 10. That's when they've been starting to throw their util, have a bit of a look in, but this time around taking their time about it. Emzen holding the long angle. It's going to be challenged by Ductuan.
Oh, what a miss.
Misses the shot, and this is what I'm talking about. Just some wayward shots from Evolution Power in these first 4 rounds of the map, and that is a big reason why things are starting to come unstuck. Cheeky from Nevis.
Oh, what a check from Zay. I thought Zay was just going to stay there the entire time. He was in a bad spot for an M4, but Mino going to get one in return. Some life in the side of Evolution Power. PM going to get one in return. That's going to be first. Emzen with the sniper finally coming alive, but PM is looking in his direction. What a shot from Emzen. As soon as the crowd came up, got that shot going. And there we go. Evolution Power finally around on the board, led by the man Emzen himself. And, I mean, a round is a round for the side of EP. I mean, at least they can tell themselves that they can try and see if they can get back into this game. But Evolution Power, they're going to fight long once again. Long Hodge is not going to be occupied. Nevis and Ductuan going out in towards the long side. And First and Mino going to have to back off.
I don't know if Humio may have spotted First out for a second there behind the box, but I mean, he did not spot him, but what I'm saying is I think he might have actually been able to. Little butt poke around, but not to be. Still, you got that opening frag for Ranking, so they're not disappointed with that. Happy to just take it slow from here. It's a pretty good response from Ranking, right? First round on the board for Evolution Power, sure, but Ranking instantly, a bit of a quicker play, catch them off guard. And if they were to push this one over the line, go to 4-1, then it's a statement round for sure. Evolution Power will lose Emzen, and the trades are coming through courtesy of LDX. Very nice stuff. That's a fantastic round from him. And the second or third time on the map that we've seen them just drop off of the bridge and cause havoc.
Jeez, I mean, LDX, he didn't even let that guy come out of B. He was just like, hey, you're going to stay there, and we're going to have this site to ourselves. Ranking Esports, this BL is really giving them so much benefit, and EP is just, the struggles continue despite Emzen still around in that last time. Ranking getting back into it, not letting EP start a streak whatsoever. So they're going to go back to whatever worked in the prior rounds by just going slow once again, feeling out what the defense is like for the side of Evolution Power. But so far, LDX actually leading the charge for the side of Ranking. The IGL doesn't work.
Yeah, it starts to raise some questions for Evolution Power, certainly. Look at yesterday's performance and say, was that maybe not an anomaly? Was that more true to form for Evolution Power at this event? They're being dismantled right now by Ranking. They lost yesterday to Vasco, and I don't know, this is one of those death spirals that can happen pretty quick at an event, right? If Evolution Power get dominated here by Ranking, then tournament over, but box room push, that's not worked out for Ranking at all. Nice crossfire between Zay and YH, and they're able to lock that round down and just keep things in the discussion for Evolution Power for another round longer. PM will try and do what he can, but that's pretty wishful thinking, though. He's doing a damn good job of it so far, and Evolution Power did give him a couple of 1v1s, but in the end, round 4 EP.
Yeah, classic First coming in from the back line, just coming in for the flank. And there it is, Evolution Power now getting more of the swing of things. Good thing Zay was actually in B house, because he, just like yesterday, he was one of the better performers for the side of Evolution Power. So him just getting 3 headshots, just making sure, or just telling his team, hey guys, you can rely on me despite you guys not having the best of games. You can just come to me if you do want a stronger defense, or at least some play to happen in and around the map. And Ranking Esports, they're going to have to reconvene once again and try and figure out how to get this 5th point. Because once they get 5, I mean, it's guaranteed that they're going to have the lead before the half is over.
Zay's pushed out of B.
Splashing about.
Yeah, look, I'm usually not really a big fan of this position. Feels like a bit of a one and done. But with the assisting smoke coming across from Evolution Power, he looks a little bit safer.
Yeah.
A bit more comfortable.
That's an angle you want to play with a teammate. Like one person in house B, one person in water.
Yeah, but in that case, he was isolated. on his own. So you're sort of gambling a little bit, risking a little bit, but gamble has, to an extent, paid off. The information was there for ranking that nothing's happening on the B side of the map, and so they stack toward A. Ready and waiting for ranking, and YH through the smoke's going to grab himself one. In the meanwhile, Minnow did go down. YH can't get away with another one there, surely.
Wait, jumped once as well? How did he go through? I mean, they didn't notice that Long was actually wide open. Emzin.
He spotted.
Oh. Okay, they're not going to challenge it. Never mind. PM. He can definitely take out Emzin, but I think they're just going to respect him. They're not going to peek him at all.
That's fine. You got the player advantage. Don't need to be doing anything too silly. That's a sharp shot indeed. And okay, Kiyomiyo maybe gets a little bit too over-eager to finish that round off and gives up his life to Emzin. And those are the kinds of plays that I'm talking about, by the way, when I'm just sort of saying, I think ranking, rely on the individual moments a little bit too much. Emzin's been given a lot of space. He doesn't actually take it, but, you know, imagine that's Xiao or imagine that's Du, right? Like, those kinds of players can win that round from a position like that. And it would be off the back of Kiyomiyo maybe giving up his life. And those are the kinds of things that, look, it works against the weaker teams, but it's not going to be a great sign going forward. So don't really want to be seeing that from ranking, even despite the fact that they're up so convincingly on this map.
Yeah, if you give Xiao and Du, like, since I think Emzin knew the rough idea of where the last two players were, one person was on train, one person was on metal box.
Yeah.
If you give Du or Xiao that opportunity, they're only going to need 2 bullets to get back into the site.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, that's good for the side of ranking that they got the round, but you don't want to do that against the stronger teams, that's for sure. But Evolution Power still stuck on the 2 rounds. Ranking, I think they're pretty happy that they already got 5, so they're going to try and see if they are going to go further in this first half. But, yeah, I mean, ranking now taking initiative of taking the long hut side, and I don't blame EP for going for this type of defense, a more passive way, because ranking has just been surprising them time and time again with the executes that they're doing.
Oh, Kiyomiyo going to be taken down. That's nice. Another great start for ranking, but PM dropping in the meanwhile. Back to the 4-on-4, and a pretty wisely timed push actually here from Minnow could, if he keeps going, end up resulting in something really special, but decides better of it. The X is going to come back and challenge that angle. I honestly, at this point in the game, I wouldn't have half-minded Minnow just going for something a little bit unorthodox there. You know, you do have to sort of throw a spanner in the works a little bit, otherwise LDX going to get himself a freebie there, and he's going to continue to challenge it onto Minnow. Again, maybe a bit of an overextension from LDX. Like, why are you taking that 1v1 at that point?
Oh, Kiyomiyo is just getting so much of the lurkers from the side of EP, denying them time and time again. A hero play that could save them the round. The 30 seconds left on the clock. Not much time to work with for the side of ranking, but they do have the numbers advantage. Minnow playing the hide-and-seek game here on the B site, and if they do check him, that's going to be good news. First all the way from window A, does have to cross, but doesn't get any of the shots going, so it's all on Minnow to defend the site. Kiyomiyo with a nice kill with the Colt, and it is only going to be first last left alive, and obviously he is going to go window B first because that's the best position you can take with the sniper, and Nevis doing the obvious play. Oh, he's not actually going to go window B. Usually, or he's not going to go door B, rather. He's not going to challenge it. He's just going to play it extra safe.
It's been spotted out now. Oh, and first gets the challenge, but no!
Oh, why?
What's he peeking for?
That's what I'm saying.
You've got the time. It's ticking away. Man, what a round to lose for ranking. So many moments in there where you look at it again. This is where I have to be a little bit critical of ranking.
Yeah.
You know, the overpeak from LDX. Fighting into B, second player, when you're up 4v3, you don't need to do that. You can just slow things down a little bit.
Yeah, play the... It's already planted for you, man. You could just jump around in house B or something to try and see what's happening. Or you can just hide.
Yeah, and then, yeah, Nevis in the 1v1.
Oh.
Might have copped a drip on my notepad just there. What's going on here?
Technical pause. I'm now scared that... All right, there we go.
Bit of drippy?
Bit of drippy?
No, I think there's some issues with the PCs here for Evolution Power. Got to get the translator involved as well, obviously.
Oh, it's the audio.
Maybe, but I actually don't know if it is. I think the issue there is that normally the players would just turn around and talk to the admin, right? But because actually it's quite loud in here now with the rain hitting the roof, I don't know if they can hear properly, so they're actually putting the earphone in to hear them. That would be my assumption.
Yep. IEMs are definitely going to help with their sound isolation from all this rain that is going on right now.
It's just a bit of extra white noise, isn't it?
Yeah. And there we go. As soon as the audio issues went down.
Quieting down, yeah.
And the rain quieted down immediately. Someone told the rain that we're running a tournament at the moment. We can't have all this noise in the background.
The question I have for you is, how many officials do you need to fix a light bulb? How many people have we got on the stage there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, sort of.
One for each player and the coach.
Yeah.
I reckon 3. Maybe 2. One translator and one actual admin.
Where's the drone guy?
Yeah,
drone guy's not here today. Or is he somewhere else? Is he set up somewhere else?
Kind of miss him. Mostly because there was like an extension cord that I could use.
Oh, true.
And now I don't have him. Now I'm sad. There's no random drone that starts turning on right behind us. And
it was always a nice little breath of air coming through from the propellers of the drone.
Yep. I kind of like the little detail that he does. He doesn't fly over the players directly because they could probably feel the wind. So that's nice of him.
That's fair. He was only flying during the timeouts and the pauses as well.
Yeah. I wonder what the shots are going to look like, because we're probably going to see that in the post movie.
See, that is not a drone. That's a guy. That's a guy walking on the stage. And this would be the time where we would have had the drone shots yesterday.
Yeah. I wonder what the tech pause is about. I mean, just like I said, it is them probably putting the IEMs in. As much as the in zones are super comfortable and they got some really good headsets. Yeah, they're testing it out. It seems like even the in zones are not working.
I would assume that the over-ear headsets are just for the white noise, right? And then your in-ears are actually for hearing the game.
Yeah, and it's stressing out Uncle Emzin.
Yeah, I mean, this is obviously got to be a little bit annoying for ranking as well because
they have all the momentum.
They're in a good spot. Yeah, they've got that momentum. Hasn't been a perfect half by any stretch of the imagination, but they'd want to be in the server kind of keeping on rolling. Whereas this little slowdown gives a chance for Evolution Power to reset. I mean, you can see they're kind of having a bit of a chat here as well. I don't know if it's about what's happening in the game or not, but...
Yeah. Especially now that ranking has all the power since they're the only team that has a timeout in this in this game. So hopefully this does get sorted out quick because Himeo, he was definitely stepping up from yesterday's games because he was not just like how I said it, he was not carrying. He was not, you know, top fragging like usual. It's not like the usual Himeo scoreline when he has 20 and the rest of the squad has like 8 or 7.
Yeah.
Yeah, now he's we're seeing the normal Himeo this time. And if we can see that type of Himeo and Ductuan from yesterday's games and PM hitting his shots, PM actually has killed first a couple of times here, is out-sniping him in this tournament. So yeah, it's been pretty interesting so far. That's also one of the things that disappointed me coming into this tournament. I know First is a good sniper. You know, he is more of the passive sniper compared to what we are used to seeing for some of the star almers that we do have in this tournament. You know, about that ego, they want to jump peek, they want to be in your face. First is more of a kind of a laid-back kind of guy.
Tell you what, I could be a laid-back kind of guy right now. If we had a nice gamer chair, I'd be laying back.
That is true. That's how I usually cast, honestly.
Yeah, it's a vibe, for sure. The good news is the rain has stopped at least.
Yeah. I think it might have been sorted, but they're going to take their sweet time, man.
These things happen.
Happens.
Had a bit of a lucky day with regard to the tech pauses yesterday. Tended to go pretty smoothly. Not quite the same case today so far.
Yeah. This is like the second technical pause. This is the second technical pause in the entire day, because I think the first technical pause was from that first game with Vasco and yeah, I think it was, no, it's not Vasco. Yeah, 3BL and Vasco from earlier's game. I think because I think one of the players randomly died in bridge, and I think maybe there's a sort of maybe something you step on and then you get damage for 20, and then you know, you die. That happens in compound as well. It's annoying, but it happens.
Box on Mexico where it happens as well.
Yep, and that's why I played the entry, so I don't have to touch any of those spots.
Sure.
All I have to do is go in. I'm like Humeo.
Go in and die.
Yeah, go in and die. And
by the conventional means.
Throw all my nades at the start of the round, so they can't blame me, or they can't ask me for flashes. They're like, "Can you flash me?" I'm like, "Nah, man, I don't got it."
You're a fragger.
Yeah, I'm a slayer. No 3BL.
Well, not really sure what to say about this at this point. Looks like a bit of an extended tech pause. We've been told that this might take a little while to resolve. Don't know what it actually is.
Yeah, I'm waiting for... This is what Evolution Power does. Every time like a technical or like a timeout is done, they just have that war cry as a team.
The Gyro.
Yeah, the Gyro.
Headsets gone back on. Usually that's a good sign.
Yeah. I hope everything's good with Uncle Emzin at the moment. But he's still pointing towards it, so still could be something. But I feel like even EP, I feel like even if you're on the side of EP, having a technical pause would not benefit them, because I feel like Emzin and Mino are now slowly starting to figure out what the game is like for the side of ranking.
Right.
And, you know, this pause just pumped the brakes.
Yeah, true. I mean, at this point, both teams are kind of just completely reset now. You know, we're sort of back to square one. Might as well be restarting the map.
Yeah, I feel bad, especially for Zay, man. He's had such a good start in this game. Yeah, considering what the rest of the team looks like at the moment. Emzin was hitting some shots, but he was also the reason why they lost some of the rounds with the misses that they didn't have on that sniper. But yeah, still a good old red technical pause, as you can see 3 times on the stage.
Rough living.
Rough living at the moment. I bet the teams already went home are happy. They're like, yep, we're not going to watch this one. And just got to go back and grind it. As I said earlier, Pacific Macta. And they're going to go swimming right after this, so they're going to have a hell of a time.
They're going swimming?
Yeah, because they've been looking forward to it for like...
In the hotel?
Yeah, in the hotel.
Huh.
Shout out to the 22nd floor. Yeah, I've been trying to look for, to get into the jacuzzi.
Right.
Because, you know, I got old man pains. And my back is killing me. My knees are, you know, knees are shaking from time to time.
Knees weak, arms spaghetti on my sweater already.
Yep. And yesterday I was like, oh, the jacuzzi is closed, because it closes at 10.
Right.
So I was just like,
You're not making that tonight.
Yep. And I'm just going to do what I did yesterday, which is just fill the bathtub with hot water and just to pretend like I'm in it.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
That's something.
And that's what you do, kids, when you have back pain in the future, when you hit your mid-20s.
Yeah, hot water cures all ailments.
It's either that, or do you know about the magical cure that Asians have?
What's that?
It's called white flour.
White flour?
Yeah, it's not an actual flour. It's more of like it's like an ointment you apply, like a spicy ointment you apply on your joints, and it's gonna heat up a bit. It's gonna feel a bit hot, but you know, it's gonna, after that heat, it's gonna be a bit cold, and then it's gonna feel great. It's a universal. It's like Vicks. There you go. It's like Vicks. It's like Vicks Vapor Rub.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah,
the magical cure for all. Shout out to the Filipino cure for all, which is the Vicks and the sock. The Vicks sock method.
The Vicks in the sock?
Yeah, you put Vicks on your feet and
in
then
your
you
sock.
put on the sock. and then you're gonna have no fevers going into the next day.
Is that true? Does it work?
I think so. I mean, it worked for me. And should I tell Neo?
Yeah,
should
maybe.
I tell Neo about this?
Yeah, you might need one for his head. Just get a hat or something. Put Vix on his head and put it. That might help him. I don't know. Bro's cooked.
Yeah, bro's cooked. Can't blame him, man. He's been flying all over the place. It's the dilemma of a caster. You travel all over the world, but it also takes a toll on your body, guys. So this job ain't easy.
No, that is true.
So you're gonna need to get plenty of rest right after this one. But yeah, Technical Pawns is still ongoing. Now we have 6. I think that's 7. A whole roster of marshals trying to figure out what's wrong.
Yeah. I think, yeah, the travel is the worst part of this job, which is funny. Like, people would say travel's the best part, right? But man, it's tiring sometimes when you're doing it a lot. So.
And you have to think about the environment. What kind of food are you gonna eat? There we go. Back in the picture. Are we actually back? Yes, we are. All 7 marshals have finally left, and there's only one on stage.
Last round of the half. So lots to speak to if Evolution Power bring this one back to 4. Look at Mio. Almost getting taken out there, but so far so good for ranking. They'd really be wanting 6. They'd feel like they deserve 6 after how this half started.
There we go. Not much long control for the side of EP. They're just going to ignore it entirely. I mean, to be fair, you could defend long from those 2 pillars in the bridge side of A. And, I mean, it really depends how good your shot is, if you can defend that one. But Emzin at the moment trying to spot. There is a bit of a slight opening in the smoke, but I don't think anyone in frame is peeking at the moment. Oh.
It's a big setup from Evolution Power.
Yeah, I think LDX is going to move first, actually. There we go. It's going to toss it back. That's going to cause a rotation. Is it? They're not biting it.
Around the corner first, he's gotten 2 somehow. That was a good one. LDX looking for the trade is, in the end, going to get the helping hand from Nevis to find it. It is back to the 3-on-3, but LDX is very low. And ranking aren't too sure that they want to commit to the A side. If they would just walk up short. They would be able to get a plant for free. You know, you leave PM down on long.
There's no one on A.
There's exactly no one on A. Maybe first could cause a bit of a ruckus, shoot them through the floorboards, but actually, this should be a free site for now. Zay's rotated across to the window, and the timing looks pretty good. The shot in from PM does not connect, and it's fallen apart a little bit for ranking. Evolution Power get themselves the 4th round and kind of salvage that first half, honestly.
Dude, Zay has been saving Evolution Power time and time again. I mean, we kept talking about how disappointing their performance was. I mean, Zay was one of those players who was trying to drag them out of this rut, and he's doing the exact same thing today. As we do have the side switch, Evolution Power finally get to go at it on the BL side. Ranking Esports now on the GR. PM on the sniper, no double sniper setup now. Definitely in the books for the side of Ranking Esports, just in case they do need that additional defense, that additional sniper, that additional pickoff that they could benefit from. But Power going to go in full setup mode here in the B side. Flash is going to go through. It's only going to blind Nevis for now. But Ranking Esports playing some very nice positions, but they're also assuming that someone is actually going to come out from the mid side. And here we go. That is the execute coming in. Evolution Power. Smoke on the B door. Nevis on the underside of the stairs. Yumeo playing the bait scenario here. Y8 is going to look at him first, but he's going to tech Nevis anyways. Yumeo is safe. Duck1 and Nevis doing most of the work here on the B side. Nevis still, how is he alive? 17 HP, even a nade landing on the site. But he is not affected by it at all. And look at all the flashes being tossed inside of B house, and they could only see white.
For now, you know, though, gonna start to push his way forward. He may catch Nevis here if he's not careful. Emzin will be shot in the back by LDX. It is ranking that always do like to be active around the map, and it's worked out in this instance.
They're trapped. Yeah, they're trapped, man. They can't really go anywhere. I mean, you already have someone in short watching bridge. They can confirm if they backed off or not. First and Mino have no choice but to fight whoever is inside the site. He his head out of Metal Box, but somehow, some way, he is still alive. PM with the help of Ductuan. Ductuan with a double kill. And just like that, Ranking Esports, they guessed right. I mean, the rotation was there. A really good flank coming in from LDX, denying a possible rotation or an escape route for the side of VP. And Ranking is back on it.
Yeah, right back to it. Bit of a faster round out from Evolution Power. They may slow things down now as a result, though. The nade stack on long. Oh. PM copying the brunt of it. I'm surprised he didn't take a little bit more, honestly. It looked like a pretty nicely timed set from Evolution Power, but in the end doesn't get them much of an advantage. All things considered, in fact, actually maybe a disadvantage with the damage that was done to YH. Some nervy times, I would say, for Evolution Power now, that if they drop a couple of rounds quickly here, we go into the sub-base, and that is the map choice of Ranking, so
yeah,
the 2-0 suddenly starts to come into play there.
And, I mean, fortunately for EP, they're going to start on the GR side, which is more favorable most of the time. Because some teams are pretty good on BL, surprisingly, on that map. But I think 9 times out of 10, GR does have the advantage. But here comes LDX trying to see if he can end this round before it even starts for EP. But never mind, 2 of them go down immediately. You can't blame him. I think Ranking is really trying to step on the gas against EP. Damn. Yeah, First is not having a good game, man. No opportunities for him so far. Not the First that we've seen, or we were used to seeing back in CFBL. He's struggling against this Ranking Esports squad.
I like this reaggression, though, from Ranking. Nevis out on the B side of the map. Didn't really see too much here. Mio pushing out mid. No, it's Ductone.
Oh, you heard him.
Yeah, he's gone a little bit too early, too loud. He's still got a kill, but Emerson will be there for the trade. And now the push is happening on the A side of the map. This actually has gone a little bit astray for Evolution Power. The round was definitely theirs for the taking, and now it's back to 2-on-2. They should just make that call to go B. I think they've recognized that. Leaving Emson in mid, try to cut the rotations off, and he's doing a good job of that. So setup's working out for them. PM may be able to quickly bring this back to the 1-on-1 with a sharp shot. That is nice.
And I think he has the read that it might be a B take. So, oh, PM. Oh, no, he actually went back to A. So I think he assumed that it was actually going to be long, but I think missing that jump in towards short is a blessing in disguise. He's so close to B.
YH timing here is going to be a huge factor, and he's gotten it perfectly. PM given a bit of a tickle in the back. Would have liked to have gotten the kill there, obviously, YH, but he backs himself for the challenge. And it's Evolution Power that will win the round ultimately, though it was a bit topsy-turvy.
Could have easily went in the way of Ranking if PM had the right read, maybe try and see if he can hold ramp side from mid in towards bridge. But I think Evolution Power does have the information on the man, at least for the 5 seconds that the camera does show. But PM does not get the shot, and here comes the war here in towards long A. Who's going to get control? It seems like it is going to be Evolution Power for now. But they do lose Mino in the process, and PM is going to ask for the AK-47. And Ductuan, he's not too bad of a sniper, honestly. He can handle it. Nades are looking thin for the side of Ranking Esports. Not much in the way of delay, and EP does have plenty to set up with. So many flashes, so many nades to still work with. So a setup is still in the pocket of Evolution Power, and even maybe some fake smokes or something. Yep, and it's good old silence all over the map.
Yeah, patience a virtue for both teams.
No one's really trying to overextend here. I think both of them realize that anyone dies at the 3v4, and either side would have the disadvantage, less people to work with, especially for if you lose a member right now and you're on GR, you're going to be spread out in terms of defense, man.
Sure. Game's really hanging in the balance as well, isn't it? Like, it's these sort of next 2-3 rounds that could really dictate which way this goes, whether or not Evolution Power stays in the fight or if Ranking kind of runs away with things. For the most part, it has felt like Evolution Power have hung on. What happens if Evolution Power gets ahead? Emson has been pretty effective with that orb in hand, even on the blacklist side, so good to see that. Bit of a return to form from yesterday. Mio at the window, watched by First for a second, but timing may not actually be favorable for Evolution Power here. Zay's having a look for sure. First is going to lose his life to Nevis, and that is now going to put Emson and Zay both under pressure. It's an awkward spot to be in. Unfavorable duels.
That worked?
Yeah, I don't know.
I was like, what? How does that work? How does Nevis get the kill on the stairs player? I think the stairs player was so locked in towards Long that he didn't notice that Nevis was already right below him.
Yeah, first was sort of back and forth on Long.
Yeah, and both of the players who are right next to each other for the side of EP kind of got nervous. They were kind of shaking in their boots on side, and well played by Nevis. He didn't push that immediately. He waited for his teammate to pop out of window, and they just took turns peeking. Well played from the side of Ranking Esports. They're playing to their strengths, man, and that is their trading and their double peaks, and it's been pretty impressive so far. Ranking, if you can get a win, if you can get a dub. To be fair, I think even if Ranking gets a singular map win from the side of EP, this is less than their chances of getting out of the groups, man.
Oh yeah, it would be definitely less than ideal for Evolution Power. The way things are going at the moment, though, you have to question if Evolution Power is even going to win this matchup if they lose map number 1. So, be a conversation we can have if we do see Ranking convert here on Black Widow, but they're on their way to it for sure. Has been by no means clean.
For sure.
But job done is job done at the end of the day. Box room control there for Ranking. It's going to be a B hit. There's no doubt about that. Evolution Power have got something to worry about with that third extra player coming across, sort of watching mid, but more of a fast rotator into B. Ranking have the defense set up for this B hit. Evolution Power going to try and make it happen anyway.
Still 2 players on site. Yeah, you have to deal with good shots by Zay, and finally they clear Humeo on towards the metal box. And it is a bomb plant for the side of Evolution Power. I think PM is just going to take his sweet time with this round. I don't think it's winnable, and he realizes it early. He's just going to use the rest of the bomb timer to just try and talk to his teammates what went wrong in that last round, because it's not really about the setup. They just mixed, in all honesty.
Yeah. Setup was fine. Setup was perfect, dare I say. About as good as you can really hope for.
Yeah. I think the main idea there was Nevis is going to take first contact, as he's probably the one safest from the entire downpour of players in B site. And then Ductuan pops his head out of under the stairs. And Humeo is going to be the last player popping out, as Metal Box is a place that, in a panic, players don't usually clear. But 6-7. All right, Evolution Power inching ever so closer. Very similar to what I saw yesterday when they faced that AG squad. And let's see if Ranking Esports can finally finish a game in Black Widow.
The gap closes back to 1. Still waiting for that equalizing round from Evolution Power, and they're as of yet not being able to find it. So if we follow the trend, it will be a ranking round right now.
Zay is such a psycho for dropping like that. You can see him flying in the scope of another opponent. Usually, any other sniper would hit that 9 times out of 10. But it seems like even PM was caught off guard in that situation. So they're just going to go back into the side. It is another 3A setup. Oh my god, what a punish on Emzin all the way in Long Hut. Pops his head out, but PM was already watching that angle. And they are just going to smoke long. They're going to keep it simple on towards the side of Ranking. They still have control of sight. And Evolution Power is 1 man down. And Ductuan don't want to overextend here. You already have the man advantage. All you have to do is hold this mid doors.
Yeah, definitely don't want to be moving a muscle with first watching it on the other side of that angle. In fact, it almost looks like Evolution Power might decide to bust their way through mid. C4's going long. But Ductuan might be about to have a bit of work ahead. And yeah, indeed, they are going to walk in through mid doors. Contact play. Good setup, though, for Ranking. They've got 2 players' points of contact to defend mid here. And Zay, initially, going to take that opening fight. YH is going to go down for the troubles. Evolution Power at risk of dropping an 8th now to Ranking.
Yeah, buddy system really paying off for the side of Ranking Esports. Ductuan going for the second player in, and Humeo once again. That's why he is the star player of Ranking Esports. Double kill by himself with the AK-47. And 6-8. Ranking Esports inching ever so closer to match point by the tail end of Black Widow. And we're going to have to wait and see what is about to happen in this situation. But I mean, Nevis, even he's going to pull out the sniper this time. Long is going to be occupied by EP for now with all the nades out. He's going to be tossed, but that is so much nades committed. But Emson is probably hurt. He didn't even tap walk into short whatsoever. So look at all the Ranking Esports members already on the A side. They're like, yeah, guys, let's take A. Let's have a fist fight.
I'm surprised. That's a big rotation from Ranking. I think if you're going to bring this many players across, you've got to try and take and force the fight. But instead, they've allowed Evolution Power to make those choices themselves. But Duct1 is going to save the day and drop a couple of kills. One more required. He doesn't have a nade. If he had a nade, it was the end of first. Instead, it will come down to the shots. And a 9th on the board for Ranking. They are now 1 round away from cleaning up Black Widow. And man, delivering another punishing blow to Evolution Power. That's a very small mouse pad for an FPS.
Oh,
he's playing high sense.
Once you pass my PH, you're going to see some smaller mouse pads, that's for
True.
sure. I know a professional entry fragger from PH. He runs 3200 DPI in this game. And he's pretty good. They got second, so pretty good achievement. But first things first, PM is going to go down. So I want to see more of this coming in from first. Just being confident in just peeking PM, because you just got to believe in yourself that you can just kill him. Because PM is doing more of the confidence plays more than first at the very moment. And I think EP, they need more of that. That is for sure. But the thing is, that's only one piece of the puzzle. Ranking has won many rounds with this advantageous numbers, just like that last one. Didn't go in their way up until Duct1 and Jimeo popped out around the corner. But let's see. I mean, Ranking Esports is the same team that pulled out 5 snipers in a round last year, so I think everyone is very capable in wielding that sniper. Oh god, 4v1. Oh, there you go. There's the friends.
Whoa, Jimeo dodging bullets IRL. Nevis has been able to chime in with one. Evolution Power, they don't look like they've been dissuaded away from the B bomb side. Flash over the top, that's going to buy a little bit of time maybe, but here comes Zay. Still trying to jiggle out that door, hasn't seen anything yet.
Trying to bait a peek.
Minute left on the clock, but in the meanwhile, LDX has been making a big rotation in middle, so he could come into play later on in this round if he's given time to continue that flank. Mio's got himself one more. This could be the final round of the map. Ranking, they're shutting it down.
That's such a genius play from Humeo as well. He peeked first, so Duct1 is not going to be a known entity in the B side. And here comes LDX with the flank. And that is Ranking Esports taking a map off of Evolution Power. It wasn't a one-time thing that they had a close game against AG and Ranking Esports. You can hang your head high after that one. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. CFBL. We might have overestimated their downfall, or at least just for Ranking Esports, but it seems like they are here to play. Humeo and Duct1, the consistency that I was looking for from yesterday's game, especially Duct1, man. I thought that it was going to be a one-time thing, but no. I mean, especially in that last round, you saw how fast they set up in the B site. Man, that was just straight up impressive from the side of Ranking Esports. And the detail, though, in that last round, I mean, you're kind of used to seeing Duct1 being the first contact in the site, but instead Humeo was the first contact, and Duct1 was just crouching there the entire time, had a bit of space to go for a wide swing in towards the entrance of the box room. And yeah, just impressive teamwork, impressive trades, impressive play by the side of Ranking Esports, man. I am happy.
Just have to have a look at that image of the faces of the Evolution Power players, and you'll get a bit of an idea as to how things are on that side of the camp. They'll definitely be expecting a bit of a spray coming through from the coach in this map break, because they just look grim, and it's the same as yesterday. You know, they didn't look like they were really super competitive against Vasco for the most part yesterday. They were sure pretty decent on map 2, being able to bring map 2 back, but I think you can even go on to the Vasco side of the coin and say that was maybe Vasco just sort of letting things slip a little bit. A couple of mistakes on their behalf allowed Evolution Power back in. So of the 4 maps that we've seen at this event so far from Evolution Power, have any of them really been that impressive?
Not really.
Not really, you know? So that's like, this is now starting to become a bit of a trend They're looking pretty sad. They're not looking very happy. They're not looking to have a great time in the server either. Moving into rankings map choice. Am I putting 2 together and getting 4? Maybe.
And I think the experience on towards the side of Subbase, it's not that good in terms of the record here for the side of Evolution Power. I mean, 50%, 5-5 in CFPL, and I mean, CFPL, that is a region that is known for some of the best Subbase teams in the world. Just like Baisha, man, they have one of the best GR sides, if not the best GR sides in the entire world in that map. So they could have picked up a thing or two, but at this very moment, I think the belief is, my belief in EP is waning a bit here after that first map.
I would have to agree with you. So that's one side of the coin, belief in EP waning, but what about belief in ranking waxing? Is it going up? Are we starting to believe in ranking a little bit?
I think the storyline is going to be switched up a bit. It could be ranking versus 3BL that could potentially get that second place.
That would be wild.
Yeah, that would be something that we didn't expect. The team that you and I probably predicted that would go 4th and 5th and now is fighting for a possible playoff spot in the next coming days.
Yeah, that'd be something else.
I'm so happy, man. I love it when, as much as I did doubt them, I just love it when underdogs do this type of stuff. Especially, you're talking about the Chinese team. You're talking about Evolution Power. You're talking about legends like Emzin, Mino, young players like First, YH.
Yeah, I mean, I think especially in the case of Emzin, right? Like, this guy has literally won it all. Back-to-back CFS Grand Finals as well.
Yeah.
2016, 2017, I believe.
That was the era of...
Super Valiant.
The era of Super Valiant. That had one of the best players of all time, if not the best player of all time, 70 kg. So, I mean, winning in that era is just straight up impressive, but it seems like Emzin, I mean, as much as he played really well today, he might have lost a step or two in these games. So, it's still the rest of the team kind of at fault in this one. I mean, Emzin did lead the charge in terms of the frags, but, you know, it's not an impressive game by YH. Mino didn't show up. Zay, he tried his best, but yeah, I would actually compliment Zay. He was trying to carry them out of this rut, and you can't have a one-man army, especially in a team like Ranking Esports, who loves to go for those trades, who loves to go for that kind of a death ball-y type of game. And yeah, I mean, it seems like Evolution Power is missing in action in this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, no one going above a 1.0 KD, though, is a pretty egregious sign. Like,
yeah.
Sure, you can say Emzin's leading from the front, but even he's like 0.92, which is nothing impressive at all. And everyone on the behalf of Ranking actually having a pretty decent game there. You know, obviously, I was highlighting Hyomio going into that game. We didn't really see him popping off yesterday, but today, that is Hyomio at his best, and he's always been a bit of a win condition for this Ranking roster. When he is playing well, they have the ability to win, and I think we go back to the Grand Finals last year for Ranking and the deep run that they made. The catalysts for that were Ice Cube and Hyomio, in my opinion. And when those two were firing, they were a team that could actually beat some of the best in the world. And look, I don't know that we're at that point just yet. I would definitely not be putting Evolution Power on that pedestal right now, but if you've got this ability kind of coming together from, you know, maybe your more experienced members in Hyomio and Nevis on a stage like this, then yeah, recipe for success today. And going into Subbase, you got to be looking at this as a Ranking favored series now. They've got 2 bites at the cherries, one of which is their map choice. So you couldn't ask for a better opportunity to beat a Chinese team.
That is for sure, and especially the scrim tendencies, right? Usually scrim the team that is opposite of your group. You really don't want to scrim the teams that is in your group, and the teams that are on the other side of the groups. I mean, Imperial is a good sub-base team. Macta is a good sub-base team. LCK, they have had some sub-base games, and Wolf Empire, I doubt that they play sub-base, but, you know, the scrims that they probably could learn from the other teams, they could also apply in this one. And especially that Evolution Power is in this weakened state in this game, and they could also be tilted after that Black Widow, because Black Widow, that's a map that's so common in CFPL.
Oh, for sure.
And no, they just bombed out. I'm just like, why are you guys not used to this type of play?
Yeah, I mean, we're a little bit too far away to really get a great read on what the body language of Evolution Power is looking like right now. Maybe we'll get some footage of it before we go into the map, but you go 0-2, you don't make top 2 in a group of 5. So
Emzin's gonna catch so much heat. I can already tell, because, you know, I mean, YZK is not here. I think YZK is a very important piece in the equation of Evolution Power. I think him playing the exact same role as Emzin, being that second sniper, being that support. He's kind of like the balancing factor for Zay and YH being so aggressive for the team. And he's the guy sitting back and kind of being the insurance policy for the team. And Emzin not being the exact same player, I think it's kind of messing with Evolution Power a bit and what they're kind of used to.
Yeah, I mean, we'll have to wait and see, obviously. The series is not over.
Yep.
The tournament's not over for Evolution Power. Like, there's still a world where, from this point, we go forward 5 days and Evolution Power is in the playoffs, and we're remembering back to this moment and saying, well, look at how close they were to getting knocked out.
Yep.
But they really rallied. They really turned things around. And that is the storyline that if you're a Chinese fan, you do want to be hearing in a few days' time. But right now, I think the realistic story and the conversation that we have to be having is, yeah, can ranking do this? Can ranking actually 2-0 this matchup and more or less put the strike through Evolution Power? I feel like they can. I've kind of got the faith. I'm starting to believe. Again, I don't know that they're in that same form that we saw from them at the Grand Finals last year.
Yep.
I don't know if I have that faith. But I think that, the pieces of the puzzle are falling into place.
Yeah, and especially, man, sub-base, it's such a perfect map for the style of ranking esports, that kind of trade-heavy, got buddy system-heavy kind of play that you're seeing from them, especially sub-base, a map that is so closed and so isolated. And especially back at home, back at CFPL, they rely heavily on First to open things up, especially in towards second mid. Yeah, I mean, if First is not showing up in the first game and he's not so hot in the second game, then ranking is going to have a field day just going into control room, going into passage, going into machine room. And yeah, if the sniper is not that active, then ranking, you're just going to see them planting on the side with 3 of your teammates dead. And if you're EP, you're just going to be disappointed.
Yeah, well, what's going on the stage now?
Could be the pressure getting to them too, man. I mean, these are young players we're talking about. Except for Emzin and Mino, but the other 3, they're pretty green in terms of the international competition.
A couple of fist bumps on the ranking side of the field, and
yeah, Mino doesn't, or Emzin doesn't look too happy, man.
To be fair, though, Emzin very rarely looks happy. I feel like that's just his resting state, honestly.
It's kind of like Shady.
He's been around the block.
It's kind of like Shady. I've never seen Shady smile. At all.
Maybe
even at the hotel, he's like asking for his key, and he looks exact same.
Perhaps later on today, there'll be some smiles. But for now, we got to potentially see our first Vietnamese victory for the day. Remember, there's Wolf Empire coming up with Imperial as well, and Emzin. How has he crept out of the vent like that?
Yeah, PM was probably scoped in. Oh, what? I mean, Ductwan is so fast with the trades. LDX, are they going to check it?
No way.
Oh, no. Check the corners. Doesn't follow the 10 commandments of FPS. The first commandment, always check your corners. Fully checked, not just half checked. LDX does finally go down. First is the only one left alive. And Ductwan and Nevis have him surrounded. First is going to be blinded, but he does dodge the flash a bit. First does expect that there's going to be a blind hit coming here from Nevis, but the smoke is blocking everything, and that is quite the round for the side of ranking. I mean, Emzin caught PM off guard, but Ductwan was so quick with it.
Yeah, at that point, Emzin's got to be thinking, man, what more do I need to do? Because that's just an absolutely nuts entry that doesn't get rewarded.
Yeah, and usually you do stay in vents for the sake of information. If you do have woods control, you can kind of stay in vents for a bit and try and see if you can hear any footsteps running around in jail and or the general area of the B site. But yeah, he just went for it, but unfortunately did not result in anything. Got the good entry, but the rest of the squad couldn't find anything.
Back to square one for Evolution Power. A bit of a slower approach this time around. No Emzin pushing in through the vents. They've actually spotted one there, courtesy of First.
No, I think they're going to look for a B site. I think First probably called that. Oh, there's a guy swinging back and forth from Dark Room, so probably there's only 2 on site. Nevis, can he get the good shot? Only got some damage in. He has to be careful. The nades are going to start flying in, and Nevis, can he get out in time? The M4s are going to do their damage through the wooden box, and Nevis had no choice. He had to fight. They just back off. I mean, that's the way you want to go. You just pick him off one by one here in sub base. Don't want to overextend, especially the angles are so dangerous for the BL side. Hallways are so tight, perfect for a defense, but it's only one step in the offense here for the side of Evolution Power.
Slow and steady approach. But Emsen getting quite a lot of space in locker room. That one making the push. It's not worked out. Timing a little bit awry. Shots not connecting. It's going to put the pressure on the rest of the ranking members who are now making that early rotate over to B, but they don't necessarily need to be doing that because the push is going back over to A. This is the difficulty when you're down 3-on-5 on the GR side. You need to be making some riskier rotates, and in this case, it may not work out. They've allowed YH to creep out on A. Huamio's come back across, but again, in the meanwhile, another player goes down. This round's just sort of fallen apart for ranking, and nothing Huamio's going to be able to do about it.
I think really once you get to the locker room and you get the handle here in Passage, it's really just easy to get into the B site. I mean, you're having to deal with two angles at the same time, and especially there's only two players, I think, initially defending here, and others were kind of a late rotation. Ranking Esports trying to see if they can be a bit of a step forward. Oh, they're going to go for a machine run. Duck with the headshot. Nevis is the only one who's going to get the kill in Evolution Power. They survive the onslaught for now. But I mean, Ranking Esports, I can't blame you for going for that play. That could have tilted this Evolution Power squad a lot more, because that could have, you know, cut the streak, whatever they had, down to just one, just like last game. But I mean, Evolution Power, this is good news for you guys. I mean, it's a 2v4, as long as no one has a hero play, and they're going to be fine.
I don't know if we're going to be seeing Ranking pull that one out again. A hurry. Yeah, it's always tough. If you don't hit that first shot, they're pretty doomed.
It's already 4 people on site. Everyone's just pre-firing.
Yeah.
Pre-firing your skull.
Once again, Huamio, and can't pull it off this time, so bit of a better response for Evolution Power, but it is early days here on Subbase. They are on the blacklist side as well, so expecting them to do a little better in this first half.
Yeah, Ranking Esports kind of struggling to read what's going on the offensive side of things. They're going to do the classic ranking thing of if one man can't do it, maybe two. Oh, he spots him. That's brutal for PM. He's been trying to get this pick on first for a while now.
A few different change-ups for Ranking, and none of them really sticking at the moment. Evolution Power come tooling back in the map too. That's a nice nade though onto the feet of first. Obviously not enough to equalize the numbers. Ranking looking a bit indecisive on this GR side at the moment.
Taking their sweet time. Don't have to be in a hurry, especially when you're in a 4v5. Just kind of use your nades to kind of fake out Ranking Esports here, and it is kind of working. There's already 2 players on A. Nevis and LDX still kind of doubting that it is going to be a take. Never mind, they're just going to clear woods themselves. This is a very brave play to go for.
Brave, maybe one word. Crazy might be another one. Nevis, though, in for a second, actually, with the help of LDX.
Oh, YH is stuck.
They've brought it back to 3-on-3. And they, yeah, as you say, want to try and chase down YH. They catch up to him first. Is not there for the trade. And the problem is YH was holding on to the C4, which means...
Look at the LDX, man.
Ranking have control of it.
If there's one thing that's constant throughout FPS games, the IGL is always the most aggressive.
Honestly, I don't know if I like this setup. Like, that's a 1v1 that's been given away. Luckily, Ductuan is able to find an exchange, but Nevis has gone for a big old wrap.
Oh, I think they realized that first is the last player left alive, so they'd rather just have a 2v1 retake.
Yeah.
I mean, you shoot once with an AWM, and you're basically a sitting duck, unless you're as quick as MG with that Colt.
He's going to elect to go toward B. Not a bad call.
Yeah, could play Dark Room. He does have options like Dark Room, second floor, rafters, if you know how to do the parkour.
Surely he does.
Oh no, he's just going to stay in missile, I think. Guys, we're retaking the wrong side. Thank you.
Quickly recognizing that one, and
oh no, first
allow them out. The smoke off lockers, which is not
they saw him.
Where ranking are coming from. And indeed they did, so some util going to head in that direction first with an initial opening kill. Duct One is looking for him, and that smoke's just not enough to obscure the vision.
Man, I think that smoke is a really bad decision, honestly. I think they saw where it was thrown from,
right?
And that's why Nevis actually sent it.
Needed to throw it a bit earlier if he was going to do it at all.
That's a really funny visual, though. Someone just flying at you and just getting no-scoped out of nowhere, but Duct One closing things out. And that's why just leave the C4, rather just play that 2v1, put the pressure on the sniper, and the more pressure he has, the less chance he is going to hit that shot, especially right now as EP is trying to play catch-up. But Ranking Esports, they're playing, they're adjusting really well in this game. I think PM is going to stop challenging first here in the second mid side. I think he kind of... Oh! Nev's got yanked. On the right knee, to be specific.
Bit of spam from Ranking, but no connection just yet. Though I will take it if I'm Ranking here that they haven't lost a player early on in the round. It's been something that's been ailing them a little bit. They've been forced into some awkward mid-round plays as a result in the last couple of rounds, and some of them have worked. But better case scenario would be just to keep the 5 players online for as long as possible.
Yeah, especially the angles that you have to play here on some base. But EP, all right, they're going to try to crawl in towards vents, and they're just going to get out. I don't think it's going to work. Nevis! All right, Nevis is the only person that challenges the sniper just like that. Comes out of woods, but he has to be there. Emson is in vents, and Emson still a bit hesitant to go try and see if he can drop down in towards second mid. But yeah, I think the defense is still pretty robust from the side of Ranking. Granted, they don't have locker rooms control. They're still PM, live and live.
Duct One. One. YH is going to go down now as well. This is a fantastic hold from Ranking so far. PM missing the shot, though, with the Orm has opened the door back on up, and Ranking didn't quite rotate across fast enough first. His position is going to be an awkward one. Nevis giving away his position, and that'll be a free kill for first. So now it's on to LDX. This was such a good start for Ranking, but they've let the round slip, and it's on to LDX to try to clutch. Has he been spotted out? Certainly now has. Information will go over to Minnow, and the connections aren't quite there for LDX. He knows it's going to be a tough cross.
Yeah, well played from Minnow, man. He got 2 kills from the second floor. I really thought that Duct One was going to be able to hold that one, but all of a sudden the kill feed lit up with 3 kills on towards the side of EP, and they just got the entire B-side control. Ranking Esports played that round perfectly up until that point.
Just get the sense that there's a little bit of an over-peak, really, from Ranking there. When they get that numbers advantage, they're going to go for the next re-aggression. Maybe just step back, wait for the rotators to come in. Fight together. Hyomio also completely missing so far in this half. 0 and 5. Yeah, this is a catalyst for success in that first map for Ranking, and disappearing now.
Especially First is actually having a good game now. I mean, just like how I mentioned earlier, First is having a good game. That second mid control could easily go in the way of Evolution Power, especially if they're going to try to get this first pick off. But Duct One going to try to use the strength of the M4 just to try and get some damage in towards First, but I think they're just going to respect him, honestly. I think that is the way to go. They can just give him a false sense of security here in second mid, and they're going to try to take it and maybe kind of trap him there, but instead, Evolution Power, they are going to go in towards Passage instead. 2 players on the inside First, and Zay and YH, but I don't think they're going to go into that site just yet. I think the clue of whatever side that they want to take is depending on YH and Zay, but Duct One taking full advantage of that M4, gets a double kill, man. Duct One is playing so well in this series and in this tournament, and he is giving EP a hard time, but it is up to Zay and YH to try and see if they can get control in towards Jail and try and trap out LDX here, but LDX is just holding small stairs on the A site. And this is a really hard clear. YH with a wide swing instead, and somehow, some way, he does get it. Humeo Does he have a clue? Does he have a clue? Where is the comm from his teammate? He should be expecting this, and
I don't understand that
YH.
at all. What is that?
What was that, guys?
I mean, unless Hiromio is just making the decision that
Someone's gonna
I've got to watch one angle, right? Like I gotta choose one, you know. But like that looks wild.
Yeah, I think he was expecting someone to just fly out the wide stairs after.
I get that, but you know, you watch it for a couple of seconds, and then you do definitely have to swing back into the window stairs and have a look just to see, because it's a timing thing. Like, you know that they can push down the system. Anyway, whatever. 3v3. See how things go here for the retake of ranking, but I think this round's been thrown away, unfortunately. And yeah, he's trying to make some amends for it. He'll get one. Zay out in no man's land. Big old swing. It's going to work out for Nevis, but he needs to get this kill. Time is too late.
That's not that.
It'll be another one for Evolution Power. And we'll have a timeout here for ranking.
Getting this much rounds in the first half of Subbase, especially on that BL side, is not a sign for good times here for the side of ranking esports. They're now starting to get what they want in terms of the map control, and this is the first time out in the entire series for the side of ranking esports. And they're going to try and see if they can figure out what EP is doing. But to be fair, I think EP is just... they're just feeling everything out. They're just not really committing at the start of the round. First, he's just wall banging the second mid, trying to see if he can gain some damage from some of the players. But other than that, I mean, EP is not really doing anything special.
I agree. Honestly, it at this point kind of feels like ranking have gone a little cold. That would be 0 for 6 as well for Hiromio, if I'm reading it right. So I think that's a pretty concerning prospect, and I don't know, ranking need to find a way to turn this around, because it's not an impressive performance so far on Subbase. There's been rounds where they've looked like they've kind of got into good positions and just haven't converted on it.
Yeah.
Emson's definitely got some words for the team. Saying, you listen to me.
Yeah.
I'm the GOAT.
To be fair, he is the teacher of Mino here.
Right.
Yeah. It's kind of like the IGL bloodline here for Evolution Power. First there was Emson, then there's Mino. Not sure what came before Emson, honestly.
Emson is the chicken to the egg.
That's true. Was 70 kg in IGL?
I don't recall. Honestly, that's a long time ago.
Yeah. I was just thinking he was like the first avatar, most likely 70 kg. Because back in the day, man, that man was you cannot compare any other player to 70 kg, man. That man is on another level. And that's why he's been a legend for the longest time. He's such a legend that he's even known in Manila, man. They respect him so much. All right, bit of an awkward position here in towards the stairs. Nevis is now stuck in towards Cola. And Nevis is finally going to go down. Emson is going to have to clear Duck1, who's on the bottom side. Duck1, who has been good for 2 for the past few times. But Zay is playing it careful this time. PM with a nice shot on the sniper, but first is going to punish him for crossing in towards jail. And this is classic Evolution Power. They're not going to commit to it at all. But Duck1, I like this from Duck1. But first, just so happens to be watching that entrance. And that is one of the faster rounds in this game.
Yep. Now it's a case of trying to salvage the half if you're ranking. And then backing yourself on the Blacklist side of Subbase, which, you know, you can definitely get a lot done on Blacklist side of Subbase.
That's true.
So it doesn't hugely concern me yet, unless ranking gets no more out of this half. If they can get back up to 4, like, game's on.
Yeah.
But Hugh finally gets his first kill of the map, and can that maybe be a bit of a catalyst for something for ranking?
Yep. I mean, you don't want Humeo to be quiet, man, if you're ranking esports. I mean, despite all the success that they've had outside of Humeo in ranking esports, you just really want him to be online as much as possible. He's still the win condition in this team. And the rest of the squad has already stepped up to the plate, but Humeo has been nowhere to be found in this entire game so far. PM could be one of those conditions as well. Gets the shot on the first player crossing. There are still 3 people left alive. Zay going to be pelted through the fences. Mino trying to fight the player in control room, but PM is still live and alive in towards a box side. But does anyone have an forward to tap in? PM with the 2-tap on the Colt, and he got a bit too... Yeah, he got a bit too excited with the Colt. I think he should have pulled out the sniper, try and get first, and I think this is just going to be a 3-man swing. Classic ranking. And there we go. PM, that was insane.
Yep. Hyomio having a bit of a better time in that round as well is a positive sign. So the building blocks are there for ranking, just whether or not they can put them together and make something more of this half.
I mean, 5-4, I would be happy.
5-4, I think you take that, definitely. But 6-3 could be tough to come back from with Evolution Power looking a little better now.
I like the psychology behind these half scores, man. Like 5-4, yeah, we're fine. 6-3, it's a new.
Well, 5-4 feels really close, you know, feels quite close. But 6-3 is a 3-round gap. You know, it's a 3-round gap versus a 1-round gap. That's quite significant.
MR10 really feels that tense. Yes. Honestly.
Yes.
Or MR9.
Every round matters.
First though, man, 11-4. What a recovery, man, for the past few days. I haven't seen this type of first in the past 3 maps that we have had, but it's nice that we're seeing him recover slowly in this series because they really need him to be online, especially when it comes to that defense, man. He's going to be the one who's anchoring the defense in the B site. So, I mean, if he can keep up this kind of pace, then ranking esports might be in a bit of trouble, and we might see compound, but still, that's too early to say. We're only in the first half of the game.
Just the one player on this A side, Hyomio anchoring. Oh, scary. Push hasn't yet come through from Evolution Power, though. They playing a pretty passive style on this Blacklist side. They're not throwing the spanner in the works. That one has been spotted out, so he'll be dealt with pretty comfortably by YH.
Yeah, M's gonna drop down now. Oh, never mind.
PM and Nevis chiming in with one. PM's position is also a bit of a crazy one here. Minno's going to try and clear that one out. It looks like PM not aware of it. He's going to give up that extra player. So we're back to 3-on-3, but time of the essence now for Evolution Power. And they have to move quickly through the map. Minno! Rather, Emson, I should say, spotted out by Nevis, and LDX is seeing a couple more on the rotate through that smoke. It's going to be down to the 1-on-3 for Minno to try to save this final round for Evolution Power. Not sure what Nevis is looking at there, but I guess LDX wasn't aware that the second player had come through from that smoke as well. This would be a big clutch for Minno to grab, but 2 full HP players to get past. Have they?
Did they?
I don't think they did.
Oh, all right. That's classic email.
Yeah.
Just wide swings you.
Well, where are we
5-4?
sitting? 5-4?
Not bad. It's winnable.
It's definitely game on for ranking now.
Man, that's so unlucky though. In second mid, the smoke was about to dissipate. LDX is, I think the new thing now with the smoke, since the names are not popping out, as soon as the smoke just dissipates a bit, you can see the name.
Right.
And then, yeah, they just got some free damage off of that, leaving Mino in an island. And let's see what the ranking offense looks like. First, look at this confidence by First, and this is a classic first position. I mean, he's not the type of guy to be too flashy of a sniper, but you know, PM is just going to be holding his respective angle as well. And if either sniper gets each other, man, that's a big part of their offense or defense gone already.
Yeah. Venhold for Emson, we've seen that a little bit in the past.
Yep. The anti-ZYK position, because he loves vents, man. That's where you get 90% of your information in this map. A bit of strolling around for the side of ranking. I think they're just trying to melt down the clock a bit here. Oh, this is a sure death.
Yeah. No trade. I mean, it's difficult to trade that as well. Because if you're gonna sacrifice a player for that vent position, you better be taking the vent position and doing something with it. But Ductwan not able to. Emson's going to really have his impact on this round early on in the piece, and the rest of ranking are kind of just having to crawl their way into the A site now, which is never going to feel good.
Yep.
They have just given up that round for free. I don't know about you, man, but I'm never really a fan of the vent push on the BL side. It just feels like such a risky play.
For sure. I think you only do that if you can confirm that no one is in vents. If someone else is taking... If you have control of woods, you can definitely play vents. But not like that, man. To be fair, I saw crazier things. Vasco had like a 3-man vent play the other day, and that somehow worked. I am convinced that Fefe just started guessing halfway in that other sub-base game, and it somehow worked.
Call it guessing or intuition.
Ooh. The mad genius.
Similar sorts of meanings, I guess, but different energy. Well, let's see what ranking you've got for us here on this BL side, because if they drop the first couple of rounds of the half, then it becomes a pretty monumental task to come back into this one. But so far, I'm not really convinced by what I'm seeing.
I think Ductuan is just laying the smoke. Probably like something for the future here for the side of ranking as they avoid these nades. And they're going to try to take over control room. Or they could also just go second mid straight into jail and help the other teammates. But look at this on top. Oh, they just passed by each other.
Yeah, not going to be checked properly by ranking. This is looking very dire indeed. It's a good trade back in from Nevis, and Ductuan getting one as well. But they need to clear out first. They need to do it fast. They have at least managed to do so. But C4's been left behind. 1:10 left on the clock does at least give time for ranking, but sharp shot. Nevis needs to take the duel, and he cannot win it.
Yep.
This is bad news for ranking now. 7-4. It becomes quite a mountain to climb, and without a timeout available, you are banking on someone to come up with something in this sort of brief 10-second window between rounds.
Yeah, pressure is on LDX to think of something for the side of ranking esports, but so far, nothing in their offense has been working. They're stuck at 4, and they already started 5-4 in this one. And EP getting 2 rounds in a row, definitely their confidence is at an all-time high, and you can see it in their play. They're now starting to take more aggressive angles here. YH gonna go for a peek on LDX, and of course LDX is gonna repeat that, no problem, but Mino gonna do himself a little bit more aggression, but LDX is gonna check this. He's hurt though, I think. Yep, he's hurt. He wasn't even tap walking, he was just walking.
Nevis now has the job of trying to clear this one out, but might not even catch Mino. Seems to have an inkling that he's behind that smoke, but he's just lost so much map control as ranking. Like, this is unbelievable.
They do have locker room, that's the caveat of it, but how far can you go with this?
Yeah, exactly. I don't know that that's a trade that I'm willing to take for losing a player.
They're trying to bait out Zay. Trying to get him out of that position. Oh no, I think that was a smoke being attempted to be thrown in towards locker room, but it didn't work out in their favor. I think they know where Zay is. YH, this is more like it from the aggression, but maybe a bit too aggressive, my friend.
Yeah, I don't know how you expect to get away with that. Maybe just expecting it was only PM in the locker room rather than a couple of riflers as well. Zay's pushing up in the vent, and Ductuan wants to try and clear that one out. This is just really isolated fights being taken on both sides. Very strange stuff. Nevis way out ahead of his teammates, and
yep, Humeo, it's time.
It's a real head scratcher here for ranking. They're just looking, you know, not too coordinated right now on sub base. This would be the time for Humeo, but he's having a stinker of a map, and that is 8 now for Evolution Power.
We needed 2023 Humeo there, man.
For sure.
Fortunately, didn't show himself. To be fair, I think sub base is one of Humeo's weaker maps because the map is so closed down that lurking has got to be so difficult because there's not really an entrance that you can slip by into unless like you're already executing onto the side that you've kind of taken attention away from a certain angle. But sub-base, it's sub-base, man. That is a defense that is hard to stop. But Zay, I like this fake on towards the ace knight. Now they go into passage. Can they get the kill on Zay? Zay only doing damage for now. Mino is also going to go down. Ductuan can save the round. LDX getting that second big control, and Emzin getting the kill. He does have a sniper. Humeo doesn't get hit this time. And yeah, a quick wraparound from YH, and Ductuan is probably going to jump right back up. Oh, never mind. PM is actually watching the locker room, and the rest of them are going to be trying to stop Emzin from getting into the site.
Oh, it's scary. Just taking the fight. I mean, again, I don't really understand it. You've got a player in vent. Why is this not being double swung? In the end, Ductuan does get his timing right. But ranking are still just not quite looking like they're the team that's as coordinated as they need to beat Evolution Power. Tap on the defuse from Emzin will draw out the peak from Ductuan, who survives, and from there should win the round. He will get the kill onto Emzin.
Yeah, counting his lucky stars there, man. He could have easily died if Emzin got another bullet in, but And Ranking Esports, they hang on for dear life here on sub base. And MZin knows they almost won that round just by the skin of their teeth.
I just have no faith in Ranking at the moment. They are looking all over the place. I'd like to see them just go back to basics, you know. Let's just group up, try and hit a site, trade down. Let the fundamentals play out.
I kind of want to see PM just rocking the M4 now.
Yeah.
Like a five-man full rifle rush.
I can get behind it.
Up. Especially on the A side, there's only 2 people guarding it. But it's pretty hard to quietly execute A side considering how the map is structured. But Ductuan and LDX, they're going to split online in towards second mid. Not much attention for the side of EP in control room. Instead, they're going to shift focus in towards the B side. I mean, Zay's going to be having the job of holding the entire force of second mid from the side of Ranking Esports, and they finally decide to go A this time.
Pop right around the corner, but PM not caught by it. Will punish. So a 5v4, and that'll give Ranking some confidence. Yeah, maybe 2 rounds in a row here. Start to get the ball rolling. Ranking back in the conversation, but this second round in that consecutive motion has to kind of be converted first before we do start to get into that. Pretty hefty deficit to come back from still for Ranking, but they're not out of it yet. Still, MZin is looking really threatening on this map, and yeah, it's again just Ranking kind of like stalling out and allowing Evolution Power to find themselves another pick and get back into the round. Re-aggression from Minnow as well, and Ranking were not prepared for that. There was no trade. C4's been lost. It has to be retrieved. LDX now has to pull something out of the hat. Hiomio is going to push his way down the stairs. It's all happening all over the map right now. If they make this entry work, which they don't, so it's irrelevant, but LDX was in a good spot to cut off rotates. Evolution Power are going to win this map, and Ranking are going to be forced to go through to map 3.
Ranking Esports, what we thought was an impressive Black Widow performance. Now sub-base is a different story. As much as we do believe in Himeo, he's nowhere to be found in this sub-base map. I'm surprised that he hasn't taken the reins on the entry just yet, because if I was 3-11, I would be throwing my body in towards any site just to give my team a bit of space, but it's not his role. First is going to get Ductuan, though. Very key player for the side of Ranking Esports. Himeo's already found himself all the way down in stairs. PM with a really nice trade, but Himeo, can you get Nino, the only piece of the puzzle down on the A side, and the only thing that they have to worry about is control room. MZin, right then and there, he misses his first shot. Right side on towards control room. I don't think they have HE nades anymore, so they... Oh, never mind. Himeo does have one. Is MZin going to eat it? No, he misses the window.
C4 still with rotation to the site. Ranking are definitely taking their sweet time about this round. In fact, it could still go wrong if they lose that C4 on the cross. PM has made it at least. Plant's going to go down. LDX still wanting to push in and somehow has caught them off guard. Hiomio doing a nice shot. LDX another one, and Ranking are still in the fight. But
still in this.
Pretty ways off of it. And now having to have a flawless finish to the half.
3 rounds in a row, especially up against EP.
Feels wishful thinking right now, doesn't it?
Yep.
Plus then OT.
Yeah. It's going to take, like, Himeo coming back alive in this game to get back into this one, man.
Yeah, 4 kills for the map is just crazy. Massive drop off from him.
Couldn't be me. I would have had 3. But PM? Oh, he's really trying. This is such a dangerous angle for PM specifically, because if you move to the right at the wrong time, First is going to have a wide open angle on you, and that's your sniper gone at the start of the round. But Zay... Alright, they're going to get control room. Just going to check vent, just in case. They already know how effective the vent play is after MZin's antics in the first round. I like this, though, from our Ranking. They're slowing it down. They're letting EP move in between the sites. I think they're trying to catch a timing where one of the sites does have less defenders. They're really trying everything, even the smoke on B side, just to fake it out. But YH, little crouch angle here in towards the stairs side. Smoke is going to go through in towards jail, so they could actually wrap around into the A side. Yeah, then that's what they're going to do. Tight stairs is going to be occupied by Mino. LDX, I think he spotted him in that corner, so he could be a bit stuck. He does get a kill anyways. There is still YH that you have to worry about on the side, and I think they have information on him. PM is going to get the kill on the other side. Humeo getting the side kill on YH, and maybe the one that I mentioned, Humeo might be back alive in this game if it is like this, and Ranking Esports can get back into it. And First is the only one left alive. After it's a 2v1.
I mean, where was this ranking before? You know, where they've been trying to get up to all sorts of funny business. And now they've kind of gone back to basics. Let's just hit the site, let's trade down, and it's worked out. Humeo also, as you say, kind of coming online. Get that timeout, of course, from Evolution Power, so it's their chance to have a bit of a adaptation into the map.
I think this is going to help Ranking low-key.
Maybe.
Because they finally get to talk to their coach this time, after not talking to him the entire game. But it is going to help EP as well. They don't want to lose grip in this game. I think they're probably calling a timeout, so they can probably talk to the coach with strategy. Can we pull out of the book so we can guarantee a finish here in sub base so we can go into map number 3?
Yeah, got to remember that this is basically elimination for Evolution Power if they lose this map, so there is still a fair bit of pressure on them to actually convert this one. Ranking have got that extra life in the back pocket, having been quite successful on Black Widow.
Yeah, especially when this goes to overtime. This is like extra pressure for the younger players to perform. And it's been a really nice game for YH and First, who we really didn't see perform in their first 3 games. And now they are now present here on Subbase, a map where it is more comfortable now for the side of EP, surprisingly, because, yeah, they do have the 50% win rate on CFPL, but at the same time, you have to use a bit of critical thinking here. It is the CFPL.
Sure.
You know, even the bottom-tier teams are pretty good in this map. I mean, even back then, I mean, that is the talent pipeline as well in towards CFPL. I mean, CZY came from Edward Gaming when they had 0 wins. And now he's part of the best team, or second best team for now, on Baisha Gaming. And the coach is like, he's trying to get some extra words in.
Every last little second, yeah. 2 rounds required in a row for Rankin to push this one through to overtime. It would be the 3rd map 2 overtime of the day in a row. And if Rankin would then go on to win it, that would be the 3rd 2-0 in a row as well. So a bit of a trend developing today, it seems, on day 2 of the Summer Championship. But I don't know. I think if I was a betting man, I'd probably still be leaning towards Evolution Power right now.
Is First gonna expect this? Oh no, that's Emzin. Oh, he backs off. I think he's realized that smoke in mid is not gonna keep him safe, especially knowing how aggressive LDX can be, especially on that woods position. You want to back off. You also have to worry about vents. I mean, control room is such a hard spot to play, especially for a sniper, because you have to worry about 3 angles at the same time.
Fire in the hole! Patience, a virtue for Ranking at the moment. Don't know if I like that. Looked really good when they were playing a little bit quicker in the last couple of rounds. Now they're going to default back to that slower style, and that's where things, I think, start to get a little bit too tricky here. Maybe it's going to be down to LDX finding a timing into wood, but it's going to be smoked off again.
No, it's a B split. I don't think now's the time to do it, though.
No, with 3 players on B already.
Yep. Unless LDX actually goes first.
It's up to LDX, really, isn't it? It's all on his timing, but he's actually gone back around the back, and in the end, it's just going to be a good old-fashioned hit. Humeo, though, he talked about him coming online. There's one entry from him. Neves still fighting. Zay's going to drop one. This is looking bad for Ranking. Emson missing a shot.
Didn't even shoot.
This is still very awkward for Ranking, though. They're the meat in the sandwich. They are going to plant that C4, but holding off this retake is going to be very difficult with Emson still holding on to Locker's control.
I think they have to kill Emson, man. They have to kill Emson. But they're going to get Locker's control. They need something to at least play against. But yeah, they do get one player. Now Dark Room is in an available spot. LDX, he knows both of them are there, and M4 was actually shooting in LR. Good recognition there from LDX that the last 2 players left alive is in that locker room side. And I think shooting that M4 was a bad idea.
Yeah,
because
100%.
Emson was there. He had a sniper, so that's just logic right there. Oh, there's an M4 shooting. There's 2 people there.
LDX knew for sure. I think 100% on the money there. That's a good call. Really big clutch for ranking. Man. Crazy round, and now we're down to the last round of regulation. Can they do it? Can they force it through to the OT? And obviously from there, can they still look to close it out and win? That's obviously still a bit of a task, but ranking taking it 1 round at a time, and that's all they can really focus on at this point in time. Emerson waiting for the push in. This time PM will finally win one of those fights through the wood doors.
I mean, the light at the end of the tunnel is suddenly getting brighter here for the side of ranking.
Yep. Seemed like the tunnel had collapsed at one point, but they're digging their way out.
LDX is the man with the shovel at the moment, leading the charge.
I mean, debatably, Hyomio coming right back into it as well. He was 0-7 at one point.
The revival of Himeo in sub-base.
So he's gone 1-1 since then.
Yeah, and I think this is on purpose here, that they kind of slowed down. I think they're trying to waste as much nades as possible here for the side of Evolution Power, but EP is doing a great job of not tossing too much.
Yeah, they're holding on to quite a lot. Especially considering they're down 4 on 5.
I think they're waiting for actual confirmation whether or not anyone is coming into any angles. Oh, no way. EP split this round. Is it? Is this a... Oh, no. MR and then LDX is going to do the exact same thing as he did in that last round. I mean, if he gets a kill, that's going to be huge.
Well, LDX actually rotated off last round, but this time he's sticking around. Mino's watching for it. Oh, this doesn't work for LDX ever. So back to 4 on 4. Mino down low. Doktuan on his way in as well, and ranking looking to hit their entry. So far, no shots connecting. It's scary. It's worrying. Mino taking the challenge in from jail with Doktuan. He's going to be able to help out Pim and get the double kill. Zay in the 1-on-2. It's a bit nasty. It's a little bit crazy. The grenades over the top. He's going back and forth, but it's Ranking's chance. They can push this one through to the OT. Nevis and PM, they get it done, and Ranking, balls of steel, have pushed it through to 9-9.
Yeah, they better give Doktuan a bonus after this game, man. The amount of times Doktuan has saved Ranking Esports in this game is actually insane. And this is the newer kid. This is one of the newer players on the side of Ranking. He was the 6th man of Ranking Esports, but apparently the missing piece of this team was sitting on the sidelines the entire time. Doktuan having himself a hell of a game. 13-13. His stats don't look like it, but it's more about the impact that he did in this map. And Ranking has finally made it. They can kind of breathe easy a bit. It's no longer a point up until the next map comes. They got themselves a bit of breathing space here, and they're now back on the side of GR. Whew.
Yeah.
What a game. Man, I can't stop smiling.
Hey, the thing is though, like let's just hold our horses here. They haven't won the map yet, you know what I mean? Like,
I don't want to curse it.
I think that's what Ranking have to be aware of as well. Like, they're obviously pumped up at the moment, but
it's not done.
The job is, it's barely even begun. Like, you've really only played the tutorial map right now.
Job's not finished. Exactly.
And you want to jump straight into the PvE? Evolution Power getting straight in through middle, and what is going on here? Ranking, come on, what are you guys watching? There's a huge hole in the defense. Nevis now isolated. 1v1 duels are going to be taken for him, but Hyomio coming online again. That's a good sign until he's dropped, and that's a bit of a flat round, honestly, from Ranking. I got to be honest that they allow Evolution Power to kind of just waltz into the B site like that.
Yeah, Doktuan is still in locker room though, so he's denying so much space from the side of Ranking Esports here, or from the side. Made that a close affair, I have no idea, but EP gets the round anyways, but that should not have been that close, that is for sure. And Evolution Power, they take first blood in overtime, but it was damn close. That retake could have gone either way if Mino was not in the right spot. If he got spotted earlier,
So
would make for a good story, though.
it would, but if Ranking's going to win this map, I think they need to front run a little bit from the second half. Or into the second half. Definitely don't want to be down 11-9. You know, I think coming back from that is a real tough ask. So pretty important round ahead here. Just in terms of the momentum and the mental fortitude that Ranking are going to have to play with if they drop another round. And again, similar approach, but very nicely timed grenade. Ranking kind of have an understanding, but that's a great entry from YH. And again, Ranking are down a member. And Evolution Power continue to look really
threatening. The team who's playing, honestly, but Ductuan managed to do multiple miracles for the side of Ranking Esports. Can he do it again? This is one of the hardest spots to get into the A site, which is the very tight stairs. And 11-9 Evolution Power, they take 2 in a row in the start of overtime.
A 1v5 is never possible. Never say never, I guess, but
yeah, it's very improbable.
It's just not going to happen, even if you hit those 2 nice opening shots. So last round of the half, Ranking need to win it. Requiring them to win another 3 in a row on the BL side. I mean, they've done it already, I guess, but
I don't like PM holding this. Not gonna lie. As much as he is a good sniper, I think you want your sniper to be as available as possible here. Especially for jail, but I think you just assign someone else. I mean, anyone can hit the shot.
yeah, that's why you typically see someone like Emsen taking that role rather than first secondary sniper, not your primary. Because Ranking don't really have that secondary sniper. And if Emsen's going to head in this direction, you know, it may still work out. It may still be a good call for Ranking. Got to hit the shot, though. PM locked on.
Don't blink.
Emsen going to get a taste of his own medicine here. He's been spotted. The gun barrel did just pop around the corner for a second. Is he trying to bait the shot?
I think he might have heard the Ranking Esports side because everyone was yelling all of a sudden as soon as they saw the tit.
Maybe.
Oh, he's trying to bait out the shot.
Yeah, I think he was trying to bait the shot. Like, Emsen's too experienced of a player to not know where his gun barrel is poking around the corner there. Either way, opening kill for Ranking doesn't necessarily guarantee them the round. Here's Hiomio to try to hold on, and he does a great job of it. Clean hold from Ranking on A this time around, and so they salvage something towards the back end of the half. LDX will finish it. They get 1 out of the first half of overtime. It's not favorable necessarily, but it is at least something to play with.
Yeah, at least you kind of avoid playing 12-9, which is pretty much the exact same place that they were before the overtime even happened. And yeah, I mean, no flash in towards wide stairs whatsoever. That's pretty much an easy defense for the side of Ranking Esports with the up-down angle in towards slope in a site. And Ranking Esports, I mean, you've gotten multiple rounds here on the BL side, gotten yourself a bit of an insurance because of that last round, but now is the time to pull out the bag of tricks, the strat book. Raises his ear.
Good tag. Emsen down low. I mean, if nothing else, it is an advantage. Emsen will miss that shot, but it's a moot point, really, when you're in a 1v5 with literally 1 HP to play with, and that is an equalizing round from Ranking.
What?
To the cheers of the people scattered around the stadium.
I mean, Wolf Empire is cheering their butts off.
Yeah.
But you can't blame them, man. You're going to be happy as well if you're seeing your boys going playing this well up against a Chinese team.
This has been knocking Evolution Power out of the tournament, pretty much.
That's true.
First team eliminated. Not actually, but
technically.
Yeah. Well, not technically.
Yep.
I don't see any chickens.
Not just yet. Not that type of game. Man, it's somewhat hard to cast. I'm trying to contain my excitement, but it is what it is. But here we go. A B take, and it is a full war on the B side. Can they find the kills just in time? Yes, they can. However, EP's fighting back, and they get golden point first. That could have gone either way, but fortunately, Mino was at the right position to deal as much damage as possible. Emzin as well, going in for the help.
That looked like such a great start for Ranking. I don't know how that all fell apart. It was just such a fast rotate across from Evolution Power. Maybe Ranking weren't prepared for the extra players coming on in, and now we're down to that to get us to map 3.
Oh, I like this. I like this from Evolution Power. I mean, they have 1 round worth of leeway. Why not try to go for something crazy? They back off, though.
Yeah.
I like the attempt.
Well, if nothing else, it's just going to put the element of doubt in the minds of Ranking. It'll take them a bit more time to clear out wood. Cost them some time, maybe some util. A win's a win, even if it's a small one.
Ductwan actually used the EP smoke to go through into woods. Saved them a bit of time, saved them a bit of util here.
This will be the perfect time to call an A hit. YH
it's blind.
Is going to be blind, and indeed you've got the player up in the vent as well. That can come into play for Ranking. YH round the corner, good for 2, no way! Oh, that's the round over. Surely Ranking can't come back into it. The flash coverage was so good from Evolution Power. LDX is going to have to pull off a miracle, and he maybe does. He gets 2. C4 still down at the bottom of stairs. LDX cutting off the rotate on B, but the problem is they're going to have to get that C4. And LDX is going to have to win the duel over on the B side. In the meanwhile, he can't do it. It is PM to try to clutch it out for Ranking, but they may just fall short at the final hurdle.
Yep. I think they were trying to clear Emzin just to make sure that it was actually a 2v2. Actually keep the numbers equal here, but it's going to take heroic 1v3 here from PM, and now here comes the backup here from the side of Evolution Power, and all these rounds are not for the side of Ranking Esports, as Evolution Power, they don't even look happy, they just look tired that they finally get a map.
Yeah.
I can't believe I'm saying this, they finally get a map in CFS Summer Championship. Whew, man, what a game. What a game.
Yeah. I don't know what's worse there for Ranking to make that comeback and lose like that, or to have just kind of got blasted like 10-4 or something. But this is where we sit, and for Evolution Power, still a bit of a job to do going forward. Honestly, I'm a bit like, well, damn, you know, because I was kind of like I was ready for that high moment. I was ready for the storyline. I was ready for the excitement of Ranking having won that map and you know, making that awesome comeback and whatever. But now it's like, all right, well, that's a bit deflating, right? It's like an anticlimax to map 2. Maybe that builds us up for something better in map 3 as a finale for this series. But you know, you feel like you've just missed a trick a little bit, unfortunately.
That's true, man. We could have had one of the best comebacks in CFS history.
Yeah.
Probably in this sub-base map, especially. You're coming back from the BL side. You're going to have to figure out the defense so many times in a row. And Ranking Esports, they do get into overtime, but I think they kind of ran out of gas by the time it came into that last round. And one flash later, and Humeo was looking at the wall, hoping that there was no one peeking around the corner. YH, I think that flash actually came in from control room from Mino, and he threw it just in time so YH could peek out and get 2 players. And Humeo, I think there was someone who actually just went straight into sight and couldn't get YH. I think YH was very quick with his footing, not really exposing himself to missile. And yeah, he got 3 players, man. That was just amazing from the side of EP in that last round, but just barely avoiding Ranking Esports, just making the comeback happen.
I mean, it really did look like the perfect setup actually for Ranking, right? You know, you had the player in vent, you had the 4 players pushing down the stair. Power as well, I think probably have to look at that map and say...
Evolution Power here, I mean, we should have just dominated sub-base considering how it began for us in this map. Ranking Esports, I think just being at the finish line and all of a sudden someone else finished first. A lot of disappointment to go around in this series so far, but it is going to end in towards Compound. Going to be an interesting 3rd map considering it does...
有人动钳子，能拆得掉吗？嘉伟单局5杀。
there it is. Ranking Esports couldn't pull it through at the end of the finish line. And we go into compound for map number 3. Set summary was just on screen earlier. And yeah, good effort from the side of Ranking Esports, honestly. Duck Tuan being the Superman for the side of Ranking Esports. Humeo, I think if Humeo didn't have a bad start, I think they could have easily gotten this one, honestly.
A lot of what ifs. A lot of what ifs. But, you know, you can't... What can you do, really, at that point? So, you know, there's only so many things you can really break down. But either way, we've got to get ready for map 3. So we'll take a short break here, and then we'll jump on into the third map in this series. Well, back on in, it is time, or more or less time, for map 3 between Ranking and Evolution Power. There was a world where we might have even potentially been done there in 2 if Ranking had their way, but Evolution Power did just hang on, and that was kind of something that I was saying in that first half of the OT. I was sort of feeling like I'm getting the vibe that Evolution Power is just hanging on here.
Yeah.
And if Ranking actually gets above them, if they're able to front run, then I think Ranking could have closed that out. But the fact that they had to keep just trying to answer what Evolution Power was throwing down, they didn't obviously have enough in the end. So
that is true.
That forces us through to a third map here, and I'm hearing some cheers from the stage, so that might mean we're pretty ready to get underway with map 3. It is going to be Compound. So look, I don't know who, at this point I've got no idea. I'm just throwing my hands up in the air and say stuff it.
Let's take a look at the stats. Compound for Evolution Power, not too stellar, 9-7 here in CFPL. And I assume that Ranking doesn't play that much Compound, but I think with the style of play, I think they could comfortably play Compound, not gonna lie. This is a map where teamwork and training really does shine through. And if you do that very well, then you're gonna have the handle in this particular map. Taking a look at the team data, 7-5. So both of these teams are less than stellar on Compound. Gonna be interesting to see what is gonna be happening here.
Maybe a slow and steady start to this one for Ranking. Just a bit of a mental reset for them. Probably going to be required, because that's a painful loss in that last map, and it's only been a few minutes since that occurred. Straight back in the server.
All you can say is, hey, we almost did it. We almost swept Evolution Power here, so I think this is positives, I guess, for the side of Ranking. Is like, all right, let's try to cap it off here on Compound. We almost gotten there, but this is a map that both of us are pretty much inexperienced on, so I think either team does have a fair shot.
Well, who would you say has the firepower advantage on paper, do you think?
Depends. Is Yumeo awake?
Yeah, exactly. That's
I mean,
a good
if
question.
Yumeo is awake, then Ranking can definitely pull through, because Ductuan is having a hell of a tournament so far.
Yeah.
So if Yumeo is present, then Ranking can definitely outpower EP at the moment. But first is already awake. Emzin as well has been dragged in. And speaking of the Devil Man, he's still on towards the side. Emzin barely survives that onslaught. And is it just all the fake? No, they're gonna go back in towards A side. I think they just placed Yumeo in a very good position where he can actually lurk right behind enemy lines. But speaking of lurking, Mino does get taken down. He only gets the dink.
Be kicking himself, not getting that kill. But Zay in a good position to double or even triple down. Wow. He's just pulled a rabbit out the hat. First round of the map. It's a bit of a mess, really, for Ranking in the end, but they're not actually out of it necessarily. Yumeo pushing his way forward, but yeah. Not sure what they were really hoping to achieve with that one, but off we go. A couple of gyros getting thrown in there from Evolution Power, and first round on the board. But yeah, what do you think about Emzin taking the secondary Orm role? Even on a more consistent basis, I'd say he's with the sniper rifle in hand than with the rifle itself. So that's actually, again, like, I feel like almost every round we're kind of seeing Emzin with the Orm in hand.
You want to know? You want to hear a comparison?
Sure.
He's like a slightly worse ZYK.
Sure.
He can hit the shot. Like, if you put him in angles that is easy to hit, he can definitely hit. And he's been hitting some pretty good shots, especially on the A side. I think he hit a pretty nice shot here on Yumeo. So he does have his moments, but I mean, he's not consistent about his sniping. But at the moment, Evolution Power, I mean, all he has to do is spot for now, because Zay, if he's producing rounds just like that, and this is what I actually expect from Zay, as soon as anyone from Evolution Power dies or gets hurt, he's going to look for aggression on the other side of the map and see if anyone is there. And yeah, I mean, Emzin taking up the second sniper role. I think, yeah, he's just going to be spotting a pretty easy angle in towards the A side. PM already in tower, so I think they're just going to climb on out, and the rest of the squad is going to file on in towards Curve. And LDX is going to try to see if he can make some chaos happen on the A side. And it's not going to be a similar take to what Vasco did yesterday. They're going to go into the B side right in there, and Ductuan is already in first, missing his first shot. And Ductuan, Yumeo, and Nevis already downstairs, and LDX, the lane push coming in from him, and look at YH trying to climb on in, trying to get some damage, but he only gets PM. Zay gets another one on the board, but there's still 3 people on site. As much as it is a numbers disadvantage, this is ranking esports in a pretty favorable position.
Yeah, but they haven't been able to get anyone actually out of the site itself. They're all sort of stuck in the servers. So not as many angles necessarily for Evolution Power to clean out, but it's important that first kill goes the way of ranking, and it does. That's what is the catalyst for this round, and they get it done. So ranking right back in this fight, and the way things are looking, it's going to be a pretty brawly map. Back and forth maybe will be the name of the game here.
Yeah, and even if I think they would have got, you know, a fair few trades here on the site, I think there would be one dude in ranking who's just dancing around the servers, just trying to see if he can delay as much as possible.
Yeah.
And yeah, that's why as soon as you get that B side, someone has to play servers, because if you don't, then you're just asking to get retaked.
I get the feeling this is going to be a really long map. I feel like this is going to be a close one. The way things are going. Zay. Oh, will he be brought down by Kiyomiya? No. Spacing wasn't great, but actually Zay decided to go for the re-peek, and he will be punished for it. C4 was dropped way back towards the BL spawn, and so ranking are going to have to go collect that one. But they'll be happy with the 1-for-1 there.
Yeah.
This is a big map, you know, so there's a lot to cover for Evolution Power, and dropping a member on the GR side exposes some weaknesses.
That's just classic Zay, right? He is the type of player to chase for a kill, even though it is going to cost his life, just for the sake of a 4v4. First, yo, First, what are you doing, brother? Stay in.
Brother,
I was like, what are you doing, man? You have no information in storage.
What doing?
What doing indeed.
Oh, YH is going to get his opportunity there, because Ductuan wasn't really quite so coordinated with PM, and it's sort of just fallen apart for ranking.
Oh my god.
Similar kind of vibe to what we saw on Subbase, where you've just got multiple elements trying to do the same thing, but not linking up and making it happen perfectly.
That's true, but this is like a good sign for the side of Evolution Power. You already got Zay, you already got Emzin, you already got Reno fragging out. You only need the last 2 pieces for your squad to come alive, and YH, if he is the one to come alive in this map specifically, now you have a 2-entry combo with him and Zay. And, I mean, him heating up at the start of the game, that AK is looking crisp. And if he can do exactly that for the rest of the game, then ranking might be in troubled waters here.
Troubled waters indeed. Don't want to be seeing a repeat performance of the Summer Championship 2023 for ranking, where they also got knocked out in groups, and if they would lose this game, that would be pretty much what they're facing here as well. After being so close to getting rid of Evolution Power, which I'm sure a couple of other teams would have thanked them for. Again, it's all, you know, theoretics at this point, given that it is a round robin. There's still a lot of games yet to play, but that's the way that things would have likely played out, or will likely play out, depending on who loses this map. And right now, ranking definitely want to avoid that. They want to stay in the game as long as possible in their home territory.
Ooh, Emzin's gonna get frisky here. But this is like a one-and-done angle. Like, he can just run back into the B site if ever he does see anyone. But he has to run fast, though.
Yeah, sure. That's
questionable.
Bit of a mishap. In fact, Emzin's not going to run back into the B site. He's going to try and take the fight. Which seems to be working out nicely for him. First, and YH also chiming in on the outskirts. And Evolution Power are stamping their foot down on this map already, and
that's
it's going to prompt a very early pause.
Where was this? The first 2 maps of their tournament, even including Subbase, they weren't this present in the map, and it seems like maybe it is another thing that you have to use critical thinking for. They have experience on Compound in CFBL, and for the side of ranking, they have experience in Compound, but in CFBL. So that means there's only like realistically 3 good teams that they can kind of sharpen the sword with in Compound in CFBL. Meanwhile, in CFBL, there's like, I'm thinking maybe 6 or 7 good teams who are good on Compound.
Yeah, I mean, it's a map that definitely gets picked up a lot in the Chinese competition. And an absolute go-to for Baisha as well. It's going to be a map that...
Best defense in the world.
You know, if you're wanting to scrim against anyone, if you're wanting to prac against anyone on compound, probably it is Baisha.
That's true.
So even if, yeah, maybe the stats aren't necessarily lining up for them, they are getting their reps in on it against very strong competition. And that is showing through today in this third and final map of the series. Ranking looking a little bit worried, as you would be.
Yeah, because you're so close to the goal, but you just miss it by an inch there in sub base, and now currently struggling to start things off here in compound. But it was a pretty similar start in sub base, honestly. So I'm not counting out ranking just yet, but I mean, YH being on at the start of the game, Emzin being very brave. You know, first he might have not hit his first few shots, but he's gonna get into the game eventually because they do have a bit of leeway to do so. And then, yeah, I mean, Zay is Zay. Zay being the most consistent player in EP so far. I mean, the play from earlier, that triple kill from Storage B, that's still mind-boggling to me that he can do that with the AK-47, spraying even. So, yeah, Evolution Power, maybe they have found their stride in compound, but they don't want to get too complacent just yet.
Well, YH is going to dump a nade down mid. It's going to be 3 in response, neither connecting on either side for ranking or Evolution Power. So just a whole lot of util thrown into the abyss, really.
Yeah, it's like tradition in compound. You just sacrifice 3 nades in mid.
Sure.
And
every now and then it'll get a kill.
Yep. In PH, it always gets a kill. Someone's always
wanting to WP down mid.
Yeah, down to NBA. But RKE, all right, they got some tower control. They kind of made the map a bit smaller, but the problem is they don't have any lower LB control. So, you know, it's a bit rough. They're going to have to go through mid. And as a crossfire can be easily set up between, I think that is first in the B side and also YH in spawn. So they're going to have to hit their shots quickly here.
Yeah, this is always the case.
Oh, it's A. Really?
Empson waiting on the other side of that smoke with the Orm ready and waiting, but he's allowed them out, and this is danger territory. You'd rather have a rifle there. Zay, though, at least doing a good job of holding on to long, and he got one more. YH, in the meanwhile, continues to have impact, and he's doubled down as well. That is a supreme hold from the youngsters of Evolution Power, and finally, I feel like we're getting to see what this Evolution Power roster is meant to look like.
Yeah, the EP we expected. I mean, that is the hype around them, right? The combination of Zay and YH being that good of a rifler, that they're the dual entry combination, and the synergy between those two when they are on fire is really on another level. It's pretty hard to stop. And YH already on 11 frags in this game. This is great news for the side of EP. Now they have another cog for their victory. But ranking Esports still playing a bit of catch-up at the very moment. Emzin has to be careful. That box is dynamic, but I'm counting a singular M4 on the entire team. So it's all on LDX to actually try and see if he can get some wall bangs here.
It's a crazy map, though, for Evolution Power so far. Like, it's literally just YH and Zay doing everything. Apart from them, who have 20 kill combined, by the way, there's been 3 kills from the rest of Evolution Power.
Yeah.
That's just unreasonable.
This is good, though. This is allowing this is allowing First to have a bit of breathing space, even if they lose the next round. First is like, yeah, I can just try the exact same way again. If I start hitting my shots, then this is a surefire way us winning this map. But Emzin, Uncle Emzin with the sniper.
Yeah, I mean, it hasn't been too bad so far on the map, but nothing outstanding yet. Timing shot won't connect. And a bit of a look in towards B, perhaps, but trying to cut off those rotations now into A as well. Emzin will go down, and finally Zay and YH there. Rampage has been put to a close, and with that, probably the round as well for ranking. So 4 and 2 is where we should be finding ourselves, unless First has something to say about it. You did say maybe First can come online. This would be a good time to be doing it.
Yeah, why not? Go for it. Isn't going to hurt if you do lose this round. You still have plenty of leeway to do so. But if you clutch, that means you're going to be online for the rest of the game. Yeah, but Ductuani's like, I'm going to just pre-fire this, honestly. I already saw his head, so he's not going to pop out like a gopher. So 4 and 2. not too bad on towards the side of ranking esports. They got around early. Now they just have to streak a bit here. But Evolution Power, knowing Mino and Emzin, they're already thinking, what can they change in this defense for that to not work? That's still the same.
Yep.
I think they just... Oh no, they actually put YH more on the spawn side this time. So they do want to go a bit far forward here in storage B. But they trust Zay that much. He's a solo holding. Oh! Alright, Duck1. The Superman is doing it again. Emzin in the coffin side. Zay does get to Emzin crouching. Can he get LDX? Ooh. Yes, he can. And Uncle Emzin is angry with the sniper and with the Colt at the same time with the help of Mino. And it is 5-2. Very nice shots for Emzin. And Emzin slowly getting into the rhythm of things too.
Yep. Yeah, if it ain't Zay, it's going to be Emzin. It's such a difficult side to hit, right? If you don't get entries cleanly, then the rotation comes across so quickly. That's one thing I've noticed about this Evolution Power roster. They are a team that likes to rotate fast. They rotate early. And in circumstances like that, it's obviously a big benefit to them.
Yeah, Emzin is so good at holding coffins. Like, he's just like... That's the one position in A site is so annoying to clear because that's probably going to be held by a sniper. And if he misses a shot, he can just crouch down, look at the ground, and you're not going to see his head. And he can just peek up once again as the second shot goes out. But, you know, you have like a 2-second window to kill him.
Oh, that's a tight line, but works out for first. And it's going from bad to worse, really, for ranking. This is 5-2, and that's a pretty precarious scoreline. YH is waiting for LDX around the corner. Not going to be seeing too much as LDX will rotate back off. I'm starting to get a bit worried about ranking here now. They're going back to A, and I don't know if I'd want to be challenging this A side, if I'm being honest with you.
Yeah, that was only a wall bang, actually. So Duck1 is down to 1 HP. And okay, that's one of the more important players that you want to be low HP here. You don't want him to be alive late in this round because he's known for what he can do once the clock starts ticking red. But Emzin, does he know? There's a guy breathing right next to you, my friend. Oh. Jesus, that scared me. X-ray is a bit clickbaity sometimes.
Getting a bit ahead of yourself there, yeah. Ranking have really slowed this round down, haven't they? But to what end? To what effect? The rotation has actually come in from YH. They've got him across towards his A side of the map now as well, and they might need it because Zay gets dropped immediately, but YH is there to clean up the scraps. He's 13-3, and he's looking to improve upon that. Won't quite be able to do so. Hyomio gets his first kill for the map, another 0-7 start.
But if it's anyone to do it.
Yeah, and if there's any time to turn it around, it might be a 1v3 clutch. Here it is, Mino down and not quite saved.
I like how first just left his teammates and said, yeah, you can kill him. I'm just go straight onto the...
You got him.
Onto the C4 and try and defuse. Oh, you died? Nah, no problem, brother. I got you with the Colt.
Confidence.
6-2. That makes it really confusing for Hyomio too. He has to look at 2 angles at the same time.
Yep.
But a really good push out there by YH. I think YH was just waiting for the inevitable aggression from the side of ranking to just come out in Z and immediately go for the flank, resulting in just Hyomio being the last one left alive. And 6-2, EP finally showing up as Evolution Power that we all expected. And there we go. Emzin and first. Duck1 now. Just going to get some damage, but no kills whatsoever. Nevis, Duck1, and Hyomio. And PM's already gone, and man, PM kind of disappearing in this game is not really good news for them because you need someone to neutralize first.
Tell you what, if you're going to force it through to a third map, this would be the way to win it. Decisive so far from Evolution Power. If they get this last round of the half, 7-2, they ain't no coming back from a 7-2 deficit on compound, surely not. It's not the info out, and it's a good 1-2 punch, but Duck1 deals with it effectively. It's still not really enough to give ranking much to get excited about just yet. Hyomio, though, spotted out on long by Emzin, who's really not shying away from that fight at all.
Oh, Ductuan might have a timing here. I think Mino's hearing all of this, man. Oh, C4, he spots it too. He's calling it. They know where both players are. This is not really great for the side of ranking. They're gonna have to pick up the C4 and head back into LB, but no. I mean, Ductuan was already on low HP. Maybe he just wanted to give information to Himeo, who's gonna try another 1v3 here.
50 seconds. He's got the time. Positioning, maybe not, but what is this from Emson? Like, literally, what are you doing? What are you doing there? That is unbelievable. Himeo has just given himself 2 kills straight into the B side and what was an unwinnable round. Now all of a sudden becomes very winnable, and Himeo out of nowhere gets the 3rd round for ranking. Someone's got to be giving Emson a slap over the backside of the head. What is this push?
He's strolling in storage.
Bro's on a...
Right in there.
He's on a waltz. He's on a jog in the park. Don't think he got the memo.
Yeah, and I think he was expecting that Himeo might have went the long side since Ductuan was actually peeking in towards entrance. So a bit of a misread there from the vet. So 6-3, it's still not too bad of a score for EP considering the map, but it could have been 7-2. That could have actually wrecked the mental here for the side of RKE if ever they got that score, but 6-3 is already good enough for them, I guess.
It's going to have to be good enough. I mean, 6-3, look, it's workable. If you have a good GR side here on Compound, you can get work done on the GR side, no doubt about it, but Evolution Power looking like a pretty scary force, especially the YH and Zay. If they start to get the entries rolling, it's going to be curtains pretty quickly, but it's gone back in the other direction, and immediately ranking are starting to get back on top. Just when you think the 3rd map is going to be wrapped up nice and neatly by Evolution Power, ranking have other ideas.
Yeah, got a feeling that it's going to be another 2nd half revival for Himeo here, but it's actually Ductuan doing most of the work on the entrance of A. Ductuan he could just tank all the bullets and he would still get the kill. First, the only one left alive, and I think they know that he is stuck in this tower position. And if he tries to go out, it's not going to happen. Ductuan peeking first, but he is going to get taken down. And LDX trying to play the distraction here. Nevis going to get the kill. I mean, if it's anywhere to do it, it's on the GR side of Compound. So he is, I mean, ranking, they do have a shot, but Evolution Power, they cannot lose hope. I mean, YH is online, Zay is online. First was hitting some shots earlier, so if it's any time to do it, it is now, and they need to answer back immediately. If you give Ranking Esports any confidence, and this could be bad news for them.
Yeah, Ranking honestly have a little bit more wiggle room here than actually what they did on Subbase, and we know that they have the tenacity to contest in a matchup like this. So why not here on map 3 as well? Was looking grim, was looking bad, but Humeo's given them a 2nd lease on life. Don't let it go to waste. But then again, you'd have to say the same for Evolution Power, giving themselves that 2nd chance into this series by winning Subbase and maybe letting it slip in the 2nd half of Compound.
Yeah, Nevis trying to do something Justin was doing earlier in Compound, which is trying to get that steel door. Trying to see if they can gain some early pressure, but this is a 1-for-1. You take out Mino, but I think it's fine for the side of EP. They can still work with a 4v4. Especially Zayn first, and YH is still alive, so still workable, but they need to be on point in terms of the shots, because the angles that Ranking Esports is holding is pretty passive and pretty hard to clear.
Flash doing more harm than good, I would have thought, there for Evolution Power, but they still get the entry, and first is caught off at Ductuan as well. So just as soon as Ranking maybe start to feel like they're getting back into the swing of things, we're back to our regular scheduled programming, which is Evolution Power getting the dubs.
Yep, there we go. Himeo going to go down. PM scratching his head. He's like, what do I do here at this point? 4 dudes on servers. Two of them looking straight at me. And he's not even going to let it pass. 7-4, Evolution Power. Mino screaming his lungs out. Can't blame him. He has to hype up the team for them to finish this one. Emzen looking like he was already halfway into the bed. And he really wants to get this done. I mean, I think the players, you could say that they're kind of mentally tired here after that second map, and Evolution Power, they really just want to end things here. But Ranking Esports, you already talked about their tenacity.
Yep.
So can't count them out just yet.
Prime viewing time back home in China, though. So there'll be a lot of fans awake watching this one. Pretty happy at the moment with how it's playing out, though. I'm sure there'll be some discussions around how things have gone for Evolution Power. It's a 2-for-1 in this round, favoring Ranking. And Evolution Power just trying to pick the pace up into middle. That ambitious. 3 players here. First, would be nice to have seen him maybe get one there on the cross, but gonna go back to the drawing board. This round, I feel, really comes down to what Emzen can do.
Yeah, the AK this time, not sniper anymore. Mana for entrance A. But I don't think they're going to bite it. Look at the position of Nevis here. So he's already ahead of the smoke. So he knows that it's more likely that it is a B-side take. They haven't checked storage, though, so they could still be paranoid about that position. I think EP are banking on it. That's why they're taking their sweet time here. Yep, it's a make or miss angle, my friend. If you miss this, then
well,
LDX is there.
Yeah, if he misses this, he ducks back into the corner, and LDX then has the chance. I don't mind this setup. There's the miss. There's the duck back into the corner. Now it's LDX that will have to take the contact. There's a smoke in front of them. Evolution Power don't really have many options but to push through that. There's only 30 seconds left here, so they can only afford to wait for so long. And in that time, Ranking starting to shift their members in the direction of B. But
yeah, they got no choice. 17 seconds, man. You're going to have to send it.
Pretty much impossible to win at that point. And LDX will clean things up alongside PM. Ranking have another one. So we'll still keep it pretty close.
Yeah. Bit of a crossfire in mid, working out in Ranking Esports' favor. Fight in Storage A actually going in the way of EP, but fortunately losing another life. So that's a timeout for the side of EP. I'm trying to convince myself if that's Emzen's signature move, just showing his barrel, trying to bait out the shot on that sniper.
It seems like it, isn't it? Whether or not he's doing it on purpose is waiting to be seen, I suppose. Looking a bit sleepy on the Evolution Power side of things.
It is getting a bit late, at least for the local time. I think it's the same. It's probably the same time, if I'm not mistaken, because
it would be same time zone or maybe an hour behind. Yeah.
Because I think Vietnam and Chengdu have the same time zone. But
all of China has the same time zone.
That is true. That is actually true.
Yeah. So I'll go back and have a look at the Evolution Power results because, okay, so this is not giving me what I wanted. Yeah. There was a team when I first started casting Cross, but they only finished 5th to 8th at that one.
Yeah. I think that was the time. Yeah, Penta got second, yeah.
Penta second. HG Longzhou was the team that won that one.
Oh, that's WNs. Oh, Minnow was there.
Minnow won in 2015 at the CFS Grand Finals. Double Q, the GOAT.
My God.
Anyway, it was a different time.
I mean, Pac-Mac was contesting for tournaments back then.
Yep. But still, it's kind of cool to see that there was so many of those players that were at that event. That was like one of the first big Crossfire events.
They're still here.
And they're still here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
To be fair, it's pretty hard to replace some of the players, man. I mean, firepower, it doesn't really wane. I think that's a unique thing with Crossfire, man. Like, the older you get, in some games, you know, their aim kind of falls off a bit. That's not the case in CF for some reason.
Yeah, ZYK, Revenge, Aldrin,
it's RGXM probably. Or no, that was
Emzen,
Ram, I think. Oh, Bayo. Oh, I missed that guy. That guy was so nice. Bayo, a.k.a. ZDD. The man, the myth, the legend, Dennis Ramos. Happily retired. Had a kid.
That's great.
Enjoying retirement right now. You know, even today, every time that Pac-Mac really has like a bad match, they're like, yo, bring back CDT.
Yeah.
I'm like, guys, he's chilling, man. He's chilling back home. That's why Justin came in. But there we go. Mino trying to come into the A-side. Humeo denying only one. Ductuan actually getting the kill this time. Nevis going to be the second one in ranking esports. The timeout might have been worth it. And there we go. More numbers on the A-side actually resulted in them getting that dub. So 7-6. And that was actually Evolution Power's timeout.
Yeah. It ain't even over yet. And, you know, if we keep taking that trip down memory lane, Gua1K.
70 kg casting yet?
Not yet. He was playing, I think, still. But one of the Chinese commentators at that event here, at this event as well, 105,000 USD for the prize pool back in 2015 for the CFS Grand Finals. Come a long way since those days. We've got triple the prize pool here at an invitational, not even at the global finals. So look forward to the Grand Finals a little bit later on this year in December.
Yep.
It's going to be a big year again. Always a big year to finish things off. 2023 was a big one. 2024 in Hangzhou this year.
Ooh, yeah. Don't want to get too far forward in this one. There's also the regional finals, actually, for the to qualify for CFS, and that's going to include the some of the other second division teams.
Yep.
So there is some interesting teams from the second division, because I did cast it. There is Vanguard, there is HGT, but I think I have more hope on Vanguard since they have some former Execration players on that. So shout out to CLD and the boys back at home, but YH. Oh, the wraparound here from YH, similar to what Vasco did in yesterday's compound. Humeo, can he defend from the spawn room players? But PM, shows his head at the wrong time. Humeo's going to go down as well, and it's a full takeover for Evolution Power on the A site. And there we go. 8-6, most likely. First is going to get one. Ductuan is going to try to play Superman once again for ranking esports, but it's one too many.
Yeah, kind of getting the same vibes as what we did on Subbase, where ranking are just trying to hold on, hang in there, keep themselves in the discussion, and they're doing enough to sort of keep the map progressing, but they're not really looking threatening in the sense that...
It's the closeouts.
Yeah, they're going to be able to win the map, you know what I mean? It kind of looks like, okay, Evolution Power just doing enough to kind of knock it over the line, get that dub.
That's true. 8-6, though. I mean, it's not over, but it's not match point yet for the side of Evolution Power. Mino, who's we've seen had a bit of a resurgence from last game. That was dashed. He was 2-10 in this game this time. But Mino is a kind of a flexible player, honestly. You can just send him first, and he's going to find out that information for you. I mean, not like Emzin earlier, who just sent it in towards storage B, but, you know, maybe more of a informational kind of play. But this is going to be ranking, playing a lot more passive this time, a lot more disciplined. So many nades being spent on the side of ranking, and they have a flash, a smoke, 2 nades, and that's pretty much it. Not much delay on the side of on ranking, so Evolution Power, if they ever try to go for an execute here, ranking esports doesn't have much to throw to try and prevent this from happening.
Humeo dancing a dangerous dance, but Emzin will back off.
Oh, if he heard the footstep, he could have went for something here, but I don't think he wants to go too far forward. Especially an A take can come at any time.
That's 2-10 for Mino. It's kind of crazy to think that Evolution Power are still holding on to this, and he's going 2-10.
I can tell he misses the Scar. The Scar Light, to be specific. Like his favorite weapon. There we go. PM gets the first kill. But, is anyone going to this yet? PM with the triple kill. We got off of him. We thought he was dead, but it seems like no is the answer. First is trying to spot out anyone, but Zay once again. But Nevis is a good trade.
If First would have hit that shot, then the round is a completely different one and opened up. But Ranking will get themselves one more. Not out of this contest yet.
It's the same
Still
question.
battling.
It's the same question. Can they close it?
Can they? Man, it's anybody's game at this point, 8-7. It's not much in it. Has either team looked stronger to you in the second half? Because to me, kind of feels like it's a bit of 50-50.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, the same thoughts from my end. Ranking could easily take the round. Depends on how the first few interactions look like from both sides.
It's a pretty nice nade.
Yeah, everyone got a bit of chip damage. I think PM actually heard some footsteps there, so he immediately backed off and went immediately to the angle going in towards Cat B. Oh, you don't want to white peek this though.
Yeah, I think dropping that smoke and just playing a little bit more of a safe angle ends up being the right choice for PM. But where does that leave the rest of Ranking? You got a player playing anti-flash in mid, pretty heavy mid setup actually from Ranking, and Evolution Power might just waltz into it. Flash tossed over the top, and that's where Nevis comes into play. That was the perfect setup from Ranking. Evolution Power just walked straight into it.
Tapped it first. He didn't hit anything. He's been in tower the entire time, and the guy in curve already left. Oh, but Emzin could be the key to them getting into this B site. He's already found himself in storage, but I don't know if he can get any kills in towards the frame side. It's still a pretty troubling map so far for the side of EP. Mino 2-11, stuck on that scoreline. 3, and that's a spray. Not gonna work. Emzin gonna get caught mid-air. And Ranking Esports make it 8-8, and it's another one of those games, Jordan.
Overtime on the cards?
Overtime in the cards. Might just be, or someone gets 2 rounds and this just ends.
Who's going to do that at this point? I mean, I could even make the argument that it might be Ranking. They've started to get the run of things.
Who's the sleepier team at the moment?
Oh, wow. Who's the team with a bit more pressure on their shoulders? I would
yeah, EP, most likely.
have to say Evolution Power for sure.
Because if Ranking loses, they're like, you guys are the second seed of CFL.
Yeah, yeah.
If EP loses, you already know what's about to happen.
Someone's getting a smack.
Yes, sir. Might be Mino. 3-12 at the moment. He did get that 1 kill on B. So I'm not going to put the full blame onto him that they didn't get this B site. Yeah, him and Emil on the same boat at the moment, actually. Emil's gotten 8 so far.
He's been getting better. You know, he went, again, 0-7 to start this map. And since then, 8-5, so...
Might be a second half Andy. Right
apparently,
there.
seems to be the case.
And now they wish they had a CrossFire in mid now.
Well, can't be throwing the same tricks in every single time, but you're right.
Where's the frame player? Hello? PM? I guess they're going retake. PM, don't peek, man. Please. Jesus.
Well, yeah, it would have been adequate to get 1 kill on the entry there, but in fact, they don't actually get any, and so that's going to make this retake really difficult for Ranking. In fact, impossible. First has missed the first shot, and wow! That might be the saving grace for Ranking. They might actually still be able to win this round now. As a result, 4 players on the site. Look, it's still tough here for Ranking, but...
Do they have nades? Yes, they do. Yes, they do. They have nades. Ranking Esports have finally entered the side.
Oh, what?
They couldn't get the kills. Duck1! What just happened, Zay? On 1 HP, both of them are low. Duck1! Duck1 does it again! Duck1 does it again!
Oh, he fell off the defuse for half a second there, and you could hear a shout, an exclamation from Ranking. But he got straight back on. Time was there. It was all good.
He's trying to stay calm right now. He's trying to not explode from excitement. But man, how many times will Duck1 save Ranking Esports from certain doom?
Hopefully one more. That's all they need. One more is all they need.
Holy,
Ranking,
I'm awake.
They failed to lock it down on sub base. But they have another chance here on compound. Don't let it slip this time.
That woke me up. I'm wide awake now.
I can tell.
Oh.
Wow.
All right, all right.
That's a shot.
That's the same thing you said earlier. Let's not count our eggs before they hatch.
True. 4v5 though. That's OT vibes. Who's going to step up this time for ranking? Who's going to make the play? Humio.
It's bound. It's time. You're 8-13. It's time to maybe get 3 more in that scoreboard, but Evolution Power, they're just going to stick together this time. I think they're just going to play some standard CF here.
Seems reasonable to me. You know, go back to basics. Trade down. You've got the numbers advantage. Don't need to be doing anything fancy. You know that these sides are probably split 2-2 or 2-1-1. So you've got a huge numerical advantage. As long as you hit the site and just go 1 for 1, you win. And that'll be what EP are playing for. Humio gets the first one. Ductwan again! Ductwan! He's done it! Ranking have done it! 2-1, and that is Evolution Power suffering their second loss at the CFS Summer Championship 2024. And Ranking in front of their home crowd have got the dub.
Ductwan, you absolute legend. What an absolute legend. The Superman for Ranking Esports. The man who was once the 6th man of Ranking has found himself a spot. Oh my god. And EP, Emzin can do nothing but smile at this point. He knew that it was going to take a miracle. It was going to take a player of a special caliber from the side of Ranking Esports, and Ductwan answered it. My god. Wow. I'm speechless, man. I mean, you could hear Wolf Empire screaming in the background. I could hear the casters all the way from here. To be fair, I think they could hear me as well. But man, what an ending to such a back and forth series. And Ranking Esports, the 2nd seed of CFBL. No one expected them to win. I mean, there's some people who expected them to win this series, but I mean, the expectations were at an all-time low, but Evolution Power, they trip up once again.
Yeah, I have to think about what that means for the context of this group now. And look, yeah, we've discussed the fact that this game could have somewhat been considered a bit of an elimination match in that the loser would be 0-2. They can't really make it to top 2 very easily unless things go just perfectly for the rest of the group and some very weird shenanigans go on.
Yeah, for sure.
But more so what I want to now think about is the future opponents of Evolution Power are 3BL and All Gamers. I don't know what order that is in, whether it's 3BL first or All Gamers first.
And I think the last time that Evolution Power and AG faced each other, I think it was either 1-3 or 0-3.
Let me just have a quick look here and see if I can
look-see.
Find out while we're on the desk what the order of those matches is going to be. So 27th, it's going to be 3BL play Ranking. Evolution Power plays AG. So this is interesting. This is why I want to actually have a conversation about this, because there's a very good chance that All Gamers is going to beat Evolution Power tomorrow. Then Evolution Power 0-3. They have 0 chance at that point of making it out of the group. And then on the 28th, which is the day following, is when 3BL will play Evolution Power. Let's assume 3BL beats Ranking. Vasco have a game against AG. Vasco have a game against Ranking. If 3BL get to play against Evolution Power, who are just like, well, we're donezo. Like, we don't have a chance to get any further in this group stage. They're tilted. They've lost 3 games in a row already. They're getting bashed and hammered by the Chinese fans. That actually might be the setup for 3BL. You know, like, am I CFWL coping right now?
Might be, but I can't blame you, man. I mean, 3BL had a nice showing in that last series, so it could be a fight that we didn't expect. I mean, everyone was expecting Vasco to get that 2nd seed because Evolution Power kind of tripped against him, but now it gets interesting in Group B. Now it's the competition for the 2nd place, and man, this CFS 24 championship has gotten a lot more interesting.
Yeah, it has. It certainly has.
Man.
This has not gone the way that I would have thought it would have. You know, I've been spruiking. I haven't done this with you just yet, I don't think.
Yeah.
When I was casting with Neo and I was casting with Laz, I dropped the, I got the 100% prediction rate at the last event, the last CFS Summer Championship, up to the playoffs. Started going wrong for me in the playoffs, but I was 100% during the group stage. At this event, I've got nothing right. I've got nothing bloody right. I've just thrown all my predictions away. So, you know, when you say like, oh, this is not going to expectations, well, certainly not. Certainly not going to my expectations.
I'm so glad I was wrong.
Yeah, me too. I'm happy to see it. I think it's a great story. I mean, ranking, home ground, you'd want to be seeing them do well. I think there's always a pretty cool story there when the local teams are performing well. Again, it doesn't necessarily get ranking out of hot water because of that that loss against All Gamers yesterday. It kind of means they do still need a flawless run for the rest of this this group, but 3BL and Vasco ahead of them, it's not unwinnable games, you know.
For sure. And yeah, it seems like ranking's downfall might have been overstated here in the CFS 24 Championship. And man, I'm still speechless that this happened, man. Right in front of my eyes while we're casting even and ranking esports. I mean, it would be interesting to see if I could see a future where both ranking and Wolf Empire would be the two teams going into the playoffs, and that would be a treat for the Vietnamese crowd, honestly. Both of their teams getting into top 4, but there's still a lot of competition to be played. But ranking esports, you could go home back to the hotel really happy after that one. Do they have any games tomorrow?
Ranking? Let's have a look.
Oh, they can't get Crunctus yet. They cannot get Crunctus yet.
Yeah, 3BL tomorrow. It's going to be a big game for sure. And, you know, we talk about matches that could be potential for the battle for second place. That actually could be one of them now. So it's an important one. Daktuan, really, really big game from him. I mean, I wanted to actually ask you, like, how do you feel about match MVP, right, at this point for ranking? Is it Daktuan?
You already know it's Daktuan.
Yeah.
It's Daktuan 1000%. He played well in map 1. He played well in map 2 as well. So Daktuan, the former 6th, man, this guy was sitting in the sidelines watching ranking esports get top 4 last year, and now he is going to be the one possibly carrying the team going into playoffs. And Evolution Power, I mean, just like you said, they're not out hypothetically, but they're also their chances of getting into playoffs just gets lower and lower by the time that the group stage does go through. But man, what a set, what a series. 3 maps, Daktuan, well deserved, honestly.
Yeah.
I mean, 0.9 kills per round, almost 1 every single time. And yeah, headshots might not be favorable, but does it even matter? I mean, he was rocking the M4 or the AK half the time, and the sprays were hitting. So at the end of the day, as long as he hit the shots, it's pretty much fine.
Doesn't matter how you get the job done, as long as the job is done. And importantly, that's what was done tonight by ranking. And we'll be looking back at that one for Evolution Power, and there will be some degree of serious disappointment on their behalf, on the behalf of the Chinese fans as well. And I do sort of wonder how that goes going deeper into this group for Evolution Power. You know, are they going to be able to bounce back, play for pride, or
I think
are they just tilted off the face of the planet and it's like it's over for them, you know?
Yeah, the only way that they can get back into this group stage is probably when they 2-0 the rest of the group. But I mean, the next few games that you have, I mean, you still have AG in the works, so I mean, the chances are pretty slim, but the chances are there at the end of the day. But still, I mean, I think the competition for the second seed has turned into a ranking versus Vasco versus 3BL kind of situation here in Group B. And yeah, I mean, any team can definitely take it.
Yeah.
Oh my God, man.
Got the interview coming up in just a second as well. I'm sure there's going to be some pretty interesting stuff coming from that stage as well. So we'll have to see how that plays out. It's ready for us by the looks of things, so we'll chuck it back down to the stage and see how that interview goes.
Phỏng vấn sau trận đấu, và đứng cạnh tôi đây đang là Đức Toàn, MVP của đội hình các thành viên bên phía ranking esports. Và thời điểm này, đầu tiên tôi phải nói là chúc mừng các thành viên bên phía ranking, họ vừa có một chiến thắng phải nói là cực kỳ ấn tượng, và cũng cảm ơn vì cái màn trình diễn vừa rồi. Và Đức Toàn, không biết thời điểm bây giờ bạn đang cảm thấy như thế nào?
Em cảm thấy rất là vui ạ, không nghĩ tem mình làm được như vậy.
Nhưng mà với một cái trận đấu như này thì nó cũng là một trận đấu tương đối là thể lực, thì không biết là Đức Toàn bây giờ có thấy mệt không?
Em rất mệt anh ạ, em uống 3 chai nước rồi, vẫn thấy khát nước.
Rồi, nhưng mà thôi thì cái sự mệt mỏi đó nó đã được trả công một cách xứng đáng, đúng không? Ở map thi đấu thứ 2 là cái map thi đấu mà chúng ta đã nhận thất bại, và thời điểm đầu của map thi đấu thứ 3 chúng ta cũng là người đã bị dẫn trước. Vậy thì ở những cái khoảnh khắc khó khăn như vậy thì không biết là LDX cùng với những người đồng đội bên phía ranking đã đưa ra một cái phương án như thế nào để có thể vực dậy được tinh thần?
Bọn em thì luôn động viên nhau bảo cố gắng, đánh chậm lại, bình tĩnh lại, đừng vội. Lúc ấy thì em cũng đang giết được nhiều người ấy, nên em động viên anh em bảo bình tĩnh lại, chậm thôi.
Vâng, và chắc chắn như vậy sẽ là một trong những yếu tố rất là lớn để giúp các thành viên bên phía ranking esports có thể comeback được trong cái ngày thi đấu hôm nay. Và câu hỏi cuối cùng, với một cái bảng đấu nó đang có rất là nhiều cái diễn biến bất ngờ như thế này, một bảng đấu B, thì không biết là Đức Toàn cùng với những anh em ranking thì có nhận định như thế nào với cái bảng đấu B như thế này?
Bảng đấu này thì em đánh giá AG mạnh nhất ạ. Em thấy khó với AG đấy.
Có với AG, tức là những đội tuyển khác thì chúng ta là hoàn toàn chơi được, đúng không?
Có khả năng ạ.
Và đúng là ngày hôm nay thì các thành viên của bên phía ranking đã chơi được một đối thủ rất là nặng ký, một seed 3 tới từ khu vực Trung Quốc rồi. Đó là các thành viên bên phía UEP, và một lần nữa cảm ơn cái màn thể hiện cũng như là xin chúc mừng các thành viên bên phía ranking với một cái chiến thắng phải nói là cực kỳ hấp dẫn. Và có lẽ rằng tại thời điểm này chúng ta cũng đã kết thúc cái cặp trận đấu thứ 3 rồi. Đừng quên là chúng ta vẫn còn một cặp trận đấu nữa, một cặp trận đấu cuối cùng giữa các thành viên của bên phía World Empire cùng với đó là Imperial. Và quý vị các bạn đừng rời mắt khỏi màn hình quá lâu, chúng tôi sẽ quay trở lại khi trận đấu đó có tín hiệu được bắt đầu.
Bật lôi, chỉ đi không dám lao ra đấu, bông kill mình phải máu lại chết với cái double kill cho bông kill. Đô la 1m4 trước có đỉnh, sau cũng có đỉnh, double kill cho đô la. Và TGM thì ta vẫn đang quản cục pin này. Đô la muốn bắt TGM. Đô la anh ta cũng không thể thoát được TGM. Một pha kéo tâm là hay. Và Kim Bùm người cuối cùng. Wow, cùng với đô la tạo ra thế gọng kìm, nhưng Small có một Small rút K98 ra, và đô la thì lại là một cầu rival, nên nhớ Small có tốc độ cực kỳ là nhanh nha, và double kill cho Small. Chuẩn bị đánh thì TGM có cái double kill, chui từ dưới công rút ra cái triple kill, ultra kill, và có quẩy để cho nó A, và A dành cho TGM. Muốn đục lắm ấy nhưng mà không đục được. Bây giờ thì sợ lộ ra và chạy được thành công 14 giây, không kịp PA. Phải đặt ở trong khu vực không TB, đối thủ không có đó là vị trí của Double làm hay. Xiên lên 3, đúng vậy. Đỏ lại vào sớm thế, nhưng Lucas bây giờ quay trở lại thì anh ta có cái miệng mạng ở cục mang tên TGM. Đạn chip, ôi rồi ôi, đạn chip hơi non. đầu tiên bắn côn hay đến từ anh trưởng. Đây đi còn 2 viên côn thôi. 2 mét mà. Đây là một cơ hội dành cho đội Carao. Lên tiếng một bên tay KT15 là người cuối cùng. KT15 chiến thắng thì cần phải hỏi ý kiến của Garao. Dần dần tiếp cận vào rồi. KT15 hiện tại quá yếu và chiến thắng thuộc về Garao Esports. Họ sẽ là nhà vô địch.
Bringing out the second arm, able to find one on MKZ. Beck goes down as well. And finally, there's a response, and it's a huge one. Unnights, thanks to HCZ, are right back in the fight here. 4 kills on the table, all headshots as well.
HCZ came around the corner, gets a freebie, he's completely blindsided
from it, but Stocks just eats the flashes, has to back off the Creeds. He's gonna hold the line for all 3.
Caught by a flash though, he's gonna double back. Doesn't want to stick around too long, Min. Gonna find one, we're gonna make that 2 as well. Looks for a 3rd as well, and he'll find it. What a round coming out from Min.
Very low on HP, so Unnights, if they can play their cards right, there's a chance to win this back. And Beck, he might have just found that opportunity, already finding himself 2 kills. You can see Stock wants to go for the trade. He's a little bit late, and he's not gonna be able to find anything. Beck able to get 3 kills, and Creeds and Austin, they know they've got to try and find something, but Beck able to find 4 before finally.
Alucard taking a hell of a lot of damage early. Swing on the corner, Dezane gonna get 2. Oh, made that 3. Brilliant from Dezane.
But Flex is already quick on their flank as well. They're gonna have to be ready to deal with this, and I just don't think they have the positioning to be aware of it, but it may not matter. Raffin gets the quad kill spray down, gets the ace on top of it.
25 seconds, not under a lot of pressure in terms of time just yet, but now that he's known, absolutely is. Missed shot. Pistol pulled out, Raffin will fall. 1v1, now it's doable. Absolutely doable. Trying to find this last guy spots. He's lost him though, and he finds him on the drive-by. Oh, Alucard. Spray is good, a hell of a lot of damage. Spoxy, Raffin, and Lion Claw all taking significant damage here. HZ for 1. Spray on the corner, gonna fight both. Oh no, it's crumbling. LCK, and let that one fall apart.
Disrupting on that position, but Pietro, he's trying to get some work done himself here from the back of the A window. Put that pressure on them. HCZ able to sneak and find one. MKZ finds another. Confident Snare. They're still hanging on to this one. 2 kills going the way of Snare. Alucard would be good for a first here. Gets all 4 kills. Insanity.
Close. Gonna get tested here off the back of the information. MKZ for 2. HGZ for 2 as well. Oh, what a way to close it.
Fully swinging into this as well. He's going to find himself a 2nd kill. Pietro spotted as well. This flash is going to be huge for their chance to break through. Pietro able to find Snare. Horus and the 1v2. Good for the first, good for the second. Horus, what a retake. Knights have clearly done their homework here. They know exactly what they want to do on the approach. And 3BL, they're just kind of left. Try and pick up the pieces and find a way to just frag out. Bomb is going to be dropped here. Slayer on that wrap, though, is huge. Because Snare is left alone, flashed out of position, looking for a potential clutch here. He gets the spray down. Horus and Snake is going to be massive. Snake able to find 2, but through the wall. MKZ takes down Totson and Horus. Making a 3rd kill. What is that 3rd shot? And now it's just Snare, but the wallbang of the M4 proving to be so massive in this round. But MKZ, it's not over just yet. The 1v1 situation. Can he take it all the way to the finish line? No, he can't. Starts to come through from Snake. Totson able to find 1 as well. There, he's not going to be able to hold on to it. Totson, though, still able to find that impact from the bridge position. Gets a 2nd kill onto HCZ. MKZ and Beck are also very, very low. Horus has to be able to respond here from the GR spawn. He's been spotted out. Here comes the double swing. Totson, he needs the ace in order to close this one out. He spotted MKZ on the shoulder. Be good for a 3rd in this round. Can he do any more? The time is already ticking away from him. They know exactly where he is, but he catches Alucard as well. Surely not the ace. The one-on-one opportunity to win it all for Totson. Beck just definitely going to dance this one around and try and run down the clock. But the backstab, Totson! You've got to be kidding. Ace clutch for the win here. Gets it done for 3BL.
his way forward, try and open the door up, find that space for HCZ, and he's done just that, and then some. Double kill.
Seven has got some utility to try and work with here. He's trying to hop his way in. It's a lovely shot on HCZ. It's now down to Alucard. You'd always want to rely on him in a clutch. There are 3 players in this position. That's going to get the plot down in the meantime, but they should just be able to swarm. Creeds finds his kill, but I'm not sure it's going to be enough until Awesome steps up.
Knights stand up to the pressure. Well, it's going to be a big fight in mid. There's 4 3BL members here, and that might actually work out for Untitled. That's a lot of players to kill.
Tot is in position, listening for everything, sees that his teammate has already delivered, and then he chooses to pounce. The perfect timing! Goodness gracious. Alucard's still playing with these angles. Bet gets his one, but unfortunately it's only one. Now Alucard, so he's very stuck. One, Colt up for the second. And there's an opportunity. He's just wasting the clock. He's tacked down Slayer even lower. No. And Alucard takes it. So maybe they've got the bit between their teeth, as you can see here with some of these entries and the way they're playing. Look at Beck. He's on the high ground. He'd have no idea he's on the high ground. Sayer's going to try and take an advanced angle. Snake does trade it at least. 2 versus 2. Headshot angle being taken up by Kiko. It's a good reaction.
They've player push out the warehouse. Untitled have 3 to defend. Initially, that's not a bad setup. Numbers still favourable for 3BL, and the trades are as well for the moment until Kiko strikes. He's got a double and a triple onto Snake. Untitled are not going down without a fight. Kiko gets 4. His timing not so favourable. He didn't actually spot anything out, nor did Snare. This is going to allow Untitled to push their way forward. Snake might as well clean it up himself. He gets all 3, and that is that 3BL.
On LCK right now. They're going to be stuck in what seems like a sandwich, you'd think. It's absolutely going to work out that way. Slayer finds his top 5.
It's going to take a real mental battle actually to come back into it now. I'm not necessarily suggesting we're at that point yet for the but it might actually continue to go by the wayside, right? This could be very quickly 3-0. It is going to be very quickly 3. Quickly into B. Flex is there ready and waiting for them. Snare will get the trade. Now here comes the swing from the rest of the LCK members, but 3BL are too sharp today.
Stuck with Spoxy. Snake has found Flex, and this round has turned on its head pretty quickly. 9, Claw and Raffin are going to start. They're going to try and launch their way through, and Raffin gets 2 from that. C4 is down in the midst of all of this, and to be fair to Snake, he's got a very favourable angle. He hits one more bullet, but this one could still go against him. It's a tough one to face.
So all's well that ends well for 3BL as they get their way onto the site. Snake wants to go forward and take some further fights. He doesn't know Raffin's close. He gets that information, but it's a little bit too little too late. Still, Slayer in there for the double. Now looking for the clutch, and he'll get it. Time being a factor, LCK are aware he's rotated through the lockers, or they thought they were, maybe. Zane was kind of looking. Still, Snake gets a good shot, and it's on to Spoxy. He needs to save the day. Time's definitely still there for Snake to dance around, and he catches him out as well, a 3v1.
Unreal. Flex under pressure. There are 3 players they're about to spot though, and it's an absolute wipeout. LCK open to get the kill, and in the end he gets double peaked. Flex will take the frag. Snare, nice shot. 2 versus 2, has to try and catch them on the cross, and he's doing exactly that. And you'd want for the job. For this sort of situation, it would be him. Ladder he has to worry about though. Oh, he only hits a tag. Very close eye on by Flex. Snare will hop up. Great reaction as soon as he goes up, and Zane is flanking. There's Lion Claw as well.
Really anything to get too excited about, so they're going to go back to basics and try to play aggressively. It will not work. Zane lines up 3.
What?
They didn't even make it to the grand final. Now they get their chance against 3BL. That is looking very good indeed. Finally, it's locked in, and it's LCK that will take out the CFWL 2024 Season 2.
So here's where it starts to feel possible. All gamers, you just can't let this happen. 3-on-1 for Shell, and he makes it look easy. Every way, shape and form. That was the worst 3-on-1 I've seen from them.
So here we are back into the swing of things for the final game of the night. And I'll tell you what, it's getting pretty late. It's already 20 past 10 local time.
Yep.
I think you guys finished up at about midnight last night. Is that right?
I think midnight, maybe at around 1 a.m. But to be fair, I think there was a whole lot of technical pauses. So I think we can maybe finish early, but at the same time, this might be another series that can cut close.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing for me that has me a little bit concerned about the sanity of starting a series at 10:30 in the evening, is that this could be a close series. That's kind of what's got me worried. I mean, Wolf Empire, we've seen them in the event so far looking pretty good. They did drop a map against LCK, fair enough, but LCK not the shabbiest of teams in my opinion. As of yet, haven't actually seen Imperial for this last game of the day yet.
That is
so
true.
Don't really have much of an idea of what level they're coming into it with. Obviously, we can draw some conclusions from how things have been going domestically for them, but I don't know. This is a hard matchup to call for me personally.
Yeah, especially with the way that the games have gone. I feel like whatever we know about the domestic leagues is maybe not true about whatever the form is being known in this tournament. So yeah, Imperial, I mean, they come from a arguably tougher region compared to Wolf Empire. Just swept the entirety of Vietnam with a 32-0 run in the region, but still Imperial. You can't really overlook their achievements. Last year, at least most of the core of the roster got top 3 with Vincent and Eagles, man. That's his second CFS, and he already got top 3, so that's already great progress for such a young player. But, I mean, you can't doubt Wolf Empire, man. If ranking is strong, I wonder how strong Wolf Empire is it, man.
Yeah, indeed. Well, it's that time again, so let's welcome our first team to the stage once again. All right, well, lots to be said, of course, about Wolf Empire. We sort of reiterated a lot of that yesterday, that this is maybe the best Vietnamese team that's been put together in recent history, at least, but certainly potentially for all time might be a discussion to be had as well. Obviously, just having now seen ranking get a dub on the stage, I think that spurs these guys on as well to try and emulate that once again this evening.
That is true. I mean, there's so much expectations here from the Vietnamese community, especially Wolf Empire. Just like how he said it, this is like the Avengers of the Vietnam region. And of course, with Ice Cube doing the switch from ranking esports going into Wolf Empire, I feel like he was just a missing piece that they were looking for to get into this team. And I'm glad that Rambo kind of took a back seat on the sniper role and just went for went into the team as a rifler instead, but he's still an option, right? When it comes to the 2 sniper setup, that you have 2 high-level snipers on your team, and that provides so many options for the side of Wolf Empire to open things up for them. But yeah, Wolf Empire, man, they're looking really, really good in this one. However, just like how he said it, they haven't played a single game, if I'm not mistaken. No, they got actually
Wolf Empire played a game. Wolf Empire played yesterday.
Oh, yeah, they beat LCK on a 3-map series.
Yes.
So, yeah, I mean, let's see, man. I mean, LCK, they kind of bombed out against Pacific Macta, so maybe that could be a sign for something.
One team that has not played a game, though, which is what I thought you were referring to, was Imperial, of course. And so now, their first game. So all the way at the end of day 2, they have to wait to start their campaign. And obviously quite a seasoned roster. There's a lot of veteran players in this team that have been on stages such as this one before and plenty of times. And so pretty high expectations for this roster as well, it has to be said.
Yeah, especially the Animals, man. And getting top 3 last year with the roster that he had is one of the most impressive things I've seen in all my casting in CF. To be fair, I've only been casting for like 3 or 4 years, but I mean, that's just saying something that he can lead any team going in towards that CFS, going into a good result. And now they have gotten into an organization, one of the biggest organizations here in Brazil, in Imperial Esports, and the amount of support, the amount of resources they now have as a team can really definitely help their results going into this tournament.
Yeah, solid stuff across the boards. I mean, yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing what they're going to be able to bring to the table. I think it's going to be a good barometer match, kind of potential for this to even be the battle for second place in this group.
Yep. I already know who's the key players.
Okay.
It's probably going to be the snipers, man.
Of course.
Let's be real.
As always, though, to be fair, like I feel like there is just that little bit of bias normally when it comes to picking key players. Pretty easy matchup to go for the snipers. Lots to sort out on the stage as well, by the looks of things, for Imperial.
Yeah, get the phones out. Don't want to be going on TikTok while you're mid-game.
No.
Don't want to get distracted by the brain rot.
No distractions allowed.
There we go. Map comparisons, of course. Both teams very similar map pools, actually, surprisingly. Both teams have a really strong Ankara. Of course, Wolf Empire having the stronger Ankara in this series. Black Widow is also an option. Compound is also an option. I think the win rate is kind of slighted a bit against towards the side of Imperial, considering they weren't the first seed in their region. But from what I've seen, at least from the eye test, they can actually play a lot of maps really well, and that's just the benefit of having the Animals on your team.
Yeah, I mean, pretty good spread, actually, when you're looking at the numbers there. Match history.
Oh, I remember that one.
Bit back and forth.
The 2022, when Cara House was still Cara House.
Yeah, but that's really going back a long way, so I'm not sure that I'm going to really read into it too much. I think you can look at the Summer Championship last year, and there's a little bit more of a parallel to perhaps be drawing there, but even so, it feels like a bit of a different conversation this time around, this matchup. Like Wolf Empire, to me, seem a much stronger lineup than Cara House, and Imperial, I don't know if they've necessarily massively upgraded or downgraded necessarily. I feel like they're probably still in and around that same kind of power level for me personally, so
that's true.
Bit of an upgrade maybe on the Vietnamese side, staying somewhat similar. And as you called it, it is indeed going to be the snipers for this one. Ice Cube edging it out ever so slightly in terms of the stats for the most part, but it's not necessarily always about the stats.
That's true. I mean, you have the best sniper to come out of Vietnam versus Eagles, a great up-and-coming sniper, very young, but he's already had so much experience. He's already been to 2 CFSs already in the grand final. He went to 2022, he went to 2023 when they got top 3, and now he's back in the Summer Championships trying to prove himself that he is the next up in Brazil. He could be the next guy that can contest for Gokhan as the best sniper in that region. And looking forward to it, in all honesty. I mean, 2 of these players have gotten their fair share of back and forth. I can feel like a mini rivalry brewing between these 2 teams in the amount of times they've already met.
That is an extremely vertical keyboard as well.
He is a true gamer.
Not sure if it's a good thing or a bad thing.
Half of it is off the table.
Yep.
Jeez. I mean, to be fair, MG was also rocking that exact... Not that drastic of a tilt, honestly. But I've noticed the snipers, they do love their keyboards being tilted ever so slightly, with the exception of Revenge. Because, you know, hands are getting a bit creaky as you do age. So you don't want to keep that straight. But Wolf Empire, though, I mean... I think we might have collectively, I'm not sure if I'm the only one who did this, but I think we all collectively underestimated Vietnam in this tournament. And yeah, I feel like they're going to make us regret whatever is going to pop out.
Fair to say. I mean, it's kind of weird though, isn't it? Because like, when it comes to Vietnam, and here's where we're going to get a bit of an interesting spread. This is one of the more interesting prediction graphics I think that we've seen. Normally it's a pretty heavy lean one way or the other. Obviously this one looking like the lean is maybe in the direction of Wolf Empire ever so slightly, but still fairly solid predictions coming through for the Imperial side of things. But I mean, yeah, like underestimating Vietnam, fair.
True.
They did quite poorly at the Summer Championship last year, neither team making it out of groups, but I think they performed above their station, actually, at the Grand Finals last year. So there's some good, some bad in more recent times for the Vietnamese rosters. But this, I think, may be their year, if that makes sense, right? We've already seen Ranking get a pretty big win if Wolf Empire can live up to the expectations, live up to the hype, maybe do even better than what Ranking did last year at the CFS Grand Finals, if they were to do it here, you know, maybe go into the playoffs here, or obviously later on in the year if they manage to make it through to the Grand Finals and kind of live up to that level, then yeah, it could be a big year for Vietnam and their inclusion in CrossFire.
Yeah, it would be nice. Just like how I said it earlier, it would be nice if it would be a nice treat for the Vietnamese crowd if both Ranking and Wolf Empire can go through, so we can witness this entire gymnasium being filled with Vietnamese fans. So yeah, it would be interesting to say the least. But yeah, I feel like if Wolf Empire does lose this series, it is going to be quite the disappointment, or it could be another incident, just like last year where Kyra House kind of bombed out in groups, and then Ranking was the sole representative going into playoffs. So hopefully it doesn't happen, but you really don't know at this point, right? I mean, both teams could easily take it, considering their history.
Still a couple of little things getting sorted out on the stage. It looks pretty solid on Wolf Empire's behalf, I'll say. They seem to be, for the most part, ready to go. But on the Imperial side of the stage, I think there's still a little bit more moving and shaking going on. One thing I have noticed in my time casting Crossfire is the Brazilian rosters, and actually especially a lot of the players on this team, do tend to be a little bit slow to set up, right? They're the ones that, like, they get their stuff sorted and then they're fiddling with their chairs and their headset and this and that and whatever, and okay, fair enough. But all that then done, and then they want to go and have their little team huddle as well. This team especially is one that doesn't. I think they're doing it right now. If I can just have a little bit of a peek right there. Where's it under the screen?
There we go. You can see them
right there,
like this.
Yeah, on the big screen now. They're on the big screen. So
trying to get the spirits going.
Getting their little team huddle. This is what I'm talking about. This team always likes to do their team huddle. Not every team does that.
Yeah.
But especially in the case of Imperial, they'll definitely be happy to sort of take that team huddle, have a bit of a chat about maybe what, I don't know what they're saying. Are they just hyping each other up? Are they taking a step away from the game? Or are they now just going over, okay, what do we want to see happen in this first map? Like, this is how we're going to start to play it. This is our strategy in the first half. Whatever. Either way, get themselves ready.
In CFBL. Like every time that the Grand Finals do start, they also love to do this exact same thing. And it's all fun and games until someone pulls out a ruler, and they're going to take their sweet time. But jokes aside, I think Imperial, they're just trying to motivate themselves. I think they're a bit slow as well because it is their first match in the entire tournament. So they're trying to make sure that everything is ready and sorted for their side, especially your boy Eagles. He has to tilt that keyboard exactly 90 degrees. So I think it's going to be way fine. And we can already see on the screen Shady giving his team the pep talk, but sitting down this time. So, yeah, let's see. Are we going to see Shady smile this time? A thing that is a myth for some.
Maybe. Both coaches having some words for the team as well heading into this one. Got a pretty, I would say, pretty spicy veto out of this one. I've got the scoop. Not going to leak it. But
there we go.
Yeah, hearing the shouts from Imperial means by the looks of things we're going to be ready to go in just a minute. Ranking are waiting very patiently. Not Ranking, sorry. Wolf Empire waiting very patiently for them.
Yeah, and everyone's just chilling. Imperial, after their war cry, finally going to sit down and get ready for this game. I can't wait for this game to start.
See, that's a mousepad. Mousepad game on point, you know. Let's not have any of these little funny businesses. Okay, here's where things are cool, all right? So, I'll tell you it's a spicy map pool. That's what I'll give you.
That's true.
I don't know if you've got the leak yet.
Oh,
but I got the leak.
All right, Eagle Eyes banned. I mean,
fair.
I don't think both teams do not play that map for sure. So I think both teams are happy that that map is already gone. And I think this might be Black Widow. Wow. Imperial really refusing to ban Ankara. I mean, they really want to take the fight to them and their own map, I guess. Yeah, that's a no-brainer at this point for map 1. I think map 2 probably is going to be Compound? Knowing the animals?
You won't get it. It's Mexico.
Well, Laz isn't here, so both of us are pretty not too excited about it.
Yeah, look, I mean, I think I've made my opinions on Mexico pretty known.
Oh, true, me too, man.
Over the past 12 months or so, but I think it's an interesting choice, obviously, for Imperial. I kind of like it. You pull it out in your first game of the tournament. Most teams aren't going to be super big fans of Mexico, so if you show that you're actually happy to pick this, it does kind of force the hand of some teams to, you know, maybe now consider having that one be like, okay, we do definitely have to prioritize this as a ban when we're playing against Imperial. So, bit of mind games maybe coming into it there, but Port to finish things off.
Wait, this Veto is actually cooking, except for map 2, but I mean, map 1 and 3 is looking really good. I mean, Port is good for both teams. Both teams rocking the good snipers. Ryuzao is specifically good on Port itself, especially the way he defends that B site. So, gonna be a very interesting best of 3. I think my logic here for Mexico is just for Imperial to secure possibly just a map that they're very, very comfortable in, but taking a look at the data here for the side of Wolf Empire on Mexico, they are 6-1, so they do have experience on this map. So this is not a strange territory here for the side of Wolf Empire. So yeah, maybe Imperial might be cooking, just like how you said it, but Mexico is a map that requires a lot of patience. So let's see. Mexico 7-3, okay.
All right, ready to jump into the map, and both teams giving out a bit of a shout.
It's like a haka for both sides.
Yeah.
The battle begins.
Here we go. On to Ankara to start off the final game of the day. Imperial and Wolf Empire. How long of a game is this going to end up being? My prediction, quite a big one. I think both teams are going to really be
this is map 3.
Ensuring they don't leave anything on the table. Double nade straight in there onto Dola. And a bit of a tag as well through that smoke, but he survives.
Dola didn't have really a game yesterday, actually. If I can remember, I think he won 3-7 at one point. So, I mean, today's a new day. Maybe he can do something different for his squad. But Imperial, making sure that they get that initial damage in. Dola being on low HP already, so that kind of weakens the defense a bit going in towards the hotel side. But Imperial are looking for something else.
I mean, there's still a fair bit to work on, I think, from yesterday's game for Wolf Empire. They got it done, sure, but there was improvements that could be made, no doubt about it. And maybe that's a good thing. Maybe it's a good thing that we didn't see the peak of Wolf Empire just yet, that we can look forward to seeing a little bit more from them. Really reserved approach from Wolf Empire in this round, though. Just a big old 3-2 split. No one really paying a huge amount of attention toward middle. Obviously, ISQ watching that line from the B site, but it would allow Imperial to take a lot of space for free, though they're not really doing so. And in my mind, Imperial always going to be one of those slightly slower teams. Brazilian teams in general tend not to bring out the faster rounds as much as maybe the Vietnamese and Chinese teams would be wanted to do a lot of the time. And here again is Imperial back to their, you know, true to form style, really waiting that timer down before hitting one of the sites.
Eagles having his own fight here on the A site. Ryuzao's going to go down first. The Animals gets a 1-for-1 for now, but Eagles doesn't know that there's someone right behind him, and he only gets another trade ongoing. So it's a 3v3 at the moment. Ice Cube is still alive, but the sniper is already gone, and somehow, some way, GDSC has found himself in towards top A. And that is really good communication for the side of Imperial. I mean, no one is occupying that top A. They already went through the high-mid side, and they got something going. But the Animals caught overextending in towards the exit side. But look, it's already someone who's going to try to re-aggress for him here.
Not quite taking full advantage of it, but doubling down on the second attempt. And it's already bad news for Wolf Empire. Rambo, he looks to try to save the day, but time is going to get the better of him here. GDSC will hold back in a bit of an off angle. That could play against him. Time a factor. Rambo, has he got there in time? I don't know that he has. Defuse on.
I don't think he has.
No, he's not quite made it.
Damn.
First round on the board for Imperial.
That was a very Brazilian peak from 7-7. Who stands like that in front of
just
him?
out in no man's land. Backs himself, though, and he hits the shots, so can't be mad about it.
Can't be mad about it indeed. And Imperial, they just delayed just in time. GGSC, who was having a bit of an idea, he's trying to ramp around all the way in catwalk A, but he canceled it. Get back onto the side, got enough delay at this point. So first round goes in the way of Imperial. And if Imperial can actually get this map, if they can sneak Ankara in this series. This would be very interesting for map number 2, but Eagles, 1-for-1 so far. Rambo has pulled out the second sniper, and this is what I was talking about earlier. 2 high-level snipers on the side of Wolf Empire can pose a threat. Ice Cube is going to get another one.
That's why they're big fans of map like Ankara. It can really be dictated by those orms, and this is the map where Ice Cube, like, for whatever reason, just seems like he just drops 20 every single time, 20 or 30, whatever. Pick your poison. You know, it obviously plays to his strengths.
Yeah, it's kind of scary how consistent he is as just a player.
Yep. A lot for Eagles to manage, but don't kind of mind the timing there that Imperial found actually on the B side. They've been able to cross into the sniper's nest, and Ice Cube going to get up into tower. Have a bit of a look, see if he can catch Ryu's out.
Someone's in second mid. Ooh. Oh my god, he rechecks it. No way, Ice Cube, but that's going to allow a cross on the site. So the C4 is down for GDSC. And is he going to stay in towards the boxes? I think he should just stay there and have his friend wrap around Ryu's out. This is a really good play coming in from him.
Tough one to win, though, for Imperial. Both these players have to pop off, but that's great from Ryu's out. Already catching Ice Cube, finding Rambo in the back. Didn't quite manage to convert that one, but GDSC time not going to be a friend of his in the end, and will be Wolf Empire to grab that second round and keep the scorelines even. Early days.
I looked at the chat for a second, and it's all green.
A lot of Imperial fans.
Yeah, I mean, Brazil has got to be one of the best fan bases in any esport and or sport. They're very loyal to their teams, and I mean, you can't appreciate it, man. I mean, Imperial, they feel very supported in this one. They know that the entire country is right behind them. But Wolf Empire, they can still pose a threat. Eagles now challenging Ice Cube.
That's what you want to see. If Eagles is going to be able to get the dual win against Ice Cube, that unlocks the round quite substantially for Imperial.
Yeah, opens up long, actually. So they can kind of inch on forward a bit. I think they assume that Wolf Empire is a bit desperate for a trade here, so they're just trying to spot out the vent side, just in case if anyone gets frisky on the side of Wolf Empire. But you already know what the Animals is calling. They're just like, yeah, we have the numbers advantage. Let's calm down. Someone's probably going to push to try and see if they can get the numbers back in their way. But they have a different idea, man. They're going to try to go B once again. And, oh, I like this from the side of Wolf Empire. Re-aggress in towards Hotel, but look who's watching. A warning shot there from Ryuza, and that stopped them in their tracks.
Hey, mid control's there for Imperial, definitely, but doesn't get them a sight just yet. 2-2 split, though, for Wolf Empire. It's a very, very progressed B side hold as well. So unless these A defenders put something special together, this is going to be a round for Imperial. That rotation is going to take forever. Looking for at least 2 or 3 on this initial hold. And there's one from Rambo. It's kind of stalled Imperial somewhat. Some of that counter util maybe being a bit of a problem for them. Nade over the top will soften the targets up, and it has bought a lot of time for the rotation. It's been a really good hold from Wolf Empire, all things considered, but inevitably, that's the straw that breaks the camel's back, and once you lose 1, you lose 3 or 4. And so Imperial do manage to grab that round, and it was a stoic attempt, but without that mid player rotating in quickly, it's just not enough players on that side to hold.
Yeah, I like what Eagles did there. He kind of lagged back his teammates. He was just playing boxes in towards long side, very similar to what we were supposed to see from the side of Evolution Power with, you know, first being more of a passive sniper and just trusting the rest of his team can take the site by themselves. Rotations are a bit slow by the side of Wolf Empire, but at the same time, they have to be careful because Imperial, yeah, they could take top A, but someone could be sneaking right behind them. So they were trying to look for maybe another player who was kind of roaming around, possibly in high mid, trying to go into their respawn, but no one came at all. Yeah, they're really just trying to scare the Hotel players to get back inside, but
yeah, look, early days in the round. Imperial don't need to be too worried about their map control just yet, but having a little explore in through mid. Haven't seen too much yet. Ice Cube has been quite mobile on the GR side with this Orm. He's been over toward B, he's been over toward A, he's fought in mid as well, so I like that. That's definitely good from him.
especially the angles you can get on the B side. As soon as you get up that ramp, I mean, you can get away quickly as soon as you fire that first shot.
Could make the debate, though, that Eagles has been a little bit more effective on a more difficult side, at least as far as snipers are concerned. And there's a big whiff from Ice Cube, which he will not make the same mistake twice, but he over-peaks, and GDSC will take him down. So all things considered, that is Imperial very happy with the early passage of play in round 4.
Wait, was that what? I didn't know the 7-7. Man, I'm the guy with the sneaky in the name, but that man is more sneakier than me, that's for sure. And he's just gonna stay in top 8, make sure that Wolf Empire cannot get back onto the side. Shady's gonna try to test it out. 7-7. Bit of damage, but Shady is still scared. I think he realizes that the rest of the Imperial squad is here, so he's gonna call over his friend Lucas. And they are going to try to see if they can retake on their own. 7-7 fully blinded. Eagles starting to get up on the side. Ryuzo going in first. Shady finally falls. Lucas the only one left alive, but the teamwork comes through from the side of Imperial.
It's a solid looking Imperial at the moment, isn't it?
Yeah.
Very well drilled, very well coordinated.
I think they're really taking advantage of... it's not really a common thing for, especially in CFS, that there's not really a sniper challenging mid too much.
Right.
I think, he doesn't really watch Arch a lot. He just assumes that no one's going to cross for Cat A. That's interesting.
Well, Eagles will be left up to his own devices over on the A side of the map at the moment, but...
I like his role. Can you 1v2A real quick?
Yeah, why not?
He's that good. Alright, same old, same old. Not much new.
Slow start, as is to be expected for Imperial. And if it ain't broke, don't fix it. At this point, I'm happy with what they're bringing to the table. 3-1 lead. Opponent's map choice. Everyone looking to have some kind of an impact so far. It's very positive signs for Imperial. And honestly, the Brazilian fans need something to cheer about today, because that loss from Vasco against 3BL would have been a real downer. But this is starting to restore the spirit somewhat. Danimals, nice cross. Head down. Dola not going to be aware of it. But will be out just on the timing.
He's not tap walking too. He actually ran the entire time. So I think the Animals has an idea that Hotel is actually clear. They only have to worry about Ice Cube now.
Re-aggression though from Wolf Empire into the mid connector. They don't actually see anything.
This is tense.
Yeah, layers upon layers in this round. Both teams sort of just playing a bit of a push and pull game.
Oh, he's calling over Ryuzo now, so yeah, I think this is definitely going to be a B take. I think Eagles is going to throw maybe a smoke. Oh, the Animals catching Ice Cube right on top of the second floor. The Animals, the second kill for him. And that is the B side basically clear. I don't think Dola, you want to fight this one actively. You might want to get back into second mid to try and see if you can get back some control, but Imperial, yeah, that's theirs. That's theirs.
They're looking a bit too clean at the moment, aren't they? I'm not really very surprised to see a pause call come through there. I have to imagine that's for Wolf Empire, because they're kind of getting a little bit slaughtered. The Wolves are getting neutered at the moment. That's a nice double kill from Rambo, but too little too late, unfortunately, in this round.
Time is half.
Time is too far gone. Even if he were to find another 1 or 2 kills, so it'll be another one for Imperial. Is that timeout actually from Imperial?
All right, which Marshal is having to raise their hand for a minute and 30 seconds? There we go.
This is how you train your arms.
Do they get tired?
Oh, so it actually is from Wolf Empire. That makes sense.
Yeah, I think they're getting absolutely drowned by the Animals in his setups here. I mean, that's just what you expect. On any team that the Animals is on, you're going to expect this type of play, that his macro is just immaculate, and his setups is also doing the exact same thing. But at the same time, I mean, the Animals is not the type of IGL to just sit around and try and see if he can direct his team to the right direction. If he has to take initiative, he is going to take initiative, and that's what he did in that last round with that double kill entry. Interested
to know what the conversation is there on the Imperial side of things. I actually, if I had to have a guess, I think it might be that the coach of Imperial is saying to tell the cameraman to not walk in front of the team while they're playing. That might be what that was, because I can see the cameraman sort of floating around in front. I think that's fair enough. I guess at this level of competition, anything in your peripheral vision that's moving could just distract you for a split second, and that could be an issue.
That's true. Where's the drone guy where he needed him the most?
Yeah. Gone but not forgotten, honestly. Bring drone guy back.
There we go. 10 seconds left in the timeout. Not much time to talk, but I think Wolf Empire has kind of ironed out what needs to be done in this next round. But Imperial, if they can keep the ball rolling here on Ankara, this will be a huge win for them, considering Wolf Empire, I mean, they're undefeated in CFBL. To be fair, they're undefeated in all maps in CFBL, but this is the map. This is the Vietnam map of Ankara, and especially just like how you said it, Rambo and Ice Cube benefits from this map because it's really good with the snipers. But Eagles has gotten his fair share of fights as well up against the snipers. He even killed Ice Cube in that prior round. And yeah, if the confidence is that high for the side of Imperial, I mean, they can keep the ball rolling on the BL side, and especially for Wolf Empire, for a team that really is very good on their GR side especially, I'm surprised that they're getting absolutely washed.
Big miss from Ice Cube. That may be a factor, right? Like, is Ice Cube just off his game a little bit? And
he can't be off his game, man. He cannot. If he's off his game, they're gonna get cooked.
Well, they are getting cooked. Yeah, that's the thing. He's 4-5. He's not having a terrible showing, but just seeing a couple of uncharacteristic misses maybe from Ice Cube, that has me somewhat concerned.
Oh, look at this. Just a 5-man play. Ryuzao gonna line it up. That's a nade.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a flash. I think that's gonna go into room actually, so they're gonna blind any single person that is defending the side. Rambo and Luke is fully blinded. The Animal's going for the entry, but he's gonna tuck himself into the box. The flash does go away, but Rambo does notice that there's a guy hiding in the corner. Lucas is gonna get Ryuzao, but Ryuzao gonna help 7-7 getting that kill and towards the top of A, but look at the backup from Wolf Empire. But 7-7 once again, how does this happen to him again? And 7-7 with a triple. No, it's actually GDSC with the help of 7-7 getting that one. It is only Ice Cube left.
C4's in a bit of an awkward spot, but will be recollected. Ice Cube. Oh, he was given the 1v1 by GDSC, but they're pumping themselves up.
Damn.
Good stuff.
It's like nothing's changed. They're exactly like this on CFBL. Maybe a bit more noisy in CFBL, considering it is their boys on the other side. I remember the...
you can always get louder.
Yeah, I remember the referee having a hard time trying to control the Animal's seat because it keeps standing up. And
right.
The ref is like, all right.
Holding his seat so it didn't fly backwards.
Yeah. Oh, this is what I was talking about. They need to peek mid in these types of situations because Imperial just kept on getting mid control for free, and finally Wolf Empire does something about it.
Yeah. 2 for 1. You'll take it. Shady's pretty low, but that's all good. Still a gun in the game. GDSC, though, is going to just try to work his timing up here in mid. I think that's fair enough. I mean, like, you've got to take a risk there, and it's worked out. Everything he's touching is turned into gold. I think I saw him in the gym earlier this morning. You know, so I'm backing him.
When you get that full pump, that means your aim is going to be great.
He's got the pump. He was going hard on the lat pull downs, the rows. He worked back, and the back is working at the moment. It's carrying Imperial.
There we go. 10 reps of Vamos. But Lucas is staying still in the boxes side. I mean, if they clear Lucas here, they're going to have the entire control on the B side. The only person that can help this realistically is Ice Cube, but he has to jump out of the window still. But I think they realize that it is going to be a B-side take. Ice Cube going to try to see if he can gain backup for his teammate. Lucas is still on the site, hiding in between the boxes, and GDSC, can he make his way in? Ice Cube out in the open. Gets a kill with the AK-47. Did give his sniper towards Shady earlier. Ice Cube with the second kill with the AK. Rambo with the flank, and there we go, Wolf Empire. Finally some life in towards their side.
Yeah, that one's gone a little bit haywire for Imperial. Thought they were going to bring it back off the GDSC kill, but it's always tough when you start around like that, losing a couple of players in mid to maintain control of it. So back to the drawing board, and 5-2 lead, still very good. Got to ensure that this doesn't end up being like a 5-4, which would ultimately be quite disappointing given the start. Round still kind of hanging in the balance if Wolf Empire can grab another couple.
All right, I think they realize that Wolf Empire now starting to fight for mid control, so instead they're kind of spreading out in towards the long side, and it's very important that the Animals get some early control, especially in Catwalk A if they still want to go into the B site. So kind of push them back here, but look at the positioning from the side of Wolf Empire. They're occupying Tunnel B. There's 2 people in towards the hotel side, and Eagles is going to try his tried and tested, I'm just going to fight the entire site on my own, and if it works, let's go on the site.
I don't know if I can get behind that as a strategy, but he seems to make it work, so fair enough. If nothing else, it's a solid position to be holding here, that vent position.
Especially how quick you can swing.
Mm.
Depends how fast you can react at this point.
Well, Rambo got some util in the back pocket, so too Lucas. How's the timing here for Imperial? Rambo nearly loses his head. He's lucky to be alive, but Lucas will hold for one. Rambo in all sorts of trouble if there's going to be a filter through onto the side from a couple of members. Flash over the top. Rambo can't see anything, but somehow he still comes away with a kill. He should be going down to a Stray Gust to win, but he's actually putting up a mighty fine fight. GDSC being run down by a couple of members and the rotations coming through. C4 is on the site. Imperial have to commit to this. I don't know how they haven't run Rambo down.
They still have a flash, so they can still work with it. I mean, Ryuzao is going to get shady. He's getting a bit of overzealous, trying to end this round. 30 seconds left on the clock. Rambo going to get another one, as well as Dola. Eagles, the only one left alive for the squad. And for a sniper, this is next to impossible to try and gain some control. Dola is the first one down, but he doesn't have any bullets left for the second guy. And there we go, Wolf Empire, a bit of fighting back here.
It's a bit of a disappointing round, actually, in the end for Imperial, isn't it? Like, Rambo was 1 HP. I feel like they should have recognized that and just swarmed the site as soon as they got that kill onto Lucas, but got held up for whatever reason, and that informed rotate came across from Wolf Empire. Also, the fact that the C4 was like the entry player for Imperial ends up more or less meaning they have to commit to that site. When, if they would go 1 for 1 there, have the C4 in control, still they might actually elect to back out instead. They don't really have that option. So a lot of things going wrong in that round for Imperial.
Yeah. I was actually looking at the time. I was like, really? It's only 10:58? It's been a pretty fast-paced game.
You're trolling.
Yeah. I thought it's been like 45 minutes. But it seems like every time Brazil comes on the screen, it's the game speeds up by a lot. And I think they're really just trying to see if they can catch Wolf Empire mid-setup here on the site. But it seems like they're ready and roaring to go. Rambo going to flash. Or that's actually a nade going into the bench side. Oh, but Sadie already from behind, and he's going to try to go aggressive here. 2 players in towards the long side, trying to go into mini terrace. Nades are going to go through towards boxes, and Imperial having a hard time, and here comes the sandwich upon me from the side of Wolf Empire. And Lucas, can he hit the shot? 7-7 once again, trying to produce a miracle, but it's not going to happen. Wolf Empire are back in this game.
Yeah, they've really salvaged that first half. Off of that tack timeout. Big recovery, which seems to be the modus operandi of the Vietnamese teams today. They are sort of giving up the leads and then trying to fight their way back in. And yeah, I guess it kind of worked for ranking in the end. See if Wolf Empire can do it as well.
Vietnamese teams and their comebacks, man. It's like a... How would I compare this? It's like a show. Has to take them down. Oh, Rambo! Not the spot to jump into. Honestly, the Animals, both of them are low on HP, and it seems like he gets out alive. Eagles with a bit of help with his captain, and Lucas is going to realize that there's not much action happening in mid, so they can try to file on back, but Eagles is already backed up all the way. That's a rough start. Rambo already gone. I think it's still winnable for the side of Wolf Empire as long as one of the players on the side of Imperial makes a mistake. But, I mean...
I don't know, man.
Defense, man. I mean, I don't think it's happening.
This push from 7-7 is going to be a big one. Eagles in the cutout will get the freebie.
Why would you shoot Shady?
Just for fun, I guess.
Yeah.
Ends up actually being a really decisive looking round from Imperial. They've cleaned it up so nicely.
Yeah, and the Animals, he does love that GR side more than anything here. The way he sets up, the way he directs his team. Hey, push this, push that. Let's stay here. Let's stay there. Man, he's an artist with these setups that he's going on right now. And Imperial, this is what's tough about, I'm kind of like a broken record here. This is tough about going up against the Animals because he has so many defaults in his brain that it's kind of hard to predict what the defense is going to look like at the start of a round. It could be GDSC pushing out in towards long. It could be someone going aggressive. But Wolf Empire, they're just going to have to guess right at least 2 more times to get back into this game. But so far, it has been a rough time for them on the BL side. But a little bit too soon to speak. It is still a 2-point deficit between these two teams. There's 3 people on the A side. I think they're ready for this.
Util coverage is pretty good though from Wolf Empire. The flashes landing nicely, but flashes are good, shots are better. Ryu's out, GDSC, they continue to just lock it in for Imperial. This GR side has been near perfect so far. Another great start to a half for Imperial. And we're going to get a
technical
tech pause.
Yeah. The Animals trying his darndest not to stand up from the seat. No, never mind. Oh, yeah. There we go. A little bit of a tech pause. Seems like someone was pointing at one of the players on their monitors. So I think that's GDSC having a bit of trouble here.
Or Eagles. I think it might be Eagles. Oh.
Could be 7-7 actually. Having a bit of trouble here. There you go. Technical pause.
Yeah. Who knows? Could be anybody really. Chance to have a drink. Coach not allowed to talk during the technical pause.
Yep. I just realized I haven't drank water the entire time that was casting.
That's bad news.
I was wondering why. I was like, why am I thirsty all of a sudden?
Why am I thirsty? Maybe I haven't drunk water.
That is
Man,
true.
you are an everyday genius, honestly.
That's what they call me.
Modern day philosopher. If I no drink, therefore I am thirsty.
There we go. I think the marshals are trying to figure it out at the moment. I like that every time that there's a tech pause, there's like 5 marshals that come out of the background.
Yep. Maybe each one of them has their area of expertise. There's the keyboard expert, the headset expert, monitor expert, game expert, mouse expert,
audio expert.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I've seen the prac rooms, man. They got everything installed already in these PCs, all the software that you need to have for the DPIs and whatever color RGB you want for your
this
keyboard.
and that, yeah.
So they're pretty much sorted. So I think
Must have been a bit easier back in the day when everyone used like a wired mouse and there wasn't that many different versions.
Yeah. It's kind of the super light meta right now in China.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I got a CrossFire branded mouse one year.
Oh,
it was
the good old IntelliMouse.
Yeah, the IntelliMouse, like a long time ago. Speaking of long, that's the Vietnamese casters.
Really?
I'm not even capping. There's like 3 of them called Long.
Oh yeah, there's like 2 dudes named Barry in there.
Yeah. Anyway, we're back in the game. Nice and quick. Love that.
Yep. The 5 marshals coming in clutch, and it seems like they found the right marshal to resolve it quickly.
Yeah, Wolf Empire going to give it another crack over toward A.
I've noticed that Imperial kind of has this concept of their defense where it's like one part doesn't really move at all. And the other part is like, all right, let's move around. Let's see what's going on. Let's see what we can spot. No one taking tunnels B, so this could be a bit troubling for the side of Imperial. But you know, Eagles has it under control for now. And that's a really good position to take as well. If you can just get a 1 kill and it's a one and done position, that's a 5v4. And as soon as any presence is made in the B side, you already know that the other members on the A side are going to start moving either aggressively or just around the spawn side.
No harm, no foul just yet from Wolf Empire. 7-7, he's been a real menace. And again, just such a clean shot.
How is he alive?
Gets out with his life. It's a good question. There was a shooting gallery on the other side.
What? What do you mean there's 3 dudes staring at him and he just gets out with 43 HP of all things? I would have expected him to be barely breathing, but he's got some wiggle room.
Yep. GDSC's pushed up aggressively on the A site as well, and he's not seeing too much, so you can kind of gamble stack toward B here if you're Imperial, and that would be a pretty well-informed decision.
Oh, they're going second mid. I thought they were going in tunnels, actually. The Animals are here. Got a bit of damage before the smoke actually fully bloomed, and the Animals is going to get Lucas caught looking at the wrong direction, and Ice Cube having to fight 4 dudes at the same time. And 8-4. My man, the Animals is hyped.
Yep. Pumping up.
He's got that high fist bump.
In that true Brazilian fashion.
He's like, yeah.
Let's go.
Man, if the Animals wasn't a CrossFire player, he would be a professional hype man, honestly.
Yeah, maybe.
I think he has like the best huddles, man. He's probably like, today we are warriors. And now we have to slay the enemy right in front of us. So show what you are made of. Or something like that.
This is pretty quick through the map from Ice Cube. But maybe Wolf Empire recognizing the fact that Imperial don't show a lot of presence in middle.
Mm-hmm. They're kind of calling their bluff.
Yeah.
Still plenty of time on the clock, though. This is a pretty fast-paced push for a Wolf Empire team. And 7-7, though, the man who just refuses to die. Oh, he might die this time. Maybe. He has to watch 2 angles at the same time. Timing. Is he going to turn around? Yes, he will. Dola's going to catch him. Eagles is still inside of the site. But Wolf Empire has options now. They can go back into respawn, go back into the A site. But Imperial, they're quick on their feet, but they are not rotating just yet. They're scared that there's anyone who entered into the spawn site. Eagle's still alive. He can still get a kill, but apparently not.
No, that was such a difficult position for him to be playing as the sniper as well. Once you collapsed upon, nothing really going right this round. Imperial, yeah, a few missed shots. And, you know, it just snowballs from there, so...
Yep, that's a mini timeout.
Fair enough. Ryuzawa will, as you say, just keep himself alive, and Imperial can use this as an opportunity to have a chat.
Yeah, it's our version of a save. Is that the thing as well in Brazil? You have to raise 1 sleeve up. At least one player has to have 1 sleeve up on their mouse arm.
Yep. Show off the gains.
It's him and, I think it's him and AKT, or Action, who does it.
Well, do you know, you used to see Feifei, I remember in particular, had that headset placement that was like, he had the headset behind his head.
Back in APAC, yeah.
Yeah, like a cap, like if he was like holding a cap, like wearing a cap backwards almost, but it's a headset. Never really quite understood that.
I do see it. He's trying to avoid the headset hair, or the dent, the good old dent. We've already seen a certain bald man with his dent, and he's been wearing a headset for the longest time.
Yep. It's a lost cause for me as well. I think I've got one.
Yeah. I'm still trying to save mine, but the only time I wear a headset is when I'm casting. Like a full-on actual headset. When I'm back at home, I got my earphones.
Right.
So I'm not that cooked just yet.
Yet.
Maybe in the future when I just stop caring. But Eagles... It'll come. The premonition. Alright, bit of a flash. I think this is just a fake.
Does seem to be that way. It hasn't really drawn an over rotation though from Imperial. Eagles is going to come across to reinforce the B site. Still got 2 players well committed to sorry, to reinforce the A site, you've got still a couple of players reinforcing the B site as well. Wolf Empire haven't actually committed to the A push just yet, but it does look like they're going to be headed in that direction.
Ooh, a little feint on the A side, and then they actually take it. I like that. Oh, but GDSE is investigating, man. Oh, they're trying to make him peek. Ugh, 7-7 does it again. It's a headshot. Ice Cube already gone. GDSE almost gets 2, but Lucas gets another kill on the board, as well as Rambo. Eagles gets taken down by Dola. Very nice shots from the side of Wolf Empire so far, but 7-7 in the Animals are still alive, and knowing these two, they can definitely turn the tides in a very quick fashion. Dola and Lucas decided to stay on the bottom side. He's going to be the insurance policy for the top 8 players.
Yeah, 7-7 especially is the danger man at the moment for Wolf Empire. The Animals wrapping around behind. Will have to pick his timing a little better. It's going to be almost impossible for him to find a favorable duel. I want to see 7-7 take the opening account, but somehow Danimals gets in and sort of avoids that crossfire. Time still a bit of a factor here. Round the corner, another one. Unbelievable that they make that retake happen so cleanly. That is Imperial getting to map point.
What a clear by the Animals. After that first clear, he just stepped back. I feel like he knows that there's going to be another player on the right side, but the other player was unfortunately busy looking at vents, because that is also an option to get into the site. And Imperial, once again, the Brazilians, the Animals magic starting to work its way into Ankara. And Wolf Empire, a team that we expected to be strong on this map. This is their map pick. And Imperial is just absolutely dismantling their offense.
Too many mishaps for Wolf Empire. It's a bit of a disappointing showing so far. And Ankara, their map pick as well, going so swiftly the way of Imperial raises some pretty big concerns.
Yeah, it's the exact same thing. I mean, it's the exact same setup. Why not? If it works, why not do it again? I mean, it's a pretty solid default, not gonna lie. It's just a standard 2-1-2. And Eagles is playing more passively this time. He's just watching the cross from high mid and second mid at the same time. So it's pretty passive position. And Wolf Empire, I think they're trying to lead Wolf Empire into like a bear trap here. Oh, that is second mid. That's the smoke for second mid. That's the second smoke spent already on the A site. So Imperial a bit short on smokes, but they still have a lot of flashes actually. They still have all 5.
Got a lot of map control as well. 7-7 pushing out of B. Might be a little bit preemptive, but depending on his timing into middle, he might actually catch that rotator coming back if Rambo decides he wants to go back on through. This is a wild, wild round. A lot of it comes down to the timing of 7-7, who is trying to get in behind Wolf Empire. Danimals ducking in on the site, trying to hold for as long as he possibly can, but 7-7 is in behind. There's screams of panic from the Wolf Empire side I can hear as they recognize there's a player behind them, but they are managing to trade down effectively. Eagle somehow hasn't got that kill. 7-7 nor him. And there's 3 extremely low HP players here for Wolf Empire. There's a sliver in it for those guys, but Imperial might not quite have their win just yet.
Eagles just look for a rifle.
He's been spotted.
Yep, that's one. I mean, 2 players low on HP, and Eagles definitely got big knows about Rambo.
What?
That's 2. Ice Cube, Sniper, V Sniper setup.
They know he's low. Pistols out. Eagles is hunting for him. You've got to move quickly now. Taps on the defuse. Ice Cube knows that there's no one on it. And Eagles is going to lose the round based on the timer. Is he? Surely yes, is the answer. In the end, he hasn't quite got there in time. And it was a good effort, but Imperial will still have to wait.
Yeah, that's smart by Ice Cube, honestly. After the second shot, he's just like, all right, I'm going to stay put because I know the C4 is about to explode. But that's a bit too close for comfort here for the side of Wolf Empire. Your entire map is on the line between a 1v1. And Ice Cube half melted in that situation. And Wolf Empire, they still hang on. And it's a familiar sight, not going to lie. 69 score line. Someone's winning. And Vietnam is trying to go for a comeback. But Imperial is going to try to do something different. No, it's the exact same. It's actually the Animals holding the spawn side this time, and Eagles is going to try to go a bit aggressive and try to gain some mid control with that Tunnels B peak.
When does this come to an end for Wolf Empire? Or can they do something reminiscent of ranking on sub base?
Yep.
3 rounds in a row. That's what they needed on sub base. That's what Wolf Empire needs here.
Need to find a way to kill 7-7 at the start of the round, but this man is like 500 HP.
Get him out of the picture. 500 HP and he's shooting 2 guns at once.
That's true. Oh, he's just doing a little cheeky peek here.
Yeah. Pixel gap.
I'd like that he used his mouse hand to wipe, just in case. He has to move. There it is. All right, they take hotel control, but at least Imperial, I mean, they're just stopping a very quick push into the B site. And 7-7 is going to peek this one, 100%. He's going to try to check it.
Could be a mistake. Ice Cube on the other side of it doesn't usually miss shots like that.
He's a madman for holding it like that. Oh my god.
I think it works if you have GDSC, especially behind him. Ready to trade. I mean, it's a one-and-done position from 7-7, but he gets his one, and GDSC in the corner. Eagles as well on this line. It's a great setup for Imperial. This might just be it. This might seal the deal for map 1. It certainly will. That crossfire is too hard to break. Wolf Empire have walked into the trap. The Wolves won't get away with this one. Imperial will lock it in.
What a game from the side of Imperial. They just outbrained Wolf Empire. And that entire Ankara map, the setups were better. The calls were better for the side of Imperial. And look at the Wolf Empire squad. They are stunned in place. They're surprised. But at the same time, they are familiar with this foe. They are familiar with the animals and what he is capable of. Every time, every single time I get to cast the animals and this team, they just impress me time and time again. And there it is, Wolf Empire having to reconvene. But Imperial proving why CFBL is one of the strongest regions in this tournament. Granted that Vasco did kind of drop a game against 3BL earlier, but when it comes to international play, this team really does some damage.
Well, I mean, yeah, I can pick up on that storyline, but it's not locked in yet. You know, that's only map 1, so let's get too far ahead of ourselves just yet. Still got Mexico to come, which that is a bit of a curveball. So I actually wonder how that's going to be feeling for Wolf Empire in particular. But we'll get into that conversation in just a little bit. We'll focus back on Ankara there. In the end, it felt like a pretty convincing victory, I have to say, actually, for Imperial. There was a couple of good rounds in there for Wolf Empire, but at no point did it feel like Wolf Empire was in control of that game. From round 1 of the first half, it was Imperial that looked like they were the better team. Then they go even into that second half. They start the second half well as well. And just keeps on sort of adding up. And Imperial, individuals popping off. 7-7 had a great game. Eagles was doing pretty well with the Orm in hand. Danimals had some good clutches. I felt like everyone actually really had some kind of an input into that game for Imperial, and that's a really good sign.
And this is especially disappointing for Wolf Empire, who had 17 games of Ankara back in CFBL, and compared to what we saw from Imperial, who only had, let's say, I think that's 8. Yeah, they only had 8 games in this map, but still, I mean, just like how I said it, the Animals directing his team at the right direction, 7-7, just refusing to die in the hotel side. And yeah, everything just fell into place for the side of Imperial here. I was expecting more of a close game, but I mean, just like how I said it, Imperial just outbrained Wolf Empire in that map.
Yeah, lots to think about for Wolf Empire. They don't have a huge amount of time. Like, it's not a massive break in between game 1 and game 2. And obviously they're having to deal with the sort of curveball of Mexico getting thrown in here as well. I'd say there's a lot they're having to chat about. They, interestingly, aren't all in the same spot right now. I'm just having a quick look at...
Are they huddling again?
No, I'm talking about Wolf Empire there. There's 2 of them still on the stage, and the coach.
They're trying to warm up the lineup.
So, you know, it might be a couple of players that need to go bathroom and do whatever, but that really doesn't leave you with a huge amount of time to sort of prep for this second map. You want to hope that, I guess, you've done that hard work in the lead up to the event. and it's more of a refresher required right now rather than a full-on chat, but I don't know, were they expecting Mexico to be the pick here from Imperial?
And especially comparing the style of Mexico that is played in CFBL compared to CFBL. I think CFBL really does have the handle of the map, especially half of the map is just pure execute, and yeah, when it comes to executes, obviously Imperial has got to have a better time in this Ankara map, you know, being 7-3 in the CFBL region, and I think this kind of bites back the side of Wolf Empire being undefeated in the CFBL side, because when you don't know defeat, like how do you know how to recover from this?
Just have a look at the numbers here being put up by Imperial. You've got 4 players above 1.0 KD. A couple of them sort of pulling out the sort of star player-esque numbers as well of GDSC and 7-7 there. And for Wolf Empire, it was like maybe a 2-man show. Rambo and Ice Cube, as they do tend to be, were the more consistent performers for Wolf Empire. But everyone else goes a little bit missing. You do sort of sometimes get that. I remember this was from Cutter House as well. You know, the win con for that team did feel like maybe plus 1 player coming online beyond someone like a Rambo and maybe a Shady. Yeah. We were looking at like a Dollar or a Lucas that weren't always that consistent force. And when they played well, which happened reasonably regularly, it did have to be said, that team could actually perform. But when they go missing, like they go missing in a big way. And that's very much what we saw there on Ankara, and hopefully not what we're going to get on Mexico. But yeah, Imperial's looking like a real difficult team to knock over tonight. So
yeah, I mean, that's the reason why Ice Cube left, right? In ranking esports, he's kind of tired of carrying the team most of the time in that old roster, and now he's kind of getting a bit of deja vu here in Wolf Empire with 3 of the players not really performing that well. I think with the exception of Rambo, he had a great time in this map. 2 of the snipers actually for the side of Wolf Empire kind of carrying the blunt of the load here, but I mean, they gotta have a better game, especially in this next one. If you can't have a good game, then the hopes for Wolf Empire getting that 2nd seed gets thinner and thinner.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, it would be a great first showing from Imperial if they came out the gates and 2-0'd Wolf Empire to start their campaign at the Summer Championship this evening. And look, there's the extra incentive of it being pretty late at night now as well. I'm sure that they'd like to get to bed.
Yep.
Think about their matches tomorrow.
I would say except Shady, because not gonna lie, I'm gonna admit this on stream. I watch Shady stream at like 2 in the morning on TikTok. So he's definitely a man that is familiar with playing into the AM. But at the same time, man, Imperial are wide awake. I mean, who wouldn't be wide awake after a battle cry just like that? And this is actually gonna ring the attention of the other teams in the group that, oh, Imperial is here. They are here to play.
Yeah.
So 2nd place in this group gets a lot more interesting, and especially you already have teams like Pacific Macta who already had the loss prior to Baisha Gaming, but still have yet to fight against the other teams. LCK, who's currently 0-2, but still they do have a fair shot of getting back into this game. But yeah, there's still a lot of factors to consider here, but I'm not saying the thing is over.
Here's another factor that I want you to consider. First game tomorrow, Imperial plays Baisha. Okay, so that's not only your hardest game of the group, but you're also doing the last game of the night tonight into the first game tomorrow. Now, it's not super early. It's 2 p.m. local time. It's not like crazy early. But if I'm Imperial, I want as much time as I can have to get ready for Baisha tomorrow.
They go straight back to the hotel, I can already tell.
They got to go straight back. They got to be hitting the books this evening, probably before bed, and maybe tomorrow morning when they wake up. But you definitely want to be locking in these 2-0 so that you just have that extra hour, you know, hour and a half, whatever it may end up being. Just get that extra little bit of time. That hour makes a big difference at this time of night. Like, that can be the difference between getting back to the hotel at what time is it now? It's 11:30, so, you know, you'd probably be leaving for the hotel at 12 o'clock. You get back by 12:30, let's say. Or maybe you don't get back till 1:30. And 12:30 versus 1:30, that's a big discrepancy, I would say, especially when you got the first game tomorrow morning, so, or tomorrow afternoon, I guess. But that's in the hands of Imperial at this point, right? If they can come together and play the way that they did in that first map, then I reckon they knock this one over pretty comfortably. But stranger things have happened, and today's been a pretty long one. We've had some big second maps. The OTs in the second maps have, I guess, been the talk of the day. So did we get a 4th second map overtime here in our 4th game of the day.
That is true. I think they're going to be heavily relying on the preparation that they did right before they did fly all the way here from Brazil. So hopefully they are fully prepared. I think Baisha probably has a target on their back, considering Imperial, they want some revenge after last year. So yeah, it's going to be interesting to see if Imperial can do it this time. And if they do, then once again, the CrossFire Summer Championship gets a lot more interesting.
Yeah, indeed. So just getting everything setting up on the stage, I suppose. Again, very close to ranking on our side of the stage. We can see they look pretty ready to go. So the hold-up might just be on the side of Imperial. But shouldn't be too long before jumping into that next game.
Everyone's already sitting down, so I think it is pretty much okay on their side. So yeah, we have been notified that it is going to be ready very, very soon. You can already hear the screams, and that means we are going to start very, very soon. Mexico, with the first Mexico of the tournament, actually. And going to be interesting to see. You know, you and I are not the biggest fan of this map, but let's see what we can do. Oh my god. I forgot how small the mini-map is. I forgot how small the map is here even. So, let's see what is about to happen. Mid is about to be controlled by Dodo right in front. Nate is going to go through. He's fully blinded. Pulls out the splash at the wrongest time. There is that corner player still not dead. Lucas, great kill from him so far, but the other players from the A side are finding the response. And there we go. Mexico ends rounds as quick as that.
Well, let's just put the little caveat in here early on in the piece that this is an extremely GR-sided map.
Yeah. I mean, you get like 2 rounds and you're pretty much happy on BL here. If you get more, then yeah, your chances get higher if you are on the side of Imperial. They're just going to keep the pace going. I mean, going to make their presence known in towards the mid side. And now they're going to stop and investigate. What can we do to gain some early damage onto some of these players? There's a lot of lineups on this map where you can get some early damage, but it kind of goes both ways. As you can see, GDSE is on already happy to be.
Yeah, I mean, fairly standard stuff to kick things off in this round as well. The smoke in mid will be refreshed over and over again for Wolf Empire. Doesn't seem like Imperial are too concerned about mid this time around. They're going to go through the alley into A. And lots of youths are getting tossed out. Flash coverage looking not too bad. Where's the entry though? They have gone completely missing. Imperial struggling to get their way in until it's time for them to strike 3 in quick succession, make it 5.
See what Ryuzao did there? He was just the one man that was distracting the entire mid defense. He just like tossed one flash and just fire off random shots from that side, and the rest of them just... as soon as Ice Cube probably looked up, he was like, oh, there's 2 flashes flying over me. And I'm like, oh, there's 3 people in front of me all of a sudden. And if you are a brave man, Dola, for putting out the AK in this map, you're going to have to go the M4 because there's too many boxes that you have to wall bang here. 2 AKs for the side of it. Oh. There we go.
Okay, good trade in from 7-7, but he himself will fall to a trade as well. That fast mid attempt from Imperial, first round and third round of the game. Neither time has it worked. I would say it's probably going to get shelved now for the rest of the half.
Yeah, they're probably going to go back to their slow setup, especially probably if you go into a fast mid control. The hardest one to clear is probably Lucas's position all the way up in mid, or all the way up in the back of mid. And there is a flash lineup, but you're going to be all the way in spawn, so you cannot really help your teammates. With GDSE, that's a nice shot. Taking out one of the players here, but Ice Cube, he is just going to end the attempt of Ryuzao here. GDSE, the only one left alive. I mean, he did pretty well in that last game, so a clutch is not out of the question.
Still full HP as well, so he's got enough to play with. He's going to go and have a look for the C4 first. Minute on the clock, it's workable.
He has an AK though, it's not the best weapon for this.
Well, got to make do with what you've got. And in fact, doesn't actually end up taking the C4 with him. So, if anything...
Scared to make a sound.
He's going to have to go back and grab it at some point. Hefty setup on the A side of the map. Potential world where, maybe if he's able to cross through mid, he can being a player to be. Decides to go Ali instead, and well, you're going to walk into the full stack of 3 players here. That's unlikely to pay off.
Yeah, you have to fight slowly here. Yeah, Ice Cube just ends it right then and there. 2-1. Wolf Empire gets another round on the board. Quick response against the Imperial round in towards Ali. Bit of a risky defense, though. I mean, if he goes underground here on Mexico and he just slides into the B site, the chances of him getting that touch is higher, but I think that's a good risk by Wolf Empire. I mean, they get a 3v1 retake. It doesn't really matter. There we go, you're right. They're taking it slow.
Slower approach. I think that's a better way of doing things on this map anyway. It's just a lot of util that gets tossed early on in the round, and it's going to be so disorienting coming out of that smoke into mid. You've got so many angles to check.
Just got to hope for the best.
Back to the A split, maybe even with Heroes out coming in through mid-late. Eagles is set up on the line. I don't know that he's been spotted out there, actually. Now someone's seen him.
Yep. I can hear Shady from here.
Swing in from Dola is a ballsy one. Eagles missing that shot. Sets himself up again for another crack at it, but unsuccessful. Surprised that nobody goes down there on either side. So Imperial going to go back to plan B. And is that actually going to be toward B?
Could be, but...
To be or not to be?
Hey, Ice Cube. That's a pretty tough clear, honestly. And they're just going to smoke A. All right, they're going to smoke mid. I don't like that Wolf Empire started to just not commit mid, because that's one of the more important spots in this map, but this is only step 1 of getting the site here in Mexico.
Yeah, but it does go a long way in splitting the map in half. This gives you plenty of options as Imperial. Nice alley re-aggression, though, from Dola. I do appreciate that. They're still kind of up to some tricks on this GR side. Flash has gone over the top. 28 seconds left here. Imperial have to make a decision. They're going to have to do it quickly. It looks like they want to go B. 7-7 has gotten that kill onto the alley player, though, and that will change their minds. They've gone straight into A, and Eagles clears out the site. One player drops on the cross, but that's all good in the hood. Imperial have the plant. And you'd argue they probably have the round here as well. 4-on-2. I don't know how that retake's going to work out for Wolf Empire.
Yeah, and all of a sudden the map is flipped. So now it is in the advantage of Imperial. Rambo, is he going to check the side? No, Muzao is going to give him the angle instead. So at least they do know that there's one player coming in from Ali. The Animal is getting dinked. And Lucas, can you find yourself getting into the side? But that entrance, you just exposed to every single player inside. And there we go. Imperial keeping it close on Mexico, which is not supposed to happen. For Wolf Empire, they're going to need to, I don't know, bolster their defense better, because if this is an equal, if this is a back and forth game, this is a pretty bad half by Wolf Empire, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, 2 rounds apiece at the moment. That's pretty happy days for Imperial. If they can go further, if they can go 3-4.
I mean, if they lose the rest of the half, it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
They already have 2.
You're still looking pretty solid. And something a little bit different this time from Imperial. They're going to go for that sewer push straight up into the breach of Wolf Empire, and it's worked out. 7-7. He is unstoppable in this matchup at the moment. Dola will fall at the hands of Eagles, who's down to a rifle for this round. Fair enough, it's not exactly an Orm-centric map, especially on the BL side, but Imperial are ripping Wolf Empire apart at the moment.
I like it, though. When they're taking the B site, you know, Eagles just switches back to the M4. More of a rifle kind of situation. Ice Cube already caught in the back of sight, and that wooden box isn't going to save you because there's 2 M4s shooting at you at the same time. And there we go. Just like that, Eagles has an AWM immediately. And Rambo, as much as he is a good player, this is next to impossible to retake. Eagles is staring at the entrance. GDSC is in another angle. Yeah, he doesn't miss.
Big round. Any round on the BL side is a big round, it has to be said.
Yeah, it goes from bad to worse. This is not it for the side of Wolf Empire. I mean, 3-2. Getting a lead in BL is impressive enough, honestly, especially this early. So Wolf Empire needs to regain control very quickly in this game. In Imperial, they're gonna go back into the mid side, going into A, and Eagles is just like, all right, I'm just not gonna snipe anymore, despite it getting us a win in that last round. That 5 rifles is gonna pose more of a threat in this defense. Rambo, Nade is gonna go a bit far, but here comes the rest of the squad. Rambo deciding to hide on towards the side. 7-7 gets another headshot somehow, some way, and Ryu's out catching the flank player as well. GDSC! Oh my word, they just deleted Wolf Empire off the map.
The wheels are falling off for Wolf Empire at the moment. This is going to be a 4th for Imperial unless Ice Cube does something pretty special. He doesn't really have the HP to work with.
Oh, now I know why they picked Mexico. Reason of the man on screen to neutralize Ice Cube, to limit how much he can do in this map.
Fair.
The animals, he might be a genius. But man, this is a sad sight to see if you are a Wolf Empire fan. Imperial already on 4 at most. You can hope for a 5-4 in this game, but getting this much rounds on BL side doesn't really bring any hope for the side of Wolf Empire. Dola trying to double jump on the block, but it's not going to work out. The animals just going on in, and the alley is going to be fought this time. I like that kind of style from the side of Wolf Empire. Ryu's out, the only one left alive, and not much hope in this round, but still, big mountain to climb from the side of Wolf Empire here.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, the job only really begins in the second half, doesn't it? Like, you kind of have to clear out the rest of this half. And even then, it's still not going to be a particularly impressive first half from Wolf Empire. It's when the side switches that they're going to have to do the majority of their work, even if they get to 5.
Especially with how DR went in that last game.
Yeah,
Ugh.
yeah.
This is...
One more would be the real cherry on the top for Imperial, wouldn't it? Rambo's going to get aggressive.
I like it though. I mean, they're now investigating in the map. Mexico is a very random map, let's just say. So stuff like this can happen a lot, especially when teams get desperate on this GR side. But I think they're just trying to deny the alleyway, and maybe they can just shift focus in towards mid instead, and the mid players can just actually focus on mid. They don't have to worry about the climb up on alley. Oh.
Oh, you don't expect 2 here. Flash around the corner, though, is a great one. It doesn't quite work out, though, for Danimals. He's not been clean enough with his shots. And I don't know if he spotted the extra player set up there. 7-7. Seemed prepared, though. The comms were in. 1 for 2. Not exactly what Imperial were looking for, and so this round is starting to slip away from them.
Yeah, I think the more slow-paced round is where Wolf Empire can do a bit of work here. Bit of a mid control, bit of alley control. Granted, could have been played a lot better, but still, you don't have to really play perfect on this GR side of Mexico. All you have to do is get those kills. 4-4. And yeah, Wolf Empire, I think they're 1 round away from doing an actual job here in the Mexico map. And I think Imperial, as much as it does suck for them to lose that round, I think they're pretty much happy at this point. But, just like you said, the cherry on top would be them getting 5, but Wolf Empire is going to try to go for that 5 as well. And I think what I kind of predict that Wolf Empire is going to play the slowest CrossFire that we are going to see this entire tournament, just to set up here on Mexico.
Speaking of slow, name of the game for Imperial in the final round of the half. And they know how big and influential a 5th could be, not just in terms of making their life easier, but mentally as well. Wolf Empire losing 5 on the GR side of the map. It's looking a real possibility now, and it's not a good place to be.
Yeah, and they can just back off now. This is their map now to play. And the most aggressive player on towards the side of Wolf Empire is going to be Rambo, who is actually going to start to peek in towards mid-side. And if he can catch GDSC just right by him with the AK-47. A tap to the head and all the hope that Wolf Empire of getting a lead in this half. is dashed, but Ice Cube is going to try to see if he can salvage this round, but B-side, yep, you already know GDSC is already gunning for that B-side. Rambo going to get another kill on the board, but GDSC is going to secure it. Ice Cube, they already know where he's going to come from.
A little bit scared about those 1v1s being taken by Imperial, but it's all good. Job's done. 5 on the GR side. Maps there for the taking for Imperial. 2-0 is definitely on offer. And if Wolf Empire want to win this series, it is going to be a huge uphill battle.
Yeah, facing a familiar foe, but kind of the exact same as that last fight that they did have. Let us see, nades are going to start to fly in mid, and Imperial is going to be a lot more aggressive with their mid control. And the Animals is actually just going to play at the edge of entrance to try and see if he can catch any player who's trying to maybe gain an angle, especially Ice Cube. If you go on top of that box, I mean, if the Animals knows his pre-fires, he can definitely pre-fire him off of it. Well, surprisingly, the Animals is actually not fragging that hard in Mexico. 2-7, but
hasn't needed to.
Rest of the team is doing his work.
Yeah. Eagles, rifle superstar apparently on the BL side. Do you have the Orm in hand for Ice Cube on this BL side?
I don't like it.
No. Tough to make work. Not impossible. To be fair, Ice Cube's one of the more flamboyant snipers that we do get to see in the world of CrossFire, so
yeah,
if anyone's going to be able to make it work, it should be him.
It's like the polar opposite of first. Yeah, but they're just melting their time. I did say in that last half that Wolf Empire is going to try to play this as slow as possible. Going to try to play a bit of mind games here, and it's actually going to spread out the defense a bit for the side of Imperial, but look at that A defense, double alley, and someone in forklift.
Yeah, this ends up being an A hit from Wolf Empire. It's not going to go well, especially if it's late in the round, which it looks like it will be. You know, 30, 20 seconds left on the clock. All it takes is the C4 carrier to drop, and that might just be the round done. Eagles watching the mid-cross. Pretty safe line for him to be on. And well, maybe not if he jumps.
Yeah, I think he forgot to press A. Forgot to strafe in that. That sucks, but still, something.
Did get the 1-for-1, but it's going to have to actually pull the rotator across to beat Animals, though. Finds a perfect timing to drop down behind one, and it's getting a little bit chaotic here for Wolf Empire. Trying to get the plant on A. They haven't got alley control. Ice Cube bouncing around the place. Bomb's gone down. 3v2 on the retake, but Wolf Empire don't have great post plants. They're both stuck in the back of the site, and Imperial will be aware of that.
No one has nades. Oh, there you go. 7-7 with the first. Yeah, Canadian's going to get absolutely bust up. Oh, yeah, and there we go. The 500 HP coming in clutch.
Bit too close for comfort for Imperial, but a round's a round.
Yep.
And it's a good start to the half.
I like that they just gave the A site because they know that the Animals has control on alley. And I don't think they want to peek door that early because, you know, both of them have M4s. That's a wall bang galore.
They know that if they give that site and he doesn't spot anyone actually crossing back off of the site, that it's really quite an isolated position for those last two GR players to be in. You don't have to focus on multiple different angles. So he just spots the angle, sets it up nicely for Imperial, and 6-4 is the lead now.
Yeah, especially catching Rambo, man. That guy has been a problem for some of the other teams here, but Imperial has been catching him again and again in this map. Ice Cube's trying to let off some wild shots. Maybe a stray bullet is going to hit one of the players, but not for now. Oh, they're going to try to go sewers.
Yeah.
Eagles is here.
It's a pretty tough angle to push. Might be the triple swing. Oh, that's going to work out if Ice Cube wins a duel like that.
Yeah, but I think Ryuza heard them actually backing off here in sewers, so I think he knows that it's not much of a commit on the B side.
No. It's going to be a flash forward for 7-7 to try to clear it out. Could end up being false information in the end. The sewer position is still being held. Rambo up above 7-7. He's dropped the C4. That's bad news.
He hits that?
Recollected though by Dola. By the looks of things, he'll be able to clear this out and grab that C4. So won't actually cost Wolf Empire a huge amount of time.
Yeah, Dola's just making sure that Ali is secure at this point, fully knowing Imperial's intentions. Someone could be just right behind them, just looking for a really great angle to play, but there we go. Just a little switch up the guns. This is a good crossfire in the mid. Wolf Empire's gonna have it.
Yeah, especially if GDSC starts well. Ryu Zhao is able to have a little bit of trigger discipline there and set things up so nicely.
Oh my God.
Well held. Imperial, another one, and they step further and further forward, leaving Wolf Empire in the dust.
Yeah, and that is one of the most difficult crossfires to actually dismantle in the entire map pool of Crossfire, that little corner right behind the wooden box, and especially entrance in A, because you're going to have to clear the corner entirely, and there's that little space that you can kind of move into and kind of hide, and makes it really difficult for the BL to try and see if they can clear mid very safely. To be fair, no part of this map is safe.
Not for the BL side. Not for Wolf Empire. Maybe an alley push is going to be the change-up that they go for. Starting to grasp at straws, though, by the looks of things here. Wolf Empire, things are getting toward panic stations, but it's not a heavy A defense right now. If they do push through from alley, GDSC is going to have quite a degree of impact. Eagles, though, still floating around toward that doorway position. 7-7 has come in and committed to the side. It ends up being 3 players on A, but the opener's there for Shady. More than that, in fact, for Ice Cube and Lucas. Eagles is good for 1, but that is just not enough. Imperial have lost control of the site. Ryu Zhao, he's looking for more and he can't find it. Explosive round from Wolf Empire and something that they needed to keep them in this conversation.
One great flash later and they entered the site. Bit of a difficult one to defend, especially the guy inside of the house. Fully blinded. That situation, Eagle's not going to hit the shot, and Wolf Empire buy themselves a bit of time in this map. Finally getting one on the board after a bit of a streak coming in from Imperial. And let us see, Wolf Empire, are you going to be alive in this map? This map can, not going to lie, this could either make or break their chances of getting second place in this group stage. And Imperial knows it. Imperial knows that the pressure is on for the side of Wolf Empire, so are they going to switch it up? Seems like no. They're just going to go back to their good old reliable default. To be fair, it is pretty hard to dismantle. I feel like they were just caught off guard on the A side.
Yeah, I mean, it happens. You're always going to find a round here or there on the BL side, but the thing is going to be whether or not you can do it consistently, and I don't really think that that's the round that you can replicate 4 times now or 5 times now for Wolf Empire if they want to win this map.
Yeah.
Or push it into overtime.
Especially they kind of expect that Wolf Empire is going to go really slow in this map. So, yeah, they're just going to refresh the smoke in mid, just like he said. Trying to see if they can preserve the flashes as much as possible. A bit too early of a smoke here for entrance, actually. Yeah, they're just baiting out as much utility as possible. And I mean, that's one of the biggest problems here in Mexico. I mean, you getting hit by 2 nades at the same time as soon as you go out mid. So that's already good news. They only have like 5 pieces of utility left on the side of Imperial.
Wolf Empire taking their time. Here comes the hit. Smoke into mid. Are there any flashes? Yes, there's a bunch of them getting tossed in. Danimals is going to have to duck his head down and allow Lucas on forward. They've gone out to catch 7-7 in the back. It might be the split onto B, but there's actually a couple of players over there. This could still be a difficult task for Wolf Empire. They're making it happen. Ryu Zhao, big spray. No chance there. It's Eagles, though, that will triple. Triple, he's found 3. He might have just given Danimals a chance into the round. Plant went down pretty quickly. So Danimals doesn't actually have a lot of time to work with here, and he's also got the Orm in hand. I don't know if I like the chances there. Ice Cube has that one locked down.
It's also planted for him, so it's pretty tough. So Imperial is going to be pulling that timeout. 2 rounds in a row on the BL side. Unexpected here from the side of Wolf Empire.
They're not done yet.
Yeah. I mean, to be fair, that was very creative from Lucas. I didn't expect him to just send it into A and then go into doors and catch 7-7 off guard in that sewers position. There we go. Wolf Empire, just like how I said it, they buy themselves a bit of time here on the BL side. Imperial knowing that this is somewhat dangerous. So I think the coach is going to take a bit of a timeout and just try to reconvene what defense could actually work in this one. But the coach is barely talking. It's all the animals at the moment.
Yeah, that's fine. Maybe just stick to the game plan, or is there a change-up warranted now for Imperial? One round where they throw in a bit of aggression on this GR side. Haven't really seen them do anything too wild.
Send it on mid-entrance.
Yeah, I mean, there's options for sure. You can have that alley push, you can have the mid push, sewer. You don't tend to see a push through there all that often, but it is something you could pull out.
Yeah, and I think the changes to the smoke as well has kind of had a unexpected effect, especially here on Mexico, because if it was the old CrossFire and you see a name through the smoke,
right,
kind of just inching towards the door, that man is dead. But now that is not a possibility this time. Now the smokes are actually being used very creatively by the side of both Empire. Just, I think they put down 2 smokes on the A entrance right next to each other, so Lucas can kind of slip by. And that's the creativity that you need to go up against Imperial here.
All right, going to get back into the swing of things in just a second. Imperial wanting to lock in. Wanting to lock in the 2-0, wanting to lock in this next round. Lock in the gameplay as well. Double nade, just in case there was a faster round out there from Wolf Empire to start things off, but not so the case. And so a couple of pieces of util do go missing, wasted.
Interesting that they don't use the little angle, the box angle that you can use near the entrance of B. You can actually double jump it backwards, and you're going to have a little cheeky angle. You can see alley and some parts of mid, but it seems like they're going to go otherwise. They're actually going to somewhat give mid, maybe just do a bit of damage and get back onto the site. You know, play it standard, as they say.
This is not standard though from Imperial. A push on alley. It is being watched by Rambo if they would continue forward.
Is that a boost?
It's a boost.
Wow. I've only seen that now.
It's very rare, isn't it?
Yeah. 600 hours in this game, and I've only seen this for the first time. That's some creativity, but is it going to be enough?
If the push comes to A from Wolf Empire, yeah, maybe it will be. Double stack, high-low is always going to be deadly. Got a boost on the other side as well. This might actually be a wrap back into B, in which case Eagles has to come into play. You've got the double Orm setup as well from Imperial. This is wild.
Yeah, they're just making sure that B is secured from the possible execute by giving this mid side. So 35 seconds left on the clock. Wolf Empire, this one really, really slow. And Eagles is going to make his presence known on the B side. So I think they're going to start to run at him, actually, since they know that the AWM is in B.
To have a second player over there, but don't mind this setup. Danimals spotted one. Got some shots into the back of Lucas, but this is going a little bit of astray for Imperial right now. Ice Cube's already picked up 1 or 2, in fact. That's unreasonable. How is Wolf Empire doing this? Imperial, they don't have attack timeout anymore, and this is going to be a 3rd one in a row for Wolf Empire to equalize at 7-7, and they're doing it on the blacklist side. Imperial thought they might have had this one wrapped up, but now the questions abound as to whether or not a 3rd map is on the cards.
Yeah, and what a turnaround there from Shady. If he couldn't get the kill here on the Animals, the Animals could have easily gotten 2 on the side, and that would have been possible for Imperial to get back into this, but Ryuzao just going to be crouching on the box just in case they need extra time to go and talk, and he's just going to run as fast as he can. 7-7, Wolf Empire takes that bit of creativity to beat this Imperial squad, and as much as I do love to talk about the animals here, Shady doing his fair share of good calling as well in this squad at the moment. So he's making sure that all of the rounds are somewhat complicated, that it is hard for Imperial to figure out what side are they actually going to go on. And I wonder if Imperial is going to allow mid once again. Because if they allow mid, they're going to go through sewers and just run over Eagles if he doesn't hit the shot.
If Imperial don't win this round, I'm starting to get concerned. Maybe I'm already concerned. Wolf Empire are actually looking a little more threatening on this Blacklist side than they were on GR.
It's that Vietnam comeback magic.
I feel like I saw Ranking do this at the Grand Finals last year as well.
Was that against Baisha?
Yeah, I'm trying to find it.
Yeah, I think that's against Baisha, if I can remember correctly. To be fair, facing Baisha against Mexico, and that's really good experience, because that team is a bit too good on that map, that's for sure.
I think it was Ranking versus Cara House.
Oh, there we go. They're a CFVL Classic.
Yeah. Ranking won Mexico 10-7.
All right. Oh, they finally used this angle, man. I've been waiting for this.
I don't know that it's going to come into play in this round, though. It doesn't look like Wolf Empire are too interested. It's going to be a good old-fashioned alley push by the looks of it. I mean, in saying that, you've got 4 players on A. If you're not going to hold A, with 4 players there, basically, it's not going to happen. Eagles, though, is rotating off to B.
Ooh, good face smoke, actually, from the side of Wolf Empire. That's gonna make the side of Imperial think that it might still be a B hit. The Animal's checking it himself. Never mind. He's going to fall down immediately. Sniper not going to hit for the first time. Ryu's out trying to spray and pray. And he's praying that he stays alive. GDSC somehow holding the forklift side. What? And he's still alive! The immortal GDSC and his teammate is still 100 HP. Ice Cube with the sniper. Eagles.
It's impossible.
Exact same weapon, the pre-fire, but it doesn't work out. And Wolf Empire somehow gets the lead again. The Vietnam magic is starting to work on Mexico.
I don't know what to say, man. Wolf Empire are just pulling a rabbit out the hat at the moment, and Imperial, it doesn't seem to matter what they do. They cannot win a round right now. They had 4 players pretty much on that site. One of them rotated off, to be fair, at an inopportune time, but GDSC goes absolutely nuclear from the forklift, and
it's that late smoke.
It still doesn't work out.
It's that late smoke by Shady. He threw it super late in the round, and that made the B-side players actually a little paranoid that they were going to go in that direction. So there's still, yeah, there is 4 people on the A side, but I feel like their brain is like, oh, they might be going B, so we have to be careful about it instead of just focusing on the A side itself. Tension is divided.
Well, change up from Wolf Empire again. It'll be that sewer push. This worked out really well for Ice Cube. Last time he took this challenge, last time he took this peak. This time, neither player connecting. Well, actually, Ice Cube was tagged.
You don't want to re-peak this, Eagles.
No. But similarly, he also doesn't want to give that map control to for free to Wolf Empire, who, you know, they get a lot of options when they take this area of the map. Ryuzao has taken that kill over on A, but this will probably just signal a B push for Wolf Empire, and there's not really much of a defense over there. You do have Ryuzao starting to come across. What a shot! Ice Cube down, but so is Danimals. And now it's on to Ryuzao. He's got a big job to do here. Dole around the corner will fall. Great anchoring work from Ryuzao. Imperial aren't going down without a fight.
I mean, Shady and Lucas, definitely doable, but look at the defense of Imperial. It's starting to move. Shady spotting out Ryuzao. Flash is going to go through. He's going to be fully blinded. They're going to get into the side, but where is the rest of the Imperial squad trying to get some help? Shady going to go down, and there we go. Imperial. It took a while for them to get 8. And finally, they do get it on the board. Ryuzao, the late round king. This happens every time. Ryuzao might not impress you in the first half or the first few rounds, but then when it comes to tense situations like this is where he does his best work.
Ice Cube. Oh, Ice Cube, he's going to drop to Eagles. That's an inopportune moment to be falling and giving the 5v4 up, but Eagles has got more work to do. Is he prepared for the push to come through from Sui? He didn't see any more players. Now, though, he gets that info. He's scrambling away. He's almost chased down, but he gets the rifle out in time. Pistol won't quite do the damage. Dola's actually doubled down, and that is going to be into the B bomb side that they go. Lucas will fall, trying to hold off that rotate, but Dola is going crazy. He's found 3 kills for the round.
Oh, they're looking for Rambo, I think. Rambo is still nowhere to be found. Oh, if they can take out Rambo while he's mid-rotation, coming in from water side here, and that's going to be a 1v2 for Dola. But to be fair, B site in this particular map is so easy to make a 1v2 happen, especially with the gaps in the boxes.
Well, Plant now going down. Rounds working against Imperial at this point.
Still have like 2 flashes in the smoke.
Rambo, cheeky little angle here as well. GDSC going to have to be aware of it. It's a tough angle to clear for sure without being exposed to the site. Dola already the shots coming in, and GDSC will go down. It seems like fate that this round is going to go in the direction of Wolf Empire, and it will. Dola comes up with a 4K at a huge moment and secures at least the overtime for Wolf Empire, and I'm at a loss for words as to how this one has fallen out of the hands of Imperial. They were looking so good, and now they've gone completely missing.
Yeah, and that's what I said. That's the indirect consequence of the new smoke update that we would have on stage. I mean, Mexico was super unplayable for the BL side because of that sole reason. I mean, you can just put your crosshair through the smoke, wait for a name to pop out, and just shoot. But now that's not an option. And Wolf Empire is taking full advantage of that, using their smokes very creatively to cross into very important areas. And what a recovery, though, man. In that last round, Ice Cube lost his life at the beginning of the round, but somehow, some way, they find a way to get into the site. And I'm still surprised that Ice Cube is still holding a sniper. This man refuses to rifle.
Yeah. Well, moment of truth for Imperial. Time to show us that they can really cut the mustard. Otherwise, we'd be walking away from Mexico extremely disappointed in their performance.
Especially Sport in the next map, man. That's a map where Ice Cube is super comfortable on.
Danimals has gone 3-14. You know, where's he gone? He's disappeared from Ankara, having so much impact to barely anything on this map.
I like it, though. He's assigned himself to the most dangerous angle. I mean, if he doesn't get the kill, he gets information for 7-7 here. Try to get the attention away from here.
Overtime curse for map 2. It's been the case for every single game so far today. Maybe I'm reading a little bit too much into it, but it's in the hands of Imperial. Wolf Empire look like they want to default back towards the A side, and honestly, these A hits have really worked out for them. So I don't hate it as a choice. The mid push, though, tough nut to crack with a few players there. Danimals getting flashed out, 7-7, having some success. Danimals as well. And that might just be it. We're into the overtime.
Damn.
Everything that was working for Wolf Empire, A hit, B hit, is what they chose not to do in that round. Instead, they decided to go through mid.
Yeah.
And that was where Imperial were looking solid.
Yeah, I think the Animals was actually 2 steps ahead of Wolf Empire here. Shady was probably thinking, all right, we've already tried A and B, so let's try the good old reliable mid push. And unfortunately, Imperial was ready for that. I think the Animals had a good read in that one. So one well-timed flash later, and we are in overtime. More Mexico.
Well, it's going to be Imperial moving over onto the BL side once again, where they were really quite successful earlier on. Gonna have to pull out that same kind of magic, and so too Wolf Empire. Anybody's guess as to which way this one is going to end up going, but good presence being taken by Imperial already up alley.
Oh, good angle by Lucas here.
Definitely a good setup for Wolf Empire if this ends up being an alley push from Imperial.
Ooh. No flash play just to take out Eagles here. I'm actually surprised they don't need stack Rambo's position. 3 nades. That man is gone. But Imperial is going to reconvene back in base. They're going to smoke for that mid control.
I mean, they're going to get it for free, to be honest. The expense is quite a bit of util, but shouldn't be a player loss, and in the direction of the B side is where they're going to end up going. Ice Cube looking to defend. It's a strong position to play from with an Orm. And he's got the backup as well. Oh dear, it's all gone wrong for Imperial. They just get swept aside. Double digits for Wolf Empire. They're looking a lot stronger in the back half of this game than what Imperial have.
Yeah, 4 rounds in a row. Or not 4 rounds in a row, but 4 rounds. So far, 4-1 for the past 5 rounds here. Toward the side of Wolf Empire. That second win that they do have in this map is finally doing its work. But we've already seen some success from Imperial in this BL side. Flash is going to go through, and they're going to assume someone's going to go for a push. And a really good tuck into the corner by Eagles. They're just avoiding death barely.
Barely. Puts Imperial back a step, though. So they've got to take their time about clearing it out. All the meanwhile, the re-aggression is possible from Wolf Empire, but happy to take a step back in this round and just sit in their sights.
They get the mid control super early in this one. Ice Cube still finding himself in that B site. I'm surprised that Imperial's not big here.
Oh. Bit of damage on the cross for 7-7, but still surviving is the important factor. It looks like it's going to be the option of B once again for Imperial. They're going to look to challenge Ice Cube. He's good for one. He's always good for one, you know. Will be flashed off the line. Now's the time to go for Imperial. Danimals has already crossed. C4 is committed. Where's the rest of Imperial? Ice Cube still not firing his shots just yet. Shady on the off angle is going to catch off one. I don't like this B push at all for Imperial. It's falling apart again. And only now is GDSC going to be able to strike. There needs to be more done, and it's not. Ryu Xiao will come through too little too late. He's got 20 seconds left to get that C4 and get the plant down, but it's just in an impossible position to retrieve. Look at this crossfire. Wolf Empire get another one. B-side hit is not working for Imperial right now.
11-9. Where did this come from? Wolf Empire coming out of nowhere. Imperial, we thought that they had the grasp of the game, but Wolf Empire says no. Coming across the board. I do see your point that the B site is pretty hard to take, especially if you cannot take out Ice Cube like immediately.
Yeah, it's like literally if you try and make that work, you have to instantly take somebody out on that B site because there's so many little spots that you can kind of hide, duck around, buy time. It's a really difficult cross to make because you're crossing multiple angles as well. And Imperial haven't had any success there, so I'm not surprised to see them defaulting back to A, but maybe something that Wolf Empire can read into as well.
No, they do clear out alley here. They have all the nades that they need. Dola doesn't have any. Stock of the nades for the side of Wolf Empire. Everyone still has basically everything, except for one person. They're taking it real slow, Imperial. I can feel the doubt already coming in towards their side. But Ice Cube, that's the one time that he gets out on the B side. He's just gonna stay posted in there.
Imperial got to win one. They need one. It's going to have to happen here. Otherwise, I think we might go to map 3.
Yeah, Rambo is just jump spotting alley here just in case anyone pops out. Has his flash ready. He's going to smoke instead. Still has a flash in his hands. Aced it.
Huge nade stack onto Dola. He's down low, but not dead. And he was the hero earlier on for Wolf Empire. Can he do it again? 1 for 1. Now a couple. Ryu Zhao gets himself another entry. Big old spray from GDSC. And Imperial do at least find their 1 round on the Blacklist side, which, you know, traditionally, I think that would be a fairly fair split in the OT. 2 for the GR side, 1 for the BL side. But the way this game has been going, you know, I actually start to wonder if that's enough still for Wolf Empire.
Anyone can take it at this point. And I like how that detail from Imperial, no one threw any nades in that round, so they just were waiting for any space that Wolf Empire is going to give them, and they just start chucking everything in the A site. No one was seeing anything. Nades are raining down. Rambo was on half HP already by the time that they came into the site. And this is an absolutely well-played round for the side of Imperial, but the journey is not over just yet. GDSC, is this an angle?
Yeah, they're trying to get the boost. Boy, this is really risky this late in the round. I mean, you're spending a lot of time on this and it's not working out.
I think they know that Wolf Empire is...
Got to give it up now.
I think they know that they're going to take it slow there, so they're just taking their sweet time trying to get that boost going. If they did get that boost, that would secure sewers and B-side at the same time.
Yeah, but just can't be affording that much time. You know, Wolf Empire could be all over the map at that point. It ends up looking like it's going to be an A take here. It worked out, obviously, for Imperial in the last round. Let's see how it goes for Wolf Empire now. Looking for those entries. First one, Danimals. He gets cleaned up 1 for 1 in the end, but we've got still numbers on this site for Imperial for only so long. Ryu's out around the back. He's cleared out Ali. GDSC has actually cleaned one up with the grenade and does make it look a little bit more winnable, but a retake 2-on-2. Again, I'm still kind of leaning towards Wolf Empire for this one.
It's all about that flash that GDSC is going to throw.
GDSC, though, retaking with an Orm through the doors. Like, come on, bro. Is that really what you want at this point in time? As you say, flash is going to be an important one. Ryu Zhao's making his entry. GDSC is not even going yet. He's got to get in through those doors. He's got to help out Ryu Zhao. He's got to be in a position to find a trade, and he's just not. He's just not there. This is unwinnable. GDSC has done nothing. He's done nothing.
He's done nothing.
And Imperial are now facing 2 map points and also obviously the possibility of the golden round. So really that's 3 map points in a row that they have to stave off here, and I don't think they've got it in them.
Yeah, I think GDSC forgot that he still had a flash in his pocket. I think that could have made all the difference, honestly. Especially with the space that it was gained on the A site. I think if that flash was thrown and they just sent it on to player on site, especially Ice Cube only has the AWM, that is basically a done deal. And that could have resulted in a 1v1 with the 4th player, but man, that was tragic for the side of Imperial. No way. Wolf Empire, they've climbed the mountain and they're almost at the peak. But can they end it? It's all about that finish. I mean, Wolf Empire has like 2 rounds of testings out.
Yeah, mid push again. It's been solid for Imperial so far, but this one might be falling by the wayside. 7-7 only good for the 1, but he's still alive, and GDSC just destroys them on A. So no win there for Wolf Empire. And I'm getting that trend. It's like Wolf Empire goes mid, Imperial has that on lock.
I mean,
but if they push A through Ali, they seem to be really quite capable, Wolf Empire, of making those rounds happen.
That's true. And I think Imperial's going to be probably aware of it, so maybe they're going to try to commit a player in towards that alley side, maybe just to check. But most of the players are going to stay in towards that mid side. Eagles no longer challenging the sewer, so they're going to play it more safe than ever. And Ice Cube finally getting the memo from me, taking the M4 route instead of the AWM. Maybe like 22 rounds too late, but you know.
I mean, they're up 12-11, so there's something going right, at least for Wolf Empire, in the sense that they have the lead. Not right enough, necessarily, to close the map out yet, but heavy mid-presence again from Imperial. Another slow round out from Wolf Empire. Flash over the top. It's not going to draw too much out from Imperial. No counter util, no shots, no nothing. Doesn't give the game away just yet. Another smoke. Mexico at its finest. Alley push is not a bad shout though. Have a look at the setup from Imperial.
Yeah, but 7-7, he can actually help from this position, just in case. And I think GDSE has an idea. He's going to start doing these two. The Animus is going to get the first kill, and look at the damage that Imperial is doing. GDSE getting two. There's still one person on site, and he just shot, so they know exactly where he is. And Imperial.
Golden round.
12-12, man. Who's going to go golden?
Oh. Play the music.
Play the music, DJ. It's this type of round.
So what do you do in this round, you know?
Hope for the best.
Imperial technically have the advantage of being on the GR side, but it's been a little bit wishy-washy on both sides, and it all comes down to this one. Wolf Empire, their hopes and dreams of staying alive in this series rest on one round. BL side of Mexico gave up a couple of map points. And are they going to be punished for it by Imperial?
Well, if it's anything, I mean, Imperial was a bit wary of the cameraman. Maybe the music is going to play a bit into the factor. But I think they're so laser focused that they don't care about it.
Yeah, locked in. This round playing out very much in the same fashion as the previous one so far. A lot of mid-presence from Imperial, not really much being shown yet by Wolf Empire. Change up though, it looks like Wolf Empire want to be working their way in toward middle. Nade over the top, it's going to be too early for Imperial to do any damage there. Small micro moments, Eagles is backing off.
Yeah,
Imperial are going to concede control of mid.
Alright, that's step one for Wolf Empire. Going into B side, I'm not so sure about that decision.
I mean, I don't hate it. Like, I think a little bit of a change up here that Imperial might not be prepared for could be the difference maker. It wasn't working for Imperial because Wolf Empire were well prepared for it, but I haven't necessarily been backing Eagles holding on to that B site with the Orm so far on the GR side. I know he's 19 and 15, but wasn't a lot of it from the GR side, you know what I mean?
That conditioning from the side of Wolf Empire could
Correct.
come into this one. But I think this is all about the late push of what round can get done.
Imperial might know. They're looking at Ali. They're not seeing much. Ice Cube around the corner will lose to GDSC. Here comes the push though. It's into the A bomb side. It's been held well by Imperial so far. Danimal's locking one down, but Shady, Dola, they're in there for the frags, and this might just be it. It might just be map 3. Eagles, will he check Rambo? Surely not. You'd have to say this angle won't get cleared out. He's got a spider sense tingling. He brings it back to 2v2. I don't know how he knows, but he does. And Rio's out, and Eagles must save the day now for Imperial on the retake on A.
And there you go. Flash is finally used on this side. Ryu's out, getting some damage on Sadie. Sadie on 1 HP. Sadie going down. Last player in the forklift, but Dola saves the game! Saves the series for Wolf Empire! And after a very tense 25-round banger, Wolf Empire slowly crawl back. And we go 3. Dola's in disbelief that he hit that shot. He was like, that took a bit too long. But a win is a win for the side of Wolf Empire. They need to recover quickly. They have 5 minutes with the break, but yeah, they're gonna need to reconvene quickly because Port is gonna be up next. Imperial still pretty good on that map, but experience-wise, I think both teams are pretty much equal. 6-1 on Port, and for Imperial, it is gonna be pretty good on Port as well. Looking good, 7-2, basically the same experience for both teams, but man, what a Mexico map. Like they made Mexico look exciting for at least 40 seconds each round.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's really where it's at, isn't it? Like you get like 20-30 seconds of gameplay in any given round of Mexico, but I don't know what to say about that one from Imperial. Like,
yeah,
it just, like you have the lead, you do really well on the BL side, and then it sort of falls through your fingers, and then you put all that hard work in, and then it falls apart in the OT anyway, into the golden round. And That's a very, very tough one to mentally now come back from. You know, with the context, obviously, that we were talking about going into that map of Imperial having to play Baisha first thing tomorrow. Like, it's now 12:30, 12:20 local time. So this game goes until at least 1 a.m. You probably don't get back till 1:30. You're probably not maybe even getting any thoughts of going to bed until 2 o'clock, whatever. You have to have your shower. You have to figure it out, you know, go to bed, whatever. Like, this doesn't give you a lot of time going into tomorrow to feel rested for a really, really big, important game, especially if you now go on to lose this series. Like, imagine you lose this series here as Imperial, and then you have to play Baisha first thing tomorrow, and that's like your tournament life on the line.
That is true.
Like, that's bad. So, got to look at that and say, man, Imperial needed to do better there on Mexico. Their map choice, was it a bit of a curveball map? Don't know. Either way, I haven't gotten it done, and going up against Vietnamese teams on Mexico, I feel like is a bit of a kryptonite sometimes for teams. I've seen it a few times where it's played out in that same fashion. Overtime wins. I'm sure. I have to look back through my notes and really study them and see where I'm getting that from. But I'm for sure remembering a Vietnamese team doing well on Mexico.
Yeah, ranking, I think.
Yeah.
You know, shout out to Ranking, man. I feel like the jousts between Wolf Empire and Ranking, those being close affairs, kind of helped them in this process. This is familiar territory for them to be in overtime in this map. And man, that last round was absolutely heartbreaking. Inches is what made the difference in this one. Just an absolute heartbreak for the side of Imperial. They were, look at this scoreline. It was already 4-7. They had the handle of the game. Eagles having an absolute highlight of a 3K right then and there, but the Animals being on his own is absolutely crazy. Lucas kind of stepping up to the plate as well. And I was actually hoping that maybe Imperial could get back into this game because the Animals were starting to see some frags on the board, but Wolf Empire, man, that mental fortitude of that squad, their resilience as a team is, it's got to be complimented, man.
Yeah, Dola, I think really at the end of the day is the guy that they have to give a pat on the back because he came up big in a couple of really, really clutch rounds that looked like they might already be lost potentially for Wolf Empire. Obviously not to mention the 2v1 clutch at the back end there. So, just don't know how he gets it done, but here we are, going all the way to map 3, and Daniels leaving a little bit left in reserve there, unfortunately, for Imperial. If he even goes like 0.5 maybe, that's the game. You know, that's just the game. That's the difference maker. But Imperial needed an extra 5%, and they didn't have it. And you got to give it credit to Wolf Empire, who worked really hard for that map. And I don't know where we go from here. Like, I mean, I know we're going to Port, but like...
Yeah, both teams are good on that one, so it might be another close affair. So... yeah, it really does depend on what the shape is going to look like here for the side of Imperial. Can they keep it together in this game? Or is Wolf Empire going to take advantage of the heartbreak that happened in that last game? Because if I was Imperial, I mean, Imperial are human, man. They're not gods. They're definitely going to get tilted after that one.
I'm tilted on their behalf, you know, and I'm not even involved in the team. I'm not Brazilian. I have no way, shape, or form of affiliation to that team, but I'm tilted by that, frankly. And so I can only imagine how they're feeling. It's not going to be a nice feeling. Like you said, there's a little bit of time here with the extra sort of 5 minutes that they get, but I mean, what can you even say after a map like that? It's like, well, we've just got to forget about it and move forward.
For sure.
You know, it sucks, but...
yeah, but it's going to be in the back of your mind, right? It's going to be in the back of your mind once you start playing Port. But I feel like, yeah, you have no choice but to forget it. So I think they just got to reconvene for Port. I think it's still a fair chance for the side of Imperial to close out this series. But it's basically, it's just like how I said, it's 50-50 at this point between these two teams in this particular map. But it really depends on what the GR side is going to look like. Man. Yeah, even we need a breather after that one because that was just mind-boggling how that happened.
Yeah, look, we'll see how this goes. Obviously, Port is going to be coming up next, and for Wolf Empire and for Imperial, it's a lot to play for. They're going to get prepared for it. We're going to take a short break and figure things out before we jump into that third map. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you on the other side of this one. Right. What do you even say after that one? I don't really know. 5-minute break. Is that going to be enough for either team to really feel ready to go into this final map of the day? Port.
Yep.
I'm not sure. Certainly not in the case of Imperial.
Yeah, certainly not in the case of Imperial, that's for sure. I mean, Mexico definitely was disappointing. Ended up on a 1v1. They were inches away from just closing it out 2-0. And now I think them having a 1-1 record, and I think whoever wins this just makes Group A a lot more interesting because, you know, map score is now going to be a factor on who is getting that second place, depending on how the rest of the group goes. But yeah, it's all up to this port, my friend, and both teams really good on that map. I mean, 7-2, 7-3, so equal experience. CFBL, I think they play that map a lot more aggressively compared to CFBL, which plays it a lot more passively. So it's going to be a mix-up between you know, two styles, especially here on port, and whoever has or whoever can play their style better, probably, yeah, it's just going to take the dub here.
Yeah, I mean, let's talk about the context of a win here. Wolf Empire, they've already got that dub over LCK. They would then also have a win against Imperial, and that's starting to make that group look kind of locked for them. Obviously, you know, you've still got Baisha, you've still got Pacific Macta, but I don't know. I mean, I think Pacific Macta looked pretty good actually earlier on today, so there is that to consider. But for me, if you're able to beat LCK, if you're able to beat Wolf Empire, I think that probably would be enough for whichever team that is ending up being, whether it's Imperial that gets the win against LCK and Wolf Empire, or Wolf Empire gets the win against LCK and Imperial. For me, those are like the teams that are kind of in contention for that second spot. So if we do actually see the win come through here for Wolf Empire, then they've got two big dubs to start their campaign here at the Summer Championship, and two dubs that might just be enough to lock things in. But we'll have that conversation after the map if we get there, which, you know, obviously everyone's getting ready on the stage, hyping themselves up, trying to wake themselves up maybe even at this point, because it is quite late indeed. So it's in the best interest of whichever team ends up winning this one to win it pretty quick.
Yeah. Mostly on Imperial, honestly, because just like you said, they do have that Baisha game tomorrow. And just like what a certain basketball player says, when you're going up against Michael Jordan, you better get 8 hours of sleep. You know, put your feet up. Try to make sure that you get that quality, but
it's wishful thinking at this point.
Wishful thinking at this point, yeah. Imperial needs that young melatonin after this one.
Eagles and Ice Cube back onto the Orm. As to be expected out of Port. 7 will be leading the push. Out right there with him. But no real connections here, and already not exactly a decisive start to the map for Imperial. Wolf Empire looking pretty solid so far on GR side.
Yeah, pretty heavy stack here on B lobby, but GDSC and Ryuzao instant answer the M4. Not gonna get Shady this time, but a lot of damage going in towards his way. The Animal's taken out. 3v3 in this situation. Shady on low HP. Ice Cube still live in the live. Rambo playing a very aggressive angle. GDSC is not going to spot him at all, but if Ryuzao and or Eagles is going to try to spot it out from court, no, Eagles just keeps on going. If he actually peeked in that very small gap on the left side of that B lobby entrance, then he would have spotted Rambo, but I feel like they're in a bit of a hurry here. But, I mean, this is the best case scenario for the side of Imperial. I mean, most of the team is split. As long as Ice Cube does produce a highlight play here, they're going to have control on this A site.
I mean, Ice Cube is the kind of guy that could pick up a highlight play at the drop of a hat, you know, so can't hit him out just yet.
Oh, Ryuzao, how did you find your way in top A?
He's actually got Ice Cube as well. Shot missed by that Orm and opens the door up for Imperial, but C4 still has to cross. There's only 15 seconds left to go. GDSC, is he too late? Yes, he is. That's round over. There's no way for Ryuzao to win it anymore. It's been a bit of a wild ride in the first round of the map. But it will be Wolf Empire that get it over the line and keep that hype train rolling.
I like that click into scream combination, because he already knew that he was going to hit that shot. And there we go. Wolf Empire, the defense, takes the first blood in this port map, and Wolf Empire energized after that Mexico win, and Imperial still playing the catch-up game, and especially in this type of map, it is slightly advantaged in the way of the GR side, but it kind of depends how you do play this. But still a whole lot of angles that you still have to go through if you do want to make any execute happen. But a double long push from the side of Wolf Empire. They're getting a bit more braver in port compared to Mexico.
Imperial, I don't know that they want to run into this kind of a setup. Rambo watching mid. But Imperial aren't going to push too far forward. I suspect, again, when it comes to Imperial on this Blacklist side, we're probably going to be seeing some pretty slow rounds.
Yeah.
Especially in a circumstance like this, where, you know, there's quite a lot of pressure. Lucas close on the angle, doesn't get the headshot, and that will be his undoing. It actually starts to undo this round a little bit as well for Wolf Empire, who kind of have to go scurrying their way back out through mid, recover the B site. But Imperial, again, they don't explode off the back of that. They're just happy to take that kill and slow things down.
Yeah, especially then now they have lobby control. So I wonder if they're just going to set up in towards B house. I like what Wolf Empire is doing. They're going to go to check if they're actually occupying the inside of B. And if they realize that there is actually no one in B house, someone is going to go running back into the A site. And still, lots of moving around for the side of Wolf Empire. Indirect result of Lewis dying early in this round, so now they're going to have to see if they can catch any of the players off guard. Rambo spotted in towards the respawn side. Rambo cannot get it done. 77. They get into the spawn. Now both of the defenses are cut off from each other. That's another kill here. The Animals coming alive on port. Ryuzao trying to see if he can cover his teammate, and Ice Cube gonna be shot from behind a bit too slow on the AWM, and Shady the only one left alive, and the B take from this particular side is next to impossible unless he can hit some really nice shots with this AK-47. Shady does get spotted by Lucas at the edge of the smoke, and 1-1 Imperial. They fight back. Immediate answer by them.
Yeah. It's a good response, and it's a good conversion as well from Imperial, right? You don't get the opportunity to have a huge amount of rounds on the Blacklist side, typically of port. So when you do get that opening kill and you have the 4-on-5, you need to be getting that one over the line 9 times out of 10, ideally. Dola, 1-for-1 trade there for Imperial. They're not going to be too disappointed by that one just yet. They want to pick the pace up, and 7-7 has dropped. But so too is Dola, so it's a little bit more of an action-packed round here for round 3. Ice Cube over the top, catching Ryu's out, putting the numbers back in the favor of Wolf Empire.
And the Animals already on low HP. Shady, that's a tap to the head, and Eagles the only one left alive for the squad. A is, I don't think you should go A here, Eagles, because it's pretty hard to clear. Metal box on long with a AWM, especially considering you have to expose yourself from the top A player. But fortunately for Eagles, Ice Cube already cleared the spot, and Ice Cube spotting him walking in the mid side, and it's a back-to-back response for Wolf Empire this time. And 2-1. Let's see if anyone can pull through, or at least pull away from this back and forth. Wolf Empire with the better side of the map at this very moment. So, I mean, they need to, they really need to pull through in this GR side, to be specific, especially they have the better angles for now, but the Animals just gaining some mid control. Ryuzao trying to climb up in towards Catwalk A, but Shady in a very aggressive position. He's all the way in tower in long A, so 7-7 has an opportunity to maybe catch some of the players off guard, especially Ice Cube, who is out in the open, and the smoke has run out. So they're going to back off, except for Shady. He can just stay there the entire time.
Oh, 7-7 almost catches Shady. Quite a bit of chip damage over there, but not enough for the kill yet. In the meanwhile, Wolf Empire are being pretty active. they're really putting a lot of presence towards mid-con. And that makes it a little bit more difficult for Imperial to push B, to go to warehouse. They have to kind of clear everything out. Rambo, as of yet, remains unspotted, but he's going to be able to backstab GDSC if he gets his timing right. He certainly has. This is going to fast become a really big thorn in the side of Imperial. They've seen Wolf Empire there 3 rounds in a row now. Yeah. 4 rounds even. And you're going to have to start spending a lot of time clearing that area of the map out later in the half.
Especially LB, even if you're not taking B side, LB is such an important position. Ice Cube taken out, so okay, that's one of the biggest thorn on the sides. Taken out already, so Ice Cube out of the picture while Eagles is still alive, and I'm surprised Eagles is still not spotting court at this point. Can easily take out Rambo here, but Rambo, he's not afraid to play this off angle whatsoever. A take is going to be the way to go. Shady with the sniper this time, changing places. Lucas on the side. Shady needs to catch all the attention here. Instead, Lucas is going to be the one peeking first. Lucas gets 3 towards the long side, and he absolutely destroys the chances of Wolf Empire of ever taking that long. 4K, AK, 4 taps.
Wow. That was a round. That was a round from Lucas. You can say that again.
That was crazy.
Not going to see that every day, but 3-1. The leader's starting to balloon out a little bit here for Wolf Empire. Feeling pretty good about this first half. Imperial looking to throw something a little bit different in the mix here. Big stack over on the B side of the map. All 5 players here. Some util getting set up. They're just going to go for it. They're just going to try and push their way in from warehouse, or into warehouse at least. It's actually not as heavy of a defense initially over there from Wolf Empire, but it has drawn the rotation, and I suspect that's all that Imperial really wanted, because they're not committing to B.
That's true. I think they just don't want to get flanked if ever they do take Catwalk A here. Z is one of the most dangerous spots that you have to watch out for. Still laying down just in case. Starting to bang these doors. M4 is definitely made for that, that exact purpose. But Shady still on towards top A. They're playing it really safe on the A side. They're not even occupying exit A whatsoever. They're just standing on top. Oh, Shady. Careful, brother. Yeah, he spotted the animals 100%. I think you that info. GDSC actually spots out Rambo.
Map split in half. This is a tough one to now play from the GR side. Wolf Empire can't really assist either side. It's just coming down to the 2 anchors, and in this case, it'll be Dola and Lucas.
AK in this position? Are you serious, Lucas?
Just hit him in the head, bro.
But oh, do they know about Dola? But they both have AKs, man. I mean, it works, but it should not work whatsoever. Shady gets the kill anyways. And GDSC is going to go down as well. Is this the start of the downfall of Imperial? Ryu's going to go down as well. Everyone on Wolf Empire is having themselves a highlight reel. And Shady's going to get the kill.
That's a crazy round. I mean, Wolf Empire stoic on the defense at the moment here on Port.
How did that work, man? How do you make a B site defense work without a singular M4 banging those wooden panels in the B house? I guess Wolf Empire knows something that I don't.
Wolf Empire just looking a little bit sharper at the moment. Imperial, I don't know, falling asleep, falling off, whatever it may be. Looking a bit disappointed with themselves, and that's fair enough, honestly. Timeout obviously coming through. It's getting a little bit heated on the Imperial side of things. Look, in my opinion, they should have had it wrapped up. They should have closed it out already. And if I'm of that opinion, I'm sure they're of that opinion. So they've got to be a little bit irate even that they're in this position playing this map, let alone now being down a pretty substantial amount of rounds. That is fast becoming a big problem and maybe unrecoverable.
Yeah, 48 on the timeout. Still plenty of time for Imperial to just kind of talk it out. But to be fair, it is always a tough time when you are playing the BL side of this map. Yeah, you can split the defense in 2. And if no one was flanking from the respawn side, it's pretty hard to clear a 2-box. To be fair, there's 2 boxes there. It's pretty hard to clear God box, as we do call it back home, and the 2 box on towards side. It's like, just like how you said earlier, the push-pull. But now it's like between 2 teammates, they're both peaking at different times, and it's just confusing Imperial on what side of the map or what side of the site they actually have to clear. And just like how I said it, I'm surprised that it worked with an AK-47, but I mean, they hit it. They hit all the shots that they needed to hit, and Wolf Empire got all the momentum in this GR side. And now the trouble is in the way of Imperial, because only 1 round for the past 5 is not looking good for them. So something drastic has to happen for them to get back into this game.
That's for sure. Double orbs out for Wolf Empire, so a bit of a change up there as well. Ice Cube getting aggressive. Ryuzao! Luckily not getting tagged, but he's going to go for the repeat. It's madness. You know there's an orb on the other side of that one. Danimals is looking over at him going, what are you doing, mate?
I think he forgot that he was playing against Ice Cube.
Yeah. Like, Ice Cube's not the guy that you do that against.
Yeah, Ice Cube maybe from Vietnam, but he's got that Brazilian confidence. And yeah, the Animals is just going to climb up. He has to be careful still. But yeah, no one is going to be spotting this one out. But they already got what they wanted. They got the 4v5. And all they have to do is just defend. It's very defendable. If it's only 4 players, you could just, just like this, you could just play spot. Just spot each other.
Ice Cube jiggle peeking on the corner.
Oh. Yeah, just like that. I mean, even if you have 2 people, you could defend against 4.
Yeah, prompts a bit of a response from Imperial that, they fall off the angle, but nothing too major. For Rambo and Ice Cube, they're looking pretty stoic on this A side at the moment. Help will be there from Shady as well once that cross is attempted, if they can even get past Ice Cube. The flashes are pretty good. That's the information there for Wolf Empire. Where's the shots, though? Rambo's down already. Ice Cube's had to drop off the top. He's completely blind. Can't see anything. Danimals is going to get aggressive, though. Maybe over-aggressive. GDSC will also fall on top of A, and there was so much potential there for Imperial. Now it's in the hands of Eagles, who's doing work with the Deagle, but couldn't get it done, and so Wolf Empire grabbed themselves another one.
I like what Ice Cube did there is like, oh my god, I'm low HP. I'm gonna let my friends do the work for me. And as soon as the Animals turns the corner, there's 2 people out there like, regret facing the enemy that early. And especially they cleared top A so quickly without even getting into top A. And I feel like Imperial is getting a bit desperate in this map, not gonna lie.
Yep, you'd have to be. You've called your tac timeout and it hasn't converted into a round. There's a nice change up here from Wolf Empire, but good setup from Imperial. Actually nets them the free kill there, but ends up not quite being so free because there's a kill on the other side of the map, and back to 4-on-4.
Yeah, good spot by Eagles, honestly. I mean, one of these rounds, that play was bound to happen. Long control, a far flash from top A. But Eagles does get the kill. But Lucas pretty quick on the trigger as well, getting the player who's trying to peek in towards LB side, maybe trying to get the pick on the other side of the map. But this is the exact same setup that we saw, but now it's Ice Cube and Dola. But can Dola hit the exact same shots that Lucas did earlier? Nades are going to start to fly on the site itself. 2 smokes, 2 flashes, and let's see Dola can defend against this. There, he's getting wallbanged on 77. Gets the kill on Dola, but Ice Cube, he cannot hit the shot. He freezes in place. And Shady trying as well. Lucas, the only one left alive. No one's in top 8 just yet, but I think they're just going to get free access. Lucas is going to have to reconvene somewhere else.
He's got to look for a rifle. I don't know about the retake with the Orm here, unless he gets a freebie.
All right, the Animals, you're crazy if you go on the box.
Surely he won't.
And he knows that someone's on top A. He saw that flash.
Can probably infer where Eagles is from that. What a great shot by Lucas.
I told you the Animals.
Yeah, you weren't wrong. Now Eagles is in that 1v1. Lucas has got the time working against him. It's a nice little wrap in here from Eagles. He's been spotted out, so...
a nice shot by Lucas, but he messed up. Maybe he messed up... yeah, he messed up a tap walk 100%. usually you don't get hurt if you try to just slide on by in towards the exit side, but sometimes you're maybe a bit tired as well. Maybe your middle finger is having a hard time just trying to, you know, keep it together here because you've been doing that all day. But Ice Cube instantly getting worked into top end. I was waiting for this on the side of Imperial, the 5-man peeking towards the long side, but they're not gonna go straight into it. They're gonna pull what Wolf Empire is pulling, which is get one and get out.
Dola's deep in mid, but he's gonna have to back off. Yeah, that's classic Imperial, isn't it? Get the opening peak and then reset the round. It's gonna force out some aggression from Wolf Empire. They want to find a way to maybe regather the numbers. Shady pushed forward on A long. Not finding too much.
Yeah, Dola's just jump spotting it, having a flash in his hand. He should click his flash now because you don't want to have the animation. Having to pull it out, having to pull the pin. Here comes Dola, flash on the side, the Animals. 77 blind, Ryu's out, trying to get some damage in towards Lucas, but Dola is still on the underside. And if I'm Imperial here, I do not drop whatsoever, but 77 is going to check anyways, and that is a double kill for 7-7, and a triple kill for the man himself with the Colt. Very nice try, man, but Imperial, they finally got something going.
Getting right back into it. 5-3. Okay, one more round in this half, and Imperial can actually call that a win, to be honest. 4 on the BL side of Port. Take it. Might just be a faster play from Imperial, and that might be a mistake. Dola back to his fundamentals. Hidden heads sends Imperial packing, scurrying away. They want to try to find another avenue of attack, but they have to do it 3-on-5 now.
Damn, 4 bullets. 2 players dead in the LB side. GDSC and the Animals, 2 very important bastions of their offense here. But Shady still deciding whether or not to peek 7-7's angle, but 7-7. Oh, he falls, he fails the ninja, man. Bit nervous. Oh, Rambo is also the Wolf Empire still has so much control. Here comes the recoup by Dola, and Ryu's out, just runs out of ammo. Eagles is going to get the trade instead, but he sticks his head into the corner, doesn't get shot too much. And 7-7 gets spotted. Eagles the only one left alive, and they know exactly where he is. C4 is dropped in Z, and Eagles, full nades, full clip on the sniper. Gonna have to hit 3 stellar shots here, but it's next to impossible. Shady first one, but he doesn't hit the 2 with the Colt, and that is a 6-3 for the side of Wolf Empire. And they only need 4 to cap this series out. Imperial, though, they're gonna have the more advantageous side here. But can Eagles replicate Gokin in his prime in top A?
True. I remember he was a bit of a menace on this map. What I would say is 6-3 feels like a par score. Both teams can walk away from that with something to play for in this second half. So largely going to be dictated by how the early couple of rounds do go. If Wolf Empire sort of grab a couple on the trot here, and you might just start to feel it is a bit over for Imperial. But similarly, Imperial find these first couple, then game on, and it's going to be another long map.
There we go, Ryu's out, just inching at the bottom side of that bridge. I mean, this is classic Wolf Empire as well. They'd love to take it slow at the beginning of the round, and they're really just trying to deplete the utility on the side of Imperial. And that was what was kind of key in getting some of those rounds on Mexico. But 7-7, he's waiting for the flash. But Eagles making sure that he has his boy covered just in case that anyone does swing this side. And Shady, I mean, to be fair, I think they can kill 7-7 here if someone just decide to toss a flash on the A side, but I don't think they're going to pull the trigger just yet. Just a bit of a fake. Shady failing the parkour, but yeah, it's fine. No one cares. Oh, 7-7, that's what I was talking about, man. The long push is going to come eventually, and of all the people that he had to take down, it had to be Ice Cube. And Ryuzao just sticking to his guts in the mid side. Oh, but they made the noise, so now they are aware of where he is exactly. Lucas, Dola blind, but still they're going to find nothing in mid. The Animals is going to find Lucas. Dola one in return, but he misses his spray. What an unfortunate miss.
It wasn't even just a spray, he just needed one bullet, bro. Like, he just needed one bullet. Dola gets away with absolute murder. GDSC is going to go down as well now on the B side. This is falling apart for Imperial. And with that, maybe their chances in the map as well. Dola is on a rampage. Ow!
Oh my god, Dola's on fire.
Bro, he had like 30 HP for that whole round and no one hit a bullet on him.
Dola, man, had 3 frags the other day, but now he's stepping up to the plate.
He was the guy that got Mexico over the line as well, I think, for Wolf Empire, so...
Yeah. If he's bad yesterday, he's good today. I mean, that's pretty good still for Wolf Empire. This is a great demon to slay. Imperial haunting them from last year, but now Wolf Empire, can they conquer their demons? Can they finally finish this game? But still, 3 more grueling rounds. And Wolf Empire, they're going to decide to test out Eagles. Is he actually good? With the sniper, he gets instantly tanked, and he cannot peek out anymore because he's going to get killed. Here comes the nades. Eagles just going to flash them out. That is going to make the A defense nervous. And look at the amount of players that rotated by.
A lot of damage to Eagles, but no actual kill. And 7-7's going to try to get aggressive again. This could well work out. Missed shots on both sides. 7-7 coming off worse for it.
Got shot in the neck. Almost to the head.
I mean, I don't want to debate semantics, but I feel like getting shot in the neck is probably about as bad as getting shot in the head. But anyway.
There's some bleeding damage. But you see in the camera, he's shaking his hand. And that's how long the series has been going.
Yeah.
He wants to keep that that aim hand alive, that's for sure.
Yep.
The golden hand that kept them in this series.
Well, Wolf Empire waiting for the go signal. It's going to be a contact play in the end. Ryuzao now has that information, but Wolf Empire don't commit. Maybe just hoping to draw out a bit of a rotation or even just some util. They don't really get either, though.
Oh, but look at the attention made on the A side. No one's watching LB. Oh, but 7 is going to check once again. You mad lad, but Rambo is here. He pulls out the nade at the wrong time, and they're going to have to hurry in this B site. But look at the defense already anticipating that they are going to get into this. Lucas does not hit the shot. The Animals, GDSC, and Eagles. All 3 defenses working. All 3 defenders going for it. Eagles gets the kill, and they get the response going. First round, first for Imperial, and that was a long one, man. They had to wait so long just to get around on the board, but man, the slow crawl is possible. Imperial, also known for their comebacks with Wolf Empire. I mean, they have so much leeway in this map that they can try anything basically to try and get around on the board. They're gonna go fast? All right.
I like this from Wolf Empire, honestly. It may not work out, but backing themselves. Daniel's got the double kill, 7-7-1 as well. The thing is, like, I feel as though Wolf Empire just got a little bit too tricky for themselves in the previous round. They could have just hit the A site when they were spotted. You know, granted, it's not necessarily always going to work out, but it felt like they tried to do too much in the last round. So I don't hate seeing them go back to basics actually in this round, even though it hasn't worked out in their favor. But obviously with that loss there, now starting to question, okay, how hard is it going to be to close this map out? So we'll call attack timeout, have a bit of a chat before it gets even remotely close.
Vasco not going to let this round go longer. Imperial still believe in themselves, only 2 more rounds before they can go equal against this Wolf Empire squad. Then the timeout comes from the Wolf Empire side. And now a familiar sight for the BL, kind of struggling to get anything done here. But you do have a point. If they just went into the A side while Eagles has already missed his first shot, even if he repeaks, you're going to know exactly where he is. And if anyone has an M4, even an AK on the side of Wolf Empire, I mean, he would have just been done instantly. You only have to worry about bridge and exit. But timeout indeed for the side of Wolf Empire. They're going to have to think really hard about these next 2 rounds because this can make or break whatever start they had in this one.
Yeah. I mean, any more overtimes on the cards for today? Already had 4, why not 5? 1 AM local time, so...
Wolf Empire's playing the long game.
Yeah, I mean...
They're like, the longer this goes, the better it is for us. And if we win this, we put Imperial in a very bad predicament, lack of sleep, plus you're going up against the strongest team, top 2 team in the world. I mean, is that the macro, but on the outside of the game macro. Yeah, the animals he's trying to cook, but has to be a streak here for the side of Imperial if they want to get things done. But Wolf Empire is also cooking as well.
Baisha Imperial first game tomorrow. Then 3BL ranking.
Oh, that one's going to be good. That's when the 3BL ranking game is probably going to decide who's like in contention for second.
Yeah, so 2 really big games to start tomorrow off.
Yep, and the
Wolf Empire, then Pacific Macta.
Yeah.
And last game of the day would be...
Oh yeah, that one's for fun.
EP versus AG. So yeah, big day of games tomorrow.
Yeah. Question is EP even gonna take it full? It's AG. I mean, to be fair, Chinese teams always takes the game seriously. If you win against AG in this tournament, I mean, even if you don't go through groups, and that's an ego boost for the next season of CFPL. Season 25 is around the corner. Yo, 7, get the boost done, my brother.
Not happening, apparently, this round.
Someone in the crowd from the Vietnamese side say, hey.
Yeah, I heard it.
That's probably the caster. To be fair, I think one of the casters said like they can hear us screaming from the other side of the gymnasium.
Oh, did they?
So we're having a scream off between 2 languages.
Yeah, 3 if you want to throw Chinese in the mix as well.
Yeah, they're just right across us, yeah. Oh, but they have CA control. I like that Dola didn't commit all the way in that one, so it doesn't get hit by the nade. All right, one good setup for Wolf Empire on this A site. Just like you said, back to basics. Don't have to be too complicated, but I hate that Ryuza was the one holding the spawn side. But to be fair, I think only one guy can snipe on this team. I mean, GDSC is also an option, but they want him to stay in B. But here comes the execute in towards mid. But look at the animals. He just right by Sadie. And a dead body in mid later. It's a 4v5. Ice Cube with a good response. But the 3-man stack on the A side, they're really trusting GDSC to hold this B side on his own. He did spot the gun barrel of Dola, and Ice Cube gonna go down, surprisingly, really. I think that was just pure timing from the side of Ryuzao. And the luck of the Irish kind of spotted on Imperial. The timing after timing after timing, everyone is just falling. Rambo and Lucas, the last 2 left alive, they better hit some nice headshots here. 8 seconds left on the clock, and they get the plant going. The nades are gonna come in. Lucas on 1 HP on 2 box, and he gets the wall bang, but they don't have time.
Good attempt. Yeah, luck of the Irish. I wonder if that's where the green color comes from here for Imperial as well. Bit of a homage. Bit of a nod. Another close map. We're getting another close map.
Nah, no one wants to give up, no matter how sleepy both teams are. They know what's at stake.
I mean, this is potentially your tournament life, so making it through to Friday, Saturday, Sunday.
Yeah.
Off of a very, very important game. Yes, it's going to be the hard yards required right now.
I think whoever wins this is probably going to be in contention for whoever is going to win against 3BL and Macta tomorrow. For whoever is going to get second place.
Yeah.
Interesting times here in the group stage. Yeah, Lucas, a bit of chit damage here from the nade flying in towards mid. Rambo gonna smoke off the bridge side, so whoever's taking long is not gonna get shot by an AWM immediately, and Rambo is gonna go for that parkour. Ryuzao kind of spotting it out, so I think there's going to be a 4-man push in towards the mid-side. And is anyone going to pop out of Z? GDSC waiting for the perfect opportunity to do so. Ryuzao gets one. Ice Cube gets another. And you know it's serious when Ice Cube is the one rocking the M4, but Eagles with the sniper trying to fall down, hit another shot. But finally, Wolf Empire find control on this B side. The C4 is in the hands of Rambo, and they're trying to look for the last player. And Shady trying to get him down, but where is the help from the teammates? No one wants to peek houses yet. Shady just trying to go through, but I think they want to 2-man peek him. Shady with a nice shot, but that only finishes off the low player.
He'll take it.
Yeah, they'll take it.
Between the 3-on-2, Shady can step up in a big way here. He gets himself another, which means Danimals has a tough clutch ahead. He's going to rotate all the way back around into GR Spawn. Try and change up his angle of approach, but that's going to cost him time, obviously. And in that meanwhile, plant did go down. Post plants have been established for Wolf Empire. Danimals, he's down in the back. No shots! Oh, Rambo! So close. The timing was perfect, but a heartbreaker for Imperial. And it just seems like the clutch factor is there tonight for Wolf Empire. We saw it on Mexico and here on Port as well. That could be the straw that breaks the camel's back for Imperial for this series.
No way he hits that turnaround. That is absolutely crazy. That's a heartbreak from Imperial. It's very similar to that ending on Mexico. Inches away from being equal to Wolf Empire's scoreline, but Wolf Empire saved by your boy Rambo. Fitting in his name because he took 3 bullets before he can get that kill. Surprised it wasn't a headshot, honestly, but, you know, by the time that he got his crosshair to Rambo, I think it was a bit shaky because I think Rambo was about to check his position anyways.
Shots go through, but no connections, and Imperial know that they're now sort of teetering on the precipice of losing a very important series. So they're not wanting to make any mistakes. They're not trying anything too overly aggressive. In fact, they're not really trying anything at all at the moment. Very standard passive holds. Happy with the time of being weighted down by Wolf Empire, but push comes to shove. Wolf Empire have shown that they've got the X factor. It's up to Imperial to remind us about how they looked on Ankara. It was a long time ago now.
Yep. Wolf Empire inching ever so slowly to house, but they don't really trust getting into that house position and lining up from there because anyone can just pop out of the entrance. Flash is going to go through. You know, casually blinding my own teammate, yes.
3 players on this B side hold, though, for Imperial is going to make for a tough nut to crack. Wolf Empire flashed as well on their way in. That is real problems, and Imperial have set up this defense really nicely. It's just about executing on it. Spam through the smoke's going to get another one. It's a clean round from Imperial. They read it really well. Rambo's on the flank, but he's done absolutely bugger all.
Yeah. I like how that's the meta now, since the names have been improved. Just to shoot whatever lights up in the smoke.
Right.
Rambo does get an accessory kill, but it doesn't matter at the end of the day. 8-7. It's like everyone's shooting in the dark room, and whoever hits one first is going to win. And Imperial reminding Wolf Empire they're not out just yet. 8-7. 2 rounds for Wolf Empire. 3 for Imperial. 1 for Wolf Empire to get it to match point. 2 for Imperial to get it to match point. Ryuzao absolutely ramming down this Wolf Empire push in towards that mid side.
We might have another overtime on the cards. The way Imperial are going about it. It's a big round for Ryuzao. Wolf Empire have lost the plot in the last couple, haven't they?
Has late game Ryuzao activated, finally?
Yeah, Wolf Empire just trying to cook a little bit too much, I think, on this BL side. Rushing mid?
Yeah, that's a bit mental, man, honestly.
That's crazy.
I think everyone's brain is working at 90% capacity at the moment.
Yeah, mate.
Ideas might not be flowing through as it did in the start of this game.
They got to take a break in the shetty, drop some ice cubes in the drinks and cool down, because things are just
That's true.
getting a little bit too spicy for me.
Oh, the animals. I think he spots him. And he's already calling for his teammates. Come on, come on, come on. We need to guarantee this round because we need to get the game. Rambo. That's a 1-for-1 for now. They do spot Ice Cube. And it's all on the star sniper of the side of Wolf Empire to finish this one off. But Imperial, they're using the sheer numbers. They're using every single player to their extent. And 8-8. Imperial make it equal. 2 points for each. Or 1 point for each for overtime. Man.
Who's it going to be from here?
I have no idea at this point. Both of these teams.
That's a cop-out answer.
I know. I don't want to be honest. I want both of these teams to win. But low-key, I kind of want Wolf Empire to win.
Right.
We can have a big round.
My gut feeling is Imperial from here. GR-sided map. They've won the last few rounds in a row.
The Animals is actually fragging.
Yeah, they're starting to come online. It's taken a while.
And late game Ryuza was here as well. Eagles has done all right for what happened in this map. Ice Cube actually ice cold in this game, 8-12, and he switches back to the AWM, which in my opinion is a bit of a mistake because you've been playing the M4 for the past 3 rounds, so I think this AWM is going to be a bit cold, but knowing him, he's going to make it work.
Yep. Slow progress being made again by Wolf Empire, or no progress right now. Having a bit of a look over toward long, but not committing to anything just yet. I mean, very, very defensive positions taken up by Wolf Empire. Like, Imperial at this point is not the kind of team that's going to be throwing an aggressive round in, so not going to get too much off of that default setup. And now it's time to pull the trigger. Wolf Empire going to have to work for their rounds. 2 players on B, 1 in mid, 2 on A. Standard setup. Here goes Wolf Empire into mid. 45 seconds left on the clock, and they've got to get a bit of a wriggle on now. They just don't have a lot of map control anywhere, really.
Oh, there it is. Eagles, first shot in towards Dola. That's a key player to take out that start of the round. 25 seconds, and the shot clock has started. Eagles with the second one, taking out one more. And oh my god, the rest of the squad is now starting to file in towards mid, but Imperial actually coming out on top in terms of the numbers, and it's getting a bit desperate. Ice Cube trying to hit the shot, 7-7. All you have to do is delay this bomb plant from happening. 5, 4, there is enough time, and 7-7 is just going to play it safe instead. He's going to reconvene with his teammates and make sure that he has control of long, but Rambo's already dropped the ladder. Big kill by Rambo, but can he get the rest? They know that he's on the side. Rambo with another headshot. It's all on the Animals, and Wolf Empire, after a drought, they finally get one.
It's a big round to win. It was looking like it would be a round for Imperial at one point. Eagles opened it up with 2. And that was not enough, apparently. Is that clutch factor in effect again for Wolf Empire? Like I said, they felt they had the clutch factor on Mexico. And here it is again. Clutch factor on Port gets them to series point. Or do we go another overtime? Wolf Empire. They do look a little bit tentative about their pushes on the blacklist side, that I will say.
Yep. Kind of know what's at stake. I feel like even Wolf Empire doesn't want to play another overtime here. Because that's a whole nother box that they have to open and try and figure out once again. 1 minute and 30. Could be the beginning of the end or a new beginning for overtime. But who's going to activate first? Oh. It is looking like an A-take. 2 players 3 players on Catwalk A, and it is looking like a good old standard A take. Just flash the hell out of top A and hope for the best that Eagles misses his first shot. Ice Cube gonna go for the smoke. Not just yet, my friend. Your friends are not in position. Here comes the flashes. Here comes the nades. Eagles is gonna have to tuck his head in to the side, missing his first shot. Everyone is blind on side of Wolf Empire, but Dolan needs to get up as fast as possible. Ryu's out. Still on towards the boxes on the side. Shady trying to get back up. Lucas with the first kill on Ryuza, but he's reloading right in front of the animals. And Ice Cube and Sadie, everyone's getting killed from the side of Imperial, but now it's another 2v2. Eagles not getting the kill! Knife! Not even the knife! GDSC! The only one left alive, Rambo!
Needs to reload. 30 seconds left on the clock here. He's stuck in a really awkward position. This is GDSC. Every day of the week he's got the advantage, but he's allowed Rambo up above! It won't matter. Imperial will clutch it out. It's another overtime. My God! This day just will not end.
And the collective groan of everyone in production. And I just see it.
I mean, I think it's the collective groan of everyone in Vietnam, to be quite honest. They would have wanted to see Wolf Empire get the win there, but denied.
I saw both marshals. They went like, ah. Damn. Well, we go into overtime. At least we already know that it's going to end at 13.
That's true.
We're going golden. Sanity is at an all-time low here on the English broadcast.
That's it. That is it. Oh! It might be Eagles. That's a shot. That is a shot and a half.
Quick with it as well. I mean, that's a beginning. Rambo is already out of the picture. 4v5 situation. And they can start to do some work in towards the lower B side. Lucas turning the corner. Ryuzao. Half HP, the animals as well. Lucas barely breathing on 12 HP. Yeah, but every time Imperial knows he's going to run out of it. Eventually, here comes a flash, but it's not going to work for the side of Wolf Empire. And once again, the struggles on defense begin for the Vietnamese team. And Imperial, you already know that they're going to play this one out, knowing that they have the full advantage. And Shady, he's going to have to spread out. Actually, they're going to risk the A site, and Imperial knows exactly this. They are going to go for the full check. No nades, no nothing, so they're not going to know anything about this B take.
Yeah, nice contact play. Works out perfectly for Imperial. This is...
Oh, they can get into position.
I want to say this is almost unwinnable for Wolf Empire. Like, you're going to have to get through a smoke. You're going to have to fully rotate across, which is going to take some time. You're down 2 on 3. This is a lesson in futility for Wolf Empire.
You have to check who's on the underside. Oh, this is perfect as well, just to deny the control from the underside. Ice Cube coming in from the house B with the sniper, sees someone through the gap, and a really nice play from the side of Imperial. One guy was ducking in front of house, and to surprise the sniper of Wolf Empire, and the lead changes hands in port, back in the way of Imperial. And oh my God.
I mean, it's been an extremely back and forth series. The exception being Ankara. Ankara felt pretty one-sided for Imperial, but Mexico back and forth. Port has been back and forth.
No one wants to lose.
Kind of splitting hairs between these two teams at the moment. Time running out, though, for Wolf Empire and Ice Cube.
Why did you pull out your gun before? Never mind. He's
Gets
not
it
going to
wrong.
make the jump.
So, advantage Imperial for yet another round. Which has got to be starting to feel a bit concerning if you're a Wolf Empire fan.
Yeah, all this fight to get into match point. But then Imperial comes out of nowhere. Just denies it again and again and again. And is it going to be another year where Imperial can deny another opportunity for Wolf Empire to do some damage? But Rambo with the sniper this time. Ice Cube's already out of the picture, so it's going to look like that old Car House roster temporarily. And 1 minute and 20 on the clock. You already know that Imperial is going to go for the mind games. They're going to mess with their heads with the util that they're using at the moment.
Patience is definitely a virtue when you're playing against Imperial, and hopefully Wolf Empire have plenty of it. I guess, as evidenced in this round, maybe they don't. That push from Ice Cube was anything but patient. But everybody else has been made to wait. Imperial now are going to start to cook a concoction up on the A site. And Rambo is ready and waiting for it. So one shot connects from the orb. Needing a little bit more though for Wolf Empire. A bit of a clutch factor in here. They need to get something done. They need to get something going. Shady, nice taps from the bridge.
Someone needs to kill Rambo. That's the guy you need to take down immediately. But look at the backup already.
C4's at ladder. They need to get someone into ladder as well.
Oh, all right. There we go. They do clear reuse out. Eagles still on the underside. 7-7. Not going to get the trade, unfortunately. And there we go. Wolf Empire still live and alive in Hanoi. 10-10. 3 rounds for each to decide who is going to get this one. And everyone is at their wits' end at this point. We're going the maximum.
Well, maybe not quite. We don't know if we're going to go to Golden Point just yet.
Hope one more time. I'm not so sure. I don't know what's going to happen at this point. Both teams are just playing at equal footing.
Yeah, it's impossible to say. You can't make any kind of educated opinion on this game anymore.
That's for sure.
If we ever could have. But Imperial looking like they may want to push the pace a little bit in this round. That said, they do back off from B, so I might have spoken too soon.
Yeah, still plenty of space to work around here. Shady is the one sniping this time. Exchanging his gun with Ice Cube, who is going to be playing that middle area. Perfect weapon for this type of angle as well, just in case he sees any single shred of any Imperial member. He is going to wall bang through those doors. And here comes the smokes. Oh, it's an A take. Oh, they're gonna try to split the defense again. But Ice Cube already has a rough idea, but couldn't get the damage in towards Eagles. He's just running in with a cold of all things. Eagles gonna go down first. 7-7 with a very quick trade. And here comes the Animals. The rest of Imperial is gonna pour on in. Shady with a sniper, almost getting a collateral. But Rambo, the only one left alive.
Drop the C4.
7-7. The final boss versus the old sniper of Wolf Empire.
Well, he's onto the rifle now. C4's going down. Rambo's going to go straight through that smoke. Timing looking pretty good there for him. Oh!
He was
7-7, was not expecting it. And another one for Wolf Empire. They're not looking, I'm just going to say it, I don't think they're looking like the better team in this matchup. Yeah. But they are looking like the more clutch team. And that's what's kind of being the difference maker right now.
Yeah, 7-7 messed up that 1v1 heavy. I think he forgot what game he's playing because he made a lot of noise trying to go down in towards the bottom side of B. And information is king, especially for Rambo. 11-10 though. Wolf Empire closer to the finish line than Imperial is. But Imperial now on their, I would say, more favorable side of the map. But at this point, who knows? And the Animal's trying to bait a shot from one of these members here by letting them hear a singular footstep. And if he sees any light go through that smoke, that's an instant spray. Nade is going to go through. Good dodge by Dola. Yeah, everyone's just taking it slow, man. They don't want to make any mistakes.
Slow and steady wins the race. That'll probably play into the hands of Imperial, if anything, but
yeah,
Wolf Empire getting ready to explode onto that B bomb site. Throwing a bit of util over on A, just trying to fake out that there's something happening there, and they've kind of pulled the rotate, actually. Ryu's out committed. Danimals was on the way. Timing in the end, though, for Wolf Empire, though, just not going to quicken up enough to take advantage of that. They have other ideas. Instead, they're going to go in through toward middle.
They're going to try to see what Imperial did. There's still a whole lot of spots to clear. Curve is going to get naded. But here comes Ryuza with the wide peak, gets away just in time, but can he get back into safety? The Animals sneaking this time, and they are trying to balance the attention of the entire Wolf Empire squad, and it results between these two teams to get that 13.
Gonna need 2 in a row, and from the game that I'm watching, getting 2 in a row is not an easy task at the moment, so...
For sure. I mean, you are right about Wolf Empire having more clutch players, but I think the side of Imperial has better anchors at the moment.
Yeah, but I don't know, man. I think at this point, just throw something fast in the mix if you're Wolf Empire. Like, everybody's a bit sleepy. These rounds are playing out super slow. Chances are you catch someone half distracted, not paying attention on Imperial's side. Right? Just explode somewhere. If it's not necessarily early in the round, but just explode somewhere. 5 players round the corner. Someone spent 30 seconds watching a dot on their monitor and they just have to blink or whatever. That can be one cheeky round that you need, and it's not happening this time around. In fact, it's actually going to be aggression out from Imperial. It ends up only being a 1-for-1. I mean, I'm surprised 7-7 even gets a kill there. He was around the corner against 4 Wolf Empire players.
I'm telling you, man, he is a human tank in this game, but Eagles does get the leg on Ice Cube. After that skirmish in towards the long side, he is on 20 HP. More like around 30, but Eagles is going to stake his claim still on the A site. Problem is, Wolf Empire, do you have enough utility to kind of clear him out, or are you just going to send someone to die in order to get this trade? They still have so many nades in their pockets, but Eagles is just going to duck down. And they're just probably going to peek him again the 3rd time, because he's going to get a bit complacent. They're not going to peek it this time, so B is not going to get backed up just yet. Knowing how deep the position is for the Animals, as soon as he sees a glimpse of an opponent, he is going to run back on towards that site. The Animals, just like that, he's just going to run on back. Vasco's going to go through, and he's going to call his boys in the B site. Oh, 30 seconds, man. This one is tense. This one is going to give one of these teams the match point. But who is going to get it first? Ryuza trying to get some damage here in towards Dola. But that reload is going to make it spot. Oh, Shady is going to get the Animal, so that is the house player already dead. Oh, but a good return from the side of Imperial. And look at where the C4 is. Yeah. It's in the middle of nowhere in Imperial. Have you done it? It doesn't matter if you die, as long as you survive. And Imperial have done it. They have gotten into match point.
Again, I might add, they've had a few cracks at that. They've had a few bites at that cherry. They didn't get it done on Mexico. And now can they get it done here? They've got a couple more chances.
There we go.
12-11. Big round ahead here. Imperial want to get it done before it goes into Golden Point. Just take it off the table before Wolf Empire even get the chance to have a crack. All right, Wolf Empire are a clutch team. This is the time to pull it out. Mid-control will be the name of the game initially for the Vietnamese squad.
Oh, there we go. Are they actually going to do the A take this time? Because they've gotten CA control time and time again, but they don't pull the trigger at all. Ryuza, that's a good line, but he runs away just in time. GDSC is going to get Ice Cube first, but Dolan chases down Ryuza in that spawn side, and now the defense is split into the Animals trying to test the edge of the smoke. I think he spots
Soren.
Lucas. He spots him, and is he going to go through it? The nades are going to start to fly. That's one more down for the side of Imperial. It is smelling like a 12-12 banger in this one, unless the Animals has another clutch in him.
Nope, no way, not in a 1v4. I think Danimals at that point, he had to take the risk. He had to push through the smoke, opted not to. You know, it's a hard call to make, but when you're down on numbers, you know, that small bit of information that he could have gathered, maybe the fast flank, it could have made a difference. I think needed to go for the risk, but in the end, we'll never know. And here we are, 12-12. It's the final round of the day. This entire matchup comes down to one round.
And how poetic. Just like last game, Wolf Empire came out on top in the last round, but Imperial can't count them out just yet. This is where Ryuzao activates that late round Ryuzao, just like I said. But Wolf Empire, they're going to do the exact same thing. They're going to try and see if they can divide the attention of Imperial, try to see if they can get some nades out of their pocket. And look at how passive Rambo is. He's all the way in base still.
Yeah. How do you make a call here, you know? Like, there's no conditioning, there's no tendencies anymore. It's just throw whatever at the wall and see if it sticks. But you don't want to be that guy that says, okay, let's go A, and there's a stack on A, for example. You know, that one call can bring down your entire series, potentially your entire group stage, and chance at the playoffs. So no wonder Wolf Empire are taking their time about this one, hoping that maybe they'll be given anything by Imperial.
Yeah.
Again, I will reiterate, Imperial is not the kind of team to be doing that in these kinds of circumstances. So wishful thinking, hoping that you're going to get a free opener here. Wolf Empire are going to be made to work for this round. They've got 1 minute left on the clock now, and they have got to make them